Li, along with his lottery shop, traverses to another world. Scratch cards, golden egg smashing, slot machines, a myriad of facilities sell like hotcakes, with diverse prizes including wealth, cultivation techniques, spiritual herbs, and magical artifacts. Step by step, his fame spreads far and wide, drawing countless powerful figures to his door. The atmosphere of the cultivation world is completely altered. Fellow Taoists, gamble small to win big. Can a bicycle transform into a motorcycle? Perhaps it's worth a try. Chapter 1. A lottery shop? In the Qinghai continent, 30 miles outside Ningyan City in Qingzhou, stands a uniquely styled two-story building with a green-tiled roof and blue brick facade, featuring an open courtyard on the first floor. Surrounded by no other structures, it is enveloped by dense grass and towering trees, making it stand out remarkably. A narrow path, about 3 meters wide, leads a few steps from the courtyard, rarely frequented by passers-by. Li, feeling quite vexed, sits at the entrance. Having just resigned and idly waiting at home, he scrolls through his phone while helping his father manage the shop. With little business at noon, he decides to close the shop for a brief rest upstairs, only to awaken and discover he has crossed into another realm. Even more absurdly, his self-built two-story house and a lottery shop on the first floor have traveled with him. He wonders how his unfortunate father is faring. With their home and livelihood gone, he must start anew after a lifetime of toil. Naturally, a time traveler must possess a golden finger, in this case, a system. The system's task: manage the lottery shop. Is this a joke? I must be the protagonist since I've crossed over. Surely, I cannot just sit here and play the lottery. Besides, who opens a lottery shop in the wilderness? It's a 2-hour walk to the nearest town. There's no way business could thrive here. Yet, the system, much like a previous boss, paints a grand picture, claiming that if I manage the shop well, everything will fall into place. Reluctantly, Li chooses to believe. Through the system's introduction, he gains a preliminary understanding of this world, a realm filled with cultivation, rife with danger at every turn. As an ordinary person, he could easily meet an untimely end. Trusting the system becomes Li's only option. Strange, when did this building appear? I passed by a few days ago, and it wasn't there. Today it truly is uncanny. Though it looks peculiar, it seems quite impressive. Who would live in such a desolate place? Look, there's someone over there. This place is quite remote. Li has sat at the entrance all morning without a single passerby. Hearing voices, he perks up, gazing with hopeful eyes. 3 youths, appearing around 16 or 17, approach. Come in and have some fun. Fun? What kind of fun? The 3 young men instinctively shift uncomfortably, reminiscent of how courtesans entice patrons. Li's face darkens. How could the thoughts of youths in another world be so impure? He shifts slightly to the side, revealing a sign hanging on the courtyard wall. Lottery shop. The sign is accompanied by 2 lines of text. Life is too monotonous. Spice it up with the lottery. Win big today, live carefree from now on. The slender young man in the middle softly reads the couplet aloud. May I ask, what exactly is this lottery? Li smiles slightly. It is something that can help you change your destiny. Change my destiny? Shopkeeper, you might be overstating things. Words alone won't suffice. Would you 3 care to step inside and take a look? The young man ponders for a moment and replies, very well, we came out for a stroll anyway. Let's go inside and see. Please. The first floor serves as the lottery shop, spacious enough to accommodate around 20 people comfortably. Since crossing into this other world, the lottery is naturally different from before. The familiar games like Double Color Ball and Super Lotto are absent, at least for now, as the system promises gradual updates. Currently, only scratch cards are available, and there is only one type. Luck. Is this small card the lottery you speak of? Indeed, it costs 2 gold coins per card. Scratch off these concealed areas, and if you win, the minimum return is guaranteed. If you hit the jackpot, the rewards will be substantial. Gold coins are one of the common currencies in this realm, with gold, silver, and copper denominations. 100 copper equals 1 silver, and 100 silver equals 1 gold. 2 gold coins? For just this piece of paper? Isn't that rather expensive? Li chuckles. My friends, this is no ordinary paper. Let me put it this way. The highest prize for this luck lottery can reach 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold. The young men gasp in shock, their eyes wide. Although they come from decent families, their youth renders 10,000 gold an astronomical sum. Of course, but this comes with odds. It's possible to scratch and find nothing, yet equally possible to hit the jackpot right away. In short, it's all about luck. I see. It sounds somewhat similar to a casino. Quite intriguing. What do you think? Shall we give it a try? Sure, just 2 gold coins. I'll take 1 for test. Liu took the 2 gold coins, placed them in a drawer, and handed over a stack of lottery tickets adorned with auspicious symbols. Draw 1. The young man in the middle casually drew one from the stack, pausing momentarily before instinctively pulling out a gold coin to scratch off the ticket. The gold coins in this realm were akin to modern silver coins, differing only in color and material. How do we determine if we've won? You can refer to the upper left corner, where there's a detailed explanation. The auspicious lottery ticket has 12 designated areas, corresponding to 12 chances to win. The rules for winning are straightforward. As long as you reveal an auspicious character, a prize is awarded, with the amount corresponding to the number beneath the character. Nothing, nothing, nothing. The three young men bent over, scratching and murmuring. Liu watched with amusement. Witnessing such a scene in an alternate world was indeed quite fascinating. However, as for lottery tickets, one could only chuckle. Those who understand, understand. He owned a lottery shop, but never indulged in such things himself. I've got to win, there's joy. The slender young man suddenly exclaimed, his tone tinged with excitement. Liu's lips twitched. Did the first ticket win? Shopkeeper, this counts as a win, right? Liu leaned in to take a look, and indeed, there was an auspicious character, beneath which lay not the Arabic numeral 2, but the Chinese character for 2. This system was rather considerate. Congratulations, you've won 2 gold coins, breaking even, and there's still a small portion left to scratch. All right. The young man's face flushed slightly, his enthusiasm evidently heightened. Such is the nature of lottery tickets. They easily entice one. The more one engages, the more invigorated one becomes. Another one, another one. Liu glanced over and was indeed correct. In the end, a character appeared in the corner, this time with a larger amount, 5 gold coins. Is the winning rate really this high? Congratulations, you have quite the luck. Shall you redeem it directly, or I'll take another one for fun? Before Liu could finish his sentence, the young man interjected. All right, we'll settle up together later. He drew another ticket. The second ticket also yielded a win of 2 gold coins. One more. The third ticket brought another 5 gold coins. The young men were filled with excitement. Suddenly, they turned to Liu. Shopkeeper, you won't backtrack on your word, will you? Liu waved his hand dismissively. Absolutely not. With a shop this large, where could I possibly go? True enough, shopkeeper, this building is not only grand but uniquely designed. I've never seen anything like it before. It must have cost a pretty penny. Surely you wouldn't cheat us out of this small sum. Naturally, Liu looked at him and continued. Care for more? Let's keep going. I feel lucky today. Bring me 5 tickets, and we'll settle up later. Like picking up money, who would refuse? The 3 young men resumed their fervent scratching. First ticket, nothing. Second ticket, nothing. Third ticket, 2 gold coins. Fourth ticket, nothing. Fifth ticket, nothing. Shopkeeper, give me another 5, no 10. Liu calmly handed over the tickets for him to choose, all the while inwardly sighing. As expected, this was a trap. A little wind to hook you, and the rest, pits of despair. Lu Xiong, your luck seems lacking. Let me give it a try. You buy your own. I refuse to believe it today. Thus, the second participant fell into the trap. How far could the third be? Just then, the first participant suddenly cried out. 20 gold coins. I told you I could do it. Liu smiled slightly. Congratulations. Shall we continue? Of course. He was already lost in a thrill. I also won 10 gold coins. Another 5 gold coins. The last young man, who had been hesitating, gritted his teeth and looked at Liu. Shopkeeper, give me 2 tickets as well. The third participant successfully succumbed to the allure. Chapter 2, A Ride on the Wind. 1 hour later, 3 young lottery enthusiasts emerged from the lottery shop, 2 of them appearing dazed, while one beamed with delight. This is perplexing. I clearly scratched off 2 20 gold prizes, yet I ended up losing 10 gold. Just look at how many of your tickets are worthless. Alas, had I known this, I should have been content with my gains. But I was wise, knowing when to cease, securing a guaranteed 5 gold. Regrettably, my purse is empty. I have a strong premonition that if I scratch another ticket, I am bound to hit the jackpot, perhaps even fortune. I have made my decision. I shall return to battle tomorrow. I shall join as well. However, my monthly allowance is depleted. Ask your sister for some. Quite reasonable. Inside the lottery shop, Lily was cheerfully counting his gold coins. After deducting the prize amounts, he made a profit of 46 gold from his first transaction. Not bad at all. He placed most of the gold into the drawer, pocketing the remainder, preparing to venture into the city. Congratulations to the host for completing the first transaction. Reward settlement begins. New version of Scratch-Off Lottery. Domain unlocked, 1 square meter. Lily was momentarily taken aback. The new Scratch-Off Lottery was easily understood, but what was this domain? Centered around the host, within a 1 square meter space, the host is invincible. The system's response filled Li with joy. Invincible. This is splendid. With such a power in this realm, I need not fear for my life any longer. System, I can only commend you for this remarkable feat. Thank you for the host's praise. As he examined the new scratch-off lottery, he saw the ticket value was 20 gold, with the highest reward being a cleansing essence. System, what is this substance? In response, the system explained, the cleansing essence can purify one's bones and flesh, attuning the user to the spiritual energies of the universe, paving the path to cultivation. In the Tianqian continent, the realms of cultivators are divided into 9 grades, with grade 9 being the lowest and grade 1 the highest. Grade 9 is Qi refinement, grade 8 is essence refinement, grade 7 is spirit nurturing, grade 6 is Dan formation, grade 5 is purple mansion, grade 4 is unity, grade 3 is Dao integration, grade 2 is supreme, and grade 1 is sacred realm. Each realm is further divided into 4 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, and pinnacle. Cultivation aptitude is classified as ordinary, yellow grade, mysterious grade, earth grade, heaven grade, superior grade, noble grade, and immortal grade. The higher the aptitude, the faster the cultivation speed, and the further one can progress on the path of cultivation. This sounds remarkably precious. In the entire Tianqian continent, it may not be deemed rare, but in the remote area of Qingzhou Ningyang City, it is invaluable and sought after. The Tianqian continent is home to 2 nations, the Dafeng dynasty and the Dawu dynasty. The Wu dynasty comprises 9 provinces, with Qingzhou being the closest province to the Dafeng dynasty. Ningyang City is a small, remote town within Qingzhou. 60 to 70 miles ahead lies a majestic mountain known as Fengming Mountain. At its base flows a winding river named Xiushui River. Beyond Fengming Mountain, 100 miles further, lies the border between the Wu dynasty and the Feng dynasty. There stands a border city, known as Boyang City, which also belongs to Qingzhou, marking the intersection of the Wu and Feng dynasties. A phased task has been issued. Achieve a turnover of 5,000 gold. The revenue of 5,000 gold pieces is neither particularly abundant nor meager, with a few more batches of customers. This modest sum could be swiftly achieved through the 20 gold pieces worth of scratch cards. However, the location of the shop indeed presents a certain awkwardness. Patience is key. Having traversed here without any ingredients, while the kitchen appliances are present, modern utilities can function without electricity in this alternate realm. Undoubtedly, all of this is attributed to the system's benevolence. As the day was still young, Lily closed the shop and stepped outside. This desolate place. He walked onward, estimating that it would take him 30 miles to reach the city, likely arriving after nightfall. Unlike the modern world, shops here shutter their doors as darkness falls. Is there any chance of finding a ride? As he proceeded, he scanned the surroundings. In a moment, fortune smiled upon him, for he spotted a horse-drawn carriage approaching in the distance. Good sir, Lily waved from the roadside, and the carriage gradually came to a halt. The driver was a middle-aged man. What is it? He inquired. Are you heading to Ningyang City? The man nodded slightly. Lily, filled with joy, exclaimed, Kind sir, may I ride with you? I can pay for the fare. The man hesitated. I'm afraid there is no room left in the carriage. With that, he cracked his whip, preparing to continue on his way. After much effort to find a ride, Lily couldn't let this opportunity slip by. He stepped forward to block the carriage and cheerfully stated, I can sit in the front, no need for me to enter the carriage. This young man, it's truly inconvenient for you. Uncle Ma, let him come up. A voice emerged from within the carriage, belonging to a woman who sounded relatively young and soft-spoken. Very well, thank you. Lily expressed his gratitude profusely before squatting beside the driver. The carriage continued on its journey, and with this stroke of luck, the ride became smooth and swift, the gentle breeze lifting his spirits. Before long, they had covered half the distance, and the sky grew dimmer. The driver noticeably quickened his pace. Suddenly, a chilling glimmer flashed by, and the driver's expression darkened as he swung the whip to fend it off. Clang! It was a flying dagger-like projectile. Protect the young lady. As the words fell, a group of cloaked figures descended from above. Lily was stunned, although he was aware that this world harbored cultivators. Witnessing individuals descend from the sky like birds was astonishing. The assailants clearly targeted the occupants of the carriage, as several gleaming blades lunged toward it. Boom! The roof of the carriage exploded, and 2 women soared out, landing on the ground. The startled horse neighed and bolted. Lily hid beside the abandoned carriage, watching the unfolding drama. Among the 2 women, one appeared slightly older, dressed in attire befitting a maid. Gripping a slender sword, she valiantly confronted multiple assailants. Her movements akin to a dancing dragon, exuding an imposing aura. Another strikingly beautiful young woman, perhaps in her 20s, with bright eyes and a delicate visage, appeared somewhat unwell, as if afflicted by illness. She cowered behind her maidservant, displaying an expression of sheer panic. The number of assailants clad in black was overwhelming, and the maid was gradually losing ground. Out of the corner of his eye, Lily caught sight of an object hurtling towards him and instinctively sidestepped. Bang! The impact shattered the carriage entirely. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the driver, who bore a gruesome wound across his chest, his complexion ashen, indicating severe injury. Lily was momentarily dazed. After 2 decades of life, he had never encountered such a scene. Suddenly, the black-clad assailant who had gravely injured the driver charged at him with a blade. Goodness, mistaken for an accomplice. The speed of the attacker was astonishing. Lily could not evade in time and shut his eyes. Clang! A crisp metallic sound resonated. He opened his eyes to find himself unscathed. Within this domain, I am invincible. He locked gazes with the astonished assailant. Hello there. The black-clad figure scoffed coldly and swung his blade again. Clang! Another strike. Clang! The assailant, taken aback by this bizarre spectacle, stumbled back a few steps. You! He gasped in terror, attempting to flee, but Lily seized him firmly. Don't run. Let me go. In this 1 square meter of invincibility, not only was his defense unmatched, but his strength was also unparalleled. Despite the assailant's desperate efforts, he could not break free. Away with you! Lily hurled him, and the assailant flew through the air, crashing right in front of the 2 women, spitting blood, his head lolling, motionless. Good heavens! Could he be so fragile? I shan't look. As long as I don't look, he is merely unconscious. This was how Lily reassured himself. However, the maidservant could sense the grim reality that the black-clad figure had indeed breathed his last. So effortlessly cast aside, and he perished? What immense strength must that require? Young master, please lend your hand in salvation. Lily approached slowly. You should leave at once. Why engage in such murderous and thieving pursuits? Seeking death, a black-clad man bellowed angrily, charging at him with a raised blade. Lily sighed softly. What is the necessity of this? With a nonchalant flick of his fingers, he accurately pinched the blade's edge and, with a slight twist, shattered it into fragments. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Let us attack together. The assailants, undeterred by the absurdity of the situation, launched a collective assault, yet Lily stood resolutely unmoving. The weapon struck him, only to be met with a sudden flash of white light. All the weapons turned to ash, and the attackers were sent reeling backward. Hurry and leave. Why won't you listen? Can't you find an honest trade? This line of work is perilous. Losing one's life is hardly worth it. Lily, exasperata, lamented the unfortunate circumstance he found himself in, merely seeking a ride and yet entangled in such chaos. The man in black endured the pain and shot a glance at Lily before fleeing in haste. Chapter 3. The Dark Tavern. A headache plagued Lily as he realized his horse had bolted. The sky was growing increasingly dark, and a sudden thought struck him. Could the invincible effect of his domain allow him to float and traverse the air? The invincible domain centered around him, moving in tandem with his own motions. Theoretically, it was worth a try. Thank you for your assistance, senior, a delicate woman said, bowing to Lily. I am no senior, nor do I require your thanks. In truth, it is I who should be grateful for your company, he replied. Suddenly, Lily noticed movement in the bushes by the roadside. His eyes glimmered with excitement, and in the blink of an eye, he teleported before the source, seizing the reins. There you are, my horse. The maid gasped in astonishment. A master. Lily led the horse over to her, saying, This man appears to be quite injured. Take the horse and make haste on your journey. What about you, senior? She asked. My name is Lily. I have told you. I am no senior. Do not age me prematurely. Time is of the essence. I shall take my leave. With that, he focused his thoughts and soared into the air like a shooting star, heading towards Ningyang City. Wow, how powerful! The maid and the young woman stood frozen in place, utterly astonished. Through action, Lily gradually discerned the application of his domain. He traversed the air and soon arrived at the outskirts of Qingyang City. Fortunately, he was timely. The shops had not yet closed. He purchased a plethora of necessities and provisions, stowing them in his system space before seeking a place to dine. The cuisine of this other world was rather ordinary, yet Li, feeling ravenous, savored every bite. After satisfying his hunger, he did not linger. The area outside the tavern was deserted during the day, and even more so at night. He washed up and retired early. A new day dawned, and Lily rose early, preparing to make breakfast. To his surprise, visitors arrived. Peering out of the second-floor window, he was taken aback to see the 3 lottery friends from the previous day eagerly arriving with money, and they were accompanied by a woman, dressed in a sleek black outfit. With a high ponytail and a tall, slender figure, her refined features resembled that of a star. "Ah, sister, I truly did not indulge in the pleasures of the brothel. The winnings were from this very establishment." She scoffed coldly. "What winnings? Absurd. Your feeble mind has been thoroughly deceived." The lanky youth appeared fearful of her, his face reddening as he dared not retort. The woman crossed her arms, her gaze raised, locking eyes with Li through the window. "Are you the proprietor of this establishment?" Her tone was frigid, her expression devoid of emotion, as if it were inscribed upon her face that she was not to be trifled with. "Miss, I am merely conducting legitimate business. How can this be deemed a dark tavern? Do not slander me, lest I take legal action for defamation." As Li descended the stairs and opened the door to the lottery shop, the woman coldly chuckled. Enticing others with a fortune, relying on a mere card to swindle. Only these 3 fools would fall for it. What is a facade? My dear lady, I genuinely possess this reward. It's merely that they lack the fortune. Furthermore, I had already briefed them prior to their purchase of the scratch cards. Whether the reward is real or fictitious rests solely upon your word. How can you prove it? Lily found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had no means of validation. This was not the world of Europe, governed by a national lottery authority. Here, his verbal assurances held no weight. The woman smiled triumphantly, as if she had discerned all truths, mocking. "What now? Have I struck a chord? Today, I shall dismantle your operation to prevent you from deceiving others." With that, she raised her hand towards the counter of the lottery shop, unleashing a palpable force that was visibly powerful. Lily's expression shifted. This woman was a practitioner of the martial arts. He stepped forward, and, as the force struck him, he remained unfazed. In the next moment, he was close to the woman, his tone icy. "You may doubt me, but you shall not harm my shop. Leave, all of you." With a thunderous command, an overwhelming power erupted from the shop, casting the 4 individuals out into the courtyard, landing them on the road outside. "Ouch! That hurts. My backside." The 3 lottery enthusiasts, being mere mortals, could hardly withstand the impact and lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, the woman felt a tempest of emotions stirring within her. She was certain that if the individual within the shop had truly wished to kill them, there would now be 4 corpses on the ground. How could such a formidable expert exist in this desolate wilderness? Gritting her teeth, she rose and charged into the courtyard, only to be met by a pair of icy eyes. "My shop remains open for business. Guests are welcome, but I shall not force my wares upon anyone. That was merely a lesson for you. Should you continue to provoke me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The woman altered her demeanor, bowing to Li. "Senior, I apologize for my earlier ignorance and offense. I am no senior. If you are not here to conduct business, then leave at once." The woman, named Lu Qingli, was the legitimate daughter of the Lu family from Qingyang City and the elder sister of the slender youth. With determination, Lu Qingli replied, "Senior, please wait. Allow me to purchase a few of those scratch cards." Encountering such a powerful figure in this remote area might present an opportunity. If not, it could still forge a connection. Moreover, a person of such strength would hardly deceive one for gold coins, would they? Lily furrowed his brow. "Are you certain? Did you not just assert that I run a black market?" Lu Qingli offered an awkward smile. "As a mere junior, I have been presumptuous. I beg your forgiveness." Lily silently rolled his eyes. Her change of face was remarkably swift. In this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, strength is the undeniable truth, rendering any laws or regulations utterly meaningless. "Come in." Lily gestured towards the 2 types of scratch cards laid out on the counter. "Which one would you prefer? There are no seniors here. You may address me as the owner or the shopkeeper." "Very well, then. Owner, could you provide a brief introduction?" Lily presented the Joy Scratch card and indicated the 3 patrons who had just shuffled back. These 3 scratched theirs yesterday, with the highest reward being 10,000 gold coins. He then revealed another card. This is a newly released product, offering a top prize of a bottle of soul cleansing liquid. As a cultivator, you should be aware of its significance. Lu Qingli gasped in astonishment. Soul cleansing liquid. The young man eagerly leaned in. "Owner, there's a new lottery ticket?" Not long ago, the Su family in Ningyan City purchased a bottle at the Tianyuan auction house for 100,000 gold coins. While the price for soul cleansing liquid at the Tianyuan auction house may seem inflated across the entire Tianjin continent, in Ningyan City, it is a rare commodity. This liquid is crafted by an entry-level alchemist, a discipline that is notoriously challenging and heavily reliant on innate talent, making it exceedingly scarce throughout the continent. Those qualified alchemists are often invited as esteemed guests or offered lucrative positions as elders by various sections. Without connections, the only source of this liquid for noble families is through auctions, which are infrequently held due to their ties to sex, or, in essence, are merely the subordinate enterprises of sections. The Tianyuan Auction House, in particular, is affiliated with the largest sect in Qingzhou, the Tianyuan sect. Chapter 4. Entering the Pit. What? Do you think my soul-cleansing liquid is counterfeit? No, no, no. I trust you, owner. I'll take 20 of these scratch cards. Lu Qingli's excitement was palpable. Lily handed her a stack of scratch cards, precisely 20 in total. At 20 gold coins each, that amounted to 400 gold coins. All right. Lu Qingli touched the ring on her right hand, and a steady stream of gold coins cascaded forth. Lily's eyes lit up. The storage rings of cultivators from other realms, though seemingly small, can hold a remarkable amount inside. He had read about this in novels, finding it quite extraordinary. However, storage rings are also categorized by quality. Superior ones offer vast storage spaces and may even bear special formations for offense or defense. The ring Lu Qingli possessed was the most ordinary type on the continent, lacking any intricate formations, with a storage capacity of merely 1 square meter, sufficient only for clothing or coins. It had been a gift from her family, purchased at the auction for 50,000 gold coins to celebrate her entry into the path of cultivation. Lu Qingli accepted the lottery tickets and quickly began to scratch them off, the 3 patrons behind her watching intently. The first 10 tickets yielded nothing at all, not even a consolation prize. Even Li was left speechless. To have 10 consecutive scratch cards without a single reward was truly unfortunate. Sister, allow me to assist you. Your luck seems rather dismal. Go away. Lu Qingli, with a frown, continued with the 11th scratch card, and this time, she finally uncovered a basic prize of 20 gold coins. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. At last, there was a glimmer of consolation. The 12th, the 13th, and up to the 20th card yielded nothing. The first stack returned 400 gold, with a mere 20 gold recouped. Lu Qingli turned to Li. Boss, is this usual? Li stifled a smirk and replied, perhaps you should give it another try? Luck comes in waves. Very well, let me have another 20. Lu Qingli resumed scratching, but her misfortune persisted. Nothing of value emerged. The 3 young patrons beside her were growing anxious. Li was perplexed as well. It seemed her luck was indeed abysmal. Was the winning rate of this newly released scratch card inherently low? The final card. Lu Qingli inhaled deeply and gently revealed each winning area. Nothing. A heavy silence enveloped the group. After a moment, Li broke the awkwardness. Scratch cards are fundamentally reliant on chance, but as the saying goes, luck ebbs and flows. Miss Lu, shall we proceed? Lu Qingli looked at him earnestly, biting her lip. Boss, I shall trust you once more. She took another stack. The first 15 cards yielded 120, while her pace slowed considerably with the last 5. Somehow, Lily found himself growing anxious alongside her. The penultimate card was a bust. The final card. She struck gold. She struck gold. Lu Qingli exclaimed in delight. How much did you win, sister? 100 gold. Li's lips twitched. After all that, just 100 gold? He had anticipated something far greater. Nevertheless, it was the first amount exceeding 20, so he understood her excitement. Boss, let's continue. Clearly, Lu Qingli had rekindled her hope. The 4th stack. Another win. 2 100 gold prizes. Halfway through, she uncovered 2 100 gold cards. Although the subsequent cards yielded only 120, Lu Qingli felt her luck was turning. Her fervor intensified. One more stack, boss. By the time the 5th stack was completed, she had uncovered 100, 2 50s, and 4 20s. Let's go again. This girl was utterly entranced. Li, of course, welcomed her enthusiasm, but she was out of money. Miss Lu, I can cash out your winnings, and you can take another stack. Very well. Lu Qingli responded without hesitation. Her gaze was entirely fixed on the scratch cards atop the counter. The 6th stack. Just as Li marveled at how this big spender spree was nearing its end, an uproar suddenly erupted in the shop. She won, she won. How much this time? A group of youths hurried to gather around. It wasn't gold. It was a rejuvenation potion. Li's gaze was drawn to the lottery ticket in Lu Qingli's hand. To his astonishment, the second-to-last square in the final row of the ticket displayed a clear, bottle-shaped pattern, accompanied by the 3 characters essence cleansing liquid below. It was indeed a case of remarkable fortune. After all this time, the luck had concentrated right here. Li felt an inexplicable sense of relief. if nothing had emerged. He truly did not know how to salvage his reputation. The young lady was currently swept up in the excitement of the moment, but upon returning home and reflecting calmly, she would undoubtedly decide never to return. In a different world, the initial chances of winning at a shop must be somewhat higher. If the odds mirrored those of the previous life's lottery industry, retaining new customers would be impossible, and ultimately, the venture would be doomed to fail. Boss, I won. I really won. Lily chuckled. This is the first grand prize since our shop opened. Congratulations. Really? Lu Qingli beamed with excitement, her earlier assertiveness fading away, bouncing around like a child. Shall we continue? While accepting the ticket, Lily retrieved a jade vial from the system space and handed it to her. It was indeed the essence cleansing liquid. Let us save it for next time. I have something urgent to attend to, so I must leave now, boss. Cease. What urgent matter do you have? Lend me some money. I want to play too. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingli seized her brother and dashed outside. What are you doing, sis? Ouch. Quickly return home and have the elders of our clan guide you. Consume the essence cleansing liquid and embark on the path of cultivation. To acquire a vial of essence cleansing liquid for merely 2,000 gold coins was akin to having a pie fall from the sky. Lily turned to the other two. Would you like to try a few tickets? Of course, boss. We came here specifically for the scratch-offs. The 20 gold ones? 20 gold is too expensive. Let us stick with those from yesterday. I'll take 10. I'll take 10 as well. An hour later, the two young lottery enthusiasts exited the ticket shop, looking dejected. Another loss of 20 gold. I couldn't resist. Me too. I was actually ahead earlier. Do you think that vial of essence cleansing liquid is real? It should be real. The boss seems profound and not like someone who would deceive. If it is real, then the Lu family has truly struck it rich this time. In Ningyang City, the Lu siblings hurried home. Grandfather, how did it go? An elderly man with hair as white as snow examined the porcelain vial in his hands, gradually revealing a look of astonishment. It is indeed the essence cleansing liquid, and the quality is the finest I have ever seen. Lu Qingli exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, that elder did not deceive us. To acquire this vial for merely 2,000 gold coins is simply unbelievable. A middle-aged man nearby, astonished, was the current head of the Lu family, as well as the father of Lu Qingli and Lu Wui. When did such a powerful figure arrive in Qingyang City? The elderly man's gaze was animated. I am quite curious as well. Once Wui successfully refines it, we shall visit and express our gratitude. Yes, father. Together, we shall protect Wui and assist him in stepping onto the path of cultivation. One individual, Lu Qingli, contributed 2,000 gold coins, effortlessly surpassing half of the revenue target. After lunch, Lily basked in the warm sunlight of May and June within the courtyard. The business approach was akin to fishing. Those willing would take the bait. Wow, such a beautiful house. A voice from outside caught Lily's attention as a young couple entered. A lottery shop? What a peculiar name. Lily greeted them. If you're interested, feel free to come in and learn more. The girl glanced around before turning to Lily. The houses here are indeed quite lovely. What exactly does this lottery shop sell? It's a gamble for a chance at fortune, adding a splash of fun, Lily replied. The young man, intrigued, remarked, I'm curious to see what kind of fortune awaits and how much fun it truly is. Lily welcomed them inside, explaining the various lottery games and their rewards. And they quickly grasped the concept. It's all based on luck. This sounds intriguing. All right, let us give a try with a 2 gold ticket. Lily welcomed the transaction, acknowledging that 2 gold coins contributed to the revenue. With a smile, he accepted the coins and handed over a 2 gold lottery ticket. Patience was key. One must gradually entice them into the game. Oh, what luck! I broke even. The first ticket yielded a 2 gold win. Such a simple game. It's rather enjoyable. The young man handed Lily the winning ticket. This is 2 gold coins. May I exchange it for another? Of course, Lily replied, producing another ticket. Once again, the young man won 2 gold coins. I won again. Let us go for another. The third ticket brought a 5 gold win. His excitement grew. Boss, let me exchange this winning ticket for 2 new ones. We'll discuss the remaining 1 gold later. The fourth ticket yielded 2 gold coins, and the fifth, 5 gold coins. Let us keep going. The young man was becoming increasingly enthusiastic, and the young woman beside him wore a look of eager anticipation. Boss, I'd like to try one as well. Lily felt a surge of joy. Another player was entering the fray. Let us keep it rolling. My luck seems favorable, and every ticket could yield a prize. Perhaps I might even land something significant. After scratching off her first ticket, the woman found nothing and shot an annoyed glance at the excited young man. Undeterred, she declared, Boss, give me 5 tickets. Certainly. In no time, A substantial stack of tickets accumulated before the young man. However, as time passed, his luck began to wane. Not again. This one too. This shouldn't be happening. Every ticket before had a prize. He grew increasingly agitated as a streak of 10 tickets yielded no rewards. Suddenly, he looked up at Li, squinting suspiciously. Boss, you wouldn't be cheating, would you? Li shrugged innocently. I haven't approached you at all. How could I be cheating? Yet, you are the one who handed those tickets to me. Every time I present to you, it is drawn sequentially from a stack, as you have witnessed throughout this process. One must not speak carelessly. The man's expression shifted multiple times. I hope you have not played any tricks, or I shall ensure you regret it. Draw another couple of stacks. Li pointed to the lottery tickets on the table. This time, you shall choose for yourself. The man drew 2 stacks and resumed scratching. The woman beside him, disheartened by the low odds of winning, gradually lost interest after a few scratches and redirected her attention entirely to the man. From the 2 stacks, only 2 minor prizes emerged. The man, seething with rage, slammed the table. This is impossible. There must be something amiss. Li gazed at him with a smile. Luck fluctuates. Perhaps you should try again? Who knows? Your fortune might return. Oomph. Do you think I would fall for your tricks again? Saying this, the man attempted to drag the woman away. Wait, have you forgotten something? The man retorted arrogantly. You deceived us and still expect payment? It would be a miracle if I didn't report you to the authorities. Li stepped forward slowly. If you have evidence, feel free to report me, but the pressing issue is that you owe me money. After deducting your winnings from these scratch cards, you owe me 116 gold coins, and with this lady included. The total amounts to 128 gold coins. The man shot a cold glance back. You, a swindler, still dare to demand money? Dream on. Li narrowed his eyes. Are you implying that you intend to renege on your debt? What of it? I shall return to Ningyang City and report you. Await your imprisonment. Just as the man stepped out the door, he felt a shadow pass before him. What are you doing? Since you refuse to reason, I shall take matters into my own hands. Li swiftly lifted the man, spinning him around until he was upside down, shaking him vigorously. A coin pouch fell to the ground. Immediately, with the other hand, he reached down, and coins began to leap from the pouch into his grasp. Gold coins, silver coins, copper coins, but still insufficient. Release me. The frightened girl beside him dared not speak. She anticipated that this seemingly ordinary proprietor was, in fact, a cultivator. Moreover, such a feat of telekinesis was beyond the capabilities of a common practitioner, at least not for the cultivators in her family. Li turned his gaze to the woman. His funds are lacking. The remainder, I only have this much. The woman trembled as she produced a flower-patterned purse containing merely a handful of gold coins. Still insufficient. Let me go. Do you know who I am? The man, hanging upside down, turned crimson with indignation. I care not who you are. I conduct business, and you attempt to cheat me. Even the heavenly sovereign cannot save you from this. Li looked at the woman. We are still 30 gold coins short. He shall remain here. You must find a way to acquire the remaining amount before nightfall, or inform his family to come for a ransom. Can you manage this? Yes. The woman nodded vigorously. Very well, you may leave. After the woman departed, Li dealt a swift blow to the man, rendering him unconscious and discarded him in a corner, subsequently ignoring him. After indulging in a brief afternoon slumber, he awoke to find it was already dusk. Could it be that the girl would not return? Just as Li descended the stairs, he heard commotion outside. Suddenly, a palpable aura of menace engulfed him. Who dared to lay hands on someone from the Sher family? 3 burly men stormed into the courtyard. The leader was particularly robust, while the other 2 appeared as servants, one tall and the other short. 3 cultivators, thought Li as he gave a kick to rouse the young man from his stupor. Hey, someone has come to redeem you. The young man awoke, and upon seeing the newcomers, he burst into tears. Third uncle, save me. The middle-aged leader, witnessing the scene, bellowed, Fear not, younger, your third uncle is here. With that, he swung his fist towards Li. You little thief, prepare to meet your end. Li fronats Li. Are you out of your mind? Bang! The fist struck him, yet he remained unmoved. Instead, the burly man was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Third master. The 2 servants gasped in astonishment. The third master, a practitioner at the initial stage of the 8th rank, was renowned in Ningyang City. Yet, he could not breach this man's defenses and was instead severely injured by the recoil. Third master, wait. We shall return with help. The 2 servants bolted away. Hurry. Their voices grew faint. Come back. The fallen man coughed up blood and struggled to rise, but the servants had vanished. He turned his gaze towards Li in the house, cursing inwardly. Such a formidable presence would render even the ancestral spirits of the Sure family powerless. What fools! Meanwhile, the young man who had just regained consciousness stood in shock. Third uncle is an 8th rank master. How could this be? As Li stood up, the fallen man's pupils dilated. He scrambled forward in a desperate slide, fearing he would be dispatched in an instant. Big brother, sir, esteemed one, I was blind to your stature. I apologize profusely. The man clung to Li's leg, pleading for mercy. I am merely a businessman. This fellow owes me 30 gold coins. I only requested your presence to redeem him. Why must you bring this upon yourself? Li crossed his arms, looking down with an expression of exasperation and confusion. Indeed, it is my folly. Please forgive me, esteemed one. I shall settle Yong's debt. While speaking, the man rummaged through his storage ring, but after much effort, he could only produce 4 gold coins. Li's expression darkanat. Judging by his attire, he should be of decent means, with servants to protect him. How could he be so destitute? Little did he know, this man was Sure Pingfeng, the 3rd master of the Sure family in Ningyang City, known for his excessive indulgence in wine and frequenting brothels and gambling dens, spending money as if it were water. Furthermore, the Sure family had imposed strict financial controls to curb his bad habits. You have no money? Ah, the perspiring Sure Pingfeng exclaimed, Senior. How about I return to gather some funds and come back tomorrow? Bang! Ouch! Third uncle, you're crushing me. Li waved his hand, and in the corner, one person transformed into 2, engaged in a playful game of stacking. The 2 servants had just gone to summon help. Once the 30 gold coins were settled, you could take your leave. Rubbing his backside, Sure Pingfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he exchanged a glance with Sure Yong. Surely, your father is not the one coming. Is he? Sure Yong's lips curled in a wry smile. One can only hope. Li poured himself a cup of tea and leisurely set up a reclining chair by the door. It was springtime, and a gentle breeze caressed him, bringing a sense of ease. Meanwhile, the 2 in the corner remained utterly still, muttering something indistinctly, resembling prayers more than anything else. Half an hour later, a bold rogue dared to harm my 3rd brother and capture my young. At this, Sure Pingfeng and Sure Yong's faces turned ashen. It's over. Li cast a glance at the door, noting the considerable number of onlookers. The leading middle-aged man, clad in a brocade robe, exuded an aura of authority. This man was none other than the head of the Sure family, Sure Pingyang. It was him, the patriarch. 2 servants, one tall and one short, stepped forward, indignantly pointing at Li. Sure Pingyang scoffed, You brat. Before they could further escalate the situation, Li advanced and swiftly lifted him, mirroring Sure Yong's earlier maneuver, flipping him upside down. Shake, shake, shake. A storage pouch tumbled to the ground, and Li reached down to seize it, pouring its contents out. Storage pouches, akin to storage rings, served as tools for cultivators, differing only in appearance, resembling a money bag. Once recognized by an owner, these tools would automatically generate a small isolation formation, accessible only to the rightful owner, if an outsider wished to retrieve the contents. The only method was to forcibly breach the isolation formation, rendering the pouch ownerless. However, Li's actions left Sure Pingyang utterly bewildered. He sensed that the formation within the pouch remained intact, as he could still feel its presence. Yet, the items within were undeniably spilling out, as if from an ordinary container. Suddenly, Sure Pingyang's eyes widened at the sight of the colorful items appearing on the floor, and he roared, his already flushed face turning an even deeper shade. Li cast a disdainful glance at him. This fellow, appearing so genteel, harbored such peculiar interests. Several delicate women's undergarments lay scattered on the ground. Goodness, I never would have guessed you had such inclinations, brother. You seem so refined, yet this is your true nature. Laughter erupted from Sure Pingfeng, who sprang to his feet, unable to contain himself. Meanwhile, Sure Yong covered his face in embarrassment. What a disgrace. Li emptied the contents of the storage pouch completely, kicking through them with a grimace. And there were only 8 silver coins? How could your family be reduced to such destitution and still have the audacity to exist? Sure Pingyang, with an expression that suggested he would rather be dead, remained silent, his gaze vacant. As the head of the Sure family, Sure Pingyang was under the thumb of his wife, who wielded control over the family's finances. While he appeared to live a life of splendor, in reality, he never possessed more than 2 gold coins. It could be said that apart from the household servants, he was the most impoverished member of the Sure clan. This very fact had rendered Sure Pingfeng and Sure Yong anxious earlier. fearful that Shi Pingyong would come to their rescue, only to incite the ire of that esteemed individual due to financial constraints, leading to their collective demise. Fortunately, that individual seemed solely interested in retrieving his money and harbored no murderous intent. Li pressed his fingers against his temples and forcefully tossed Shi Pingyong into a corner. Ah, catch me, third brother, Yong. Bang. You two wretched creatures. Another addition to the corner. Li's gaze swept across the other individuals in the courtyard. The tall and short servants simultaneously shuddered and stood at attention. They understood. We must return and summon help. Be gone. A swarm of servants fled rapidly, kicking up a cloud of dust in their wake. Chapter 6. Annihilation. As dusk approached, 3 trembling figures huddled in a corner of a lottery shop, where his elder sister, the old man, in seclusion, had left, and with neither himself nor second brother present in Ningyang City, all matters at home were under elder sister's command. She would surely come. We must wait a little longer. Fortunately, mother has always been gentle and would not provoke that esteemed elder. We are saved. Just then, Li was enjoying a meal when a commotion arose outside. Who dares to harm my son and abduct my precious grandson? Shi Pingyong and the others trembled in unison at the sound. How has the old master emerged from seclusion? This is terrible. We are doomed. Do not panic. That esteemed elder merely wishes to reclaim the debt owed by Yong. The old man must have the funds, but he is just wary of enduring some turmoil. It is of no consequence. Eldest brother speaks wisely. As the white-haired elder stepped through the door, Li swiftly advanced. I'll let go of me. Release my storage bag. Bang. Li's movements were lightning fast. Before Shi Pingyong and Shi Pingfeng could react, the elder was already on the ground. Father, grandfather, unfilial child, why did you not catch me? The elder of the Shi family, Shi Longyan, rose with a face full of fury. Grandfather, do you not have any money? What a stupid question. Why do you think I was in seclusion? Because father recently acquired a piece of Yuanling ginseng at the Tianyuan auction house. Came the realization from the 2 brothers of the Shi family. All right, Shi Longyan gritted his teeth and delivered a slap on the head of each brother. Now, what is going on? Who is that person? Father, please be quiet. Shi Pingfeng hastily covered his father's mouth. Outside, darkness had already descended. Shi Yong glanced at his 3 unreliable elders, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Well, it seems we are doomed. Mother, please come and save your child. Li merely glanced at the 2 servants, one tall and one short, and they instantly understood his intent, turning to flee. Wait, the 2 halted, dropping to their knees at the entrance. Senior, this is not our concern. Senior, I am merely a servant of the Shi family. I truly have no money. Li pressed his fingers against his temple, lamenting the difficulties of conducting business. What I wish to convey is, could you find someone capable and affluent to resolve this matter? The 2 servants nodded fervently. We will certainly do so this time. Very well, off you go. Just as they departed, Li was about to turn back when more visitors arrived at the door. Senior, Miss Liu, what brings you here at such a late hour? The newcomers were from the Liu family. Liu Chongfeng, the head of the family, the elder Liu Muqing, as well as Liu Qingli and a newly awakened Liu Wui, who was eager to embark on his cultivation journey. Liu Wui, having just awakened, couldn't wait to arrive. Boss, we have come specifically to express our gratitude. Li was taken aback. Thank me? For what? Liu Wui excitedly approached and immediately knelt down. Boss, I have embarked on the path of cultivation. All thanks to your cleansing liquid. Li gently raised a hand, and Liu Wui felt an invisible force lifting him up from his knees. This scene left Liu Chongfeng and Liu Muqing deeply impressed. Truly, this senior is extraordinary. No need to thank me. It is merely business. Your success is your own merit, and thus your breakthrough has no bearing on me. Liu Chongfeng and Liu Muqing stepped forward. We pay our respects, senior. There are no seniors here. Just call me boss. Yes, boss. Liu Muqing smiled and said, Boss, I heard from Qingli that the cleansing liquid was won through a certain card of yours. Indeed, it was a scratch-off ticket. Boss, do you think we could try our luck as well? I apologize for our ignorance. I hope I did not offend you. Li chuckled. In business, one cannot refuse guests at the door. Thank you, boss. Please, come in, but I must mention, I will close in half an hour. Understood, we will not disturb you. Soon after, the Liu family entered the lottery shop. The arrival of the Liu family, especially the elder Liu Muqing, made Li feel a sense of impending embarrassment. In the corner, the 4 members of the Shi family shielded their faces with their sleeves, feeling utterly awkward. Who are these individuals? Oh, just a few who scratched cards but couldn't pay. They are waiting for their family to redeem them. I see. At that moment, Lu Wei furrowed his brow and approached slowly. Why do you seem so familiar? You are mistaken. I do not know you. It was better to remain silent. But upon speaking, Lu Wei instantly recognized him. Shi Yong? I am not. You are indeed. I could never mistake your voice. Lu Wei forcefully pulled aside Shi Yong's sleeve that was hiding his face. Why has your strength increased so dramatically? Lu Wei placed his hands on his hips, declaring, I have ascended to a higher realm. Xiaoyong, from now on, when you see me, you ought to bow your head and acknowledge your place. Do you understand? You've reached that level? Impossible. Why would I deceive you? Lu Wui's ascension was indeed thanks to the proprietor. Shi Yong cast a glance at Li, suddenly recalling something. The cleansing essence? Indeed. My sister spent 2,000 gold coins and struck the jackpot here with a bottle of cleansing essence. At that moment, the elder of the Shi family could no longer contain himself. What? 2,000 gold coins for cleansing essence? Can anyone enlighten this old man on what transpired? Lu Muqing stepped forward. Shi Longyan? You here too? He suddenly remembered Li's earlier words. Ha ha ha. In our youth, we reveled in dining and dashing. And now, nearing our graves, we still have not mended our ways. Muqing, I shall end you. A couple of coughs erupted, resounding like thunderclaps. The group turned simultaneously towards the source of the sound, where a pair of indifferent eyes were fixated upon them. In an instant, they all knelt on the ground, cold sweat trickling down their backs. The Shi and Lu families shared a deep-rooted history. It was said that the elders of both families were once close friends in their youth. However, their friendship soured when both fell in love with the same woman. Ultimately, Lu Muqing triumphed over Shi Longyan, winning the heart of the fair maiden. From then on, they severed ties, and for decades, their families have had little to no interaction, with their descendants frequently clashing whenever they encountered one another. In that moment, they momentarily forgot their surroundings, nearly leading to a grave mistake. Anxiety filled their hearts. Are we playing or not? If you continue your noise, be gone. We dare not offend the proprietor. Lily produced 2 stacks of scratch-off tickets. Choose for yourselves. The prices are known to Miss Lu. Understood, proprietor. The Lu family gathered around the counter, each selecting a ticket, all priced at 20 gold coins. It was Lu Wui's first experience with a 20 gold coin scratch-off ticket, and he felt a rush of excitement. His face flushed. Grandfather, father, the rules are quite simple. The details are noted in the bottom left corner. Oh, I see it. Then, the 4 began to scratch their tickets. I won 20 gold coins. I got 50. Mine's also 50. Ha ha ha, 100. Impudent child, be quiet. Lower your voice. Understood, father. As they erupted in laughter and excitement, the members of the Shi family felt a pang of envy. With Shi Yong's explanation, the 3 elders of the Shi family had grasped the lottery shop's mechanics. Proprietor. Yes. Shi Longyan rubbed his hands together, somewhat sheepishly stating, might we partake in this as well? You? Do you have the means? Rest assured when my daughter-in-law Pinger arrives. I assure you, we will not shortchange you, Shi Longyan promised confidently. Lily scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Shi Yong. We'll see when she arrives. For now, let us not discuss your lack of credibility, and I have no arrangements for credit here. Unfilial son, look at the trouble you have caused. Shi Pingyong reprimanded Shi Yong in a low, furious voice. Father, I didn't mean to. Have you ever seen such a way of playing? It's so deceptive. Before he could finish, his father covered his mouth. If you keep babbling, I wouldn't hesitate to sever familial ties. Chapter 7. The Passionate Smash of the Golden Egg. Shi Yong felt deeply aggrieved. Suddenly, his gaze caught something outside, under the moonlight. A familiar and gentle figure caused tears to stream down his face. Hush, quiet down. If you provoke the boss again, I will flay you alive. Shi Pingyong paused. Following his son's gaze, his eyes lighting up. Madam, sister-in-law, mother, silence, lower your voice. Shi Longyan barked. Then with a swift movement, he dashed to the door. His wrinkled old face was brimming with smiles. Pinger, quickly bring me some money. The woman chuckled softly. Yes, father. Saying this, she took out a storage pouch. Father, here are 3,000 gold. Good, my obedient daughter-in-law. Shi Longyan took the pouch and hurried to the counter, raising it high. Hey boss, we have money now. We'll settle the 30 gold debt first. No problem, that's 1,000 gold. After paying back the 30, convert the rest into those cards. Li nodded. 2 types. Which one do you want? The same as theirs. Shi Longyan pointed at Lu Muqing, who turned and spat. Shameless. All right, holding a stack of scratch cards. Shi Longyan found a spot for himself and began scratching with great enthusiasm. Madam, you finally arrived. With the debt cleared, Shi Pingyong and the others were free. As soon as they burst out of the shop, they were met with a cold glare. Now, tell me what exactly happened. The finance officer, with an imposing demeanor, had the three in his grasp. Madam, it was all this unfilial son's doing. Subsequently, Shi Pingyong recounted everything to his wife, Cheng Ping. Cheng Ping was taken aback, glancing at Li Yi, who looked utterly bored at the counter. There are such formidable individuals in Ningyang City. She was a perceptive woman. Although her husband and third uncle might occasionally be a bit irresponsible, they wouldn't deceive her regarding such matters. Moreover, Liu family's presence made it all the more credible. Liu Wui from the Liu family had actually won a vial of marrow-cleansing liquid and successfully achieved a breakthrough. Cheng Ping looked at Shi Yong. Her child was of the same age as Liu Wui, precisely at the age for awakening the marrow-cleansing process. She had initially planned to compete for the marrow-cleansing liquid at the Tianyuan auction house mid-year, but now it seemed they could advance that timeline. Furthermore, the Liu family had only used 2,000 gold. Cheng Ping felt quite tempted. She slowly approached the counter, beaming, and said, "Hello, boss." Li gave a slight nod in response. "Could you kindly explain the gameplay of these cards? It's all written on them. As long as you can read, you'll understand." Shi Yong eagerly stepped forward, brimming with excitement. "Mother, I can explain. I played before." Shi Pingyong and Shi Pingfeng exchanged glances and hastened over. "Madam, sister-in-law be gone. All right. Kindly procure for me 2,000 gold worth of scratch cards." Li was taken aback. This woman was decisive and forthright, truly the one in charge, possessing some prowess. 2,000 gold was precisely equivalent to 5 books. Cheng Ping retained 3 for herself and bestowed 2 upon her son. "Thank you, mother." Shi Yong regarded the cards as treasures, casting a sidelong glance at Liu Wui, silently encouraging himself. If he could achieve this, so could he. Unbeknownst to him, 2 imposing figures approached, their eyes gleaming with a greenish hue. "So, good nephew." "Don't know, mother." Cheng Ping, sensing the commotion, shot a fierce glance. The 2 hulking men shuddered, instinctively halting their actions, awkwardly scratching their heads and gazing skyward. "Third brother, the weather is quite pleasant today." "Indeed, elder brother, the stars are plentiful." Li was momentarily bewildered, looking towards the horizon. Stars? There was clearly nothing there. How could they fabricate such a tale? "Ha, I've struck gold, struck gold." "Father, what have you struck?" Shi Longyin, hands on hips, laughed uproariously. "A ticket with 12 winning areas, all prizes." Li glanced over, and indeed, it was true. Such occurrences were not uncommon in his previous life. A ticket with all 12 winning areas was a remarkable find. Totaling 800 gold, it was a substantial profit. "Father, that's impressive." Naturally, Shi Longyin cast a slightly provocative gaze at Liu Muqing, whose expression darkened. "What is there to be proud of? My Qingli has won the cleansing essence, valued at 100,000 gold. You." Shi Longyin's demeanor instantly wilted. What is so special about the cleansing essence? I could do it too. Good daughter-in-law. Good grandson, give it your all." The 2 families were divided along either side of the lottery shop, some scratching cards while others looked on eagerly, creating a lively atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lily had already entered the system space. Cheng Ping's 2,000 gold had been credited, the phase task completed, and the rewards distributed. Smashing golden eggs. Goodness, is this not a lottery shop? How did smashing golden eggs come into play? The rules for smashing golden eggs differed from those of scratch cards. There were a total of 100 choices, with 20 gold for each egg smashed. Once one egg was broken, the system would automatically replenish, effectively eliminating the issue of utilizing the venue to enhance probabilities. Furthermore, the rewards were plentiful, comprising various amounts of coins, common soldiers, magical artifacts, and techniques. Common soldiers, weapons of no particular rank, were inherently stronger than ordinary weapons, though they did not reach the level of magical artifacts. Magical artifacts in the Tianqing continent were classified into 4 grades: yellow, profound, earthly, and heavenly. The higher the grade, the more formidable and precious the artifact. Heavenly grade artifacts were exceedingly rare, said to be forged from the essence of the sun and moon, imbued with life, and priceless. For a remote, small town like Ningyang, yellow grade artifacts were already exceedingly valuable, while profound grade artifacts were typically possessed only by the higher echelons of sections. The same principle applies to cultivation techniques. The higher the rank, the more precious they become. Thus, the allure of this exhilarating venture, which promises golden rewards, is undeniably immense for practitioners. The second reward of the phase business task expands the domain to 5 square meters. System, you are rather stingy at this pace. When shall I manage to extend my domain to cover 100 miles? Patience, dear host. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. You have adopted a more literary tone. The next phase revenue task demands an impressive turnover of 50,000 gold, tenfold that of the previous task. However, if I can attract the wealthy from Mingyang City, it may not prove too difficult. The most effective means of increasing in-store clientele is through word-of-mouth promotion. This cannot be rushed, but should unfold naturally. My child, your luck seems to be lacking. Procure a couple of tickets for me to enjoy. Good nephew. Mother. Oh, you unfilial wretch. Alas, my lady, I was wrong, truly wrong. Sister-in-law, I said nothing. Having scratched all her tickets, Lu Qingli appeared somewhat disheartened. Boss, one more book, please. We are closing for the day. Return tomorrow. But tomorrow, I must return to the sect. I have taken a 5-day leave to visit home. And today is already the last day. Lu Qingli's spirits continued to dip. Returning to the sect? Are you a disciple? Indeed, boss. I joined the Yujin sect last year, after reaching the first rank. Li Li's eyes sparkled with interest. A sect, a worthy path. It is indeed too late today. However, since you're a regular, I shall sell you a few books to take home. If you win, you can come back to redeem your prize. Or you may ask someone else to do so. What does that sound? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingli's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. The system did not specify that one could only play in the store. After all, the redemption only recognizes winning tickets, which vanish upon exchange. Excellent. Father, I shall return to the sect tomorrow. The boss said I could take some home to scratch. Is that true? Lu Changfeng exclaimed. And everyone in the shop turned their gaze toward Li Li. Absolutely. If you cannot come to the store regularly, you may still play at home as long as you trust me. Simply bring the winning scratch cards for redemption. We certainly believe in your words, boss. Boss, give me 5 books. I wish to take them home and scratch them overnight. Father, I also desire 5. I will take 10. The two families eagerly placed their orders for tickets. Li Li was somewhat astonished, having sold a total of 32 books, including 12 tickets for the 10,000 gold grand prize and 20 tickets for the washing marrow liquid prize. The third phase of revenue instantly surpassed 8,000. Tomorrow, new projects will be introduced, featuring numerous grand prizes, magical instruments, cultivation techniques, and various trinkets. Feel free to come and enjoy. The crowd was left in awe. Magical instruments and cultivation techniques. Boss, do share a hint. How does one play? Is also a scratch card? The old man could hardly contain his anticipation. Last year, his cherished Duanshan blade was destroyed by a monstrous beast on Fengming Mountain, leaving him in urgent need of a suitable magical artifact. Lili Flesha Misterio Sumila Declaring. Tomorrow, you shall discover it, a wholly different form of play. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Although they did not comprehend the nature of Li Li's play, they nonetheless etched his words into their minds, promising to return on the morrow. Let us claim our rewards and disperse, for it has grown quite late. Very well, boss. A quarter of an hour later, the shop door was locked. Li Li washed up and retired for the night, swiftly entering the realm of dreams. On Fengming Mountain, 2 colossal presences intertwined and spiraled through the air. In the sky, a gigantic bird, spanning several dozen feet, soared past. Its entire body blazed red, flapping its wings amidst billowing flames. Hot on its heels was an icy aura, a serpentine body racing through the sky with astonishing speed. This, too, was a magnificent dragon, its scales a deep azure, leaving a trail of condensed frost in its wake. Chapter 8. The garlic bird curse you, scruffy bird. You seek your demise. A frigid voice sliced through the air like a sharp blade. Ning you have you no end? It is merely a worthless dragon pearl. Here, take it. The flaming bird flapped its wings, sending a cerulean orb soaring backward. The dragon, with its cold gaze fixed upon the orb, prepared to seize it, but to its astonishment, the dragon pearl transformed into an enormous fireball as it approached. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens. Ha ha, foolish ice block, dreaming of reclaiming the spirit pearl. You've tormented me long enough. Amidst the raging flames, an icy arrow, infused with a chilling aura, materialized. Scruffy bird, I shall end you. The ice arrow multiplied in midair, intertwining to form a vast net of frost that descended. Are you truly serious, you frozen wretch? The firebird, alarmed and furious, spread its wings, causing the temperature to spike abruptly, conjuring a tempest of flames. Burn through the heavens, shatter. The clash of the ice net and the flames erupted, painting the sky in a riot of colors. Moments later, an icy dragon-esque breath surged forth, and the firebird twisted in midair, narrowly evading it. Before unleashing a torrent of flames, to counter the dragon's breath. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, followed by a torrential downpour. Thunder roared and lightning crackled. Boom! The thunder crashed again, twice, thrice, and then a fourth time. This thunder. It's unusual. Foolish ice block. Cease your attacks. This thunder is strange. Yet the dragon remained heedless, unleashing another wave of icy breath. You imbecilic mother dragon. The flaming bird soared to evade, glancing at the relentless lightning still plummeting from the sky. This is the fourth nine thunder tribulation. A formidable being is undergoing tribulation near Foaming Mountain. The dragon's breath reappeared, but this time it inexplicably altered its course, hurtling towards the descending lightning. The proximity to the tribulation site caused the celestial energies to concentrate excessively, drawing in the calamity clouds, thus becoming ensnared by the tribulation. Foolish ice block, quickly halt. The flame bird let out a roar, but it was already too late. The thunderbolt descended, racing along the path of the dragon's breath. Beware, you frozen block. The river dragon coiled its body and fled rapidly. The pursuing thunder seemed to have a homing device, relentlessly chasing after them. A wave of warmth enveloped them. It was the flame bird. I am truly in awe of you. The flame bird grasped the river dragon with its talons and soared into the sky. Yet the thunder behind them was even swifter. This won't do. You go. I do not need your rescue. This is a calamity thunder. If it strikes you, it is certain death. As the thunder approached, the flame bird gritted its beak. Frozen block, whether life or death, I leave it to fate. With a low cry, the flame bird expanded to 100-foot size, spreading its wings to completely envelop the river dragon. Roar! The river dragon let out a fierce cry, breaking free from the wings and coiling around the flame bird. In that moment, dragon and phoenix intertwined, resonating with the laws of heaven and earth. Boom! In a morning, embracing the sun, a surge of positive energy filled the air. Lily descended the stairs, opened the door, and stretched lazily. The previous night had been filled with rain and thunder. Yet today he awoke to a sky of unblemished blue. The air was even fresher, delightful. Oh, where did this little sparrow come from? It was red and rather charming. At the doorstep, a palm-sized bird lay motionless on the ground. Lily squatted down to lift it and gave it a gentle shake. Is it dead? See, you stirred awake, opening its eyes. Humans? Where am I? What happened to the frozen block? Looking down, it was stunned. How could I, the illustrious blazing flame bird, end up in this pitiful state? It was the terrifying calamity cloud. Like humans, the demon race also had a sixth-grade realm known as demon core. At that moment, the demon core within him was dim and weak, completely devoid of its former robust luster. Moreover, its physical form had regressed to that of a juvenile. Thankfully, it had not turned to ash, but had merely become akin to an ordinary bird, requiring a long time to recover. How infuriating! I, see you, a formidable fourth-grade demon, have fallen to such a state, all because of that wretched thunder, who would come to Foaming Mountain to undergo tribulation anyway. Oh, you're not dead. Lily gently rubbed the little sparrow's head. Why does your belly seem so swollen? What have you eaten? See, was taken aback. The dragon pearl. Ning Yuyu's dragon pearl is in my belly. Hey, what are you doing, human? No. Lily held the little sparrow upside down and shook it. A small azure orb fell to the ground. What is this? The pearl was icy cool, likely useful in summer. Lily held it in his hand, rolling it around with increasing fascination, though it was a pity there was only one. Eating such things, wouldn't a pearl this size choke you? I saved you. So consider this as my reward. See, he was dumbfounded. Choke. Do you even know what that is before you start rolling it around? Suddenly, he caught sight of a vivid blue figure appearing from the side. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. What was that? His tooth had it fallen out? Ning Yuyu, are you all right? Lily swiftly grasped the small creature that had bitten him. To his surprise, it was a tiny snake. Although he had always harbored a disdain for such creatures, this one appeared less fearsome, for it was simply too beautiful. Its entire body shimmered in a brilliant azure hue, its smooth and delicate form accentuated by a charmingly adorable little head. It seemed that the tooth that had just bitten him had broken, but this only added to its cuteness. You feel quite cool to the touch, just like this little ball, Lily remarked, holding the small snake and a little sparrow. One in each hand. It seems fate has brought you to my doorstep. I often find myself bored alone. Would you care to keep me company? He promptly found a piece of string to tie the sparrow to the counter, ensuring it wouldn't fly away, as it was a bird after all. Pets, after all, require a bond to be nurtured before being set free. As for the small snake, it coiled comfortably in his palm, soft and pleasantly cool. Let us give you names. You shall be called Little Red, and you shall be Little Blue, he declared. The sparrow, see you, flapped its wings in protest, clearly displeased with such names. What ridiculous names! And who agreed to stay here? It struggled mightily, but in its injured state, it was no different from an ordinary bird, unable to break free. Stupid ice block, think of a way out. I cannot be captured by mere humans. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Ning Yi was feeling quite disheartened in Li Li's grasp. Not only had she sustained severe injuries, but her essential dragon pearl had been taken from her, and now she had lost a tooth. This is all your fault, you scruffy bird. If you hadn't stolen my dragon pearl, how could I have encountered the thunderstorm and ended up like this? Her icy gaze fell upon the little sparrow on the table, causing the latter to shiver involuntarily. Just lay low for now, at least we are still alive. Li placed the small snake on his shoulder as he prepared breakfast. Finding his home equipped with ample electrical appliances and kitchen facilities, the ingredients he had brought back from Ningyang City had filled the refrigerator to the brim. A simple bowl of tomato and egg noodles was quickly prepared. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, the once listless little snake opened its eyes, curious, and began to crawl along Li Li's arm to the table. Would you like to eat? Li chuckled, amused that a snake might enjoy noodles. He set aside a portion on the table, and the little snake slurped it up, its eyes slightly squinting in apparent delight. After finishing breakfast, Li opened the door to his shop. The sun rose higher in the sky as the first customers began to arrive. Shi Longyan strode in confidently, followed by Shi Yong and the brothers Shi Pingyang and Shi Pingfeng. There were also a few individuals Li had not seen before, all members of the Shi family's collateral line. "Boss, we're back," one called out. "Wow, boss, how exquisite. Where did you get this lovely little bird?" Shi Longyan attempted to caress the little red bird tethered on the table, but the creature flapped its wings furiously in resistance. Its small eyes radiated disdain, as if to say, "Human, do not approach me." Quite temperamental indeed. "Is this the extraordinary shop you mentioned, old master?" inquired several elderly individuals from the crowd. "Indeed, I tell you, the vial of marrow-cleansing liquid from the Liu family was procured right here at the cost of 2,000 gold coins. Remember, do not provoke the owner. His prowess is unfathomable, capable of annihilating us with a mere flick of his fingers." Upon hearing this, the crowd swallowed nervously in unison. "Understood. We shall certainly bear this in mind." Li descended from upstairs. "Quite early, isn't it? Have you met the owner?" "No need for such formality." As he spoke, Li gestured towards the courtyard outside. Instantly, a flash of golden light illuminated the ground, revealing a collection of golden eggs, each identical in size, about the size of a palm, arranged in perfect order. "Owner, is this the new game you mentioned yesterday?" "Indeed, the rules are simple. Smash the golden eggs, and the rewards lie within, purely relying on luck. 20 gold coins for a chance." Shi Pingyang nodded. "It is indeed straightforward." Li chuckled. "Who would like to try first?" "I shall go first." Shi Longyan eagerly stepped forward. "You all go and scratch your cards. We must extract the marrow-cleansing liquid today. That young one from the Liu family has already ascended, and younger must not lag behind." Shi Pingyang smiled confidently. "Father, just watch. With so many people here today, we will surely succeed." Prior to this, Cheng Ping, the financial supervisor of the Shi family, had provided him with 5,000 gold coins, solely for the purpose of acquiring the marrow-cleansing liquid, redeeming the scratch-off tickets from the previous night. Shi Pingyang and Shi Pingfeng each held 5 scratch-off cards as they approached the courtyard. Goodness, scratching while watching the golden eggs. The other members of the Shi clan, meanwhile, diligently paid from their own pockets at the counter to scratch their cards. "Owner, let me start with 200 gold coins." 200 gold coins equated to 10 chances. After the transaction, Li handed Shi Longyan a golden hammer, exquisitely crafted and fitting comfortably in hand. Shi Longyan rubbed his hands together, took a deep breath, and swung the small golden hammer down. A crisp cracking sound resonated as the first golden egg shattered. Did anything come out? The Shi Pingyang brothers, vigilant for any signs, crouched down to inspect. "It's out, father." "What did you find? Is it a magical artifact?" "Well, father, not exactly." Shi Pingyang waved an item he retrieved from the golden egg fragments towards his father. Shi Longyan's lips twitched. "A copper coin." He cast a resentful glance at Li, who waved his hand dismissively. "A copper coin is still a reward. It's better than nothing." "The owner speaks wisely. This is just the first hammer. Let us continue." Shi Longyan persisted. With a second strike, another copper coin emerged. The third strike yielded nothing. "Shall we try again?" Li covered his forehead, It was akin to being rewarded with an opportunity to smash a golden egg. Not bad. Indeed, certainly better than mere copper coins. Continuing onward, several more strikes yielded nothing, leaving only emptiness. The final strike approached. Taking a deep breath, Shi Longyan brought the hammer down. Something emerged, father. This time it's different, not copper coins. What is it? Silver coins. The smile on Shi Longyan's face abruptly froze. Get lost. You two ungrateful wretches are affecting me. Go and scratch your cards. Observing their father's rising temper, the Shi brothers hastily distanced themselves, scratching their cards while furtively glancing towards the golden egg area. Shi Longyan quickly regained his composure, for with yesterday's card-scratching experience, he understood that valuable items do not manifest so easily. Boss, let us go for another 200 gold. No, 500 gold. After the transaction, he resumed smashing the golden eggs. After 10 strikes, 5 copper coins were acquired. Another 10 strikes later, Shi Longyan's spirits plummeted. Although the grand prizes from scratching cards were rare, the smaller rewards appeared with reasonable frequency. However, with the golden egg, he had thus far only reaped 2 silver and 9 copper. 5 strikes remained. By heaven, I refuse to believe it. Shi Longyan inhaled deeply and swung the hammer down once more. Lily's gaze followed, and suddenly his expression shifted. Something was revealed, not coins. Shi Longyan quickly crouched to inspect, pulling an object from within. What is this? As Lily recognized the item in his hand, his face darkened. The rewards from smashing the golden egg were random and varied, encompassing a multitude of categories. According to the system, there was even a chance to unearth some unexpected treasures. However, the specifics eluded Li, and he held no interest. But surely, was a bottle of soda such a trivial reward? Boss, what is this? Lily's lips twitched. This is cola. Cola? Such a peculiar name. Boss, what use does this have? Well, it brings joy. Indeed, this was merely a bottle of ordinary cola, which, aside from uplifting one's spirits, served little other purpose. Oh, and it can elevate one's blood sugar. Under Lily's guidance, Shi Longyan twisted off the cap and took a large gulp. Drinking too hastily, the bubbles lodged in his throat, causing him to involuntarily belch. Upon further savoring, the more he tasted, the brighter his eyes became. Delicious, sweet, invigorating. Are you happy? Happy. Shi Longyan gazed at the half bottle of cola in his hand. What a splendid item. In all his years, he had never encountered such a thrilling drink. Father, what are you drinking? The Shi brothers leaned closer, their eyes fixed intently on the half bottle of cola. Get lost. Shi Longyan stowed the cola into his storage bag. Father, good things must be shared. Share what? If you want to drink, go smash your own golden egg. I'll do it. Do what? I haven't had my fill yet. Go scratch your cards. The Shi brothers wore solemn expressions as they returned to the side to continue scratching off tickets. With a few more strikes, they resolved to persevere. After several blows, the final strike revealed an object, a long black blade, a weapon of ordinary quality. It was an exquisite sword, far superior to those crafted at the Mo family's weapon shop, worth at least 300 gold coins. Having regained some vitality, Shi Longyan prepared to rally his spirits. Boss, we have arrived, announced Li as he looked up to see members of the Lu family approaching. Lu Qingli was absent, yet familiar faces were present, alongside several unfamiliar ones. Were they from the Badao sect? Shi Longyan narrowed his eyes. Lu Muqing, the patriarch of the Lu family, was acquainted with Elder Wu Santong of the Badao sect. Upon Lu Wui's initial foray into cultivation, Lu Muqing sought to leverage this connection to have him join the Badao sect. Early this morning, Wu Santong had come to Qingyang City and unexpectedly discovered Lu Wui's profound talent, thus taking him as a personal disciple. In Qingyang City, possessing such talent was exceptional, qualifying him as a core disciple of the sect. The Lu family rejoiced and hosted a banquet in celebration. During the festivities, Wu Santong learned in casual conversation about the lottery shop 30 miles outside Qingyang City. Boss, we are back. Lili exclaimed cheerfully. Welcome. Allow me to introduce. This is Elder Wu of the Badao sect. Lili nodded. Suddenly, he felt an invisible force surging toward him. Elder Wu was probing him with spiritual sight. It was indeed somewhat presumptuous. Puff. Wu Santong's expression turned to one of terror as he spat out a mouthful of blood and stumbled backward. His earlier perception had seemingly drawn him into a terrifying, endless abyss. This person possesses formidable strength. Even the sect leader would appear insignificant before him. Such discourtesy upon our first meeting is rather unbecoming, came a light remark. Given Wu Santong's current state, Lu Muqing quickly grasped what had transpired. Wu brother, did I not advise you against being disrespectful? Boss, I apologize on behalf of my brother Wu. Lu Muqing hastily knelt in apology. Beside him, Wu Santong followed suit. Kneeling as well. It is my disrespect. Please forgive me, esteemed elder. His pallid complexion revealed he had sustained considerable injury. Please pardon us, boss. Lu Wui also knelt to plead for leniency on behalf of his newly acknowledged master. Li Li cast a glance at the trio and remained silent. Thank you, boss. Lu Muqing and Lu Wui quickly assisted Wu Santong to his feet. Wu brother, one must not act recklessly here. Lu brother, who is this individual? How would I know? In any case, Wu brother, do not err again. It was my impudence. I should not have forgotten Lu brother's admonition. Chapterdis, martial technique. Shi Longyan brought the hammer down, and the golden egg erupted with a brilliant light, sending him staggering back several meters. Father, are you all right? Shi Longyan brushed off his clothes, his body unharmed, yet he pondered the cause of such an event. Your turn has ended, Li Li gently reminded him. Shi Longyan suddenly realized, my apologies, esteemed boss. I was so engrossed that I momentarily forgot. It was of no consequence. It turned out the system possessed such a feature, allowing him to divert his gaze elsewhere. After all, without a financial incentive, no golden eggs could be cracked open. Boss, 50 attempts. 1,000 gold coins, please. After completing the transaction, Shi Longyan glanced at Lu Muqing with a sly smirk. Lu Muqing, uninterested in his antics, dismissed him. This was neither the time nor place for quarrels. Boss, is this the new method you mentioned yesterday? Indeed, you may also give it a try. Lu Muqing, brimming with enthusiasm, retrieved 1,000 gold coins from his storage pouch. Boss, I too desire 50 attempts. He then turned to the side, addressing Wu Santong. Brother Wu, would you care to give it a go? Wu Santong pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I'll observe for now. Do not mind me, Brother Lu. Very well. Lu Muqing approached Shi Longyan, and Li Li handed him an identical small golden hammer. The little sparrow behind the counter sprang to its feet. Another heavenly-grade artifact appeared, looking precisely the same. It was astonishing. Such a supreme treasure could seemingly be mass-produced in this place. The two elderly gentlemen, standing a meter apart, locked eyes, igniting sparks of competition. Oomph. They both scoffed simultaneously and began to select their desired golden eggs. With rhythmic cracking sounds, they took turns, one left, one right. Suddenly, a number flashed in Li Li's mind. 80. I just cracked a silver coin. I got 1 gold. Let's do it again. Once more. A mundane weapon. Lu Muqing burst into laughter. Old Lu, it seems you can't keep up. The rivalry between the two was palpable. Shi Longyan gleefully stashed away his second mundane weapon, a mocking grin adorning his face. Lu Muqing remained silent, continuing to strike. Crack. A golden legend surely must be something extraordinary. With the hammer's descent, the golden egg radiated brilliance, instantly capturing everyone's attention. All those engaged in card scraping rushed outside. Grandfather, come quickly to see what it is. Lu Muqing took a deep breath, cracked open the shell, and retrieved an item. The 3 styles of ocean shaking. It was a martial technique of the yellow grade. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. It truly can yield graded martial techniques. It seemed evident that there were also methods and treasures involved. The boss had not deceived them. The Lu family members surged forward, elated. It is essential to understand that any item of graded quality could not merely be appraised by monetary value. Particularly in a small place like Qingyang City, most of a younger generation from esteemed families merely inherited yellow-grade techniques and martial skills. Even within sects, such treasures were exceedingly rare, while newly admitted disciples could each select one technique. Acquiring additional ones necessitated substantial contributions to the sect. For instance, the martial skill of a yellow grade that Wu Santong takes the most pride in was exchanged with the painstakingly accumulated contribution points of his sect. Naturally, the direct disciples differ. They're the apprentices of the elders within the sect, and as long as the elder is willing, they can impart their knowledge. Moreover, it is of utmost importance that the sect's techniques and martial arts are not to be shared with outsiders. Those who contravene this rule face severe punishment. At this moment, the most astonishing presence on the scene was undoubtedly Wu Santong. He watched intently as Lu Muqing smashed a mere 30 or so golden eggs, accumulating less than 600 gold coins, yet he obtained a yellow grade martial skill. This revelation utterly shattered Wu Santong's worldview. He turned to Li Li, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Senior, I too wish to try. Of course, Li Li replied. equally surprised that Lu Muqing had procured a yellow-grade martial skill after only a handful of attempts. Nonetheless, this was a fortuitous development. Establishing a reputation would surely entice others to partake. Just observe those at the counter scratching cards. Their belief is rooted in the fact that Lu Qingli had drawn the precious cleansing liquid, convinced that it exists, though they merely lack the fortune to uncover it themselves. Lu Muqing carefully stowed the yellow-grade martial skill into his storage bag and solemnly addressed Li Li. "Boss, thank you. Lili Smilat. It is all due to your own fortune. No need for gratitude." It must be said that the Lu family possesses a touch of luck, as the two most valuable prizes thus far have come from them. Some rejoiced, while others despaired. Conversely, the members of the Shi family were far from composed. Why should that old man have such fortune? Indeed, why should he? It was clear that the elder had arrived first. Yet he was the one to strike the grand prize first. It is simply unjust. This is not fair. Father, please do not strike. Observing his two sons acting like parrots, Shi Longyan's frustration boiled over. He kicked each of them in the rear. "Get out of here. Have you even scratched the cleansing liquid yet? Hurry up." The Shi brothers, sensing their father's ire, hurried into the shop. "Boss, let me have 50 more tries." Li Li approached slowly. Fortune is inherently fickle. Just because it hasn't T manifested yet does not mean it won T in the future. Perhaps the next strike will yield a reward, or even two in succession. Upon hearing this, Shi Longyan's eyes lit up. "Boss, is that truly the case?" Li Li's lips twitched slightly. "I was merely offering you words of comfort." Yet, Shi Longyan seemed to be quite taken by this notion. "The boss is right. I feel my luck is about to arrive." With newfound vigor, he began to strike the golden eggs with fervor, muttering to himself, "I can do this. I will succeed." "Come on." Li Li sighed inwardly, watching the frenzy unfold. Lu Muqing approached with a proud demeanor, theatrically clearing his throat. "Oh dear, I see you've smashed over 100 golden eggs. Are you certain you can manage, old man Shi?" Such sarcasm was unmistakable. However, to everyone's surprise, Shi Longyan remained unperturbed, standing upright with an air of tranquility. He retrieved a half-consumed bottle of cola from his storage bag, twisted off the cap, and took a small sip. Refreshing. Lu Muqing was momentarily taken aback. "What is this? A newly unearthed treasure. What purpose does it serve?" Shi Longyan chuckled. "I might as well tell you, this black liquid can extend one's lifespan." Upon hearing this, Lu Muqing's heart trembled. An 8th-grade cultivator's lifespan is akin to that of an ordinary person. Only those who reach the core formation stage can expect an increase in longevity. Now, at his advanced age, each significant advancement becomes extraordinarily arduous, compounded by his merely average talent. The prospect of reaching core formation seems bleak. Meanwhile, Wu Santong approached with an excited expression. "Is that true?" he inquired. "Why would I deceive you? This is indeed a treasure from the boss's establishment." Just as he was about to ask further, Li Li entered the room unbeknownst to them. Lu Muqing and Wu Santong exchanged glances. Do we believe it? Certainly. It is not surprising for someone of the boss's caliber to possess something that enhances longevity. Observing the envy in their eyes, Shi Longyan felt a surge of satisfaction. What if it were a fabrication? Regardless, he had vented his frustrations, and that alone brought him joy. After taking another sip, he carefully tucked away the bottle of cola and resumed his endeavor of cracking golden eggs. Meanwhile, in Qingzhou, amidst a serpentine mountain range, at the Jade Sword Sect's teaching hall, a venerable elder with flowing white hair expounded upon the foundational techniques of the sect on a circular platform. Below, in a corner, a delicately featured young girl was half lying on the ground, engrossed in her task. "Qingli, Qingli." The girl tilted her head and whispered, "Has the lecture concluded?" "Not yet. What are you doing down there? You've been fiddling on the floor for ages. Mind your own business. I'm busy. Keep an eye on Elder's son for me." Chapter 11. Elder's Sunday. After Lu Qingli spoke, she immersed herself back in her work. Suddenly, a powerful aura locked onto her. Dazed, she lifted her head to find the white-haired elder staring directly at her. Lu Qingli's heart sank. "This is bad. I've been discovered." After the lecture, as expected, she was retained. "Are you dissatisfied with my teaching?" The elderly gentleman, with a kindly demeanor, regarded her with a bemused smile. Lu Qingli quickly replied, "Elder son, you've misunderstood. I certainly did not mean that." "Then why are you so distracted?" Lu Qingli was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to explain. "What are those cards?" Lu Qingli's heart skipped a beat. What cards? What do you mean by that?" The usually gentle elder son's tone grew stern, his expression serious. "They are lottery tickets." "What do you mean by lottery tickets?" Lu Qingli scratched her head, feeling quite embarrassed. "How should I put this?" As she spoke, a subtle pressure accompanied Elder Sun's voice. Lu Qingli was drenched in cold sweat. Reluctantly, she recounted the events at the lottery shop in detail. Elder Sun, upon hearing her, was filled with righteous indignation. Preposterous. A mere shop in the mountains dares to endanger the young disciples of the Yujian sect. But Elder Sun, please allow me to explain, she implored. No need for further words. I shall handle this matter myself. Such deceitful schemes that corrupt the hearts of men must be eradicated to prevent further harm. Elder, rest assured, as no life has been lost. I shall not take the villain's life, he declared before ascending into the air on his flying sword. Lu Qingli was left dumbfounded. Can you not let me finish? She thought. How could a seventh-tier elder dare to speak in such a manner? That is the shopkeeper. Yet, Elder Sun was already soaring away. This cannot be. If Elder Sun confronts him, he could very well be struck down. Realizing this, Lu Qingli hurriedly dashed towards the sect's entrance, only to be intercepted. What to do? What to do? She anxiously paced in place. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the ancient bell in the center of the square. Gritting her teeth, she sprinted towards it. Zong! The entire Yujian sect was stirred into action. The sect leader, Luo Hongyan, was the first to appear, followed swiftly by the elders and numerous disciples. Who has rung the alarm bell? In the lottery shop, came the reply. What are you two doing? Shi Pingfeng grimaced. Father, your luck is truly abysmal. After 200 strikes, this is what we get. Before he could finish, Shi Longyan delivered a resounding slap across his face. Shut your mouth, you scoundrel. A glance at Lu Muqing revealed that he was oblivious, diligently striking the eggs. Relieved. Thankfully, he had not been exposed. In the eyes of that old man, he was regarded as someone who had once possessed treasures that extended life. Maintaining one's dignity was paramount, especially in front of such an elder. Father, perhaps I should give it a try? Get lost. If we do not produce the cleansing liquid today, neither of you will return home. The Shi brothers shrank back. Once more retreating into the shop, the two brothers scraped a plethora of cards, their hands weary, yet they had not uncovered the cleansing liquid. It must be bad luck today. The third brother's words resonated with the eldest, who shared the same sentiment. Indeed, brother, shall we continue? I plan to save some gold for the fragrant pavilion. Shi Pingyang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Your words have awakened me from my stupor. When, after marrying, have I ever carried so much money? What a rare opportunity. Uncle, I am still here. The Shi brothers turned to see Shi Yang's forlorn expression. Nephew, together? At this, Shi Yang's face shifted from dazed to astonished, then to unrestrained joy. Is it true? Shi Pingfeng responded with an incredulous expression. You little rascal. How dare you dream such thoughts? It is, of course, a fabrication. If your mother discovers this, I am finished. Shi Yang's expression transformed from elation to disappointment, and finally to disdain. Why were you two chatting so much just now? Shi Pingyang shrugged. My hands are sore, just taking a break to chat for fun. Shi Yang rolled his eyes and continued scratching off cards. Meanwhile, Lili listened to the conversation among the three foolish members of the Shi family, his expression shifting from shock to amusement, and finally to speechlessness. How he wished he could hit them. Suddenly, he sensed a chilling aura approaching from outside the courtyard. Everyone in the yard immediately halted their actions and turned to the entrance. An elderly man with white hair and a frosty demeanor strode in. He was taken aback to discover that this disreputable establishment had harmed so many, it could not be allowed to persist. Today, he would act on behalf of justice. Lu Muqing was momentarily stunned. Was he looking for trouble? Of course. How could one not notice the murderous intent upon entering? The old man was indeed, where did you get that stool? Lu Muqing turned around to find Shi Longyan already seated on a small stool. Prepare to watch the drama unfold. Behind him, two other foolish sons squatted on the ground, unable to find seats. Grandfather, master, would you like some sunflower seeds? Behind him, his grandson Lu Wui tugged at his sleeve, offering a handful of seeds. Lu Muqing's lips twitched. You know he asked, looking for trouble? Aren't you going to help? Shi Longyan chuckled coldly. Let us not forget, this is the boss's territory. Who here could possibly match that old man's formidable aura? Peak of the 7th rank. Wu Santong spat out a seed shell and spoke nonchalantly. Among the customers present, he was the most powerful at the initial stage of the 7th rank. But against this man, he would undoubtedly perish. Very well. Lu Muqing turned back and took a handful of sunflower seeds from Lu Wui, finding enjoyment in the unfolding spectacle. Upon hearing the noise, he glanced over to see Shi Longyan had inexplicably acquired a plate of dried almonds. Delicious. Behind, the clan members of both families twitched at the corners of their mouths. Was this something to compare? In a word, absurd. Lily slowly stepped out of the lottery shop. Are you the owner here? Indeed. At such a young age, I did not expect your thoughts to be so malicious. Lily raised an eyebrow. Elder, I don't believe we've even met, have we? It matters not whether you know me. Your establishment reeks of corruption, seducing the hearts of men, compelling addiction, and leading them astray. What is the difference from the demonic path? From today onwards, you shall close your shop. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. One obstinate old fool. Certainly, Lily acknowledged that lottery tickets fostered a certain negative atmosphere. But it was not to such an extent. After all, the prizes were indeed real, and judging by the business over the past 2 days, the customers were profiting. A vial of cleansing essence, a manual of yellow-grade martial arts, worth at least hundreds of thousands of gold in the market. Close the shop? Absolutely not. It had barely been a day since he started playing, and if he closed it now, where would he find enjoyment? No, that was out of the question. Boss, don't listen to him. You absolutely cannot shut down. The crowd began to murmur. Unanimously opposing Elder Sunday, Lily furrowed his brow and said, You may leave. I shall pretend you were never here. Upon witnessing the collective support for Lily, a hint of sorrow surfaced in Elder Sun's gaze, which swiftly morphed into anger. You have caused considerable harm. Today, I shall act in accordance with justice, exclaimed the elder, displaying remarkable fervor. How audacious! A 7th-tier expert exhibiting the aura of a 1st-tier. Impressive. I believe I recognize this individual. All the onlookers turned their attention to Wu Santong, eagerly anticipating further developments. Sun Changfeng of the Jade Sword sect. It is said that in his youth he was a celebrated scholar, but was unjustly persecuted by treacherous officials, losing his position and being relegated to commoner status. Disheartened, he joined the Jade Sword sect and became a teaching elder. Chapter 12. The Murong clan of Yinzhou. Thus, it becomes clear, officials are often rigid and inflexible. Elder, the world has changed. It is time to return and cease this commotion. Sun Changfeng remained deaf to reason, flicking his fingers, causing a long sword to soar from behind him, transforming into a streak of silver light aimed at Li Li. Since you are so obstinate, do not hold me accountable for my ruthlessness. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as the silver sword halted mere inches from Li Li, thwarted by an invisible force. Old man, you remind me of an acquaintance, a primary school language teacher who was also my homeroom teacher. Stubborn, steadfast in his beliefs, yet not malicious. Boom! Lily grasped the sword's tip, twisting it gently until the long sword disintegrated into ashes. Consider this your recompense for seeking trouble today. Depart now, and I shall spare your life. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Sun Changfeng's pupils widened, his heart stirred by the strength of this young man. Yet, he stood resolutely, refusing to yield. You are indeed formidable, but wrongdoing remains wrongdoing. Even if you were to kill me today, I would still hope for your redemption. Lily's expression turned cold. With such resolve, why not confront the demon and beast races instead of posturing here as a paragon? Being overly obstinate renders one less endearing. Sun Changfeng raised his head defiantly, declaring, When the human race battles the demon and beast tribes, I shall stand at the forefront. Since you are so insistent, then wait. Suddenly, several figures burst into the courtyard. Do not engage. The leader was a woman in her 30s, clad in a simple white robe. Sectmaster, what brings you here? Elder son, cease this folly and return with me. Absolutely not. Today. Before he could finish, a silencing spell was cast upon Sun Changfeng's lips, swiftly followed by a binding rope. Several elders seized him and began to drag him away. This entire sequence left Li Li with a dark expression. They must have done this before. At this moment, Wu Santong continued. Although Elder Sun has grown disillusioned with the court, his heart for justice remains unscathed. Even while teaching the Jade Sword sect, he cannot ignore the call of injustice and will descend the mountain to rectify it. The amusing tales of the sect captivated everyone present. One intriguing character Elder Sun is. Luo Hongyan felt her ears flush slightly and offered a respectful nod to Li Li. I apologize for the disturbance. If the people from the Jade Sword sect had not arrived, Lily might have truly harmed Sun Changfeng. After all, the lottery shop must continue its operation. No circumstance could compel him to close it. The system's task is to manage the lottery shop. It grants him protection in this world. Otherwise, he faces certain demise. Yet, for some reason, Lily found it difficult to act against this old man. He resembled a strict homeroom teacher from his past life, harsh and stubborn. But without him, Lily would likely have dropped out of school long ago. Ignoring Luo Hongyan, Lily turned and entered the lottery shop. Just then, A commotion arose at the entrance. A young gentleman strolled in, accompanied by two beautiful maidens. It was unexpected to find such a striking little building in a remote corner of Qingzhou. How intriguing. It was quite a crowd. The young man surveyed the room, a subtle smile gracing his face. With precision, he locked his gaze on Li Li, undoubtedly recognizing him as the proprietor of this establishment. I presume you are the master of this place. Lili Nudda. It's a charming little building. How much is it? I shall purchase it. Ah, the demeanor of a spoiled young master. Another troublemaker in the midst. The onlookers perked up with interest. Luo Hongyan remained, her attention fixed on this youthful noble. Lu Qingli, merely an ordinary disciple, had been skeptical, but upon arriving at the entrance, she witnessed the young master effortlessly shatter Sun Chongfeng's gentlemanly sword. Moreover, Luo Hongyan found him utterly inscrutable. Not for sale. Few things pique my interest, so name your price. I am willing to pay anything. Li Li's brow furrowed slightly. Do you not understand human language? Impudent. At once, the two maidens stepped forward. Silence. This is no place for your words. Faced with the young master's wrath, the maidens quickly knelt. My lord, we were in error. Since you are unwilling to part with it, we shall not press further. The young master then casually advanced into the lottery shop, while the Lu and Sure family members automatically made way for him. He was clearly a scion of a wealthy family, someone to be treated with respect. In the courtyard, Lu Muqing and Sure Longyan exchanged glances. It seemed this young man was an unfamiliar figure in Qingyang City. What does the lottery shop sell? Lili gestured towards the scratch-off game instructions. See for yourself. Ah, I see. It appears quite entertaining. One of the maidens brought him a chair. The young master seated himself. I am Murong Yi from Yunzhou. May I inquire your name? As these words fell, a collective shock rippled through the crowd. Yunzhou, a region of remarkable affluence and power, is second only to the capital in the Wuqiao dynasty. The Murong clan, one of the three foremost families of Yunzhou, is particularly formidable, said to be guarded by a third-tier master of the Yi realm. It is imperative not to offend the scions of such illustrious lineages. The gathered crowd tacitly retreated to the courtyard, wishing to avoid any potential conflict with him. Inside the lottery shop remained only Li Li and Murong, along with her two maidservants. Yet, what perplexed everyone was the presence of a noble scion in such a remote town as Ningyan. The title is inconsequential. Simply call me boss. Murong Yi remarked, a flicker of something unusual passing through her gaze. The individual before her exhibited no reaction upon hearing the name of the Murong clan, leaving her unable to discern his strength or background. An instinctive wariness began to take hold of her. Since I have nothing to occupy my time, why not bring me some scratch cards to play? He proposed. What type do you desire? That one. Murong Yi indicated towards the 20 gold scratch cards. How many would you like? All of them. Lili smirked. Are you certain? Murong Yi paused for a moment. Of course. Well, a generous soul has appeared. Lili thought to himself. With agile hands, he swiftly placed all the 20 gold scratch cards before her, exactly 50 in total. Just as Murong Yi was about to summon her maid to settle the bill, a startling event unfolded. In the blink of an eye, the previously empty row of scratch cards on the counter replenished itself entirely. Typically, such a quantity would never sell at once. So when Li Li requested the system to restock, it had not been immediate or conspicuous. However, today was a day of great fortune. Murong Yi was taken aback, rubbing her eyes to confirm her sight. Li Li, uninterested in her astonishment, was eager to seize the opportunity presented by this unsuspecting patron. Restock, restock, he called out. Before long, he swiftly placed an entire new row of scratch cards in front of Murong Yi. As he turned around, the counter was once again fully stocked. Murong Yi sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with disbelief. Xiao Rou, did you see that? Young master, I witnessed it, replied her maid. To the supreme realm. Murong Yi trembled, the earlier composure entirely vanished. For a cultivator to ascend from the third-tier harmonization realm to the second-tier supreme realm, one must endure the purifying trials of the 4-9 thunder tribulations. Surviving these tribulations leads to the shedding of the physical body and the elevation of spiritual power, often referred to as celestial spiritual power. Only those who have transcended the tribulations and possess celestial spiritual power can manipulate matter from thin air in the path of cultivation. If the 6th-tier core formation realm is regarded as the first threshold, then the second threshold is the thunder tribulations faced by those of the 3rd tier and above. Not only in Wuqiao, but throughout the entire Tianqing continent, Practitioners of the supreme realm are indeed few and far between. While she remained in a daze, Lily had already restocked 4 times. 200 cards, totaling 80,000 gold. The system's periodic revenue task has been fulfilled. Mu Rongyi eventually came to her senses, gazing at the towering pile of scratch cards before her. Stop, stop, stop. Lily turned around and exclaimed, aren't we supposed to cover everything? Chapter 13, The River of the Celestial Sect. Mu Rongyi's lips twitched at the thought of covering it all. With such an endless amount, how many gold coins would it take to cover everything? No, this is sufficient, senior. Lily aperat sumawat disappointa. Very well, this totals 80,000 gold coins. Mu Rongyi exhaled in relief and hurriedly instructed her maid to make the payment. Fortunately, this senior did not make things difficult for her. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the sales target. Rewards have been distributed. Lily did not immediately check the rewards, as more visitors arrived at the entrance, and there were quite a few. What's going on? Why is my humble shop so bustling today? The holy son of the celestial sect has arrived. Non essentiel personnel, retraite. A commanding voice echoed, accompanied by a formidable aura that left everyone in the courtyard astounded. In the entire Wu dynasty, only 3 places could lay claim to the name of the celestial sect: the Xiantian celestial sect, the Haoyue celestial sect, and the Piaomiao celestial sect. Leading the group was a young man clad in black, striking in appearance, with sharply defined features, his eyes partially closed and his expression impassive. Get lost, shouted a plump middle-aged man beside him. The customers in the courtyard, aware of their inability to provoke such figures, prepared to leave. At that moment, a figure suddenly flashed into view, causing the plump man's pupils to constrict. Not good, danger! The oppressive aura exploded, enveloping the entire courtyard. 6th grade Golden Core Realm. A crisp slap resounded, sending a 5th grade expert flying against the courtyard wall, creating a large hole. Boss! The group, led by Sure Longyan, hurriedly bowed, their hearts filled with astonishment. The boss was incredibly powerful. A 6th grade expert was dispatched in a single strike, without any chance to retaliate. Conduct your business freely. I will not impede those who choose to leave voluntarily. There is no need to fear any threats. Yes, boss. With the boss's appearance, the customers straightened their backs. What are you dawdling for? Those scratching cards continue, and those smashing golden eggs, keep at it. Mu Rongyi spoke up, adding, what the senior said is true. With the senior present, everyone may indulge in merriment. As she spoke, she squatted at the entrance of the lottery shop, scratching away at her card. Though her attention remained fixed on the black-clad figures in the courtyard, the Haoyue celestial sect has arrived. It seems that Foaming Mountain is about to become lively. Lili, with an expressionless countenance, turned his gaze towards the black-clad youth. You may conduct business. Troublemakers should leave. As everyone surged forward, they were halted by the black-clad youth. Step back. The black-clad youth cautiously regarded Li. I am Chu He of the Haoyue celestial sect. May I inquire which senior sect you represent? Lili raised an eyebrow. What sect? I have not heard of it. Chu He's expression shifted slightly. What should I call you, senior? Lili pressed his fingers against his forehead. I'm not any sort of senior. With a single gesture, the portly figure, unconscious near the courtyard wall, abruptly vanished only to reappear at the foot of the winding river. This astonishing spectacle left all witnesses utterly astounded. You shall compensate for the damages to this establishment at the stipulated price. Chu He stammered, bewildered, but did you not cause the damage to the wall? Yet, the penetrating gaze of Li filled Chu He with an unprecedented sense of peril. This seemingly youthful proprietor possessed a formidable presence that was truly intimidating. Surely, this outward appearance was a mere facade, concealing the essence of a long-lived and powerful being. I apologize, esteemed senior. It was the impertinence of a younger generation. Chu He, reluctantly, produced a storage ring, stating, herein lies 500,000 gold coins as compensation for your losses. 500,000 gold coins, indeed. As expected of the holy son of the celestial sect, his generosity was remarkable. Lili accepted the ring without a flicker of emotion, paused for a moment, and then tossed the storage ring back. Upon inspection, Chu He discovered the gold coins had vanished. Such an act confirmed it. He was undoubtedly a formidable being beyond the supreme realm. As I mentioned, guests are to be welcomed. If there were any disturbances, it was our fault. Rest assured, there will be no trouble. Chu He hastily assured. Lili nodded and entered the lottery shop. You come here. Mu Rongyi was taken aback, but quickly approached. Esteemed senior, how may I assist you? Just call me boss. Tell me, has anything noteworthy occurred in this vicinity Recently? Mu Rongyi, bewildered, responded, Boss, you're unaware? Should I be informed? Ah. Mu Rongyi offered an awkward smile, continuing. It is said that a mysterious third-grade master attempted to transcend tribulation near Fengming Mountain the day before yesterday, but ultimately succumbed to the heavenly lightning, perishing in the process. This left behind a heavenly-grade artifact within Fengming Mountain. So, these people are all after the heavenly-grade artifact? Mu Rongyi nodded. Elaborating further, heavenly-grade artifacts are exceedingly rare. With this individual's demise, the artifact has become ownerless and lies hidden within Fengming Mountain. I see. Observing Lily's facial expressions. Mu Rongyi discerned that he genuinely seemed unaware of this information. Notably, this news had circulated throughout the entire martial realm in recent days. Such a master, situated so close to Fengming Mountain, implied only one possibility. The heavenly-grade artifact was of no interest to him. The small sparrow on the table seemed eager to chime in, affirming that indeed, the tools here for laying golden eggs were all heavenly-grade artifacts. It would be a miracle if he found them appealing. The corners of Li Li's mouth curled slightly. It appeared that the coming days would be exceptionally lively. Those arriving were all influential figures, with representatives from the three great celestial sects in attendance. They were undoubtedly wealthy individuals. However, the offerings at the shop were of too low a grade. This crowd would likely overlook them. Does the boss have any interest in this heavenly-grade artifact? Mu Rongyi inquired cautiously. Should this powerful proprietor express interest in the heavenly-grade artifact, the Mu Rong clan would refrain from involving themselves. It seemed that Fengming Mountain would soon gather an abundance of formidable masters, including those of the third grade. Certainly, the individual from the Mu family is no exception. To put it plainly, Mu Rongyi is merely a junior who has come to join the fray. While the true luminaries have yet to arrive, it is likely that the Haoyue immortal sect is in a similar situation. Only when the celestial grade artifacts make their grand appearance will the genuine experts emerge. At that juncture, a tempest of bloodshed and chaos shall ensue. As for me, I am merely a businessman, utterly disinterested in celestial grade artifacts. Lily candidly expressed that, as a fortunate transmigrator, he has no need for such artifacts. Ah, speaking of which, I have just completed a task, and should check the rewards in the system space. The domain's area has expanded once more, now encompassing 10 square meters. There stands a machine, 1 meter in height and half a meter in width, a sight he knows all too well. It is a slot machine. Each gold coin is worth 1 point. Unlike the gaming machines of his previous life, this one allows only a one-time recharge of 100 points. The base score resets to 0 before one can recharge again, resembling a level clearing mode. 100 points serves as the starting point. Upon reaching 1,000 points, one may exchange it for a yellow grade skill or artifact. 5,000 points grants access to a mysterious grade skill or artifact, while 10,000 points can be exchanged for an earth grade one. Astoundingly, 100,000 points can be traded for a celestial grade artifact. Lily was taken aback. If celestial grade artifacts could be exchanged, why bother raiding Fengming Mountain? Engaging in violence is perilous. However, the ascent from 100 points to 100,000 points, with only 100 points allowed per recharge, effectively means the base score will forever remain 100. It seems rather absurd. How many machines does the system possess? If there were only one, a single person could monopolize it while others could only watch. Thankfully, there are 10. This quantity is quite reasonable, neither too few nor excessively numerous to take up space. The second item is a luminous orb. What could this be? The system replies, a gaming challenge. A game? Indeed. This orb serves as the gateway to a gaming space, with each individual entering an independent realm. Lily grasped the orb, and in the next moment, he found himself submerged in a sewer. Super Mario? Goodness, the system truly knows how to have fun. With each level completed, rewards are granted, each more bountiful than the last. Successfully rescuing a princess yields a grand prize, a special cultivation physique known as the Berserker Saint Body. Remarkable. Such a reward is undeniably monumental for a practitioner. An adept with a unique physique can easily dominate ordinary cultivators of the same realm. Chapter 14, Matches. The requirement to enter the gaming challenge space is 100 gold coins per attempt. Moreover, the spiritual energy of those who enter will be confined. Thus, regardless of one's prowess outside, within the gaming space, they are merely an ordinary person. To his surprise, this task's rewards comprise 2 ventures. Could it be that the celestial artifact from Fengming Mountain has attracted numerous individuals, as the system anticipated? Quite cunning indeed. In the courtyard, Chui noticed a crowd gathered and approached out of curiosity. Shi Longyin and the others were startled. After all, they were in the presence of the esteemed scion of a top-tier celestial sect. What are you all doing? This is an entertainment venture orchestrated by our esteemed proprietor, known as cracking the golden egg. If one successfully breaks open the egg, there lies a chance to receive various rewards, replied Shi Yong, albeit with a hint of trepidation in the presence of the celestial scion, yet his respect for the proprietor overshadowed his fear. With the proprietor's presence, he believed no one in the courtyard would dare to act recklessly. Oh, what rewards might there be? Yellow-grade artifacts, cultivation techniques, martial skills, and some intriguing items. Shi Yong elaborated. A lean man beside Chu he scoffed. Yellow-grade techniques are beneath the notice of even the ordinary disciples of our Haiyue celestial sect. Shi Yong merely pursed his lips and fell silent. At that moment, a crisp sound of cracking eggshells pierced the air, followed by a dazzling flash of golden light, captivating everyone's attention. Golden light. Brother Wu, what treasure did you uncover? Wu Santong bowed, retrieving an object from the broken shell, a small box. What is this? He pondered, observing its unremarkable appearance, devoid of any signs of treasure. Shall we inquire with the proprietor? Just then, Lili strolled over. Wu Santong respectfully handed the item to him. Boss, when I cracked the golden egg, it emitted golden light, but we are unfamiliar with the treasure inside. Lili examined it closely. Isn't this merely a matchbox? There's only one match inside. Upon consulting the system, he received the answer that this single match could save a life in a critical moment. A match can save a life. What nonsensical rewards. Lili didn't press further. The system surely had its reasoning. He tossed the match to Wu Santong. Keep this safe. It may prove invaluable in dire circumstances. Wu Santong's body jolted at the words, and he hastily stowed the match in his storage pouch. Chu-He, observing from the side, narrowed his eyes. After Lili had departed, he approached Wu Santong. Might I take a look at that item you just received? Wu Santong instinctively took a few steps back. You fear not. I am merely curious. This being the proprietor's domain, no one dared to act indiscriminately. With that thought, Wu Santong retrieved the match. Chu-He accepted it, examining it in the palm of his hand. It bore no aura of spiritual energy, appearing quite ordinary. Could it truly be, as the elder claimed, that it could save a life in a critical moment? After a moment's contemplation, he made a decision. Sir, I wish to purchase this item. Wu Santong was taken aback. You want to buy it? Indeed, name your price. Wu Santong could tell that Chu-He was serious, and he naturally trusted the proprietor's words. However, this was the scion of a celestial sect. While protected within the shop, what could he do once outside? The diminutive Ba Dao sect, in the eyes of the Haiyue immortal sect, is no more significant than an ant. Its feeble strength is its original sin. Wu Santong let a deep sigh. Since the Holy Sun has taken an interest, I shall reluctantly concede. As for the price, the Holy Sun may set it as he sees fit. Chu-He raised his hand, and a companion presented a storage bag. This contains 100,000 gold. What do you think, esteemed sir? Wu Santong's pupils contracted. 100,000 gold was an immense fortune for an elder of such a small sect. It is worth noting that this treasure had cost him merely 20 gold to acquire. Enough. With the transaction concluded, Chu-He tossed the match into his storage ring. He was uncertain of its utility, yet he chose to place his trust in this enigmatic proprietor. Lili approached the edge of the courtyard wall. Within the realm of invincibility, does it not imply omnipotence? Restoring this humble wall should be a trifling task. In an instant of contemplation, the fallen bricks around the wall began to levitate slowly, initiating their automatic restoration. Behind him, those who sensed the commotion were left astounded. What divine maneuver is this? Within mere breaths, the wall was restored to its original state, devoid of any trace of its previous damage. Lili felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it is possible. My thoughts manifest, and my words wield power. Within this spatial domain, anything is achievable. Boss, He turned to see the initially frosty Holy Sun, now devoid of any indifference, his expression filled with astonishment. Is there something you need? Chu-He pondered, boss, regarding the celestial treasures of Fengming Mountain. Before he could finish, Lili interrupted him with a wave of his hand. I am not interested. Upon hearing this, Chu-He's apprehension dissipated. Boss, I too wish to try my hand at smashing golden eggs. Lili smiled. There's a new project that might pique your interest. With a flourish of his hand, 10 slot machines materialized beside the courtyard wall, arranged neatly in a row. What is this? The appearance of new items captivated everyone, including Mu Rongyi, who rushed over from the lottery shop. This contraption is called a slot machine. Lily then elaborated on the gameplay and rewards associated with it. Celestial grade, magical artifacts, every day? He was left speechless, astounded that engaging with this could yield celestial grade artifacts. What need would there be for Foaming Mountain? At that moment, Mu Rongi's heart was similarly stirred by tumultuous waves. The lower-ranked cultivators, like Lu Muqing and others, felt as if struck by a thunderclap, finding it hard to breathe. Celestial-grade artifacts were something they would not dare to dream of. Yet is this genuine? After all, celestial-grade artifacts are exceedingly rare across the entire Tianqian continent. Each is a priceless treasure that drives cultivators to madness, and their emergence signifies impending chaos. Lili was acutely aware of their skepticism. With a casual gesture, a long sword materialized in his hand. A flick of his finger produced a resounding dragon's roar, as a surge of immense spiritual energy erupted forth. Immediately, a colossal golden dragon emerged as a phantom from the sword's blade, but it was merely a fleeting vision, swiftly subdued by an unseen force. Lili understood that his establishment lacked credibility, particularly among the practitioners of these formidable factions. Thus, he had the system procure a celestial-grade, magical artifact to assert his presence. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, it was evident that his objective had been achieved. A celestial-grade artifact. Indeed, a true celestial-grade artifact. The fleeting golden dragon emanated an overwhelming aura. To witness such a treasure, the old man felt his life had not been in vain. Inside the shop, excitement enveloped the atmosphere. Chu He and Mu Rongi were beside themselves with enthusiasm. "Boss, are you selling this celestial-grade artifact?" Lili gestured toward the slot machine. "Not for sale. However, should you meet the requirements, you may earn this reward." Chu He, brimming with impatience, exclaimed, "Boss, I want exchange points first." "Me too." "So do I." Exchanging gold coins for points was straightforward. Simply place the coins in the designated slot beside the machine, wait for a moment, and the coins would vanish, replaced by a score in the upper right corner. It was user-friendly and uncomplicated. With another wave of his hand, Lili conjured floating cards that hovered in the air. These cards would bind to each individual. Users would swipe their cards upon starting and again upon finishing, should they leave midway or return the following day. Their previous scores would be preserved for their next session. This served as a sort of save function. Recognizing that if the shop were to close and a customer had amassed a score in the thousands, it would be unreasonable to reset their progress for the next day. Thus, the slot machines officially commenced operations. The eager patrons filled all 10 machines in an instant. Chapter 15. The frenzied slot machine players. As the slot machines made their debut, the scratch cards and golden egg smashing drew no participants. Although there were only 10 machines, a large crowd gathered nearby. "Watermelon, I hit the jackpot. Ha ha ha, another 30 points. Double stars, double stars. What a pity, just a hair's breadth away." The courtyard buzzed with excitement, each customer more animated than the last. Lili shook his head. Celestial-grade artifacts were not so easily obtained. 100 points for a chance at 100,000 points was akin to winning the grand prize in a lottery, an unrealistic dream. They were merely a flock of sheep awaiting the slaughter. The scratch cards and golden egg smashing at least offered some rewards, with minor prizes still attainable. However, achieving a score of 1,000 on the slot machines might be feasible, yet anything beyond 5,000 would prove exceedingly challenging, with increasing difficulty thereafter. After preparing a bowl of noodles for himself and finishing his meal, Lili ascended to rest upstairs. The little blue snake seemed to relish tranquility, preferring to remain still, spending most of its time sleeping and the remainder lost in contemplation, as if pondering the essence of its serpentine existence. In the courtyard, after a brief respite, more visitors arrived from outside. A considerable crowd gathered, composed of sect forces from the Qingzhou region. Leading the group were Wang Tsong, the master of the Iron Palm sect, Duan Feng, the master of the Moon Lake Manor, and Yang Jin, the leader of the Flowing Sand sect. Master Luo? Luo Homian had just taken over Lu Muqing's position and was engrossed in playing the slot machine. A mere glance at the entrance caused her to hastily turn back and place her bets. Yang Jin and the others were momentarily taken aback. What manner of place was this, filled with so many people? What were they engaged in? "Ah, Elder Wu, you two are here. Has Master Fan accompanied you?" Wu Santon lamented, "Another watermelon. Why is it always a watermelon?" Upon hearing someone call him, he turned to see the three masters, saying, "My master is in seclusion and has not joined me." His tone was dismissive as he returned his gaze to the slot machine. What was happening? What were they all doing? The three stepped a little closer. Suddenly, a roar erupted nearby. "Finally, 800 points, what a challenge." Murongi, whose complexion was naturally fair, flushed with excitement. The slot machine seemed to possess a sort of magic, causing his score to rise and fall erratically, mirroring the tumult in his heart, providing an exhilarating thrill. 1,000 points could be exchanged for yellow-grade artifacts and martial techniques. Yet Murongi had no interest in such trifles. His ambition was to obtain a celestial-grade artifact. Again, bet swiftly. As the lights on the slot machine began to whirl to a captivating rhythm, they halted moments later. The score in the upper corner transformed once more, now standing at 890 points, an increase. Murongi joyfully pumped his fist. Another win. Let us keep going. His strategy was methodical, betting on only 2 to 3 types each time and alternating his wagers every few rounds. In contrast, Chuhi was drenched in sweat. He consistently wagered 100 on a single option, believing that this would yield the highest potential score. Casting a wide net, he pondered how long it might take to acquire a celestial-grade artifact. Only with such a high-stakes approach could there be hope. Yet, contrary to his expectations, this method proved utterly futile. It was exceedingly difficult, far too difficult. The owner clearly had celestial-grade artifacts available for direct sale. Our Haoyue Shinzong is not lacking in funds. Why resort to such a torturous method? Luo, leave me be, go away. Yang Jin's face was marred with frustration. As fellow sects in Qingzhou, there was a friendly rapport among their forces, and he had always found Luo Hongmian to be mild-mannered. Yet today, she seemed unusually irritable. In a fit of anger, he bellowed, "Whose residence is this? I am a master here." Before he could finish his sentence, an individual sprang forth and seized him by the collar. "If you utter another word and disturb our holy son's game, I shall tear you apart." Yang Jin and the others trembled in fear. This person was at the 6th level of the core formation stage. How could such a powerful cultivator exist in this wretched place? "Great sir, we mean no offense." The man snorted coldly. "Were it not for the fact that this is the owner's territory, you would already be a corpse." He carelessly tossed Yang Jin aside and turned his attention back to the slot machine in front of Chuhi. The contraption grew increasingly intriguing, igniting a desire within him to join in the fun. 1,000 points. "Father, you truly have a knack for this," exclaimed Shi Pingyang, his voice ringing with excitement. Shi Longyan remained composed, having spent a mere 500 gold to reach this milestone. "It's only 1,000 points, no need to be anxious. Our ultimate goal is at least a profound-grade magical artifact. But father, you are not new to this establishment. You must understand the principle of knowing when to stop while you're ahead." Shi Longyan gritted his teeth and pondered for a moment. "I believe my luck with the slot machine is still promising. Just a bit more effort." With a decisive clap of his hands, he placed another wager. The music began to play. 3 seconds later, his score plummeted from 1,000 to 710. Shi Pingyang sighed. "Father, your intuition is mistaken." "Nonsense. I shall try again." After another 3 seconds, the score displayed in the upper right corner read 420. Following 2 more rounds, his score was reset to 0. A twitch appeared at the corner of Shi Longyan's mouth as he attempted once more. Unfortunately, he continued to plunge 10 consecutive times without surpassing 300 points. He remained the only individual to have achieved over 1,000 points. Then there was Murongi. Despite his steady approach, found his score oscillating around 800, winning a round, then losing one. As for Chuhi, he had long since lost count of how many times he had inserted gold coins. Yang Jin and the others observed the scene, murmuring, "Could someone please explain what is happening here?" A dignified 6th-grade alchemist, the leader of a sect, alongside ordinary cultivators and even uninitiated commoners, were all gathered around this peculiar, noise-emitting metal contraption. It was bizarre, utterly bizarre. A group of individuals stood at the entrance, dumbfounded. Shi Yong, a young man, could no longer bear the sight and stepped forward. "Esteemed seniors, please do not block the entrance and hinder the proprietor's business." "The proprietor? The master of this place? Where is he?" Shi Yong shrugged. "I don't know. He is probably sleeping upstairs." Upon hearing this, Yang Jin felt compelled to ascend the stairs, eager to discover what this intriguing object was and what allure it possessed. "Hey, wait. If you proceed like this, the proprietor may very well take issue with you." Yang Jin halted. "Young man, who exactly is this proprietor? And what are they all doing?" Shi Yong smiled and explained everything about the proprietor, the lottery shop, and the slot machines. Yang Jin was taken aback at first, then burst into hearty laughter. "You jest, young man. A heavenly-grade magical artifact? Have you ever seen such an artifact as an uninitiated commoner? How dare you speak so boldly?" With a resigned shrug, Shi Yong replied. I've said all I can. If you don't believe me, that's beyond my control. However, esteemed senior, do take a look at those two individuals over there. Following his gaze, Yang Jin inquired, who are they? The holy son of the Haoyue immortal sect, and a member of the Moron clan from Yinzhou. Really? Shi Yong internally rolled his eyes. The burly man you encountered earlier, cough cough, I assume you've already realized he is aligned with the holy son of the immortal sect. Upon hearing this, Yang Jin's expression darkened. As the leader of a faction, he was merely at the 7th rank, a significant chasm separating the 7th from the 6th. After forming the core, one's lifespan would extend, and their strength would multiply exponentially. In the presence of that formidable core formation expert, just now, he found himself utterly powerless. This stark contrast exemplified the divide between minor sects and prestigious celestial sections. So, they were members of a celestial sect. No wonder their power was so overwhelming. Is there truly a heavenly grade artifact? Indeed, before the senior arrived, the owner's sword was simply astonishing. A true marvel that could evoke the roar of dragons and the tremors of the heavens. At that moment, Shi Yong resembled a clerk at a lottery shop, animatedly elaborating, brimming with enthusiasm. A few seniors, there's no room at the slot machines. Perhaps you might try your luck at cracking the golden eggs first. Though the owner is absent. No matter, let us observe for now. Consequently, a throng of spectators gathered around the slot machines, their numbers swelling. As those unable to see strained on tiptoes, eager to witness this wondrous spectacle. Chapter 16. The Moon's Favor. The latest phase of the business revenue target stood at 200,000 gold coins. Without individuals like Mu Rua E, the naive newcomer, it would take considerable time to achieve this goal. Descending the stairs, night had already fallen. In this otherworldly shop, overtime was strictly prohibited. They closed promptly at the designated hour. In the slot machine area, a lively crowd reveled in their gaming. Despite repeated disappointments, the allure of heavenly grade artifacts was undeniably transcendent. When Shuhei first arrived, he exuded an extraordinary presence, radiating the aura of a superior being. Yet now, he appeared utterly dispirited, as if his essence had been drained by malevolent spirits. He had lost count of how many times he had recharged, each time filled with renewed hope, only to be met with disillusionment. Was there hope? His master had warned him that the more precious something was, the harder it was to obtain. That was a heavenly grade artifact. If acquired, the Haoyue celestial sect would undoubtedly eclipse the Xiantian and Piamiao celestial sects, emerging as the foremost sect within the martial dynasty. Such an achievement would be etched into history for millennia. It must be possible. It must be. The business hours had concluded. Everyone, do come early tomorrow. A light, airy voice announced. Shuhei sprang up like a springlet. They're closing? Lily narrowed his eyes. Do you have an issue with that? Shuhei's pupils contracted, and he awkwardly chuckled. No, not at all. Alas, before he knew it, night had fallen. Another battle awaits tomorrow. Indeed, tomorrow's fortune would surely surpass today's. Lu Muqing and several familiar patrons of Li Li slowly stood, swiping their cards to depart, although reluctant. The owner had his principles, which must not be defied. Yang Jin and his companions wore expressions of deep disappointment. After finally grasping the game, they were met with the abrupt closure. Let us go. The owner is not someone we can provoke. Luo Hongyan stepped toward the courtyard, glancing back at the slot machines. Her eyes filled with regret. How infuriating. She and T even reached 1,000 points today. Truly unfortunate. Tomorrow, she must improve. Yang Jin and his group shook their heads, following Luo Hongyan out. This left Mu Rua E and Shuhei behind. Owner, is it truly impossible to purchase with gold coins? Lily shook his head and replied, no, that is the rule. Shuhei, with a hint of melancholy in his tone, said, Boss, isn't 100,000 points too much? After a whole day, the maximum I could score is 600. This is simply unattainable. Lily smiled and said, do you think acquiring a heavenly artifact is so simple? Your reckless approach will never yield results in this lifetime. Is there a technique? Shuhei inquired. Technique? None. However, pursuing rapid scoring with a reckless strategy is certainly impossible. In this type of slot machine game, maintaining a steady foundation is crucial. Every step must be taken with care. For instance, the method of Murui, while slow, can eventually lead to success if one avoids an impatient mindset, albeit it requires considerable time. Overall, a good attitude and a touch of luck are essential. As for luck, it is indeed an elusive concept. Yet, Lily chose not to divulge these insights to Shuhei, knowing that in the world of business, he relished the presence of spirited novices like him. Boss, at what time will you open tomorrow? The purpose of Mu Rui and Chu He coming to Fengming Mountain from Yinzhou was to acquire that heavenly artifact. Mu Rui would not be leaving anytime soon, nor would Chu He. The heavenly artifact, having endured tribulations under its previous master, had suffered damage to its spirit and required the nurturing of celestial energy for restoration. Such sentient treasures cannot be sought after artificially. They must reveal themselves once their spirits have healed. In the near future, more and more visitors would flock to Fengming Mountain, making it increasingly lively. We open at 9, which is what you refer to as the SI hour. Mu Rui was taken aback. So late? Ordinary merchants open at the Chen hour. But I am no ordinary merchant. I tread an unconventional path. All right, I shall return tomorrow. After settling the bill, Mu Rui and Chu He departed, and the courtyard fell silent. In Xinjiang City, within just one day, the atmosphere grew vibrant. News of the heavenly artifact at Fengming Mountain spread across the 9 provinces of the Wu dynasty, drawing various factions to converge. The following day, on a narrow path, a horse-drawn carriage rolled steadily forward, driven by an elder who exuded a calm demeanor, his keen eyes observing the surroundings vigilantly. Inside the carriage sat 3 individuals, 2 women and 1 man. Wui, it's a rare occasion for Sister Qing'er to visit Xinjiang City. Do not dampen the mood. Rest assured, Sister Rui, the place I mentioned will undoubtedly be more entertaining than a mere outing in nature. You will see for yourselves. The gentle-faced maiden smiled and glanced at the poised, spirited woman beside her. Sister Qing'er, your uncle has come in person this time. It must be regarding the treasure at Fengming Mountain. The spirited woman nodded and replied, Rui, you are aware of this matter? This news is spread like wildfire. Although I am not a practitioner, I have heard whispers of it. The emergence of such a treasure will likely bring forth a storm of bloodshed. The path of cultivation is inherently perilous. Indeed, it is said that cultivation allows one to transcend the mundane and seek immortality, yet it is equally ruthless. The spirited woman remarked, a flicker of regret crossing her features. The heart of Rui is delicate and thoughtful, yet her frail constitution has rendered her incapable of cultivating her abilities throughout her life. Otherwise, the realm of cultivation would surely have gained another enchanting fairy of melodious voice. Sister, you jest, she replied. The renowned fairy of melodious voice is celebrated across the land. How could I possibly compare? Lu Wui sighed softly. Rui's health had been poor since childhood, and upon reaching the age of cultivation, she had attempted to train. But the potency of the cleansing elixir proved too much for her, nearly leading to her demise. Though she was miraculously saved, her condition worsened. She had consumed numerous medicines and consulted many doctors, even visiting the esteemed Medicine King Valley. Yet her ailments remained unresolved. The carriage moved slowly, with noticeably more people on the road than before. Upon arrival, Lu Wui alighted from the carriage and immediately spotted 3 figures. So early? It was Mu Rongyi and his 3 maidservants. Having met them before, Lu Wui offered a greeting, but Mu Rongyi paid him no heed, instead directing his gaze toward the 2 young women behind him. One exuded an aura of vigor, tall and elegant in a white attire, her hair swept up high, dancing freely in the wind. The other, though pale and lacking color, possessed a beauty that transcended the mundane, her watery eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy, rendering her strikingly captivating. What charming young ladies, Lu Wui mused, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Rongyi, thinking how, despite his origins in a grand city, he was still just a rogue. Is this the delightful place you spoke of, Wui? Indeed, it is Rui. Mu Rongyi stepped forward, gently waving his folding fan, offering a warm smile. I am Mu Rongyi from Yinzhou. I asked for the names of these 2 lovely ladies. The elderly driver furrowed his brow, preparing to step forward, but was halted by the spirited young woman. The ailing girl smiled softly. I am Rui. The spirited one cast him a glance. Xia Qing, of the Murong family from Yinzhou. Have you also come to Fengming Mountain? Mu Rongyi raised an eyebrow. Before arriving here, I indeed wished to visit Fengming Mountain to broaden my horizons, but now, just then, the door creaked open. So early? My apologies for disturbing you, boss. Please. Guomin, Li Li, yawning and swaying, entered the room, followed closely by the others. As soon as they stepped inside, Mu Rongyi headed straight for the slot machine area, eagerly swiping his card to commence today's challenge. Wait, what are these things? Chapter 17. The Lucky One? Lu Wui, filled with excitement, brought the 2 ladies to the slot machines. Having missed out on a position the previous day, he was eager to indulge today. Sister Rui, allow me to teach you. Wait, we need a card to start. Lu Wui called out to the lottery shop. Boss. In an instant, 2 cards appeared before him, as if conjured from thin air. Xiaqing's pupils contracted, exchanging a glance with the elderly driver. A skilled one. First, let's take out some coins. Xiaqing paused. Do we need money as well? Of course. How much? 100 gold. What? Xiaqing felt deceived. Although she was not lacking in wealth, she was certainly no fool. Lu Wui chuckled helplessly, suggesting, how about this, Sister Rui? You both can try your luck with scratch-off tickets, as they are relatively inexpensive. Yu Rui wore a bewildered expression, quite endearing. The owner will guide you. He is right inside the store. With that, Lu Wui eagerly began to play the slot machines, with the crowd likely to swell soon. Along with the arrival of his father, grandfather, and master, he felt the need to accumulate some points quickly. Yu Rui smiled in resignation, thinking to herself that this fellow brought them here and then abandoned them. Truly irresponsible. Sister Qing, since we are already here, let us take a look around. Xiaqing nodded and entered the lottery shop, where a young owner reclined languidly in a grand armchair. Upon their arrival, he slowly sat up. What would you like to play? Yu Rui exclaimed in surprise. You know him? Yes, I met him once. He even saved me a few days ago. Yu Rui expressed her delight, not expecting to see him again after their hurried parting. She and T paid much attention when he opened the door earlier, only catching a glimpse of his back. Now she clearly recognized his face. Oh, it's you. Lili also recognized her as the girl he encountered while taking a ride into the city a few days prior. Well then, allow me to introduce the game. He produced a scratch-off ticket and explained the rules, which were quite simple and easily comprehensible. Lu Wui, you obtained the cleansing liquid here a few days ago. Didn't you? Lili nodded in affirmation. I see you haven tea yet entered the realm of refinement. Perhaps you could try your luck. At this, Yu Rui's expression shifted slightly. The reason she had not yet refined her essence was not due to the cleansing liquid, finding it rather intriguing. She thought that since she was already there, she might as well give it a go. Xiaqing picked up a scratch-off ticket worth 20 gold and settled into a seat. Yu Rui turned to Li Li, saying, Thank you for saving me the other day. No need for thanks. You accompanied me part of the way as well. Yu Rui gave a slight bow but suddenly coughed, her body swaying precariously. Lili was startled. Are you all right? Yu Rui pressed her forehead against the counter, her complexion pale. It's just an old ailment. You needn't worry, sister. Lili breathed a sigh of relief. This girl looked frighteningly ill, suggesting a serious health issue. It seemed she could collapse at any moment. Miss, perhaps you should return home to rest? My apologies for causing concern. It's merely an old condition, and I'm fine now. Lili offered an awkward smile. That's good to hear. At that moment, more patrons entered. A hurried Chu he dashed in, heading straight for the slot machines. Brother Chu, you're quite early. Mu Rongi greeted him as she turned around. Chu nodded, not uttering a word, and quickly swiped his card on the machine, his expression brightening immediately. Soon after, Luo Hongyan arrived, followed by Wu Santong and the Liu and Shi families. Yesterday's attendees were all present today. You ungrateful child, do not dare to seize my position. As Shi Pingfeng settled into his seat, a hefty kick struck from behind. Ouch! Shi Pingfeng was propelled several meters away. His brother, Shi Pingyong, helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Third brother, do you really think you can compete for a spot when you're with the old man? Dream on. Hurry and swipe your card. Let us get some essence for Yong. Rubbing his backside, Shi Pingfeng reluctantly rose and followed his elder brother towards the lottery shop. Brother, it seems we have no fate with scratch cards. The Liu family's girl has won a fortune, and yet we've seen nothing despite our combined efforts. I believe I have a better chance with the slot machines. Just as they reached the entrance, a voice resonated from within. It's quite simple. I only scratched 5 cards and got the essence. The Shi brothers felt a jolt of surprise. 5 cards? No, that is utterly impossible. Inside, Lili was equally astonished, thinking this girl is incredibly lucky. It took Liu Qingli several books just to win, and she wins with 5? A new generation of luck had emerged. Xiaqing glanced at Li Li with a hint of pride. The essence is of no use to me, but perhaps I can exchange it for some coins, right? You wouldn't cheat me, would you? Li Li's lips twitched. Of course not. He flipped his hand, presenting a bottle of essence. Thank you. Xiaqing tucked the essence away, feeling quite pleased. Suddenly, she found this place rather intriguing. Rui, let's go take a look outside. All right, Sister Qing. Just as the 2 girls exited, 2 disgruntled individuals entered. Brother, that girl is of no use. Why don't we buy her? Calm down. I have a good feeling today. We will surely win. Are you serious? Absolutely. Boss, give me 5 scratch cards. Outside, the atmosphere grew increasingly electric. Murongi maintained a steady approach, finally breaking the 800-point barrier, surpassing 1,000. Chu-hee, still brash as ever, seemed to have better luck today than yesterday, also exceeding 1,000 points. He always went all in, either gaining a significant score or resetting to zero. What a thrill! Once again, he struck gold, excitement coursing through him as his bets increased. This time, he directly reached over 5,000 points. Chu-hee was ecstatic. Hope was within reach. With over 5,000 points, he could exchange for a prized artifact or martial technique. Even if he chose not to use it, he could easily sell it for tens or even hundreds of thousands. But a noble son of the celestial sect, lacking a mere handful of coins? Unthinkable. He pressed on, still wagering everything. Fixated on the slot machine screen, his heart raced. Even his attendant beside him was filled with palpable tension. As the music played, the points reset to zero. Chu-hee's handsome face turned dark with fury. His fists clenched tightly. The attendant hurried forward. "Young master, you must not lose your temper here." Chu-hee ground his teeth. This young master is well aware. Perhaps it's best to just let it go. Get lost. The esteemed master once proclaimed that one must never abandon any endeavor halfway. After all, how effortlessly can one acquire a celestial-grade artifact? The tribulations I endure now serve as a crucible for my spirit. Onward we go to the area of golden egg smashing. How does one engage in this activity? A kind-hearted individual elucidated. It is quite simple. One merely needs to smash it open, and whatever lies within will be the prize. However, one must first procure a hammer from the proprietor. Xiaqing approached the lottery shop, exchanging 500 gold for a small golden hammer. Chapter 18. The proprietor strikes. Astonishment. "Uncle Fu, what are you observing?" Uncle Fu returned to reality with a sigh. "This place is rather extraordinary. Observe the slot machine area. Both the Murong family and that individual hold significant standing. One arrived before the door was even ajar, while the other rushed in heedlessly, disregarding decorum. The most perplexing is that proprietor, who appears to be of similar age to Miss Ri, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Yet, it is precisely this quality that renders him inscrutable." Xiaqing gazed thoughtfully in the direction of the lottery shop. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance as a group of menacing figures clad in black entered. Leading them was a towering bald man wielding a pitch-black long knife. A profound artifact, a fifth-tier master. The aura of malevolence radiated from him unabashedly. Yurui trembled slightly, a hint of fear in her demeanor, prompting Xiaqing to shield her behind him. One extraordinary place amidst these desolate mountains. Where is the master of this domain? With a thunderous shout, the leader commanded the attention of everyone in the slot machine area, who turned momentarily to glance before returning their focus to the screens. A singular thought arose in their minds. "Fools! Is there no one here to speak? Then I shall consider this a lawless territory, being so close to Fengming Mountain. It serves perfectly as a temporary abode." The bald man bellowed with derision, laughter erupting from his companions. "Oh, why must there be troublemakers every day?" A languid voice resonated. Lily emerged from the lottery shop, rubbing his forehead. "Is this amusing? Your ridiculous facade only serves to advertise your villainy." The bald man, momentarily taken aback, swiftly donned a sinister grin. "Boy, are you courting death?" Lily waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, enough, how tiresome. Villains are simply villains. Even their opening lines lack originality and creativity." A soft chuckle escaped Yurui's lips. The proprietor possessed quite the sense of humor. "You insolent brat, I shall slay you." The bald man roared, slashing with his knife, unleashing a fierce arc of blade energy. "Be careful." Yurui gasped upon witnessing Lili remain utterly still. Clang! As the blade energy neared Li, it was repelled by an invisible force, unable to advance even a fraction, producing a sharp, resounding clash. Xiaqing's expression shifted in astonishment. Indeed, this proprietor is a master. The bald man's brow twitched. Everyone attacked together. The black-clad men surged forward in unison. Lili shook his head in resignation, devoid of any flamboyant gestures or hint of breath. He remained utterly still. Suddenly, a group of men clad in black erupted, their bodies exploding into a shower of crimson. Strangely, even before the blood could touch the ground, it seemed to vanish into thin air. Had the boss intervened? Or perhaps not at all. It felt as if an event had transpired, yet simultaneously, nothing had occurred. "Is it a mere brothel you think this is? Come to create chaos without consequence?" He muttered, before turning and retreating into the lottery shop, leaning back in a recliner to feign slumber. In the instant the black-clad giants made their move, everyone in the slot machine area turned, drawn by the spectacle, expecting a grand performance. Instead, they were met with a scene of bewildering horror. Chu-He swallowed hard, relieved at having recognized his earlier misjudgment. Otherwise, would his fate have mirrored those unfortunate souls? His master was indeed correct. There are always greater powers beyond one's understanding. One must tread cautiously, for one never knows where a formidable figure may lurk, ready to bring about demise without warning. And then there was that gluttonous fellow, Luo Daong. He must never again be allowed to accompany him. That fool nearly cost him his life. The thought sent shivers down his spine. At this moment, Mu Rongyi was equally dumbfounded, her thoughts unable to coalesce. How formidable! A third-tier master? No, such feats could not be achieved at that level. To extinguish life with but a thought, even erasing the bloodshed. Could this be the fabled second-tier supreme? Terrifying indeed. She resolved never to provoke the boss again. Meanwhile, Xiaqing and Uncle Fu gaped in astonishment. They had underestimated him. This boss was far beyond mere mastery, transcending their comprehension entirely. Such strength existed in the world, yet he resided in this desolate and remote place. Father, it seems there truly are reclusive titans in this world. And I have encountered one, thought Yu Rui, her eyes fluttering as she gazed into the lottery shop. Sister, do you think this venerable one could heal my condition? Xiaqing paused, a spark igniting in her eyes. With such power, it is indeed a possibility. After the brief commotion, the crowd was drawn back to the enticing slot machines, the courtyard once again brimming with enthusiasm. Little one, what has happened to your chin? Is it dislocated? Lily inquired, noticing the boy's trembling. Are you ill? He picked up a small sparrow from the table, turning it over in his hands. So you felt like crying. How could I not tremble? You nearly frightened the life out of me. I knew you were formidable, but never anticipated such absurdity. Even the second-tier supreme from Beast God Mountain could not achieve what you just did. How can you be so powerful, yet hide away in this wretched place? Indeed, humans are treacherous beings. Perhaps they keep you bound here, leading to despair. Lily untied the small sparrow's feet and brought it out into the courtyard. In the left corner of the yard stands a peach tree, which my father previously planted for decorative purposes. Initially, there were 3, but 2 did not survive. The remaining tree, while still alive, only blossoms without bearing fruit. Fortunately, its flowers bloom vibrantly. You may remain perched atop, and should you wish to depart, I shall not hinder you, for all avian creatures yearn for freedom. Am I truly free? No, that cunning fellow wouldn't be this gracious, would he? Would he not turn and slay me? Moreover, the foolish Neo Yu remains in his grasp. How shall I return to the Beast God Mountain and explain my absence? No, I cannot leave. Suddenly, a powerful aura descended upon Cu. His avian eyes sparkled brightly. Such profound spiritual energy. What could this mean? Could it be from this peach tree? Cu hopped up and down, his heart racing faster with each beat. It is indeed this tree. This tree is capable of harnessing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, surpassing even the array at the Beast God Mountain. This is splendid. My cultivation is salvaged. Depart? That is out of the question. This is my second home. Senior. Lily raised his head and was met with 2 captivating visages. Is there something amiss? Xiaqing and Yu Rui simultaneously performed a deep bow, their foreheads nearly touching their knees. Lily swiftly evaded, sensing that such a grand gesture must conceal a plot. The 2 women looked up, only to find him at the doorway. As they turned to bow again, Lily hastily intervened. Ladies, I cannot bear such reverence. The 2 women felt a gentle force restraining them, preventing them from bending further. Senior, your powers are vast. You must have a way to save Rui. Yu Rui's expression was filled with hope, tears glistening in her eyes, portraying a pitiful demeanor. Lily smirked slightly, well aware of their request. Are you employing this tactic on me? To speak candidly, I am not adept at healing. Seeking me is futile. Upon hearing this, Yu Rui's tears streamed down her cheeks. If even such a formidable person cannot remedy her plight, who in this world could possibly heal her? Senior, you must have a solution. Any sum of gold will suffice. As long as you can cure her. Xiaqing's emotion surged. Is it her illness or yours? Such sisterly affection. One might mistakenly believe you share a deeper bond. At that moment, the voice of the system resounded. Host, the shop is in need of a clerk. You might consider retaining someone to assist you. A clerk? Indeed. The shop inherently includes a clerk function, currently with only 1 position available, which can be expanded as customer traffic increases. Liliesa Ayaz Gliamat. Having a clerk would significantly ease his burdens, allowing him to take on a more carefree role. However, what relevance does this have to the ailing one? Shouldn't a clerk be in good health? The host, this woman, is the reincarnation of a formidable being. Her frail physique is not due to illness, but rather because of a unique, extreme cold bloodline concealed within her, originating from her past life. Such a significant background? How do we resolve this? Within the system space, an ancient cultivation manual materializes. By diligently practicing this manual for 2 hours daily beneath the peach tree in the courtyard, she can suppress the extreme, cold bloodline, and her health will gradually improve. Summer Ching and the others observed as Lily suddenly fell silent, believing he had devised a solution, and they felt a surge of excitement. Lily abruptly turned toward them. Elder, have you thought of a way to save Rue? Indeed, I have a solution, but I require something in return. Please, Elder, anything to save Rue. You must stay and assist me. Chapter 19. The Ethereal Immortal Sect. The two women were taken aback. Assist you? Summer Ching exclaimed anxiously. Elder, Rue Yi's condition is critical. I can help you. That is acceptable. As anyone would. However, you must listen to my terms. Your commitment means coming here daily, and without my consent, this arrangement must continue indefinitely. Every day. Summer Ching's family was not based in Qingzhou, and having accompanied her father to Qingyang City, she would inevitably leave. Boss, I promise you at that moment. You, Rue, he spoke up. Are you certain? Absolutely. Thank you, boss, for granting me this opportunity. Rue, he smiled gently at Summer Ching, sister. Do not worry. I am capable of this. After 20 years, such a rare opportunity cannot be missed. However, we must discuss this with our mother and my uncle. Seeing her earnestness, Summer Ching sighed softly. I will communicate this clearly with my father. So they were cousins. Well, it seems I was overthinking. Elder, may we return tomorrow? I need to inform my family. Of course. Thank you, Elder. The two women bowed, and Lily did not shy away from their gratitude. After they departed, it was already noon. Having eaten a light meal, he gazed out the window. Although cultivators could abstain from food, going days without nourishment, these individuals seemed excessively engrossed, especially one named Chu He, who likely hadn't lifted his head for hours, let alone eaten or taken a restroom break. The revenue was rising swiftly. This phase required 200,000, and combined with the surplus from the previous phase, it was nearing completion. Unfortunately, the gold coins Chu He owed did not count towards the revenue. Oh, you haven't left. Under the peach tree, Lily leisurely played with a little sparrow. Not only had it not departed, but it had also grown quite affectionate. When he extended his hand, it nuzzled against him with its fluffy head. I never imagined my charisma would cultivate such fondness in just a few days. As usual, Lily fed the little sparrow some rice. Both seemed to relish his cooking, proving easy to care for. Someone entered the courtyard. The news of the treasure at Fengming Mountain spread, attracting many curious visitors to the shop each day. Master, there's so many people. A group led by a middle-aged woman entered, followed by a bevy of exquisite young maidens, each radiating beauty. Particularly striking was the one who spoke, her innocence captivating. Though she appeared merely 12 or 13 years of age, her beauty was undeniably already taking shape. Master, what are they doing? A girl excitedly bounced over to the slot machine area and tapped Mu Rongyi's shoulder. What is inside? Shinner, do not be rude. The girl pouted in response. Understood, master. Yi Shinner, what brings you here, little rascal? Chui turned around, immediately recognizing her by her familiar white and blue sect robes. Pyongyao Shinzong. Chui, what are you doing here? It's none of your business, little brat. Chui huffed disdainfully, returning to the slot machines, dismissing the woman entirely. How rude. The middle-aged woman approached, her brow slightly furrowed. What is the holy son of Hao Yue Shinzong doing here? And what is he tinkering with on that iron contraption? Nothing left. I should have known better than to be greedy. Lu Wui sighed dramatically, his coin spent, forced to step away from the machine. With his head hanging low, he felt utterly defeated. Hey, where are Ru Yi and the others? They didn't even say goodbye. Lu Wui grumbled as he walked toward Wu Santong, preparing to watch, when someone suddenly tapped him from behind. What? Upon seeing the person, his face flushed. Mother, I think I'm in love. Hey, why are you blushing? Are you feeling unwell? No. Is there something you need, little fairy? Yi Shinner gestured toward the slot machines. What are you playing? Mention of the slot machines piqued Lu Wui's interest. Fairy, you've asked the right person. This contraption is called a slot machine, and it's quite entertaining. He then launched into an enthusiastic explanation, gesturing animatedly, vividly illustrating the excitement. If he were a shop assistant, he would surely be exemplary. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman approached Lili. May I ask if you are the owner here? Is it that obvious? Lili smilat slightly. The woman continued. Everyone else in the courtyard is bustling about, while you are leisurely entertaining birds. Only the owner would exhibit such demeanor. It is not difficult to deduce. As she spoke, a thread of spiritual sight extended forth. Upon entering the young man's essence, she discovered an abyss, boundless and profound. How is it? Have you seen clearly? Lili's enigmatic smile sent a shiver through the middle-aged woman's heart. This individual was no ordinary person. I have been presumptuous. Lili shuklat playfully, choosing not to respond further. Why do practitioners so often indulge in such theatrics? Does not understanding another's level leave them feeling unsettled? Is there something else? The middle-aged woman chuckled awkwardly, expressing her confusion and inquiring about the activities of a certain group. They're playing the slot machine, came the reply. The woman paused, astonished. An old slot machine? What is that? I know. At that moment, Yi Xianyuan excitedly rushed over. I inquired earlier. That iron contraption known as a slot machine can yield heavenly-grade artifacts. Lili coughed lightly, clarifying, to be precise, by reaching a certain score, one can exchange it for heavenly-grade artifacts here with me. It's essentially the same thing. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter. Please, do not jest. Heavenly-grade artifacts are exceedingly rare in this world. How could they be obtained through that? That iron contraption? Xianyuan, you are not young anymore. Such remarks. Suddenly, a radiant light erupted. The dragon-crying sword sang. The middle-aged woman quickly turned to look, her pupils constricting. Heavenly-grade artifacts. Li casually blew on the sword's blade. Still doubt its authenticity? Not at all. The middle-aged woman was exceedingly agitated, instinctively reaching out. But the sword had already been sheathed. Might I request another glimpse? Not possible. Disappointment flickered in the woman's eyes, and she abruptly turned to Yi Xianyuan. Xianyuan, let's go. Where are we headed, master? To play the slot machine. But there are no available spots. For the next 2 hours, a throng of enchanting female cultivators lingered around the slot machines, immediately seizing any vacated seats. Finally, one player's score dwindled to 0, and with insufficient coins. They stepped away. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xianyuan plopped down on the chair. Master, hurry. The competing customers, upon noticing a young girl, hesitated, feeling it inappropriate to be overly aggressive, and relinquished their claim. The middle-aged woman settled down, feeling somewhat at a loss before the slot machine. Xianyuan, how does one play? Right, we need to swipe a card. Yi Xianyuan quickly searched for Li and found him in the lottery shop. Boss, the card. Li waved his hand, and a card fluttered into her grasp. Not wanting to linger on his actions, Yi Xianyuan felt a rush of urgency to hand the card to her master. Chu-He, positioned right beside the middle-aged woman, remarked sarcastically, Elder Mo, do ensure you don't become overly frustrated later. The middle-aged woman furrowed her brow. Youngster, has Wu Yazi not taught you the basic respect due to your elders? The Misty Immortal Sect and the Bright Moon Immortal Sect, both esteemed as the top 3 sects within the martial dynasty, were notoriously at odds, a fact well known among many. Chu-He snorted coldly, choosing not to respond further. Here, master, swipe the card over there and place the coins in that slot, 100 gold at a time. Elder Mo followed Yi Xianyuan's instructions dutifully. After successfully recharging, with Yi Xianyuan's assistance, the slot machine whirred to life. Oh dear, yet another unsuspecting soul deceived by the allure of a heavenly-grade artifact. Lili reclined in the grand armchair, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the ceiling, embodying the very essence of tedium. In this realm devoid of mobile phones, time stretched interminably. He closed his eyes and rested for a brief moment. Boss, a melodious and ethereal voice resonated, drawing Lili's attention to the young girl, Yi Xianyuan. Her large, blinking eyes sparkled with innocence, simplicity, and a hint of foolishness, reminiscent of the naive child from the neighboring household, easily deceived. Is there something you need? What is the highest reward for this card? Yi Xianyuan inquired, pointing towards the scratch-off lottery tickets on the counter. 10,000 gold. And this? The essence cleansing liquid. Upon hearing this, Yi Xianyuan pouted, visibly dissatisfied. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lili's mouth. It was understandable. As a disciple of a powerful clan, her standards for rewards were understandably elevated. What about the golden egg? Currently, the rewards for the golden egg are not particularly high. All right, the young girl sighed in disappointment. An idea sparked in Li Li's mind as he turned to her. There's a new project that hasn't been open to the public yet. If you're interested, I can make an exception and grant you early access. Really? At his words, Yi Xian'er's eyes lit up, her gaze pure and untainted. Of course it's true. Where is it? Lily rose, saying, "Come, I will take you there." The two of them walked, one with a teasing expression and the other bouncing with childlike enthusiasm. Lily resembled a mischievous older brother rather than a sinister uncle. Upon reaching the peach tree, he raised his hand and released the luminous orb of system rewards. In an instant, it transformed into an ephemeral door, only to vanish shortly thereafter. The sewer game challenge is now open. Wow, how impressive. Lily turned and smiled. Indeed. It's 100 gold per attempt. But boss, shouldn't you tell me how to play this first? Lily rested his chin on one hand and replied, "You simply need to evade some adorable creatures, and you'll earn rewards. The more levels you clear, the greater the rewards, including heavenly grade artifacts." Really? Absolutely. Why would I deceive you? Are you ready? Yi Xian'er cracked her knuckles, declaring, "I am ready." She handed Lily 100 gold coins and stepped forward. In the next moment, they found themselves in a dimly lit space. With a flick of her delicate hand, she summoned flames for illumination. It's ineffective. Why has my spiritual energy vanished? Meanwhile, in the outside world, Lily instantaneously teleported back to the lottery shop. Quick system. Project the interior scenery of the game challenge space. In an instant, a transparent electronic screen materialized before him, displaying Yi Xian'er's progress through the levels in vivid clarity, with every sound resonating distinctly. The boss didn't mention that my spiritual energy would disappear upon entering. Yi Xian'er felt a twinge of fear. Yet as a core disciple of the Misty Immortal sect, she swiftly regained her composure. What delightful creature could it be? Taking a few steps forward, she was suddenly collided with by something moving at great speed. As it drew nearer, she discerned that it was a turtle, entirely black, with menacing fangs and grotesque flesh protrusions adorning its head. Far from cute, the proprietor deceived me. Yi Xian'er shrieked, clenching her delicate fists, retreating while anxiously scanning her surroundings. She was surrounded by sheer rock cliffs, with no refuge in sight. Stumbling slightly, she halted, glancing back only to find her vision darken as she nearly fell. An abyss. An unfathomable abyss. You trickster. Panic surged within her as she realized her spiritual energy had waned. With the turtle charging towards her, she gritted her teeth and shut her eyes. With a determined leap, she propelled herself past it. The turtle barreled onward, plunging into the endless chasm behind her. Phew! Cold sweat trickled down her brow. She wished to escape, yet remained uncertain how to do so. Odious proprietor, I wish to leave. All that returned to her was a haunting echo. Outside, Lily chuckled. You want to come out? I haven't had my fill of watching yet. Within the game challenge space, there were but two ways to exit. Either Lily would voluntarily release her, or she would perish. Of course, death in this challenge merely led to elimination, not true demise. This trial not only honed one's reflexes, but also fortified one's courage, setting aside the rewards. Such experiences were undeniably beneficial for cultivators. Tears brimmed in Yi Xian'er's eyes as she fought to hold them back, silently encouraging herself while muttering about the insufferable proprietor. She cautiously felt her way forward. Another hideous turtle appeared. Following her instincts, she closed her eyes and jumped just as it approached. She made it past once more. Despite her fear, having evaded two turtles, a flicker of pride ignited within her. Is that all there is to it? Gradually, confidence surged back, and her strides grew bolder. Suddenly, her footing faltered. Oh no, a trap! The ground beneath her crumbled, robbing her of balance as she plummeted downwards. Fortunately, her hands grasped the earth just in time, leaving her slender legs dangling in midair. Help! Gazing downwards revealed a bottomless abyss, terrifying. The tears she had valiantly suppressed finally cascaded down her cheeks. You never mentioned the ground would collapse. You wretched proprietor. Woo-woo. Master, please come save Xian'er. With no one to rescue her, she could only rely on herself. Unable to channel her spiritual energy, she had to depend solely on her physical strength. Gritting her teeth, she summoned her strength, slowly pulling herself upward. Strive, and strive once more. At last, one of her legs reached the ground, and with a concerted effort of hands and feet, Yi Xian'er climbed up. Before her lay a pit, and behind her, an abyss that seemed bottomless. Was she being asked to leap across? This wretched place was anything but enjoyable. Yi Xian'er felt utterly aggrieved and regretted her predicament. Unable to retreat, she could only grit her teeth and press on. Outside, Li, watching the live broadcast, was somewhat taken aback. This little girl was performing admirably, far from the weakness he had anticipated. He had initially thought she wouldn't even manage to cross the first hurdle. With her left hand and leg leading the way, and her right hand and leg trailing behind, Li facepalmed. A prodigy indeed. She was running with a peculiar gait. Her body bobbed rhythmically as she adjusted her breathing, her expression resolute as she gazed ahead. You can do it, Yi Xian'er. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell, landing in a heap. Li burst into laughter, spitting out his tea. This was quite the spectacle. He found it utterly delightful. Yi Xian'er, clutching her head, crawled up, looking like a little beggar covered in dirt. It hurt so much, woo. Just then, another turtle charged towards her, only to fall into the pit that had collapsed earlier. Ha ha ha. Silly thing, how foolish. Yi Xian'er, who had been quietly sobbing moments ago, burst into laughter. Chapter 21. Innocence. Such an innocent girl, truly a rarity. Li suddenly felt a pang of compassion. However, he reasoned that no harm would come to her and that it would serve to strengthen this young girl. Well, I shall continue to watch. Yi Xian'er refused to give up. She brushed off the dust from her clothes and resumed her awkward running posture. With a self-encouraging cheer, she dashed forward. The pit was not particularly wide. It primarily tested one's courage. As long as she could overcome her inner fears, the odds were in her favor. Yi Xian'er was no exception. Yay! After leaping over, she raised her fist in a gesture of self-affirmation. She pressed on, this time at a considerably slower pace. One leg in front and the other behind, she turned sideways, slightly bending her body. The leading leg cautiously probed the ground, wary of another sudden collapse. Safety. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from the rocky wall beside her. It was a black spider, half a meter long. The unexpected turn of events caught Yi Xian'er off guard, and she rolled to evade it just in time. But upon raising her head, a stone column suddenly fell from above. I'm going to die. Yi Xian'er squeezed her eyes shut, tears welling up as she returned to the courtyard. A piercing soprano echoed, instantly captivating everyone in the vicinity of the slot machines. Xian'er, what troubles you? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Yi Xian'er slowly opened her eyes. Master, have you also perished? Have you all departed this world? She sobbed, tears streaming down her cheeks. The elder Mo's expression darkened. Perished? What nonsense! I am very much alive. Come here at once. Yi Xian'er, still sniffling, gazed at elder Mo. Master, you're not dead. She pinched her own arm to confirm, relief washing over her as she realized she was also alive. A furtive glance revealed a mocking gaze directed at her, laced with ill intent, none other than the detestable boss. A shiver ran down Yi's spine as she turned away, hastening toward elder Mo with an oddly hurried gait. Master, let us depart. Depart? After I have finally reached over 800. In the lottery shop, Li laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. This girl is truly amusing. At the entrance of the lottery shop stood an individual. Li recognized him as a member of the Shi family, of a similar age to Shi Longyan. What brings you here? The elder chuckled awkwardly. I wish to exchange my 1,000 points for a yellow-grade cultivation technique. Finally, a rational mind amidst the madness. A rare find indeed. One should know when to stop and not aspire for unattainable heights. With such limited abilities, how could one dream of acquiring earth or heaven-grade techniques? Setting aside the odds of obtaining one, even if one were to succeed, could they safeguard it upon leaving? Pragmatism is the essence of wisdom, of course, but rewards are randomized. It may be suitable or not. The elder understood well. Regardless of suitability, obtaining a yellow-grade cultivation technique would suffice to bring him satisfaction. Observing the disparity, Yi Xian'er regarded the yellow-grade technique with disdain, while the elder viewed it as a treasure. Li nodded and said, "Hand me your game card." The elder respectfully presented it with both hands. After taking the game card, Li wiped his finger across it, resetting the score before returning it to the elder. He then communicated with the system. A flash of golden light appeared in the system space, revealing a cultivation technique, the Qingmu formula. Thank you, boss. No need for thanks. It is the nature of the game rules, and it is rightfully yours. The elder departed. Li entered the kitchen, preparing a meal. With no work obligations, he lounged about like a salted fish, leading to a rather irregular diet. A simple bowl of noodles wafted with enticing aromas. Tomato and egg noodles were Li's signature dish. In the afternoon, several batches of customers arrived, all from local sects in Qingzhou, with Luo Hongmian and Wu Santon present. None of them were causing trouble. Moreover, people from the Miaoxian sect and the Haoyu sect were also here. It's time to close. Reluctantly, the customers rose, swiping their cards to exit. Goodbye, boss. One by one, they departed, leaving Shi Longyan behind. He turned to Li Li, rubbing his hands together. Hey, boss. I would like to discuss something with you. What is it? I wish to construct a few inns in your vicinity, as the daily commute has become rather inconvenient. Li Li chuckled. You certainly have a knack for seizing business opportunities. With the increasing number of patrons at the lottery shop, its reputation will only continue to grow, attracting many out-of-town customers. Establishing a few inns nearby could undoubtedly yield substantial profits. However, if you disagree, consider this proposal as merely a fleeting thought. The land nearby does not belong to me. Such matters should be directed to the appropriate land management personnel. Shi Longyan's eyes sparkled. The proprietor had acquiesced. As night descended, the stars twinkled brilliantly. A small snake slithered through the window and approached the peach tree. Zhao bird, Ning Yo Yo, see you spread her wings, landing gracefully on the ground, exclaiming, I was just pondering how to inform you. This peach tree is extraordinary. It greatly aids our recovery of cultivation. Before long, we shall return to our peak. And how is your recovery progressing? Thanks to this peach tree, I have now reached the 8th tier. I am at the 7th tier. See you exclaimed in astonishment. How did you advance so swiftly? It seems that man's bed conceals a vast spiritual formation, more effective than our beast god mountain's gathering formation. See you's mind bust. You didn't think to share this with me? The small snake retorted, you were confined to the first floor and unable to ascend. How could I inform you? Enough with the idle chatter. Let us speak of serious matters. I sense my father's presence nearby. The Dragon King? He must either be heading to Foaming Mountain or seeking me. See you hurriedly replied, this is dire. Your father's volatile temper may lead him to be crushed by that individual upon arrival. We must devise a plan to deter him. Chapter 22. The Extreme Cold Bloodline. The following day, Li Li awoke, stretched lazily, and patted the soft head of the small snake beside him. Thus began another day of leisure. He descended the stairs and opened for business. A throng of eager patrons had already gathered at the entrance, clamoring to rush inside. The doors are finally open. Do not encroach upon my spot. I am eager to accumulate points. The slot machine area quickly filled to capacity. Li Li pondered whether he should request the system to procure additional machines, as the current popularity of the slot machines was undeniably soaring. No, it could be said that the heavenly grade magical artifacts were simply too alluring. The egg-smashing and scratch-off games had been overshadowed by the advent of the slot machines, primarily due to the allure of their prizes. Li Li had inquired with the system, which responded that the rewards for smashing eggs were random, besides magical artifacts. There were unexpected special prizes that customers would need to discover for themselves. Could it be referring to that bottle of Fat Boy Happy Water? No, it must be that box of matches. In the future, scratch-off games would feature other card types, with progressively higher tiers of prizes. Within a single establishment, a variety of projects spanning all levels should exist. This is what constitutes a qualified and complete shop. There will always be some patrons who recognize their own desires. Boss, bring me 20 hammers. I wish to smash the eggs. Behold, they have indeed arrived. It is the group that came yesterday afternoon, the local sect forces from Qingzhou. The news regarding the heavenly grade artifact from Foaming Mountain has stirred a considerable commotion, enticing practitioners of all ranks within the cultivation realm to partake in the excitement. Even those who may not obtain such treasures wish to witness the splendor of these celestial artifacts. Today, Chunjin has once again arrived late, missing out on a coveted spot at the slot machines. He makes his way toward the lottery shop, intending to purchase a few scratch-off tickets for amusement. A new project has commenced today. Just as he reaches the entrance of the lottery shop, Li Li announces the news, instantly captivating everyone's attention. The proprietor has introduced yet another new venture. What could it be? I recall that young girl mentioning it yesterday, speaking of some sort of challenging turtle game that sounded rather daunting, yet intriguing. Li Li raises his hand to signal for silence. You may consider it a small-scale secret realm. As he speaks, he strides towards the direction of the peach tree, with the crowd trailing behind him. With a flourish of his hand, a portal to the void materializes. A wave of astonishment sweeps through the crowd. Has the proprietor brought the entrance to a secret realm into the courtyard, or has he created a secret realm within it? Such terror. The cost is 100 gold coins per attempt, and all may enter simultaneously into this independent space. With each level cleared, one may earn corresponding rewards, with the bounty increasing as one ascends higher through the layers. This challenge consists of 7 levels, and those who conquer them all shall receive an ultimate grand gift, a special cultivation physique, the Berserker's same body. As the final words resonate, the atmosphere falls into silence. The sound of a pin dropping echoing in the stillness. This is soon followed by a surge of exhilarating exclamations. Did I hear that correctly? A special physique. Indeed a rare and coveted boon. It is said that the enchanting fairy Miaoyin of the Xiantian immortal sect possesses such a unique constitution. She entered the ranks at the tender age of 12, achieved foundation establishment by 20, and in merely 200 years of cultivation, she has already reached the initial stage of unity. The opportunity is right before us. We must seize it. Yet, let us not rejoice too soon. Precious things are seldom easily obtained, and this may not be as straightforward as it seems. The crowd buzzes with excitement, their spirits ignited. Beside the void portal, a coin-operated station has been established. Those interested may queue up and challenge at their leisure. After Lili has finished his instructions, he returns to the lottery shop. Yu Rui has arrived, accompanied by Xiaqing and a middle-aged man. He exudes an aura of quiet authority, radiating an air of superiority. Boss, you are here. Xiaqing respectfully addresses him, introducing, this is my father. The middle-aged man offers a slight bow. Xia Yanchang. Lili nods in acknowledgement. Greetings. You two may go and play nearby. I shall converse with this esteemed gentleman, he suggests. Xiaqing, understanding, takes Yu Rui's hand and departs. Prior to their arrival, Xiaqing had repeatedly cautioned her father that this proprietor is one of the strongest beings in existence, and they must not presumptuously use spiritual sight to probe him. Xia Yanchang is well aware that his daughter does not speak idly. However, Yu Rui is the only daughter of the deceased wife's younger sister, and it is imperative that he comprehends the situation thoroughly. After all, Yu Rui may remain here for a lifetime. Upon hearing that the boss could save Rui, Lili remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Could you elucidate the specifics so that we, her family, may rest easy? It is not so complicated. Yu Rui has been frail since childhood, suffering from an ailment that has never been remedied, for the essence of her condition does not stem from illness. Xia Yanchang was taken aback upon hearing this. Yu Rui had sought countless doctors and consumed many miraculous elixirs, yet she remained unhealed. All along, her affliction was treated as a sickness. Now, encountering a completely divergent perspective was startling. Not an illness. A thought involuntarily crossed Xia Yanchang's mind. This boss might indeed possess the means to resolve Rui's predicament. Boss, please speak candidly, he implored, his demeanor now considerably more respectful. I can share this with you, but it is best not to disclose it to you, Rui, for the time being. Xia Yanchang paused momentarily, then nodded. I shall heed your counsel. Setting aside the concept of the extreme cold bloodline, the notion of reincarnation itself was rather absurd. A girl in her late teens, who had never been exposed to cultivation, suddenly learning such information could lead her to overthink, which would not be conducive to her recovery. Moreover, working in the shop could be adversely affected. As for Xia Yanchang, being an elder, he could be informed, and it was believed he would weigh the gravity of this matter appropriately. Subsequently, Lili divulged all the information regarding the extreme cold bloodline and the concept of reincarnation to Xia Yanchang. Surprisingly, although he appeared somewhat agitated after hearing it, he maintained a level of composure, likely not wanting the two women in the distance to misinterpret the situation. I have heard rumors of reincarnation. It indeed exists, he remarked. Lili gazed at him intently. This individual possessed extraordinary experience, a dignified demeanor, and undoubtedly held a significant status. On the day the extreme, cold bloodline awakens, the memories of the previous life will consequently resurface. Xia Yanchang paused momentarily. If the memories of the past life are restored, what will become of Rui? Most likely, she would be replaced. What? Lili responded with exasperation. Why the urgency? Is there not a method to suppress it now? We can discuss it later. Do you perhaps have another solution at present? Allow me to inform you that each episode of her affliction signifies a further awakening of the extreme cold bloodline. You have merely encountered me. Otherwise, within a year, Yu Rui would vanish from this world. Xia Yanchang remained silent for a long while, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. It seems we must proceed as such for now. I am grateful for your assistance, esteemed boss. Lili waved his hand dismissively. Xia Yanchang then turned and walked towards Yu Rui and Xiaqing, who were on the other side of the courtyard. Father, what news do you bring? Xia Yanchang, Prince Qi of the Wu dynasty and the Emperor's younger brother, was renowned for his military prowess and held the Emperor's unwavering trust throughout his lifetime. The iron-blooded general, a powerful prince, was also a man of deep affection, having married but one wife in his lifetime, only to suffer the sorrow of her early demise due to illness. Xia Yanchong, shedding his previous gloom, displayed a smile. As Qing'er has said, this esteemed master is indeed remarkably capable. You may rest assured to follow him here from now on. Furthermore, given the considerable distance from Qingyang City, I shall command the construction of a villa nearby for your convenience. Once it is completed, I will also bring your mother here to assist in your care. Yurui, with tears glistening in her eyes, bowed gracefully. Thank you, uncle. Xia Yanchong's expression softened, and he replied with a warm smile. Now, you must behave and focus on regaining your health. Qing'er will visit you whenever she can. Chapter 23, Tenuan Sect. Moreover, I have uncovered the identity of the assailant behind your recent attack. Upon hearing this, Xia Qing's eyes sharpened. Father, who is it? The steward of the Tianyuan auction house in Qingyang City, Wang Jinkoan. Yurui pondered, Uncle, I do not recognize this individual. Why would he wish to harm me? Xia Yanchong replied with a cold smile. You may not know him, but his son, Wang Xiao, should be familiar to you. Yurui suddenly recalled. He is that scoundrel. What? Xia Qing's fists tightened in anger. Do not worry, sister. Uncle Ma was present at the time, and I was not bullied by that man. Xia Yanchong continued to explain. The Tianyuan sect is the most formidable sect in the Qingzhou region, and Wang Jinkoan is an elder responsible for managing the auction house in Qingyang City. Wang Xiao, though lacking in talent, has benefited from his father's status and serves at the auction house alongside him. This man has been using his position to oppress others in Qingyang City, exhibiting a vil disposition. Scum, Xia Qing seethed. Such a person deserves to die 100 times over. Rui, your aunt insisted on leaving the capital for this remote Qingyang City. I opposed it at the time. While the capital may be chaotic, it maintains strict order, and one would not encounter such scoundrels there. Yurui grasped Xia Qing's hand. Do not be agitated, sister. I am fine. Besides, had I not come to Qingyang City, I would not have met the esteemed master. Upon hearing this, Xia Qing's mood finally calmed. Rest assured, I have made arrangements regarding this matter. By tomorrow, this father and son duo will no longer exist in this world. At that moment, a commotion was heard at the door as a group of about 20 people entered. Xia Yanchong's gaze sharpened. It seems we need not wait until tomorrow. The Tianyuan sect, the most powerful sect in the Qingzhou region, was led by Yang Jidao, a master at the 5th rank of the Purple Mansion realm. In a remote Qingzhou, a 5th rank master is nearly invincible. The strongest figures of smaller sects, such as Wu Santong of the Blade sect and Yu Hongmian of the Jade Sword sect, have remained at the pinnacle of the 7th rank for many years. The initial threshold of the cultivation path, the 6th rank of the core formation realm, is a realm that many ordinary cultivators cannot hope to achieve in their lifetimes. The customers are engaged in their challenges within the space, rendering the courtyard unusually tranquil at this moment. Even Li Li has succumbed to slumber inside the lottery shop. Initially intrigued by the multitude of challengers, he soon lost interest after glancing at the internal display screen, only to discover that this group consisted of seasoned veterans. Unable to utilize their spiritual powers, they became exceedingly cautious, taking deliberate steps and meticulously considering each action. They were devoid of the charm and excitement that the likes of Yi Xian could bring. As he continued to watch, fatigue overtook him, and he eventually drifted off to sleep. Master, who would have thought we could find such a place in these remote mountains? Today, let us reside here and await the developments from Fengming Mountain. Wang Jinkoan, stooping slightly, wore a smile full of flattery. Yang Zidou, dressed in an ornate purple robe and appearing to be in his 40s, adorned a jade crown atop his head and wore a finely crafted jade pendant at his waist. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he exuded the demeanor befitting the leader of their sect. Very well, this shall suffice. Indeed, master. Wang Jinkoan promptly commanded the disciples of Tian Yuanzong to clear the clutter from the courtyard. Master, please move to a more serene location. At that moment, a flash of light darted past the courtyard wall. Damn it, how unforeseen. The turtle even has a head. Wait, I can't possibly be the first to emerge, can I? Oh, what a disgrace. After expressing his frustration, the individual noticed several gazes directed towards him. New faces, fresh customers in the shop. Greetings. Wang Jinkoan's expression turned icy. Unrelated individuals, be gone at once. Hold on, are you out of your mind? How dare you speak so boldly in the presence of the leader of Tian Yuanzong? I know nothing of this Tian Yuanzong, the man retorted furiously. This individual, named Luo Meng, was among those who had accompanied Chu He to Qingzhou, a peak 7th grade cultivator and a disciple of Hao Yue Xianzong, already irked by his failure in the game challenge. He was further incensed upon encountering this group, mistaking them for new patrons, only to realize they were a bunch of fools. His irritation grew. At that moment, another figure appeared. Brother, you emerged as well. Sigh. I ought to have been more cautious. It was indeed a misstep. Sure, Ping Yang shook his head in disappointment, seemingly dissatisfied with his previous performance in the challenge space. Who are they? Luo Meng sneered. A bunch of fools. Fools? What do you mean by that? They wish to claim this courtyard as their own. Is that not foolishness? Sure, Ping Yang was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, indeed quite foolish. Subsequently, several more figures appeared. Third brother, how did it go? Did you pass the first round? I was careless. I got knocked out by a turtle and slept until now. You really are useless. Ah, this secret realm is indeed intriguing, but passing the levels is quite challenging. Oh, who are they? Fools. What makes you say so? They intend to stir trouble here. PFF, they truly are fools. Haha. In the courtyard, laughter echoed all around. At that moment, Luo Hongyan's expression shifted slightly. After a brief hesitation, she spoke. They are from the Tianyuanzong. Being part of the Qingzhou sects, she recognized them, as did Yang Jin and a few others. However, the Tianyuanzong was known for its formidable strength and the arrogance that permeated its ranks. They were notorious for their vindictiveness, and no one wished to associate with them. Chu He inquired, what kind of force is the Tianyuanzong? Are they truly that powerful? While they were the most powerful sect in Qingzhou, in comparison to the Haoyue Xianzong, they were insignificant. Mu Rongyi chuckled. Then in the presence of our esteemed master, they're even less worthy of mention. Laughter erupted among the group, instantly easing the tension. They engaged in lively chatter, recounting their recent challenge, completely dismissing the Tianyuanzong members. Impudent! Wang Jianquan roared, his face darkened with fury. You seek death. Everyone from the Tianyuanzong, obey my command and eliminate them. Yang Jin's expression turned anxious. Where's the master? Is he asleep? What should we do? We can't just stand here and await our doom. Who knows? He did not wish to stir trouble in the courtyard, yet the enemy had already approached, which was quite vexing. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked from the side, instantly slaying several Tianyuanzong disciples. Such bravery! To dare take lives here. One person stepped forward. It was Xia Yanchang. Father, no. Xia Qing's face was filled with concern. Although she longed to eliminate those arrogant individuals, particularly Wang Jinquan, she worried about the master's potential wrath for instigating violence in his domain. Yi quickly summoned the master. I will hold my father back. I. Yu Yi hesitated, fearing that disturbing the master's peaceful slumber might lead to dire consequences. At that moment, Yang Ji Dao approached with narrowed eyes. Sect master, he has killed our brethren from the Tianyuanzong. Wang Jinquan's lackey hurriedly reported. Xia Yanchang replied coldly. So you are Yang Ji Dao? Yang Ji Dao's expression darkened. At the 5th rank initial stage, he was on par with his own level. And you are? Xia Yanchang did not respond directly. Pointing at Wang Jinquan, I thought it was only this man who deserved death. Yet it appears the entire Tianyuanzong, including its leader, is comprised of such shameless individuals. Anger flared on Yang Ji Dao's face. I'm not acquainted with you. Such disrespectful words are rather excessive. Xia Yanchang scoffed derisively. A 5th-rank cultivator shamelessly addressing me as master. How laughable. You. In the courtyard, 2 powerful auras from the Purple Mansion realm clashed, creating a tempestuous wind that forced onlookers to retreat. Chui glanced at Mu Rongyi. Aren't you going to intervene? Mu Rongyi smiled. Why invite trouble? Watching the spectacle is quite enjoyable, don't you think? Chui turned around to look, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Oh my, a multitude of individuals has, unbeknownst to me, assembled with their sunflower seeds and benches. Truly adept. Xia Qing gritted her teeth. The clash of 5th-tier experts would likely overwhelm this courtyard. If the boss does not intervene soon, we might be facing dire consequences. Yu Rui grasped her arm and pointed behind her, indicating that the boss had already awakened. Xia Qing's gaze shifted, and her expression darkened instantly. There sat Li Li at the threshold of the lottery shop, a cup of tea in his left hand and a bunch of grapes in his right, savoring his snack with great pleasure. Chapter 24, The Arena. Xia Qing's complexion was complex. She could not fathom the boss's intentions. Yesterday, that band of men in black had caused a ruckus, and the boss had ruthlessly eliminated them. Yet now, the disturbance was evidently greater than the previous day, and the boss appeared to be relishing the spectacle, as if thoroughly entertained. The enigma of the boss was truly inscrutable. Lily gradually rose and strolled leisurely towards the crowd. The boss is awake. Now we have a show to watch. Xia Yanchang's expression shifted, and he clenched his teeth, suppressing his aura. However, Yang Jidao's aura did not wane. He was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground and spitting blood profusely. Lily was taken aback. What was this? I merely wished to approach and enjoy the amusement. Yet here you are putting on a display. For whom? Father. Xia Qing and Yu Rui rushed over to help Xia Yinchang to his feet. Father is fine. Do not worry. Struggling, Xia Yinchang stood upright and clasped his hands towards Li Li, saying, Boss, I apologize for dirtying your courtyard. Li Li nonchalantly glanced at the corpses on the ground and the pool of blood. Indeed, quite filthy. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, the bodies vanished, and the ground returned to its pristine state. Witnessing this, Yang Jidao's cold sweat cascaded down his back. He finally understood why Xia Yinchang had suddenly ceased his confrontation with him and why this group of individuals regarded the one they called boss with such reverence. Though Yang Jidao was arrogant, self-assured, and dismissive of others, he was not a fool. Beside him, Wang Jinquan was paralyzed with fear, having lost control of himself, unable to move a muscle. I did not realize this courtyard belonged to you, esteemed senior. I hope you will pardon my transgression. Lili Nurad Lan Zikat. With a light touch upon the void, a green light unexpectedly surged into Xia Yinchang's body. Father, boss, we were wrong. Please do not harm my father. Xia Qing and Yu Rui fell to their knees, bowing and pleading for mercy. Qinger, Rui, father is fine. The boss is healing me. The two women turned to see that, indeed, Xia Yinchang appeared completely restored, with no trace of injury remaining. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Xia Yinchang cast a cold glance at Yang Jidao and Wang Jinquan. Boss, I have disturbed you today. I shall take my leave. Wait, are you leaving just like that? Xia Yinchang was bewildered. Lily sat on a small stool by the winding river, naturally reaching over to seize a handful of melon seeds from Shi Pingfeng's hand. I tend to your wounds, merely to ensure your continued presence, do I not? If you depart, where shall I seek my amusement? A twitch at the corner of Shi Pingfeng's mouth caused the seeds in his hand to tumble to the ground. Boss, you truly are a talent. Gulme. Let's continue. Yet he added, fear not. With your meager skills, you could not harm even a blade of grass in this courtyard. Upon hearing this, Xia Yinchang felt an involuntary flush creep across his face. The boss's tongue was indeed sharp. I, at the very least, am a 5th grade master of the Purple Mansion. As Yang Jidao swallowed hard, he found himself bewildered by the intentions of this elder, caught between a desire to flee and the fear of moving, ultimately resigning himself to remain and await orders. Now, let us commence the deathmatch in the octagonal cage. Round 1 begins. With Li Li's command, the two similarly ranked masters sprang into action. How impressive. The boss is treating us to a free spectacle today. Someone remarked. Shall we not retreat a bit further? We might risk getting caught in the crossfire. Whoosh. 2 streams of sword chi intertwined, clashing fiercely for several moments before veering off in unison. Their formidable momentum directed towards the onlookers. Run. I told you this was too close. The crowd hastily lifted their stools and retreated. Yet the 2 raging sword energies vanished abruptly, mere half a yard from Li Li, as if consumed by an invisible rift in space. With the boss present, what is there to fear? This is absurd. Where could be safer than beside him? With a chuckle, they returned to Li Li's side. Shi Pingfeng presenting a handful of pumpkin seeds. Boss, these are delicious. How thoughtful, the crowd mused, marveling at the enigma that was their boss. At times, he exuded an air of aloofness that instilled fear. At others, he was approachable, akin to a friendly neighbor. The 2 5th grade masters exchanged blows, their dazzling swordplay sparkling as they clashed. Excellent. What a splendid display. It felt as though a scene from a celestial fantasy drama had materialized into reality, and Lily was thrilled to observe it up close. As he had noted earlier, despite the ferocity of their duel, not a single blade of grass, tree, or speck of dust in the courtyard was disturbed. Mu Ru, Yi, and Chu he exchanged glances, both reflecting profound astonishment in their eyes. Boss, this is simply astonishing. Boom. A series of explosive sounds echoed, resplendent and resonant. The two, equally matched, landed blows upon one another, both eventually succumbing to exhaustion and gasping for breath. The first round concluded, and both parties opted for a moment's respite. Xia Yinchang's lips twitched. The prince of Wu dynasty now found himself in an arena reminiscent of a gladiatorial combat. Father, are you well? Master, please sit and rest. As the support teams entered the arena, providing water and encouragement to the contenders, newcomers approached from outside the courtyard. The odious proprietor, I have returned. Elda Montak. Yixian and two unfamiliar young individuals, a pair of youthful men and women. Upon their entrance, they stood rooted in place. What is transpiring here? Edel Montak, come over here. Elder Mo led the group over. Boss, what is this? Oh, they're fighting. Come and witness. It is quite thrilling. The man and woman behind Elder Mo were now scrutinizing Li. This individual is indeed the proprietor here, as Elder Mo had described. Remarkably youthful. Here you are, Elder Mo. Shi Longyan presented a stool, which Elder Mo instinctively accepted. Wait a moment. I leave for just a short while. And how has the courtyard changed so drastically? Sit down. The second round is about to commence. Do not obstruct those behind. Oh. Elder Mo hastily seated himself, placing Yixian upon his lap, and beckoned the man and woman to sit. Sit down. Do not remain standing. The young couple hesitated, glancing at Shi Pingfeng, who offered an awkward smile. There are no more. The last one was given to Elder Mo. I have some. Lu Muqing produced two small stools and handed them over. Beside them, Mu Ruoyi's lips twitched. How many small stools have you prepared? The second round commenced. Two fifth-rank experts began their clash anew. Fifth-rank Purple Mansion Realm. Two fifth-rank cultivators engaging in a tournament in the proprietor's courtyard. Moreover, each of their strikes was lethal. Elder Mo was perplexed. Moments later, the second round concluded. Father, do your best. Secmaster, have a sip of water. During the intermission, Yixian nestled comfortably in Elder Mo's embrace, her boredom prompting her to glance at Li. What, do you wish to take the stage as well? The little girl shuddered in fright. No. I cannot compete with them. Would you prefer to play with the little animals instead? Upon hearing this, Yixian trembled all over. No, Lili's leaps kurlets legally. This girl is indeed amusing. Elder Mo secretly shook his head. His disciple possesses extraordinary talent, having entered the ranks at a mere 12 years of age, with a promising future ahead. Yet, her tender age and unblemished heart render her purer and more innocent than her peers. If her temperament is not tempered, she may face grave challenges in the future. Thus, he brought her along on this journey, as mingling with others is the beginning of cultivating her character. Last night, the child endured a night filled with nightmares, claiming to be pursued by a swarm of turtles, with the blame resting squarely on this proprietor. Chapter 25, Breakthrough in Desperation. Elder Mo's purpose today is to uncover what Yixian truly experienced yesterday. It is certainly not for the sake of playing slot machines. The third round began. Xia Yanchang, brimming with murderous intent, initiated with a profound sword technique. Wind-whispering sword qi, the ferocious sword energy surged forth, causing Yang Ji Dao's complexion to shift as he rolled through the air, evading the sword qi. Upon landing, the long sword pointed resolutely forward. The void-breaking technique. It was indeed a profound swordsmanship, with the sword tip emitting glimmers akin to icy starlight, slicing through the frenzied sword aura of Xia Yanchang. Xia Yanchang's expression shifted dramatically as he swung his sword in defense, retreating step by step until he reached the courtyard wall. The surging sword energy relentlessly battered against his protective spirit shield, and he gritted his teeth in determination. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Father! Xia Qing and Yu Rui cried out in alarm, tears streaming down their faces. The master had proclaimed this a life-and-death match. In such a contest, only one side's demise would bring an end to the battle, and no one would intervene. He has been poisoned. Elder Mo suddenly interjected. Now it became clear why, despite their equal prowess, the situation had shifted so drastically. When had the poison been administered? Such a skillful and discreet method of poisoning suggested the work of an experienced hand, likely one accustomed to such treachery. How disgraceful for a sect leader to resort to such despicable tactics. Yet, in a life-and-death match, the master had not forbidden the use of poison. It was merely indicative of the opponent's overconfidence. What a pity, Yixian Yuan pouted, her delicate voice laced with disdain. This person is truly wicked. Xia Qing, tears flowing freely, glared at Yang Ji Dao in the arena, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. She could not bear to watch her father perish before her eyes. She knelt before Li, pleading, Master, I beseech you, save my father. Yu Rui followed suit, kneeling and weeping in supplication. An invisible force lifted both women to their feet. Li responded coolly, I have stated it is a life-and-death match. Would my intervention not breach the rules? Xia Qing felt a wave of regret wash over her. She should have dissuaded her father earlier. Was this truly the Master's punishment for her father's earlier violent actions in the courtyard? Had her father refrained from violence today, his status as a prince could have effortlessly erased the Tian Yuan sect, let alone the insignificant Wang Jiankuan and his son. At just over 40, her father had already attained the 5th rank of the Purple Mansion realm, showcasing his extraordinary talent. Yet the martial world was fraught with peril. Her father had always scorned the use of poison and deceit, and she never expected him to fall victim to such tactics today. Give it up in this life-and-death match. You have lost. Yang Jidao's face was filled with malevolence. Xia Yanchong, pale as death, spat, despicable scoundrel. Suddenly, he felt a warm current surge from his dantian, spreading through his limbs. This was quickly transformed into a torrent of spiritual energy that surged through his body's myriad orifices, dramatically amplifying his aura. The winds howled ferociously around him. Chui stood up in astonishment. Is he about to break through? To rise from the brink of death in the midst of combat was indeed a remarkable turn of events. Unexpectedly, the tides of battle could shift once more, proving to be quite the spectacle. Mu Rongyi caught a glimpse of Li Li and noticed the faintest hint of a smile at the corner of his lips, as though he had anticipated all of this. Suddenly recalling the earlier scene where the master had healed that individual, Mu Rongyi let out a silent, bitter laugh. It seemed inevitable that Yang Jidao would meet his demise today. Xia Qing stood up joyfully, her fists clenched tightly. Father, give it your all. Wrapped in formidable spiritual energy, Xia Yinchang's aura intensified with each passing moment. Opposite him, Yang Jidao felt an ominous premonition. He unleashed a flurry of strikes from afar, yet was unable to sever the spiritual barrier shielding Xia Yinchang. Damn it! Why must he break through at this moment? Yang Jidao's eyes glowed crimson. He raised a hand and hurled colorful poison pills, which erupted into a toxic mist, enveloping half the sky. Immediately after, he launched several concealed weapons that shot forth like streaks of light. In that moment, Yang Jidao's singular desire was to eliminate Xia Yanchang swiftly. This fellow's techniques were indeed ruthless. With an arsenal of poison pills and hidden weapons, his character was unquestionably reprehensible. All eyes fixated on the swirling spiritual energy above. Suddenly, a fierce roar pierced the air. A figure shot forth like a meteor, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. A piercing scream echoed. This battle concluded unexpectedly. A trace of sword energy marked Yang Jidao's brow. As he collapsed to the ground, the fury in his eyes gradually faded, extinguishing after a few breaths. Victory! Haha! A magnificent counterattack. Xia Yinchang's retribution elicited cheers from the crowd. The moment Yang Jidao resorted to poison, they unconsciously shifted their allegiance, transforming from neutral spectators to clandestine supporters of Xia Yanchang. Xia Qing and Yu Rui rushed towards him, and the three embraced tightly. That scene, it resembled a champion's celebration in an octagonal cage. Yet, it was quite touching. Tears welled in the eyes of the Sher brothers. Splendid indeed. Lili stood up. Glancing sideways, he noticed the Tian Yuan sect members attempting to sneak away. Where do you think you're going? Wang Jiankuan halted, suddenly kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Senior, father, grandfather, I am but a humble fool. I beg you to spare me. The other disciples of the Tian Yuan sect followed suit, kneeling and pleading for mercy. A pungent odor of urine filled the air, growing increasingly intense. Lili observed, astounded, as puddles formed on the ground. It seemed that more than one had been frightened to the point of losing control. Truly disgusting. With a flick of his sleeve, the bodies of the Tian Yuan sect members began to vanish, starting from their legs, then their bodies, and finally their heads. It was as if a painting was being meticulously erased by a soft cloth. The scene was eerily terrifying. No, please no. Wang Jiankuan watched in horror as his body disappeared, grasping at the air in vain. A few breaths later, everyone on the ground had vanished, along with the filth beneath them. It was as if they had never existed. Hiss! All present gasped in astonishment. What kind of technique is this? Is it truly achievable by a mere human? Boss, this is utterly terrifying. Thank you, boss. Xia Yanchang approached, offering a solemn salute. Lili was taken aback. What was there to thank for? The healing prior to battle? Very well. He then waved his hand dismissively. This spectacle was quite exhilarating. Consider it your appearance fee. Appearance fee? The corners of Xia Yanchang's mouth twitched. That term felt rather odd. Lili entered the lottery shop, ascended to the second floor, feeling a twinge of hunger, eager to procure a snack. Downstairs, the senior's counterattack was truly formidable, an eye-opening experience. That fellow deserved his fate, poisonous and armed with hidden weapons. It was evident he was no good. Indeed, the senior's elimination of him was a service to the cultivation world. The crowd stepped forward, offering their congratulations on the victory. Xia Yinchang had triumphed in battle and advanced to the mid-stage of the 5th grade Purple Mansion, his spirits soaring. Thank you all. But this victory was largely due to the assistance of the boss. Otherwise, I might have truly perished here. Yang Jin inquired, puzzled. Why do you say that, senior? What does the boss have to do with this? Xia Yinchang smiled. To be candid, since my breakthrough to the 5th grade realm, my cultivation has stagnated due to a lingering injury from years past. I sought remedies in vain until just before the battle with Yang Ji Dao, when the boss infused a strand of spiritual energy into me, which, at a critical moment, eradicated the hidden ailment within me, allowing me to break through and defeat Yang Ji Dao in dire straits. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood. So that is how it is, Mu Rongyi remarked with a smile. Surely the boss had already discerned your issue, using the battle not only to showcase an intense spectacle for himself and us, but also to eliminate Yang Ji Dao and his group. Thus, from the very beginning, Yang Ji Dao was already on the boss's death list? Precisely. Those who cause trouble cannot leave this courtyard. The boss has always operated this way, hasn't he? Chapter 26. You build on the left, I shall build on the right. The boss, not only powerful but also unfathomable in thought, is indeed formidable. It seems we should all exercise caution moving forward. Absolutely, echoed the others. Mu Rongyi smirked. It is you who find the boss's thoughts elusive, not me. Little did they know, it was far from what he claimed. Did he truly know of Xia Yinchang's hidden ailment? He knew nothing. He had no penchant for prying into one's physical condition, especially not that of a male. At that moment, he merely wished to prevent the competition from being affected by Xia Yinchang's injury, offering him some treatment. Who would have thought that such a casual gesture would cure his hidden ailment and facilitate a breakthrough? As for Yang Ji Dao, he was indeed already on the boss's blacklist. This group of ruffians sought to seize his courtyard and harm his guests. How could they be spared? In essence, Li Li's original intent was merely born of boredom, a whimsical desire to witness some excitement, and nothing more. In the kitchen, after a brief period of activity, Master Li emerged, carrying a bowl of noodles to the entrance of the lottery shop. He observed a gathering of people still engaged in lively conversation. Why are we still gathered here? Clean up the litter on the ground, the sunflower seed shells, and such, then go about our business. Yes. Rest assured, boss. We shall ensure everything is spotless. If not, we shall lick it clean. A chorus of nods followed. Those claiming to be disciples of celestial sects, elders of divine orders, and heads of sects all commenced to tidy up the remnants of seeds and almond skins. What is that noise outside? How bothersome. Shi Longyan laughed heartily. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the carpenter we have hired from the Shi family. Starting today, we shall construct in and near the boss's establishment, providing a resting place for friends traveling from all corners of the 9 provinces. Chuyi smiled. You old fellow possess quite the business acumen, swiftly seizing the opportunity. Ha ha ha, you flatter me, son of the saint. The Shi family has always thrived on commerce. We have a nose for such matters. Indeed, this way, we will have a base here, avoiding the daily trek of 30 miles to Qingyang City. Master Shi, you must offer us some discounts when the time comes. Ha ha, that is certainly assured. Observing the jubilant Shi Longyan amidst the crowd, Lu Muqing nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Damn it, why hadn't I thought of this? I have unwittingly handed this old man a great opportunity. Grandfather, what troubles you? It's nothing, I just need to relieve myself. Lu Wui shot him a disapproving glance. The old man and his pride. Grandfather, the Shi family-s carpenters have only just begun, with so much vacant land near the boss's place. How can they cover it so quickly? At this, Lu Muqing's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands. Yes, why fear the Shi family getting started? We can simply compete with them. If they build an inn, we shall build one too. If they construct on the left, we shall build on the right. Ha! Good grandson, you have truly awakened me from my stupor. Lu Wui smiled subtly. It was merely my excitement that clouded my judgment. Lu Muqing proudly patted his grandson's shoulder. Promising potential, much better than your father. Now, I assign you a task. Hurry home and inform your father of this matter. Delay is not an option. Go swiftly. Wait, grandfather, your cultivation far surpasses mine. You should be the one to go. I cannot. I still wish to play the slot machines. Lu Wui's face darkened. Truly, a devoted grandfather. Elder Mo approached the direction of the peach tree, where a portal of void materialized. How marvelous. Is this the place Xian visited yesterday? She produced a gold coin and placed it in the groove beside the door, whereupon the grand entrance shimmered with light as she stepped through. A dim sewer awaited her. Elder Mo stood still, surveying the surroundings when an oddly shaped turtle rushed towards her. Indeed, the ugly turtle Xian spoke of as quite hideous. Instinctively, she formed a hand seal. Sure enough, upon entering this place, her spiritual energy vanished. The turtle charged forward, and with impeccable timing, she leapt high, sending the turtle plummeting into the abyss behind. Intriguing. She pressed onward. Suddenly, she felt a void beneath her feet and swiftly executed a large backward leap. With her seasoned experience, she possessed an acute sense of danger. After taking a few more steps, a shadow emerged from the rocky wall to her side, launching an ambush. Elder Mo pivoted swiftly to evade the attack and delivered a precise kick with her right foot, sending the shadow plummeting into the adjacent abyss. This place, capable of honing both physical reflexes and courage, was particularly suitable for Xianer. As a column fell from above, Elder Mo rolled forward with agility, executing the maneuver with finesse. Advancing further, she encountered two turtles in succession. Utilizing the nearby rock wall as leverage, she nimbly stepped lightly, soaring nearly 10 breaths into the air, effortlessly evading the turtle's charge. The area consisted of 7 layers, and thus far, the first layer did not prove overly challenging. The subsequent obstacles were similar to the previous ones, differing only in quantity. With a bit of caution, it was quite easy to navigate through. Is the first layer this lengthy? Elder Mo furrowed her brow, pressing onward. A step impeded her path. Rising about a meter high, she could sprint and leap over it, but would there be a trap? Elder Mo lingered in place for a while. It seemed there was no other way to pass. She took a few steps back to gather momentum. With a thunderous crash, she fell. In the courtyard, Elder Mo took a moment to regain her composure. Was it not safe on the way in? Could she trigger a trap on the return? Was that reasonable? She let out a wry smile. The trap mechanisms established by her master were indeed insidious. However, it was rather intriguing, and the rewards were enticing, particularly for Xianer. Xianer, come here. The little girl scampered over eagerly. Master, what is it? Elder Mo affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled gently. Xianer, do you not adore little animals? Upon hearing this, Yi Xianer trembled with excitement and hurried toward the lottery shop. Little girl, come back. Elder Mo moved with a flash, appearing behind her and seizing the fabric at her neck, dragging her toward the peach tree. No, master. Help. Chapter 27, Rainy Day. My dear disciple, this is all for your own good. Lily leaned against the door, arms crossed, marveling what a splendid master. Throughout the afternoon, Lily spent his time in amusement, observing the unfortunate child within the challenge space, who was repeatedly eliminated and tossed back in by her revered master. By the time she left, her once sky-blue dress was in tatters around her legs and arms, and her small face was covered in dirt, tears sparkling in her eyes. Yet, as she exited, she glanced back to wave at Lily. See you later, stinky boss. How amusing. The door closed for respite. The night sky, tranquil as ink. Lily was soundly asleep when a small shadow leaped through the window, darting out of the courtyard. In the nearby mountains, 10 miles from the shop, a robust, middle-aged man sat cross-legged on the ground, regulating his breath. The Dragon King from Beast God Mountain resides in the northern region of the Starry Continent, which is the stronghold of the most formidable beast forces, hosting 4 formidable third-tier demon entities. The Dragon King is one among them. Father. The Dragon King abruptly opened his eyes, noticing a small serpent with antennae resting before him. Yeah? It is I, Father. A fierce glint flashed in the Dragon King's obsidian pupils. How did you sustain such grievous injuries? Your true form has reverted to that of an infant. Father, the matter is complex. I was inadvertently harmed by a heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation? The Dragon King squinted slightly. Could it be the tribulation that occurred at Phoenix Cry Mountain a few days ago? Indeed, the small serpent continued, speaking coherently. Father, I have come to assure you of my safety. I am currently unharmed. Additionally, should you desire the heavenly grade artifact from Phoenix Cry Mountain, you must remember, if you encounter a certain individual, do not engage in conflict, I implore you. Ning Yuyo was uncertain whether her master would venture to Phoenix Cry Mountain. Despite his claims of disinterest, it was better to be overly cautious than to risk everything. Such a master was immensely formidable, and it was prudent to eliminate any potential threats in advance. The Dragon King's brow furrowed. Who is it that instills such trepidation in you? This individual is the master of my current abode. Although Father has attained the 3rd-tier middle realm, I fear you would not stand a chance against him. No, it is certain you would not prevail. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King fell into contemplation. For his daughter to express such concern, the opponent must indeed be a second-tier supreme being. I shall remember this. Given your current injuries, return with me to Beast God Mountain. I will instruct the Grand Priest to activate the Spirit Gathering Array. Within a year, you shall regain your former strength. Father, there is no need for concern. The esteemed individual I mentioned possesses a spiritual array far superior to the Spirit Gathering Array. In less than 6 months, I shall return to my previous state. The Dragon King was taken aback. If that is the case, I find myself increasingly intrigued by this person. Ning Yo felt a surge of urgency. Father, you must not become interested in this individual. I believe it is best to avoid any contact. Once I have recovered, I will leave at once. The Dragon King nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Rest assured, since you are in the company of such a distinguished figure, you must exercise utmost caution. Do not worry, Father. I understand. I shall take my leave now. In the courtyard, a small sparrow perched on a peach tree absorbed spiritual energy, its body trembling slightly as its essence thickened. The distance to recovery to the 7th tier was not far. Below the 6th tier core formation, recovery was relatively straightforward. However, above the 6th tier, each level became increasingly arduous. Damn, that heavenly tribulation. To encounter such a misfortune on a mere outing is truly unfortunate. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the sky, followed by a series of thunderclaps. Simi was startled, nearly losing her grip on the branch of the peach tree. A torrential downpour ensued. Why did it suddenly start to rain? Curse it, this courtyard is indeed open air. Yet in the next breath, he found himself bewildered. Outside, the rain poured heavily. But within the courtyard, not a single drop fell. It was no illusion. It was truly an open space. Siyu abruptly turned his gaze towards the slot machine area, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Surely, the proprietor had cast an enchantment over this courtyard to safeguard the equipment within. Quite impressive. The thunderstorm raged on, yet the interior remained unscathed. Listening to the sounds from outside, Siyu felt an inexplicable sense of contentment and continued to channel his spiritual energy. The next day, the relentless rain persisted, having fallen throughout the night without any sign of abating. Patting the little snake's head, Lily descended the stairs, utterly astonished. Goodness! The system's defiance of natural order was nothing short of miraculous. However, with the rain pouring, it was likely that few customers would venture out today. Boss, open the door. Li's lips twitched. Could it be that someone was undeterred by the tempest? Madness. He hurried over to open the door, revealing none other than Lu Wui. Are you alone? No, my grandfather took a tumble, and behind me are my master and I. A fall? Though Lu Muqing's cultivation was modest, surely he wouldn't be prone to such mishaps. The Shi and Lu families were each more eccentric than the last. And then there was Wu Santong, who had yet to return after descending the mountain to gather disciples. The addiction was indeed profound. Boss, am I seeing things? This courtyard. Lu Wui gazed upward, dumbfounded. He could see the raindrops falling, yet they did not reach the ground. How extraordinary. Boss, when the sun shines tomorrow, I'll repair the path in front of your door. It has become quite filthy with all this rain. Lu Muqing and Wu Santong rushed into the courtyard. Their pupils widened in astonishment as they looked up again. Within the courtyard stood 3 statues, motionless. These 3 fools. Lily shook his head in exasperation and entered the kitchen to prepare a meal. Light footsteps gradually approached, and a striking figure entered through the doorway. Ahem, Sister Rui, why are you here in such heavy rain? Your health is already fragile. Rui tucked away her paper umbrella. Of course I must come. Not just today, but tomorrow, the day after, and every day thereafter, I shall be here. Upon hearing this, Lu Wui felt as if struck by lightning. Goodness, another competitor for the slot machines. How astonishing that it was not raining in this courtyard. A faint smile appeared on Rui's somewhat pale face. Rainy days are always unwelcome. The boss is truly remarkable. Rui sincerely remarked as she entered the lottery shop, coincidentally encountering Li. What brings you here in the rain? Rui performed a graceful bow. It seems we are to have gloomy, rainy days ahead. Since I have promised the boss, I cannot go back on my word due to inclement weather. Lili Smilat Barmli. You seem to possess the spirit of a workhorse. Workhorse? Ah, it is of no consequence. Merely a metaphor. Oh, have you had breakfast? Rui smiled and replied, Thank you, boss. I have already eaten. The boss is indeed a warm-hearted individual. System. Is there a need for employees to sign any agreements or complete any formalities? In the next moment, a paper contract unexpectedly materialized within the system space. Indeed, there's one. Lily flipped the contract and handed it to Yurui. Please take a look first. If all is satisfactory, kindly sign at the bottom of the last page. Chapter 28. Yurui's first day at work. Yurui glanced over the document. Finding no significant issues, merely stipulations regarding daily attendance, the necessity to request leave in advance, and adherence to the owner's arrangements within the store. Even without signing the contract, she would heed the boss's directives. How could a mere girl dare to defy her employer? Lastly, there was the matter of duration. Unless the owner chose to terminate employment, the staff could never leave. In comparison to the value of life, what does it matter to remain here? Moreover, this place seems quite intriguing. Yurui picked up the pen Lily had prepared on the table and signed her name at the bottom of the last page. In the next instant, the contract transformed into a stream of light and surged into her mind. She was astonished to discover an inexplicable connection to the establishment, a most curious sensation. From this moment forth, you are an employee of the store. Currently, the workload is minimal. You need not concern yourself with the slot machine area or the game challenge section. Lily patted the counter and continued. Your primary responsibilities will be handling the cash register and assisting customers with scratch-off tickets. Of course, this is temporary. There will be other business ventures in the store for you to familiarize yourself with gradually. Yes, boss. At this moment, Yurui felt a surge of excitement, far removed from the anxiety she had anticipated before arriving. At the age of 19, due to health reasons, she had seldom ventured outside her home, let alone engaged in work. Everything before her was refreshingly new. Come, have a seat here. Yurui stepped behind the counter and sat down in the chair, which offered an excellent view directly facing the courtyard, allowing her to see customers as they entered. Get to work. After providing clear instructions, Lily retreated to the second floor. Thus began the life of a carefree manager. On rainy days, although a few regular customers still arrived, their numbers were diminished compared to usual. Where's the boss? Luo Hongyan entered, glancing around in confusion, unable to spot the familiar figure. Hello, the boss is resting. If you have anything to discuss, you may speak with me. My name is Rui, and I am an employee of the store. Luo Hongyan was taken aback. The boss is hiring? What? The boss is hiring. A few others entered from outside, all cultivators from various sects in Qingzhou. Why is there no news at all? I could take the job. I'm strong and can endure hardship. Get lost. With that face full of flesh, you'd scare people away just sitting here. How could the boss possibly employ you? That little girl must be incredibly fortunate to be working with the boss. To them, the employees in the store were merely extensions of the boss, akin to clinging to his coattails. With the boss's capabilities, it was only a matter of time before they could navigate the realms of cultivation with ease. A few patrons engaged in spirited discussions, causing Yurui to feel somewhat flustered. Silence. Do not forget where you are, Luo Hongyan admonished in a hushed but firm tone. The group quickly covered their mouths and hurriedly exited the lottery shop. Miss, it's like this. I scored over 1,000 points on the slot machine yesterday and wish to exchange it for a yellow-grade magical artifact. Yesterday, Luo Hongyan's daughter had attained the 8th rank in the refining essence realm and had intended to impart her unique sword techniques to her. However, the girl had always favored the spear, while the Jade Sword sect specialized in swordsmanship. Coincidentally, with her score hitting 1,000 yesterday, she was eager to test her luck today. Luo Hongyan understood that the rewards were random and might not necessarily be spear-related martial arts. Nonetheless, it would still contribute to the sect's foundation. Let us exchange for martial arts. Yurui, an ordinary person without any cultivation, suddenly felt a wave of panic. The boss hasn't taught me anything. What if I embarrass myself on the first day? Suddenly, her vision darkened, and her consciousness seemed to drift into an ethereal space. A circular wheel materialized before her, spinning on its own, and after a few moments, it came to a halt, revealing an ancient martial arts manual that floated in front of her. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp it, only to feel a jolt that brought her back to reality. On the table lay the ancient martial arts manual, Phoenix's 9 Spears. Luo Hongyan was overjoyed, thinking that her wish had come true. Thank you, boss. Thank you, miss. Even after Luo Hongyan departed, Yurui remained in a daze, as if she had just experienced a fleeting dream. She made no attempt to comprehend what had transpired, accepting it as merely the boss's extraordinary powers. However, Lily understood that this was a unique feature exclusive to the store's employees, a prop exchange in the form of a human vessel, imbued with a sense of ritual. Xiaoqing entered the courtyard, placing her umbrella in a corner, her eyes widening in astonishment. It was not raining at all. The boss was truly remarkable. Rui, Sister Ching, I came to check on you. Considering your health is not well. Rui smiled. There's not much to do. It's quite easy. Where's the boss? He is probably sleeping upstairs. Xiaoqing paused, surprised that the boss was still asleep so close to noon. He truly lived a comfortable life. I want to crack the golden egg. Let me try 20 times first. Rui collected the gold coins into a tray and handed over a golden hammer. This looks quite professional. It's the first time I've seen you working like this, and it's rather refreshing. Rui's cheeks flushed slightly. Sister, please don't tease me. By the way, my father asked me to tell you that that scoundrel Wang Xiao has been dealt with. My uncle is doing a great service to the people. Xiaoqing chuckled. Indeed, the Wang father and son got what they deserved. Their demise is no great loss. At that moment, Lu Muqing and Shi Longyan entered the room simultaneously. Despite the ample width of the doorway, the two were tightly pressed against each other, competing for space. Shameless. I was the one who first discovered this opportunity and sought the boss's permission, yet you audaciously stole it. How dare you? Huh? How do you know that I didn't notice this opportunity earlier? I simply chose not to voice it. To pilfer from me. How brazen you are. Old fool. Old rascal. At that moment, two individuals entered. Chu He and Mu Rongyi, their faces adorned with expressions of incredulity. Have you lost your minds, blocking the entrance? Are you not afraid the boss will crush you both? Upon hearing this, Lu Muqing and Shi Longyan felt a jolt of alarm and hurried into the room. This place must be set with some ingenious formation. Outside, the rain poured heavily, yet within the courtyard, it remained as dry as ever. Truly marvelous. They had grown accustomed to the boss's prowess by now. How many points did you score? 8,000. So high. Mu Rongyi lightly waved his folding fan and replied nonchalantly. The results of 3 days of steady effort, still far from the target. Not high at all. Chui's lips twitched in response. Recently, as comrades in the game, the relationship between the son of a celestial sect and a descendant of a noble family had evidently deepened considerably. The sound of footsteps echoed at the entrance, and both turned to look, their pupils contracting in unison. Demons, with horns atop their heads, dark skin, and robust frames. The sheer muscularity of this individual was unmistakable. Without sensing their aura, one could discern their origins solely from their distinctive appearance. In an instant, all within the courtyard grew alert. The enmity between the human and demon races had not arisen overnight. It was a hatred accumulated over millennia. The demons were savage. Having been defeated by the human army a millennium ago, retreating to the boundless seas at the westernmost edge of the Tianqin continent. Due to the natural dangers of the endless sea, the demon race was never entirely eradicated. Now, 1,000 years later, they had re-emerged with increasing frequency, indicating a resurgence. Chapter 29. The Celestial Grade Artifact Unveiled. Are the demons not being overly audacious? How dare they appear so blatantly? A trace of disdain crossed the dark visage of Amolo. A mere 7th grade insect. What right do you have to provoke me? Chui flushed with anger. The atmosphere in the shop became exceedingly tense. The two 6th grade experts beside Chu shielded him, their gazes fixated on Amolo. Though the demon did not deliberately release his aura, they still felt a profound pressure. Everyone involuntarily glanced towards the 2nd floor. Was the boss still asleep? Rui's complexion paled with anxiety. How could she encounter demons on her very first day at work? This was beyond her capacity to handle. When would the boss descend? Rui looked towards the staircase behind her. Should she go up and call for the boss? No. Someone of his stature must already be aware of the unfolding situation below. After much contemplation, she sat back down, her fair fists clenched tighter. He has no right. And what of me? Suddenly, an aged voice resonated from outside. Master Ma, Chui exclaimed with delight, a figure clad in white robes, with flowing hair and a long beard, exuding an ethereal presence, approached amidst the rain, untouched by a single drop. It was Elder Ma Tsangnan of the Haoyue immortal sect. A momentary exchange of glances occurred between Amolo and him, unleashing a tempestuous aura that enveloped the surroundings, causing all within the courtyard to tremble involuntarily under the immense spiritual pressure. What formidable strength! Master Ma, a 4th-tier Gu E-realm cultivator, found himself at a slight disadvantage against this demon. Chu, we cannot allow this. Chui turned to see Mu Rongyi, who cautioned, let us not forget our location. Should the master lose his temper, this esteemed elder may meet his demise. Those words struck Chu like a thunderclap, awakening him to the gravity of the situation. Master Ma, cease your actions. We cannot afford to create a disturbance here. Suddenly, a magnificent radiance appeared on the northern horizon, transforming into waves of spiritual essence that spread outward. The Tianpin artifact has emerged from Fengming Mountain. As the words fell, Amolo and Ma Sangnan soared into the sky, heading toward the source of the brilliance. In an instant, a flurry of activity ensued. Cultivators who had long concealed themselves near Fengming Mountain sprang into action, their myriad forms ascending into the heavens, vibrant flying swords and magical treasures painting the sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. The Tianpin artifact has manifested. This promises to be quite the spectacle. Let us witness the excitement. It is rare for Qingzhou to host such a grand event. A mere drizzle cannot hinder our fervor. Let's go. Chu He and Mu Rongyi were the first to dash out of the courtyard, with others swiftly following suit, leaving the courtyard desolate. Even Xia Qing had departed, leaving Moon Ru Yi alone. Meanwhile, 30 miles from the inn, chaos reigned on Fengming Mountain beneath the overcast sky. Countless waves of cultivators clashed, the air filled with shouts of battle and the clamor of artifacts colliding. The likes of the Xiaoyu Sword Sect and the Xingyue Alliance dare to join the fray? Your Lingzong is hardly superior. Boom! All disciples of the Yin sect were commanded to approach the heart of Fengming Mountain, showing no mercy to those who obstructed their path. Retreat. The scene was one of utter chaos. Cultivators from various sects surged forward recklessly, engaging in indiscriminate attacks. As if driven mad, a brilliant light descended from the heavens, revealing a floating dust artifact upon which a Taoist clad in plain robes stood. His face dark and features grotesque. Despite his attempts to project the demeanor of a sage, the lewdness in his expression was unmistakable. Hilwan, dare you show your face again? Do you not fear the wrath of the enchanting Yao Yin and the experts of the Xiantian immortal sect? The old Taoist scoffed, Little one, you a mere sixth-tier cultivator, ought not to seek your demise here. Depart swiftly. What my Yin sect disciples choose to do is not for you to instruct. From a void, a figure descended, raising a hand to strike. Hilwan waved his dust to disperse the force of the spiritual palm, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, already 10 zhang away. Old fellow, still as slick as ever. A celestial vessel, resembling a flowing moon, glides across the horizon. The enchanting fairy of melodious sounds. Lord Lin Feng is also present. The Xiantian celestial sect has arrived, and the other 2 sects should be nearby as well. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars reverberate, and the rain intensifies, falling in sheets like canvases. Those are the members of the mysterious cloud celestial sect. Everyone gazes upward, where a cloud-shaped flying artifact approaches, upon which stands a group of individuals. Leading them is a woman clad in red, her face obscured by a veil, yet her aura alone betrays her beauty. Beside her stands a middle-aged woman, accompanied by a little girl dressed in a sky-blue skirt. The veiled woman looks at Fengming Mountain and murmurs, the floating cloud cauldron. So is the elder of Jiu Mountain, who previously endured the 4th Nine Thunder Tribulation. This old rascal has been hiding ever since he acquired this treasure a century ago, only to meet his demise here. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar erupts. Dark clouds descend, lifting half the mountain and blocking the path of all. It is the forces of the demon clan. Ma Sangnan swiftly traverses the air. Lord Lin Feng, Ji Ling Long, quickly unite to slay this demon. Do not let it seize the celestial grade artifact. Upon hearing this, the human cultivators are thrown into a panic. The demon clan has joined the fray, a ruthless bunch known for their insatiable hunger for flesh. In the void, Amoro spreads his arms wide. 9 sacrificial flags emerging behind him. Streams of light intertwine, forming a spatial void, and with a roar, a 6-legged beast, exuding demonic aura, bursts forth. And not just one. The void expands continuously, monsters leaping out, baring their fangs and rushing towards the crowd. Beastmen, everyone be cautious. With the emergence of the demon clan, the previously chaotic human cultivators instantly unite. Amoro smirks defiantly. Celestial-grade artifacts are the rightful possession of the demon clan. A streak of light approaches, prompting Amoro to retreat swiftly through the air. It is a rainbow silk artifact, with its wielder closely following. The members of the mysterious cloud celestial sect. Ji Ling Long sneers coldly, so brazenly attempting to seize our human treasures. The demon clan remains as arrogant as ever. Human treasures? Ha ha ha. Celestial-grade treasures are forged from the essence of heaven, earth, sun, and moon, When did they become possessions of humanity? Swish! A sword shadow cleaves through the air, and Amoro's body trembles, his demonic energy surging as he withstands the blow. The strength of the demon clan is known to all. Ma Tsangnan and Lin Yuan of the Xiantian celestial sect appear simultaneously. 3 4th grade return to 1 mid-stage cultivators. Very well, I shall indulge you today. Arrogant. With a furious roar, Ma Tsangnan strikes with his sword, the elegant sword shadow transforming into a flying dragon, forming a sword array that rains down a torrent of sword light. Clang, clang, clang. The proud Haoyue sword array of the Haoyue celestial sect proves to be just this. Amoluo laughed maniacally, his fist thrusting into the void, causing mountains to crumble under his might. Ma Tsangnan swung his sword again, his body trembling as he staggered back several paces, his complexion turning ashen. Ji Linglong unfurled her colorful ribbons, ensnaring Amoluo. Bind, she uttered softly, as the ribbons glimmered with ethereal light and began to constrict. Lin Yuan followed closely, her slender sword flashing like a star, aimed directly at Amoluo's heart. With a fierce roar, Amoluo manifested a pair of obsidian wings, instantly breaking free from Ji Linglong's grasp and evading Lin Yuan's strike. Ha, is that all you have? Ma Tsengnan's expression shifted. He had reached the pinnacle of the 4th tier, already half a step into the 3rd tier. Indeed, in their previous clash, this demon had concealed his true power. Meanwhile, on another front, monstrous beasts relentlessly attacked the cultivators, the sheer number creating a scene of unimaginable carnage, reminiscent of another war between humans and demons. How could this happen? Chu He and the others arrived. Good heavens, are those the legendary beasts? I've seen them only in ancient texts. Don't just stand there, get back. This is beyond our capabilities, Murui exclaimed, revealing a piece of spirit jade in his palm. My father is here along with our ancestors. Xiaqing spotted a familiar figure amidst the throng of beasts. Father, Qinger, stay back. Quickly, leave this place. It is too perilous. A spiritual vessel soared overhead, upon which stood an elder with an aura of ethereal grace. National Master. In the distance, a colossal dragon roared as it soared by, stirring a tempest in its wake. Dragon King. Not only that, but several presences of the harmonization realm emerged in the void. Clans and sect from the Wu dynasty gathered, a congregation of 3rd-tier ancestors, akin to divine beings clashing. Yang Jin Ritui led sleekly. There are just too many powerful figures. I'd better find a place to hide. Yet, these 3rd-tier experts did not assist the human cultivators in combating the beasts. Instead, they headed straight for the foot of Fengming Mountain. Bold demon tribe, you disrupt our cultivation realm. Amoluo's pupils constricted, recognizing the old fellow of the 3rd tier. With a single punch, he sent Ma Tsangnan and the others reeling. He cackled derisively, "Old ghost, stop hiding and come out to work." In the void, dark clouds suddenly coalesced, from which emerged a pair of enormous hands that seized Amoluo. With a thunderous crash, a massive spiritual palm, 10 zhang wide, struck down upon the hands, shaking the heavens and the earth. How did you know I was here, you little brat? Amoluo sneered defiantly. Because I am the future of the demon clan. Ha ha, quite audacious, I like it. The ethereal national master of the Wu dynasty. Feng Tianchun donned a simple robe, resembling a private tutor. At this moment, his expression was profoundly grave. Demon clan, the supreme Rakshasa, 2nd tier. A multitude of 3rd-tier human experts had gathered. The demonic clan seems intent on waging war against our human race. For this, even ancient beings from a millennium ago have resurfaced, as the solemn figure of Ancestor Morong suggests. What is 2nd-tier supreme? With our numbers combined, we can surely prevail. The demonic clan has made frequent appearances in recent years. If we do not show them the strength of our resolve, they might believe us easy prey. Ancestor Long of the Huzhou Dragon Clan, a robust elder with a voice like thunder, proclaims, "Surviving the 4th 9 Thunder Tribulation has elevated me beyond the ordinary path of cultivation. Numbers alone are futile. Do not seek your own demise." As dark clouds loom overhead, the natural downpour abruptly ceases. A figure emerges slowly from the black clouds, adorned with a single horn on its forehead, 6 arms on its back, fiery red hair, and a countenance both fierce and imposing. The demonic energy emanating from it is so potent that it leaves all present gasping for breath. Having surpassed the 3rd tier through the 4th 9 Thunder Tribulation, this being is no ordinary practitioner. Its physical form is indestructible. If it chooses to strike, the very heavens and earth would face annihilation. Rascal, does the demonic clan truly wish to engage in battle with our Wu dynasty? The cold gaze of the rascal settles on Ancestor Long. What are you to question my authority? With a resounding thud, Ancestor Long feels his knees buckle, and he collapses to the ground. In an instant, all the experts present brandish their artifacts, tension palpable in the air. Rascal, what is your true intention? The rascal smirks wickedly. My intention? It is simply to kill you all. Feng Tianqian responds with a calm smile. You will not. Why would I not? The rascal retorts. Because you lack the courage. At this, the rascal halts momentarily before bursting into laughter. I, who stood above the world a millennium ago, dare not do anything? Unfazed, Feng Tianqian states, not only do you lack courage, but today you will not dare to make a single move. As his words hang in the air, a brilliant sword light descends from the east, radiating as if embodying the very laws of heaven and earth. The imperial sword of the martial emperor. To the south, a fleeting, ethereal figure dances in the void, appearing and vanishing like a wisp. With a melodious chime, the sound resonates across the 4 seas and 9 provinces. Finally, a chessboard materializes in the world, upon which a white piece is placed, heralding a transformation of the heavens and earth. The rascal's expression shifts. These 3 old fellows. Feng Tianqian smiles confidently. As long as the martial emperor and the 3 ancestors of the immortal sect are present, the Wu dynasty shall remain secure. The rascal snorts coldly. Let's depart. The demon Lord Amaro is taken aback. Are we leaving already? Such a rare opportunity. The rascal secretly conveys silence. This is merely an avatar of mine, and my purpose has been fulfilled. If I do not depart now, when shall I? Though the elders of the Wu dynasty are in seclusion, the moment I reveal myself, they have already locked onto my presence. They may overlook squabbles beneath the 2nd tier, but my involvement changes the nature of the encounter. Amaro pouts, but remains silent. The black clouds swirl around him, and in an instant, he vanishes from sight. Feng Tianqian furrows his brow slightly. Strangely, the Rakshasa has personally appeared, wielding a heavenly-grade artifact. Everyone raised their eyes towards the center of Fengming Mountain, where the artifact's radiance still glimmered. Feng Tianqian pointed his finger to his brow and declared, "Illusion, shatter." Instantly, his expression shifted dramatically. Something was amiss. The artifact had already been taken. This was a deliberate illusion orchestrated by someone utilizing a special artifact. Damn it. The demon clan is far too cunning. At that moment, a flailing whisk soared through the air, atop which lay an old Taoist priest with a terrified visage. Master Hylian. Esteemed elders, the heavenly grade artifact is gone. It was the people of the Fenghua. What? Has Fenghua lost its mind, forgetting the demon-human war of a millennium ago? Have they colluded with their mortal enemies? Feng Tianqian spoke in a grave tone. Let's not dwell on this. They have likely not yet departed the boundaries of the Wuzhou. Pursue. Meanwhile, 30 miles behind Fengming Mountain, a man and a dragon were entwined in battle. Dragon King, you are no match for me. I advise you not to tread in these murky waters, lest I have no qualms about leaving you here. I shall indeed depart, but I will take the floating cloud cauldron with me. If you refuse my hospitality, then do not blame me. The Luo Tian 72 killing formation manifest inside the establishment. Little one, what troubles you? Lily stroked the little snake's head. Suddenly, the snake became agitated, anxiously writhing about. In an instant, it leapt onto the window and darted out of the courtyard. What is happening? Lily Rusha Dunsteus. How could a mere nap result in everyone vanishing? Rui, what has transpired? Boss, it seems that the heavenly grade artifact from Fengming Mountain has appeared. Everyone has gone to watch. Upon hearing this, Li's lips twitched. Those misfits from the shop would dare to seize a heavenly grade artifact? They might be obliterated before they even arrive. Wait, the little snake hasn't gone as well. Has it? After finally establishing a bond, it now sleeps in my embrace. No, Fengming Mountain is far too perilous. I must retrieve it before it meets its demise outside. At Fengming Mountain, Luo Tian 72 killing formation. Wanyan Yi, so it is you. As Feng Tianqian and the others hastily arrived, they beheld a blood-red formation suspended in the sky. In its center, a colossal dragon was ensnared, howling in fury. The Luo Tian 72 killing formation was complete. Those who entered would be reduced to mere ash. Feng Tianqian, do you wish to test your fate as well? Wanyan Yi, at the core of the formation, wore a chilling smile. The Luo Tian 72 killing formation is set with 4 Earth Emperor flags. the more blood that has stained them, the more formidable the array becomes. The Earth Emperor flags are relics of the former Emperor of Fengchao, who used them to expand territories and vanquish countless foes. Now that the Luo Tian 72 killing formation has been established, breaking it will be exceedingly difficult. Feng Tianxiang gazed at Wang Yin. I never anticipated that the Feng Emperor would not only bestow the Earth Emperor flags upon you, but also impart this lethal formation. Laughter erupted, and with little preamble, I declare that I must seize the floating cloud cauldron today. Should you wish to contest this, I invite you to test the strength of my heavenly 72 kill formation. Chapter 31. The Power of Life. What shall we do? Should we charge in? That dragon is nearing its end. By heavens, those wretched creatures of the Feng dynasty shall feel my wrath. Amidst the gathering, only the head of the Long family appeared anxious. He hefted 2 towering axes, each 2 meters in height, and struck down fiercely upon the heavenly 72 kill formation. The force of the impact reverberated back, sending him staggering several paces backward. Truly formidable. The head of the Long family sensed a weight upon him, and as he rose, he beheld an unexpected sight. What manner of creature was this? A small serpent, momentarily dazed, soon regained its composure and darted towards the formation, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. Father. Wen Tianxian paused, bewildered. Is it the daughter of the Dragon King? I thought she had already ascended to the rank of a 4th-grade demon. Within the blood array, the Dragon King grew increasingly feeble. Hearing the voice, he turned his gaze. His immense dragon eyes filled with reluctance. Breaking the array? It is worth a try, though perhaps unnecessary. At this stage of cultivation, none are inclined to take such risks. Yet another conundrum arose. Even if they shattered the array and vanquished Wang Yin, to whom would the treasured floating cloud cauldron belong? A multitude of thoughts raced through their minds, as they were neither inclined to dismantle the array nor to depart. Wang Yin, for the time being, could not retreat either. Thus, a stalemate ensued. A host of 3rd-grade masters lingered in place, seemingly contemplating a resolution, yet each harbored their own ulterior motives. Ah, the nature of humanity. Except for one individual, the ancestral figure of the Long family, who was currently in a state of agitation nearby. And there lay the small serpent, shedding tears profusely. What a multitude! Is that truly a dragon? It is rather large. Amidst the tense atmosphere, an unexpected voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a youthful figure approach, beaming with excitement. Greetings. Please continue your affairs. Do not mind me. I am merely searching for someone, specifically a snake. Has anyone seen it? Wen Tianxian raised an eyebrow. But this serpent? Yes, indeed. This one. Li hurriedly stepped forward, gently lifting the small serpent into his palm. Why are you still crying? Boss, please save my father. The sudden speech startled Li. You can talk? Wen Tianxian chuckled softly. The daughter of the Dragon King, a renowned prodigy of the demon beast realm for centuries. What more can she do than speak? Yet I distinctly recall her being a 4th-grade demon. How has she come to assume this form? Goodness, little one, so you are indeed a demon beast, and a 4th-grade one at that. Boss, let's discuss this matter later. First, please save my father. He is on the brink. Li hesitated, gazing at the massive dragon coiled upon the ground. Is this truly your father? Very well. Who am I to deny you, given our shared past? Rising, he extended his hand towards the blood array. Young brother, do not act recklessly. A crisp sound echoed. The blood formation shattered. The jaws of the 3rd-tier experts nearly dropped in disbelief. In the center of the formation, Wang Yin's eyes bulged, as if he had just regained his senses. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He shouted. Shut your mouth. The ancestral figure of the Long family produced a radiant golden rope artifact, binding him tightly. Feng Tianxian stared at Li in astonishment. How did you achieve this? Li rolled his eyes, dismissing him. Do you expect me to reveal that I have been granted extraordinary powers? Do you comprehend what that means? Father, please. A small serpent crawled to the side of the Dragon King, who lay still, barely clinging to life, on the brink of death. Master, I beseech you, save my father. I will do anything you ask in return. I will accompany you, I will. Stop. Li interrupted hastily. Such nonsense. You are a female serpent, or rather, a female dragon. How can you utter such words in front of so many? Feng Tianxian and the others followed Li's gaze, eager to witness how he would rescue the dying Dragon King. A surge of green light emanated from his palm. Everyone felt a jolt in their hearts, their pulses racing uncontrollably. The essence of vitality, so rich and potent. If one could obtain even a fraction of this life force, it would surely extend one's lifespan by a century, with the prospect of surviving the fourth-tier tribulation. A wave of desire swept through them. Thoughts raced. Should they seize this opportunity? Who would dare to act first? After a prolonged silence, not a single person moved. A group of cautious individuals, all reluctant to be the first to step forward. This individual was enigmatic, effortlessly shattering the blood formation and casually manifesting life force. He was formidable, yet they could not discern the true identity of the small serpent beast beside him. It was perplexing. Were they being tested deliberately? It was wise to proceed with caution. Life is indeed precious. If he were merely a trickster masquerading as an ancient sage, it would be a tremendous loss. As the green light flowed into the Dragon King's body, his aura gradually stabilized. The severely weakened energy, suppressed by the blood formation, began to recover. In a moment, a flash of white light enveloped the Dragon King, transforming him into human form. Bowing respectfully to Li, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Although he had been at death's door, the bond with his daughter had kept him conscious, and he recognized this was the remarkable figure she had mentioned earlier. This escape from death was thanks to his daughter's fortuitous encounter with such a high being. "Thank you, master." With the Dragon King unharmed, Ning Yu finally felt her anxious heart ease. "Little one, I have saved your father. You wouldn't want to flee with him, would you?" "Of course not." Before Ning Yu could utter a word, the Dragon King interjected. "What a joke. With such a powerful ally, how could she even consider leaving? The master saved the king, and Yu is willing to remain by your side to express her gratitude." Lily smiled and gently patted her small head, saying, "Now that's more like it." Just then, Feng Tianqian approached. "What should I call you, young sir?" "Just call me boss. That's what everyone calls me." "Boss. Pray tell, what business do you engage in?" "Well, I've opened a shop. You are welcome to visit when you have time." Feng Tianqian smiled warmly, not taking the remark to heart. His objective was the vitality force. "Do you still possess vitality force?" Lily furrowed his brow. "What is vitality force?" Feng Tianqian paused for a moment. "You jest, my lord. It is the very force I just used to heal the Dragon King." "Oomph." Feng Tianqian, your human race is truly shameless. A senior assisted you in defeating Wanyan Yi, and you still covet his vitality force? Feng Tianqian narrowed his eyes. "Dragon King, I merely wish to make a trade. There is no coveting involved." The Dragon King disdainfully rolled his eyes at him. "Whether you covet it or not, we both know the truth." Li Li's eyes gleamed as he spread his palm, revealing a wisp of green light. "You truly have it." Everyone gathered around, their eyes filled with greed. Vitality force was of paramount importance to them. In the path of cultivation, after reaching the core formation stage, each significant advancement would increase one's lifespan by 100 years. However, transitioning from the third rank to the second rank was exceedingly arduous, leaving many to struggle their entire lives at this juncture. As their lifespans dwindled without a breakthrough, they ultimately succumbed to dust. Yet, with vitality force, one could extend their lifespan, potentially gaining an additional century or even several centuries. "My lord, could we possibly trade?" Feng Tianqian asked with hopeful eyes. "Lili smirka playfully, ishal notable." He then withdrew the green light. Chapter 32. Where's the cauldron? What is the meaning of this? It's quite simple. You possess nothing that piques my interest. At this declaration, the expressions of several third-rank experts changed simultaneously, an unbidden malice blooming within their hearts. "What? Do you wish to rob me?" Lili inquired with a knowing smile. Feng Tianqian gritted his teeth, pondering for a moment before forcing a smile. "You misunderstand. We harbor no such intentions." The Dragon King snorted dismissively. "It's not that you lack such intentions. It's that you dare not act. Each of you is more cunning than the last. Had it not been for the senior's presence, you would have acted long ago." "Dragon King, cease your nonsense. I merely speak the truth. How is this nonsense?" Feng Tianqian was too weary to continue arguing with the Dragon King. At this moment, all he desired was the vitality force. The proprietor appeared youthful, yet exuded an unsettling aura, likely concealing the prowess of a formidable being of the second rank. Engaging in confrontation was ill-advised. Presently, their most valuable possession was the unclaimed artifact, the floating cloud cauldron, which had yet to be allocated or refined. While a heavenly grade artifact held significance, the vitality it could bestow was equally vital. Moreover, with only one floating cloud cauldron available, the distribution among so many would pose a considerable quandary. Inevitably, this would lead to a fierce contest, with injuries, if not fatalities, being a certainty. Why not trade the floating cloud cauldron to this individual in exchange for vitality, and then share that vitality equally? After all, life itself is paramount, particularly for a group of ancient beings whose lifespans are dwindling. Thus, Feng Tianqian commenced a telepathic discussion with the others. After a brief interval, they reached a consensus to exchange. Unbeknownst to them, Lily raised an eyebrow. Rusted scrap? I have no interest. What? This is a heavenly grade artifact. Heavenly grade artifacts are of little consequence. I possess them in abundance. Feng Tianqian and his companions were left speechless. The burly head of the Long family boomed, Brother, do not boast. Heavenly grade artifacts are exceedingly rare, each one a priceless treasure. Why else would Wan Yin exert such effort to seize one? With a flash, the dragon's roar emerged, the shadow of a sword materializing. The aura of the heavenly grade artifact surged forth. You truly possess one. The shock was palpable, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. Who was this individual, wielding vitality and a heavenly grade artifact? Lily secured the dragon's roar. What say you? Feng Tianqian sighed. Very well, since you are unwilling, we shall not press further. With that, the group prepared to depart. Wait. Do not leave. Feng Tianqian exclaimed, elated. What do you propose? Lily cleared his throat. It is thus. I have opened a shop, and if you seek treasures to extend your lifespan, you may find unexpected delights therein. Your shop? Indeed. The group exchanged glances. Should it be as you say, we shall certainly visit. Where's your shop? Not far. Proceed in this direction for 30 to 40 li. We shall take note. As Feng Tianqian and his companions departed, Lily furrowed his brow, pondering why they had suddenly become so composed. Were they not intrigued by items that could extend their lifespans? Was this promotional endeavor flawed? Surely not. The Dragon King expressed his frustration. It is disheartening to have them gain such an advantage so easily. What advantage? The floating cloud cauldron. That is a remarkable item. You refer to this? Lily waved his hand, revealing an ancient bronze cauldron. The Dragon King's eyes lit up. The floating cloud cauldron. When did you acquire it? Esteemed one? Lily interjected. Such coarse language. How could one call it theft? This is what one might call a bold appropriation, executed with remarkable swiftness, leaving them unaware. Indeed, my esteemed predecessor is correct. It is indeed an act of taking. Do you desire this? The Dragon King paused, feigning indifference, yet to claim otherwise would be disingenuous. After all, had he not journeyed to Fengming Mountain precisely for the floating cloud cauldron? Lily cast a disapproving glance at him, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Are you dreaming? The Dragon King replied, Let us proceed, little serpent. By the way, your name is Yu, correct? Indeed, my esteemed boss. Yu, TSK. Does not ring as melodious as Xiaolan. The corners of the Dragon King's mouth twitched. My predecessor possesses a casual confidence in naming. Outside Fengming Mountain, a gathering of individuals stood. Esteemed guests, Wan Yin, he holds a significant position in the court of the Feng dynasty. I shall return to the court and present this matter to His Majesty for a decision. I will take my leave first. Hold on, Brother Feng. Have you forgotten something? Feng Tianqian paused, chuckling. Apologies, my age is catching up to me, and my memory falters. As for the floating cloud cauldron, where is it? It has vanished. The head of the Long family bellowed. Feng Tianqian, I advise you not to play tricks. Feng Tianqian was at a loss for words. No, truly, the cauldron has disappeared. Inside the establishment, one exclaimed, Oh my, today has truly been an eye-opener. So this is what magical beasts look like, although they had not observed them up close. The terrifying aura could be sensed from afar. Have you seen the enchanting fairy meowing? I've searched high and low for her. I saw her. She was slaying magical beasts alongside her master, who is quite impressive as well. And that veiled figure, rumored to be an elder of the mysterious immortal sect, exudes such elegance. One can only imagine the beauty concealed beneath that veil. A voice interrupted the chatter. A bunch of rascals. Ahem, let us head to the slot machines. I am off to conquer the challenges. I have yet to acquire the cleansing liquid. Miss Rui, please bring me 20 scratch-off tickets. The crowd began to disperse. Chu-He entered the courtyard with Ma Sangnan. Master Uncle, has my master yet emerged from seclusion? Indeed, not only your senior brother, but several others are also in seclusion. If it were not for you, I, a mere 4th grade return to Unity Realm cultivator, would not have come here. With a heavenly grade magical artifact and 3rd grade masters in attendance, even 2nd grade sovereigns have appeared. This is beyond my realm of involvement. Chu-He sighed. I wonder which sect ultimately claims the floating cloud cauldron. However, it matters not, for we have heavenly-grade artifacts here without the need for bloodshed to obtain them. Chu-Hee, what nonsense are you spouting? Master Uncle, hurry inside. I wish to introduce you. The rain had lessened, yet the sky remained overcast. After observing the excitement at Foaming Mountain, customers gradually filled the courtyard of the establishment. Lily returned to the second floor to find Ning Yu resting on the Dragon King's shoulder. Daughter, is this the old slot machine that my predecessor spoke of? What is the currency for exchanging for magical artifacts and martial techniques? Yes, father. Though Ning Yu had spent most of her time in her room, cultivating and recovering, she had absorbed the sounds from below, gaining a general understanding of the gameplay involved in these activities. At present, there are no available spots. Perhaps His Highness might consider indulging in other amusements? As Muriyi observed a robust figure approaching, the imposing aura emanating from him rendered her somewhat flustered. Young lady, bring this prince some cards. Oh, certainly. Ma Tsang-nan, having arrived earlier, was now seated before a slot machine, with Chu-Hee by his side, offering guidance. Master Uncle, if you hit the jackpot, a single win could equate to 10. You are bound to score big. After placing the bet, mere moments passed before the 8,000 points vanished. Chu-Hee's expression darkened. Nephew, are you certain this is the correct approach? I spent 3 days accumulating those 8,000 points, and it seems your luck is lacking. Perhaps you should handle the cards yourself. Hey, you little rascal. Aside from securing a seat, I have done nothing. What business is it of mine? Chapter 33. The store is booming. Father, has our ancestor returned to Yinzhou? The ancestor comes and goes without a trace. How could I possibly know? At the entrance of the store, Muriyi ambled alongside a middle-aged man, who was none other than Murong Chong, the current head of the Murong clan in Yinzhou. Having witnessed the festivities at Foaming Mountain, it is time for you to return to Yinzhou. Father, I am not yet ready to go back. Murong Chong furrowed his brow. You have been away for over a year. Are you not prepared to return? Is the Mo family's daughter truly that fearsome to you? At his words, Muriyi seemed to recall some dreadful past, shuddering involuntarily. Father, you do not understand. She is not a woman at all. Regardless, I shall never consent to this marriage, not even if it costs me my life. Nonsense. This betrothal was arranged long ago between your grandfather and the Mo family. It is not for you to decide. Muriyi's face fell. Father, you are pushing me into a pit of fire. How cruel you are. You insolent wretch. Do you seek a beating? Wait, father. Does that person not seem somewhat familiar? The two turned their gaze towards the entrance. An elderly man clad in a black robe was furtively glancing about before stepping into the courtyard. Ancestor, Murong Baichuan, the venerable elder of the Murong clan in Yinzhou, a formidable figure at the third rank of the Harmony stage. Why are there so many people? Observing the bustling courtyard, he paused. Where is that young proprietor? Directly ahead, a young girl met his gaze, an ordinary person unversed in cultivation. Elder, is this your first visit? Oh, yes, indeed, my first. The Dragon King halted, turning to look. Murong Baichuan. He then scoffed disdainfully. You old fools are truly cunning. The treasures that can extend one's lifespan are exceedingly rare. Yet you are unwilling to share them with others. No wonder you appeared so composed before your elders. It was merely a ruse until you could sneak away. Dragon King, have you also come seeking longevity? The Dragon King replied with a proud smile. Our demon race naturally possesses a longer lifespan than yours. Why complicate matters? Murong Baichuan nodded. That is indeed preferable, sparing us from unnecessary competition. Not necessarily. What do you mean? The Dragon King smirked. You might want to take a look behind you. Murong Baichuan turned to look back. Long Wu, what brings you here? The visitor was none other than the imposing head of the Long family. Murong, I invited you to join me earlier. Yet you claimed you were in a hurry to return to Yinzhou, and yet you arrived even before I did. Oh, everyone is here. Another figure entered, Lu Yuan, the head of the Lu family from Tsangzhou. The three masters of the Tao stood in a triangular formation, facing each other. The Dragon King chuckled softly, turning his head to continue fiddling with a small card. This little card is quite intriguing. These ancient fellows of the human race are rather amusing. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Yu Rui understood it was her moment to step forward as a mere shop assistant. Esteemed seniors, this is likely your first visit here. Allow me to introduce you. Murong Baichuan snorted, glancing at Yu Rui. I came to find the owner. This young lady appears to be part of the establishment. Do inform him. The owner is currently resting and may not be disturbed. Please convey your needs to me, she replied. Long Zhan pounded his chest, slightly disgruntled. We came to shop, yet he doesn't even wish to show his face. How disrespectful. The other two mirrored his displeasure. Enough. Who do you think you are? The esteemed elder still needs to show you some courtesy. How audacious of you. Morong Baichuan waved dismissively. Enough of this. We are here regarding the matter of longevity, and I cannot afford to lose my temper. You seek to enhance your lifespan, do you not? I know how to achieve it. You do? Of course. My daughter has been here for some time and has learned much. Follow me. The Dragon King strode toward the peach tree, with the three elders trailing closely behind. This young lady will provide you with an introduction to these old gentlemen. Yu Rui approached and detailed the mechanics of the game challenge space. A small secret realm, you say? Sounds rather intriguing. But how does this relate to longevity? Yu Rui smiled. What you may not know is that the owner mentioned the reward for clearing the 6th level is a vial of vitality liquid, which can extend one's lifespan by 80 years. Moreover, there is no need for competition. As long as you clear the 6th level, each of you will receive a vial. Upon hearing this, Morong Baichuan and the other's eyes lit up. 80 years is quite substantial, and there is no need for a deadly struggle. They harbored no doubts about its authenticity, for the owner truly possessed the power of vitality. I shall go first. All three of you can enter together. Each will have an independent space. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Thus, the 3 Dao Realm elders deposited 100 gold coins each and entered the sewer system. Father, where have the elders gone? Morong Rui chuckled. That is a small challenge secret realm set up by the owner. Who would have thought even the elders would find it intriguing? A secret realm? Morong Chang's interest was piqued. Please give a detailed account. Outside the door. Master, this is the place. A lively voice, as crisp as a yellow oriole, announced the arrival of Yixian who skipped into view, followed closely by Elder Mo and the veiled woman, Ji Linglong. Elder Mo, is it true that the owner of this establishment casually produced a heavenly grade magical artifact? Just as you mentioned? Yi Linglong inquired. Indeed, if I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe it, she replied, a slight smile curling at the corners of her mouth beneath the veil. Compared to the peculiar trinkets and secret realms that Xian spoke of, I find myself far more intrigued by this owner. Yi Xian blinked innocently. The owner is quite mischievous. Master, do be cautious. Ji Linglong affectionately ruffled her hair. Oh, you little rascal. One moment you say he provides you with meals, and the next you claim he is wicked. Is he good or bad, then? Tilting her head. Yi Xian pondered, both good and bad. Elder Mo, overhearing, shook his head with a wry smile. As they entered the courtyard, they were greeted by a bustling crowd. Oh, look, the little fairy has arrived. A familiar cultivator called out to Yi Xian. Upon catching sight of the veiled woman behind her, many felt a shiver of awe. She exuded an air of elegance, adorned in a white gown, graceful and ethereal. Each step reminiscent of a blooming lotus, fragrant and enchanting. Though her features were obscured, one could easily imagine the exquisite beauty concealed beneath the veil. Master, there's no space left. Ji Linglong smiled gently. Not to worry, let's observe for now. Come, my lady, I shall offer you my seat. Several cultivators promptly stood to relinquish their spots. Nearby, Chui grimaced slightly. A bunch of sycophants, truly enough already. Ji Linglong swiped Elder Mo's card and settled in front of a slot machine, flanked by 2 cultivators who struggled to maintain their composure. They felt too shy to stare openly, resorting to stealing glances instead. The slot machine, usually their favorite pastime, suddenly seemed less enticing. On the 2nd floor, Lily was roused from slumber by the system's announcement. The new round of revenue targets has been achieved. Quite swiftly, he mused, having amassed 200,000 gold within just a few days. Chapter 34. The new version of scratch cards. Peering through the window into the courtyard, he noticed a throng of new faces. Business was thriving. Descending to the kitchen, he lit the stove and prepared a meal. Moments latte. He emerged with 2 bowls of noodles. Rui, it's time to eat. Yu Rui, just like him, was an ordinary person. She needed nourishment to sustain her health, especially considering her frail condition. Consider it an employee meal. Boss this. Don't be so formal. You're not like those other cultivators. And there's no place nearby to eat. If you go hungry while working, others will accuse me of mistreating my employees. Yu Rui bowed gracefully. Thank you, boss. Feeling a surge of hunger, the fragrant aroma of the noodles intensified her appetite. As she took a bite, her beautiful eyes sparkled in delight. The boss's culinary skills are unexpectedly excellent. What will you have, Rui? At this moment, Xia Qing entered, carrying a basket filled with delicacies that had just been delivered from outside the courtyard. Noodles, prepared by the chef, she remarked. The enticing aroma wafted into her nostrils. causing her to unconsciously swallow. However, upon glancing at the basket in her hand, the allure seemed to dissipate. Meanwhile, Lily savored his noodles while perusing the new rewards from the system. The scope of his domain had expanded once more, now encompassing an additional 20 square meters. There was only one new project available, a novel scratch card, priced at 50 gold coins each. Yet, this scratch card differed significantly from the previous ones, offering a refreshing gameplay experience. The objective was to collect patterns. A total of 12 fragmented images awaited assembly into a complete picture. Upon completion, one could exchange it for prizes, boundary-breaking elixirs, potions enhancing cultivation potential, longevity elixirs, among other precious treasures. Though it appeared straightforward and the rewards enticing, Lily, well aware of the underlying schemes, mused that it was yet another trap, indeed a substantial one. Those who had collected the 5 blessings understood, well, that while the first 4 were easily obtained, the final one, the blessing of diligence, required numerous attempts to reveal itself. Similarly, this scratch card would undoubtedly be 100, 1,000, perhaps even 10,000 times more challenging. Are the funds in your pockets ready, my dear patrons? He jested. Boss, it's good to see you again. A familiar face, Yi Xiner, greeted him cheerfully, her eyes fixated on the bowl of noodles in his hand. The leftovers will be given to that sister today, she declared, casting a disappointed glance at Yurui, who was currently enjoying her meal. All right then. The greedy little girl sighed. Damn that tortoise monster. I've been left with a mouthful of dust. Murong Baichuan emerged from the challenge space, grumbling. This little boss insists on making things difficult for us. Why not simply sell it to us directly? Lu Yuan followed closely behind. What? Do you have an issue with my game? He retorted. Little boss. Well, little boss. A boss is a boss. There's no diminutive form here. Murong Baichuan lamented. Boss. Must this vitality liquid be presented in such a manner? It's far too challenging without the aid of spiritual power. Lu Yuan concurred. We haven't even cleared the first level, let alone the 6th. Lily smiled mysteriously. There's a simpler way. Would you like to try it? Their eyes sparkled with interest. Really? Follow me. Lily proceeded to the center of the courtyard and clapped his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, we have many new guests today, so I have decided to unveil another new project. Instantly, the crowd's attention was captured. What new contraption is the boss concocting? Lily grinned as he produced a scratch card. Initially met with disappointment, the crowd was left astonished after hearing his explanation. The boundary-breaking elixir would undoubtedly elevate one's realm by a small margin if taken for the first time, but such effects were guaranteed only upon the initial use. Such a miraculous elixir has never been heard of throughout the entire Tianxin continent. The spiritual liquid that enhances one's cultivation aptitude is even more astonishing. Aptitude is synonymous with talent, an innate quality bestowed upon each individual at birth. The notion that one could elevate such a gift through medicinal means is utterly unprecedented. The vitality liquid, one can procure it merely by scratching a card. What need have I to face trials and tribulations? Why endure such hardships? Both Lu Yuan and Murong Baichuan were exceedingly exhilarated. Huh? Has that fellow Longzhan departed? Who knows? That uncouth brute lacks manners, leaving without a word. Let us not concern ourselves with him. Let us proceed to scratch our cards. Shopkeeper, be swift. We are filled with anticipation. A throng of people congregated at the lottery shop's entrance, their clamor reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Lily furrowed his brow. Silence. A formidable pressure surged forth, akin to an overwhelming tide. Every individual felt a jolt and promptly fell silent, obediently queuing. Murong Baichuan and Lu Yuan exchanged glances. Masters above the 3rd tier are exceedingly rare. Who could this be? Why have we never heard of them? At the rear of the crowd, Ji Linglong, concealed beneath her veil, wore an expression of astonishment. Indeed, as junior sister Mo had stated, this person is both enigmatic and formidable. What ulterior motives could they harbor for appearing in Qingzhou? Upon returning to the sect, I must inform senior sister and the ancestor at the earliest opportunity. Queue up. One at a time. Linglong, please fetch their cards. Do not be flustered. Understood. Whenever a new venture emerges, the previous ones often experience a period of lull. The once thriving slot machine area now stood deserted. As the influx of patrons into the shop surged, Lily suddenly felt that the courtyard may be somewhat cramped. At that moment, he sensed that within the challenge space, someone had surpassed the first level. It was Long Zhan, the head of the Long family. Moreover, after claiming the reward for clearing the first tier, he did not pause. Instead, he pressed on toward the second level. Quite intriguing. System. How did he manage to clear the level? The system remained silent for an extended period. It was sheer brute force. Even without spiritual energy, this individual is a competent physical cultivator. Li Li's expression darkened, and an image involuntarily surfaced in his mind. A muscular old man confronting an ugly turtle, neither willing to yield. In the end, the turtle indignantly exclaimed, "Is this even a person?" before the old man hurled it into the abyss. One at a time. There is enough for everyone. Your 5 tickets. Your 10 cards. Yu Rui appeared somewhat overwhelmed, a sheen of perspiration forming on her forehead. Xia Qing felt a pang of sympathy and rushed over to assist, only to be astonished to discover that the scratch-off tickets were clearly within reach. Yet she could not grasp them. Little did she know, unless Li Li permitted it, no one could obtain the scratch-off tickets prior to the transaction. Of course, Yu Rui was an exception. As an employee, she was entitled to them. Murong Baichuan and Lu Yuan, standing at the forefront, were also the first to receive theirs. 30 tickets each. Surely, this quantity should yield some results. If a mere 30,000 gold pieces could procure a vial of rejuvenating elixir, it would seem like a dream come true. Murong Baichuan summoned his spiritual power, intending to utilize a spell to scratch off the card, only to discover that it remained unresponsive. How could this be, when my spiritual energy is still intact? Li Li chuckled and approached, saying, "The thrill of a scratch-off lies in the act of scratching. Your brutish and direct method lacks any sense of enjoyment." Murong Baichuan paused. "But I did not come here for amusement. I seek that elixir." Li Li shrugged. "You may continue to attempt this method, but it is likely futile. Scratch-offs, whether in a store or elsewhere, cannot be activated with spiritual energy. They must be manually scratched. No one should spoil the joy of a scratch-off." Lu Yuan, undeterred by skepticism, tried a few more times, yet to no avail. What a peculiar pastime this was, truly exhausting. Resigned, the two of them fetched small stools and settled in a corner, beginning to scratch vigorously with their nails. In that moment, any semblance of a third-tier master was utterly lost. Chapter 35. The Black Lotus Taoist. Ah, the first card has been revealed. Which piece? The 10th fragment. I've revealed one too. It's the 2nd fragment. I have also revealed the 5th fragment. Haha, this seems quite simple. At this rate, it won't take long to gather all 12 pieces. Let us keep going. I can almost see the breakthrough elixir beckoning to me. Customers with scratch-offs were scattered throughout the courtyard. Some standing, some squatting, some perched on small stools, and others sitting directly on the ground without a care. The initial batch undoubtedly formed the densest crowd, allowing Yu Rui a moment to rest. "Here you go." Li Li handed her an antique booklet. Yu Rui trembled. Could this be the treasure that would cure her peculiar ailment? "Thank you, boss. There's no need for thanks. You've promised to stay and assist me, so I must keep my word. Remember to meditate for 2 hours daily according to the incantation within." "Yes." Li Li strolled over to Shi Longyan, who had already uncovered 3 fragments, his wrinkled visage aglow with excitement. "Boss, did you need to see me? I recall you mentioned wanting to build in nearby." "Yes. Indeed, I previously received your approval for this matter." Shi Longyan's heart skipped a beat. The construction crew was already arranged, and materials were prepared. If it weren't for today's poor weather, they would have commenced work already. At this critical juncture, the boss wouldn't change his mind, would he? Li Li smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I have no other intentions. I merely wish to inform you that my small courtyard may undergo expansion soon, so please do not build too close." Hearing this, Shi Longyan breathed a sigh of relief. "I understand now. You could trust me, boss. I will make the necessary arrangements." Yu Rui was performing admirably, and Li Li felt a swell of pride. She was adapting quite well as a chosen servant. Being a hands-off manager was indeed quite pleasant. With nothing pressing at hand, he thought to take a brief nap upstairs. The Dragon King and Ning Yuyu stood beside the peach tree. "Your mother's condition is as such. However, there is no need for excessive concern. The High Priest has stabilized her injuries, and she is not in immediate peril." The quiet Sihyu, after a prolonged silence, declared fiercely, "Cursed Kuiju, one day I shall upheave that snow-capped peak of Yunding and reduce that wretched clan to ashes." The Dragon King responded with composure. "The Kuiju have been in conflict with our demon clan for many years, and the enmity has deepened profoundly. Revenge is imperative, yet it requires careful planning. You and Yu are the most gifted disciples of the Beast God Mountain in this generation. Your current task is to swiftly restore your cultivation. Do not act impulsively, lest you fall into the schemes of the Kuiju." Sihyu replied, "Understood, Uncle Long." I have already regained my peak 7th rank. This peach tree possesses the ability to gather the essence of heaven and earth. Within half a year, I shall return to my zenith. That is well, the Dragon King affirmed. Continue to stay here. There is no queue at present. This king shall procure some scratch cards for amusement. The Dragon King, accompanied by Ning Yu, entered the lottery shop and purchased 20 scratch-off tickets. Just then, a fierce commotion erupted outside the courtyard. What is happening out there? Mu Rongyi curiously pushed the door open, only to witness a disheveled old Taoist being pursued. Black Lotus, you have tarnished my junior sister's reputation far and wide. Today, I shall slay you. Elder Lin, it is all a misunderstanding. I am but a solitary old man. How could I dare provoke the enchanting fairy Miaoyin of the Xiantian immortal sect? Spare me your nonsense. Today, I shall rid the cultivation world of your vile presence. The old Taoist waved his whisk dismissively. You unreasonable woman, I have no desire to engage with you. With a leap, he attempted to escape. Suddenly, a streak of sword light surged from his side. A woman descended from the heavens, clad in a pale blue gown. Her flawless skin and exquisite features resembled an ethereal fairy, her cold eyes imbued with an icy glint. Fairy Miaoyin. The old Taoist's pupils constricted as he raised his whisk to block the sword's radiance. Lin Yuan's attack followed closely, with both escape routes sealed. He caught a glimpse of the adjacent courtyard and, gritting his teeth, dashed inside. The onlookers, including Mu Rongyi, were taken aback. Oh dear, this old Taoist, didn't he even announce his entrance? Following closely was a streak of sword light. Fortunately, Mu Rongchong timely pulled Mu Rongyi behind him, or she would have surely been cleaved in two. Stop, Mu Rongchong. At this moment, Lin Yuan had no time to acknowledge him, her gaze swiftly locking onto the old Black Lotus Taoist in the courtyard. You wretched scoundrel, what do you think you're running? A breathtaking visage captivated the eyes of all present, yet it radiated an aura of lethal intent. While the onlookers were astonished by her beauty and wished to admire her further, it was evident that this was not an opportune moment. Mu Rongchong hastily intervened between the two women. Fairy Miaoyin, refrain from engaging here, lest we invite calamity. The Black Lotus Taoist scurried about the courtyard, leaving patrons in a state of panic, fearing the repercussions of his chaos. What a pair of deranged women! Murong Baichuan and Lu Yuan were intently seated on small stools, engrossed in their card-scratching endeavor, wholly absorbed in their task. As an elderly Taoist passed by, he first knocked the card from Murong Baichuan's hands to the ground. With a flick of his dust whisk, he sent Lu Yuan's scratch card flying. What on earth are you two doing? Both men rose simultaneously, unleashing a furious roar, their voices resonating with the aura of third-grade power. Instantly, silence enveloped the courtyard. Murong Ancestor? Senior Lu? Taoist Halian stood frozen in disbelief. Lin Yuan and Fairy Miaoyin were equally taken aback. Why were these two present here? Murong Baichuan seized Taoist Halian, exclaiming, What nonsense are you causing? Can't you see I'm busy? Taoist Halian, nearly in tears, surveyed the courtyard. Two esteemed ancestors, the head of the Murong family, the Dragon King of the Demon Clan, and the ethereal sects Ji Linglong and Mo Lin were all present. 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, there were powers of all ranks. In the corner, beside a peach tree, a figure flickered. The 3rd layer proved to be quite challenging, just a tad short. Yi Zhuang, the head of the Long family, stood there. Taoist Halian was utterly bewildered. What manner of place is this? Why are experts from across the 9 realms gathered here? Old Dragon, you haven't left? Long Zhan was momentarily taken aback. You two fools have emerged so early? Murong Baichuan and Lu Yuan felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Early? They had been out for nearly an hour, having already indulged in their new venture for quite some time. Forgive us, esteemed seniors. We were unaware of your presence and did not intend to offend. Lu Yuan delivered a resounding slap to Taoist Halian. Had it not been for the memory of your deceased master, I would have truly wished to crush you. How could the illustrious Taoist Huajin take on such an ineffectual disciple? You have sullied the cultivation world. Get lost. Yes, I take my leave. I take my leave. Taoist Halian scrambled to his feet, trembling as he made his way towards the exit. Bang! Ouch! Taoist Halian was repelled by an invisible barrier, stumbling back. Esteemed senior, please do not look at me. This has nothing to do with me. On the 2nd floor, an individual stood, his demeanor icy. Boss. Chapter 36, Taoist Halian. Taoist Halian glanced over, a chill creeping down his neck, an inexplicable sense of impending doom. His face contorted in terror as he cried out, Murong Ancestor, save me. Yet, To his dismay, Murong Baichuan merely sighed and shook his head. The lineage of Zhuozhuang Temple has come to an end. Huazhen, oh Huazhen, your disciple is not worth lamenting. With a piercing scream, Daoist Heilian was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. Daoist Heilian, once the disciple of Master Huazhen from Zhuozhuang Temple, had witnessed his master's failure to ascend to second-grade supremacy a century ago, perishing beneath the 4-9 Thunder Tribulation. Master Huazhen was known for his gentle disposition and compassionate heart. While alive, Daoist Heilian maintained a low profile, but after Master Huazhen's death, he gradually rose to prominence in the cultivation world. However, it is merely a collection of negative notoriety. This individual, characterized by a blend of cunning, laziness, and lewdness, despite possessing a cultivation level of the 4th rank, is ridiculed and scorned by the martial practitioners across the realm. His demise was deserved. Yet none anticipated it would be so hastily executed. There was no means of salvation. He was beyond rescue. Out of respect for the bonds of the past, Murong Baichuan granted him a reprieve, allowing him to depart swiftly. However, if the master chose not to show him mercy, then it was indeed his destined end. The courtyard was shrouded in an eerie silence. The enchanting fairy Miaoyin gazed vacantly with her cold eyes towards the 2nd floor. Who is this person? Such formidable prowess. Without any detectable fluctuation of energy, yet the Black Lotus lies lifeless. Moreover, judging from the expressions of the ancestral elders, it seemed they too held a profound apprehension towards him. Fortunately, the 2 fairies had refrained from taking action. The master, likely disturbed from his slumber, would have seen the chaos wrought by that old Taoist, and it is likely he would have met a fate akin to that of the Black Lotus. Murong Chang's words sent a chill down the spines of Lin Yuan and Fairy Miaoyin. They expressed their gratitude to the head of the Murong family for timely intervening on their behalf. Murong Chong waved his hand dismissively, remarking that perhaps the Black Lotus, infamous for its notoriety, was fated for such an end. Enough of this. Let us resume our tasks. Miss Rui, bring me 5 more scratch cards. Lu Yuan called out to everyone, attempting to lighten the atmosphere and dissipate the master's wrath, hoping to leave the earlier incident behind. Thankfully, the figure on the 2nd floor had vanished, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, the master's aura is overwhelmingly oppressive. It is but a minor incident. I have grown accustomed to such spectacles. Why are you trembling? The weather is chilly. Why am I shivering? In quick succession, 2 more incomplete charts emerged, and I have already collected half. What? You, young man, possess such remarkable fortune? No, I must procure a few more. The atmosphere in the courtyard shifted rapidly. Moments ago it was tense, and now it was bustling with liveliness once more. Lin Yuan and Fairy Miaoyin exchanged glances, both filled with bewilderment. Esteemed Signor, may I inquire about the identity of this master? Murong Baichuan smiled silently, stating a mysterious powerhouse. As for his identity, I am unaware. However, I can assure you that he is undoubtedly a 2nd-rank supreme. Lu Yuan continued in agreement. I sense there is more to it. I once encountered the elder Bai Li of your Xiantian sword sect, and he did not leave as profound an impression as this master. A 2nd-rank supreme transcends the mundane, resonating with the very fabric of existence. Yet, even so, the fluctuations of celestial power can still be felt when he strikes. Whereas the master's actions seem as gentle as a breeze sweeping away dust, imparting a sense of having transcended the very principles of the universe. Murong Baichuan chuckled. Your words are becoming increasingly esoteric, as if you possess profound understanding. Ha ha! Let us cease this discussion and return to the scratch cards. The 2 shared jovial laughter. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan and Fairy Miaoyin felt a tempest of emotions within, unconsciously glancing towards the 2nd floor, astonished by the high regard in which this individual was held. Stronger than the elders of their own sect, and the elders were indeed verified 2nd-rank supremes. In the vast realm of the martial dynasty, there exist but 4 individuals of the 2nd-grade supreme status, the founding emperor of the dynasty and the 3 venerable ancestors of the 3 great celestial sects. Senior, what are you engaged in? Oh, it's a scratch card game, a little pastime concocted by the proprietor. A game? Lin Yuan's lips twitched slightly. A distinguished 3rd-grade master indulging in games. Scratch cards? Noticing the astonished expressions of the 2, Murong Baichuan chuckled. Once your master emerges from his seclusion, I shall invite him to partake as well. Lin Xiao awkwardly replied, I fear my master lacks an affinity for such activities. With a shared smile, Murong Baichuan and Lu Yuan exchanged glances and chose not to elaborate further. Junior sister, this place exudes an air of peculiarity. Shall we linger a while longer? The enchanting fairy Miaoyi nodded, only to suddenly spot someone. Ji Linglong of the misty, celestial sect. She is also present. Emma Sangnan of the bright moon sect. She added, the two sects have historically been at odds, often leading their disciples to conflict. Yet now, these two factions seem to be mingling closely. How curious. At that moment, an elderly man with a graceful demeanor and silver hair entered. Feng Tianxian, esteemed elder, the proprietor is resting. You may convey your matters through me. Feng Tianxian paused briefly, then lowered his head and spoke in a deep voice. Young lady, the proprietor mentioned that your establishment possesses treasures that can extend one's lifespan. Yu Rui responded with a radiant smile. Indeed, this scratch card game allows one to collect 12 fragments to form a complete image, which can then be exchanged for free. Feng Tianxian's expression faltered slightly as he surveyed the courtyard, his gaze landing on the industrious Murong Baichuan and the other two elders. His eyelids twitched. These three old fellows have arrived so early. What would they be doing? So, it is indeed a scratch card. Young lady, bring me several, no, 20 of them. With the scratch cards in hand, Feng Tianxian discreetly found a spot to sit down. From a distance, Lin Yuan and her companion observed him emerging with the peculiar cards. Those cards are certainly not trivial. Let us inquire further with that young lady. After a round of questioning, two human-like sculptures appeared at the entrance of the lottery shop. Breaking realm pills, vitality elixirs. Now it makes sense. No wonder everyone in this courtyard is so absorbed in scratching cards. Even my junior sister, with her unparalleled beauty. Senior sister, please refrain from such nonsense. Lin Yuan offered an awkward smile. Young lady, we would like to purchase some as well. Thus, the courtyard buzzed with newfound excitement. Yu Rui took a deep breath. As an unrefined mortal amidst such influential figures, she felt a tad overwhelmed, yet she persevered. At least under the proprietor's imposing presence, everyone maintained order and treated her, the employee, with kindness. As dusk approached, the courtyard was filled with the soft sounds of scratching. Aside from the occasional exclamation of success, the atmosphere remained particularly tranquil. Life is serene, mused Li Li as he descended the stairs. Rui, remind them to purchase scratch cards to take home as soon as possible. We shall close the shop promptly in half an hour. Understood, boss. As the moonlight illuminated the courtyard, Yu Rui conveyed the news to the customers, who only then realized that night had fallen. Queue up, queue up. I require 50 tickets to distribute among my disciples back at the sect. I refuse to believe we cannot procure them. The intent was clear. Strength lies in numbers. I shall take 20. With renewed vigor, Yu Rui busied herself once more. Half an hour later, the customers dispersed. She rubbed her sore arms and exited the lottery shop. Boss, I'm heading back. There was no response from the upper floor. She picked up the keys from the table and, along with Xia Qing, left the courtyard, carefully securing the door behind her and stowing the keys away. Outside, a carriage awaited. Yu Rui climbed aboard and drew back the curtain to gaze at the small courtyard. Rui, what makes you smile? I'm not smiling. You clearly are. All right then. It's just that life seems to have gained an extra layer of joy and responsibility. Having lived 19 years with little more than a homebound existence, the sudden transition to being an employee at a shop felt refreshing, fulfilling, and wondrous. Chapter 37. The Card Scraping Storm. In the Wu Dynasty, at the imperial study in the capital, the emperor, clad in a dragon robe, wore a stern expression that belied his approximately 50 years of age, sitting upon the dragon throne, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. Before him stood a cohort of officials in ceremonial attire. The Feng dynasty has betrayed the human race, conspiring with the demon clan. Their intentions are clear. We must strengthen border defenses and remain vigilant against any anomalies. Inform the Four Directions Hall to monitor the Endless Sea. Any movements from the demon clan must be reported immediately. Contact the three great immortal sects. I have matters to discuss. The emperor rose, clenching his fists. The Feng dynasty has transgressed against our ancestors. The Wu dynasty shall not let this go unpunished. Relay the order, 3 days hence. We shall execute Wan Yin Yi at the border of Boyang City in Qingzhou. Yes. Once the officials had taken their leave, the emperor exhaled deeply, turning to the eunuch beside him. Where's the national master? Your Majesty, after arriving in the capital to convey the news regarding Fengming Mountain. The national master hastily departed for Qingzhou and has yet to return today. The emperor frowned slightly, The National Master rarely ventures out from the Chichen Palace. The matter of Foaming Mountain has concluded. What business could he have in Qingzhou? Very well, since the National Master is there, let him oversee the execution of Wan Yanyi. In a courtyard in Qingyang City, within a side room, Yu Rui sat cross-legged on her bed. An ancient tome spread open before her. With her eyes tightly closed and her breathing steady, a layer of white light enveloped her. After a considerable time, she gradually opened her eyes, a flicker of surprise gleaming within them. The moonlight was hazy and the stars sparse. The next morning, a torrential downpour ensued. Mother, Rui, today's rain is even heavier than yesterday. You should wait a little longer before heading out. A middle-aged woman approached. Yu Rui's mother, Shangwan Ru, though over 40, showed no signs of aging on her face. Mother, it cannot be so. I have already promised the boss and signed a contract in black and white. How could I possibly breach it? But your health. Do not worry, mother. My daughter has improved significantly today. A smile graced the face of Yu Rui, transforming her previously pallid complexion into a rosy hue. Lost in thought, Yu Rui had already exited the courtyard. Or rather, she had dashed out. Shangwan Ru's eyes instantly glistened with moisture. Her daughter had never displayed any color in her face due to that peculiar illness. Yet today, she had. Outside, a tempest raged, but within the small shop, it was as serene as spring. The Dragon King had returned to the Beast God Mountain yesterday. Ning Yu chose not to accompany her father, having promised the owner to remain and repay her gratitude. Lily turned over, clutching the little snake in his embrace. His eyes still closed. With the addition of Yu Rui as an employee, he felt no urgency to descend and open the shop. Suddenly, a creak echoed from downstairs. He was deeply asleep. In the courtyard, Sister Rui, today, I'm the first. Yu Rui playfully shot a glance at Lu Wu. You hitch a ride on my carriage. How could you not be the first? Lu Wu scratched his head and entered the shop, hurrying toward the slot machine area. Yesterday's card scraping had left him with empty pockets today, yet he could not resist visiting the shop, for he still had points on his card. Quite a substantial amount, indeed. Over 5,000. Much like a youth addicted to the internet, even with no cash in hand, the abundance of online credits brought him joy. Meanwhile, in Yunzhou, Lin Qian, the esteemed lady of the current head of the Murong family, Murong Chong, was not only strikingly beautiful and statuesque, but also possessed considerable cunning. With a notable family background and exceptionally talented children, she held a significant position within the household, commanding the respect of even Murong Chong's concubines. Generally, this lady was warm and amiable towards everyone in the household. However, today was different. Ever since her husband returned from Qingzhou, the atmosphere in the residence had turned oppressive. To her further indignation, Murong Chong had met that wretched son during his trip, but had failed to bring him back. With the engagement between the Murong and Mo families set for half a month later, the thought ignited a fire within Lin Qian. Murong Chong, have you lost your senses? Madam, what do you mean? Lin Qian approached angrily. What are you implying? All the servants in the east courtyard are busy scratching those cards. Is there no end to it? Should they not be working? There are over 100 servants in the other 3 courtyards. Don't you have enough to command them to do their duties? You are truly driving me to the brink. Lin Qian nearly laughed in exasperation. She seized Murong Chong's ear and twisted it, executing a complete turn. No, madam, that hurts. At that moment, an individual appeared as if summoned from thin air. Ancestor. Lin Qian froze in her tracks. The ancestor rarely visited the household, usually secluding himself in the ancestral temple for meditation. What could have prompted such a sudden appearance? Ancestor, save me. Murong Chong seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Lin Qian quickly released her grip and bowed to Murong by Chuan. I pay my respects to the ancestor. No need for such formalities. The young lad exclaimed, Old man, I have scraped all night and still lack several fragments. Which pieces do you possess? Let's compare notes. Esteemed ancestor, please step into the inner chamber, came the reply, as the 2 figures disappeared into the room. Lin Qian remained rooted in place, her mind racing to comprehend the situation. What is happening? No, Murong Chong, hurry and bring back, or I shall not let this matter rest. At the Haoyue Immortal Sect, Master Ma addressed the gathered disciples. Excellent. I have summoned the idle disciples of the sect. He stated. Very well. He continued, stroking his white beard as he gracefully ascended to a stone platform, surveying the hundreds of uniformly clad disciples below. Greetings, Master Ma. Their resounding voices echoed into the heavens. Today, I have a matter requiring your assistance. We are willing to serve, Master. With a wave of his hand, A rain of scratch cards fell from the sky. At the Xintian Immortal Sect, on Miaoying Peak, the Miaoying Fairy rubbed her sore arms, casting her gaze toward Lingyuan Peak. I should have heeded my senior brother's advice and taken on a few disciples, she lamented. The Xintian Immortal Sect consists of 7 peaks, each led by a peak master who can accept students. Miaoying has always preferred tranquility, despite her seniors urging her to widely recruit disciples to expand the sect. She remained resolute in her choice. Consequently, her peak was devoid of anyone to assist in the card-scraping endeavor. Miaoying Master, came a voice from outside the peak. What is it? The master requests your presence at Lingyuan Peak for a discussion. Upon hearing this, Miaoying's eyes sparkled, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. At the Piaomiao Immortal Sect, Ji Linglong and Mo Linxian sat together, sipping tea and engaging in conversation, while Yi Xianyuan drowsily leaned against her hand. Senior sister, today it is your turn to impart teachings. Have you decided on the content? Ji Linglong chuckled softly, waving her hand to reveal a scratch card. Today, I shall teach the disciples how to manually scrape this 100 scratch cards within an hour without using spiritual power. Mo Linxian raised an eyebrow. How clever of you. Senior sister. Within the courtyard, shortly after the door opened, a steady stream of determined customers arrived, all familiar faces. Everyone, please come forth and compare your fragments. Which pieces are you missing? Chapter 38. Manifestation before the masses. Shi Longyan produced a large handful of fragments, having scraped all night with his family. The pieces were neatly organized in numerical order, clear to see. I have quite a number of fragments, but the majority are duplicates. Number 10 is the most abundant, with 29 cards, followed by numbers 2, 4, and 5. Shuhi nodded in agreement. I am in a similar situation. I have 33 of number 2. I have several of numbers 9 and 12 as well. I possess 4 of number 1 and can trade with you. Trade? I have over a dozen of number 1. The group gathered to compare their numbers, ultimately arriving at a consensus. 12 fragments have appeared, more or less. Yet, there is but one number, 8. Do you not possess 8? No. What does 8 look like? Mu Rongi narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that this 8 is pivotal. Based on my understanding of the boss, it is likely not so simple. Chu Hie's lips twitched. There is no need for speculation. It is undoubtedly complicated. However, the breaking boundary pill and the quality liquid are both highly coveted. The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. They were fully aware of the traps laid before them, yet the allure of the rewards was irresistible. Mu Rongi chuckled. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Treasures of such magnitude are not easily acquired. Mr. Mu Rong speaks wisely. Let's continue scraping. The group rallied once more, some purchasing cards while others scratched them. Luo Hongyan entered the shop, followed by a throng of disciples. Among them was Lu Qingli, who had not visited for quite some time. Master Luo, what brings you here? The middle-aged beauty's cheeks flushed. I brought the disciples down the mountain for training and happened to pass through this place. In truth, she had purchased a considerable number of scratch cards yesterday, but found it tedious to scratch them alone. Thus, she summoned her disciples for assistance. This was discovered by the righteous Sun Chongfeng, who scolded her most harshly. Although Luo Hongyan was of comparable cultivation to Sun Chongfeng, she was nonetheless the leader of a sect. Where was her authority? Utilizing the advantage of her magical artifacts, she delivered a resounding reprimand. Ultimately, considering the sect's reputation, she personally led her disciples down the mountain for training. The training was a pretext. The scratching was genuine. Master, where are we? Luo Hongyan cleared her throat. Pay no mind. From now on, heed my instructions and find a pleasant spot to sit in this courtyard. The young disciples complied, and soon stacks of scratch cards were laid before them. Master, what are these? Lu Qingli raised her hand and stood. I know. A glimmer of satisfaction shone in Luo Hongyan's eyes. Excellent. You shall be the one to teach them. Very well, Master, I promise to fulfill this task. After giving her disciples a few more instructions, Luo Hongyan found a spot to begin scratching cards herself. Chun Jingang entered, set down his umbrella, and was taken aback by the scene. Master Luo, you truly are remarkable. Is this how it is done? Gritting his teeth, he stepped back outside, retrieved a talisman, and ignited its spiritual energy. Far away, at the banks of the Xiushui River, the leader of the Lu Sha gang prepared to send a message with the golden seal talisman. A tall woman in a black dress, with flowing hair, gracefully descended on a flying sword before Qingyang City. She towered above ordinary men, yet her form was well-proportioned. Her sun-kissed skin framed by a face that bore a hint of fierce determination. The rain in Qingzhou was even heavier than in Yinzhou. The woman produced an umbrella and made her way toward tavern. Murongi, if you do not return to Yunjiao, I shall come to seek you out. You shall never escape the grasp of Mo Jianxue in this lifetime. A tall woman intercepted an individual, producing a peculiar card. Do you recognize this? She inquired. No, I have never seen it before, came the response. Have you encountered this object? She pressed further. I have not. Prior to this encounter, Lin Xian had given her an odd card, suggesting it might be connected to Mu Rongi. The only information Mo Jianxue possessed was the existence of Qingyang City and this enigmatic card. Despite inquiring with numerous individuals, none were familiar with it. Hey there, young lady. A flippant voice interrupted, belonging to a middle-aged man who entered with a broad grin. Without hesitation, Mo Jianxue delivered a sharp slap. Ouch! Shi Ping Feng fell to the ground, his mouth stinging while his mind reeled in disbelief. Where did this girl come from? I, a practitioner of the 8th rank, was caught off guard by her strike. Rascal! He exclaimed. The small shop was becoming increasingly crowded. As Lili descended the stairs, the courtyard was already shrouded in darkness. Not only Qinjin, but also the leaders of several nearby factions had brought their disciples along. A group of young individuals sat cross-legged on the ground, mechanically scraping cards in unison. The floor was nearly filled to capacity, and navigating through the throng required careful maneuvering to avoid stepping on anyone. When did the shop's business become so bustling? Glancing outside, it was evident that heavy rain continued to fall. Clearly, expanding the courtyard was now imperative. Boss. Yes. Lili's arrival instantly captured the attention of many, particularly the youthful faces. The various sect leaders had repeatedly cautioned their disciples to avoid causing trouble in the shop, advising them to refrain from speaking, emphasizing the formidable nature of the shop's owner, who even third-rank cultivators from the immortal sect dared not offend. Is he truly the owner? They whispered, noting his youthful appearance, seemingly around their age. Shoo, be quiet. Remember the sect leader's words. Young people were always filled with curiosity. Yet, Lili paid no heed to their hushed murmurs as he approached the farthest edge of the courtyard wall. With a single step forward, a miraculous scene unfolded. The courtyard wall appeared to come alive, retreating a step backward. Am I seeing things? Did the wall just move? I think I saw it too. Another step forward, and the courtyard shifted back yet again. The eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment, mouths agape, as if they could fit 2 eggs inside. With each step Lili took, the courtyard wall receded accordingly. One step equated to 1 meter, 20 meters. Another 20 meters on the opposite side, creating a symmetrical effect. Lili vanished into thin air, and in the next instant, he had materialized on the other side of the courtyard. Oh no, he's gone. Over there. Indeed, as a sect leader had said, this owner was terrifyingly powerful. A familiar figure suddenly appeared before him. Boss, Lu Qingli exclaimed joyfully. It's you. It's been such a long time since you last visited. A light and airy remark was casually tossed into the air. Lu Qingli was instantly captivated by the gazes of numerous young onlookers, rendering her somewhat bashful. However, it was delightful to know that the boss remembered her. Following suit, Lili extended the courtyard wall back by 20 meters. He marveled, expressing his surprise at how the boss could creatively manage the expansion of the courtyard. Shi Longyan stroked his beard and sighed, remarking that at the boss's level, the distinction of strength had become trivial. Oh, what does this imply? What the boss truly values is the art of elegantly showcasing one's brilliance. Ah, who struck me? Lili waved his sleeve and departed. Qingli, do you know this boss? Indeed, I have known him for quite some time. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Jade Sword sect cast envious glances at Lu Qingli. She instinctively raised her chin in response. Chapter 39. 3 Arrangements. The courtyard expansion had rendered it several times more spacious, providing a sense of comfort. Customers were no longer crowded and expressed their satisfaction. If there were a satisfaction rating for customers, this wave would surely elevate the score. Are you busy over there? Yurui nodded. It's quite manageable, boss. Everyone is behaving orderly. Lili Shukla singly. In less than 2 days, it seemed this young lady had adequately adapted to her work environment. No wonder she was chosen by the system, truly discerning. Keep up the good work. Yes, boss, I will. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. Lili was somewhat astonished. A new round of revenue tasks had been completed. How much time had passed? It was important to note that the new revenue target was a staggering 500,000. Little did they know, when leaving the store yesterday, just a few elders from the 3 great sects had nearly filled the revenue quota. With half a day's operation this morning, the task was effortlessly fulfilled. The invincible domain had expanded to 50 square meters. The new revenue task had been released, with a target of 2 million gold. Given the current popularity of scratch cards, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long to accomplish this again. A new project, 3 arrangements. The digits from 0 to 9 can be arranged into 3-digit combinations. A draw occurs daily. Matching both the position and the number is required to win. The price for a single ticket is 2 gold. As for the rewards, they amount to 1,000 gold. In other words, if one spends 20 gold to purchase 10 tickets of the same number arrangement, winning would yield 10,000 gold. Naturally, one might wonder if purchasing every possible combination of 3 arrangements would guarantee a win. Nonsense. Such a scenario is simply not permitted. To cover all combinations would require 2,000 gold, and winning only 1,000 gold would be foolish. Friends, do not doubt the rigor of the lottery. The people in this unit are far more intelligent than you think. Of course, the notion of taking a gamble to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle, where small investments yield large returns, does occasionally occur, though it is not common. Gold coins, after all, are never deemed excessive. Moreover, the ventures within the establishment are quite extravagant. A scratch card costs 20 or 50, while the slot machines require 100 for a recharge. When accumulated, these expenditures amount to a staggering sum. Even individuals from influential families like Chu He and Mu Rongyi cannot sustain such a drain over time, let alone the smaller clans of Qingyang City or the likes of the lowly Yujian sect. While the wealth of grand families and major sects is indeed substantial, it does not belong to the individual. Thus, at this juncture, there arises a necessity for lottery projects like the Arrangement 3 to extract every last drop from this group of unsuspecting individuals. Let me clarify, this is not a black market. It is a lottery shop, a place that peddles dreams. Observing the determined individuals scratching cards outside, Lily felt no stir of emotion. Hey, third brother? What's wrong with you? Shi Pingyang murmured as he scratched, sensing someone entering the door. Lifting his gaze, he spotted a pig-headed figure, whose attire barely revealed his identity. Big brother. Shi Pingfeng dashed into Shi Longyan's embrace, weeping in distress. Who has done this to my son? Shi Longyan sprang to his feet. A woman entered the courtyard, surveying the surroundings before locking onto her target. An aura of the Foundation establishment stage surged forth. Shi Longyan recoiled, thinking, such a young Foundation establishment cultivator. Time to flee. Father, it was this woman who harmed me. Who is this pig-headed creature? Speak not such nonsense. Who is your father? Shi Pingfeng paused, his cries growing louder. Mu Rongyi was engrossed in scratching his card when he felt a hostile presence lock onto him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly leaped up, bolting toward the courtyard door. Trying to escape? Mo Jianxue, you violent fiend, I shall never yield to you. The two bolted out of the small courtyard as a thunderclap echoed, seemingly heralding the onset of conflict. What on earth is happening? Chu He wondered, continuing to scratch his card, determined not to be swayed. His confusion stemmed from 2 points. First, he had clearly brought a hefty sum of over 100,000 gold with him down the mountain. How could it have vanished so quickly? All right, he had previously purchased a box of unknown trinkets. Alas, he wondered what purpose they served. Curiosity had indeed led him astray. A grievous loss. What folly it was to play the affluent. He had grossly underestimated the expenses of the shop, a rather rash oversight. The second cause of his bewilderment, he had just sought a loan from Mu Rongyi, who had promised to lend him money once he finished scratching the card in hand. But who was that woman? Would Mu Rongyi still be able to return? Such vexation. Long Zhan strode confidently through the door, despite the torrential rain. Not a single drop clung to his muscular frame. A few towering individuals followed him, all seemingly crafted from the finest molds of musculature. It was evident they were a formidable group. Long Zhan had little interest in the scratch cards, at least for the moment, as he was utterly captivated by the challenges presented in the game space. The challenge space, devoid of spiritual energy, not only serves to strengthen the physical body and enhance reflexes, but also significantly bolsters mental acuity and intellect. These aspects are precisely the weaknesses of the Long family. It is no exaggeration to assert that this secret realm was specifically designed for them. Hence, upon returning home, Long Zhan brought along several of his sons and grandsons, preparing for an intensive training session. Has the courtyard been expanded? Long Zhan pondered as he trudged towards the peach tree, the location of the secret realm remaining unchanged. A little sparrow perched on the tree opened its eyes, recognizing the towering figure. A fleeting glance revealed the surroundings. Come on, if we're going to challenge. At least provide some light. Dad, how do we play? Long Zhan brandished his twin axes. One word, fight. A resounding echo followed. Keep your voices down. Did you forget my instructions before I came? Not forgotten, father, came the hushed reply. Long Jean nodded in satisfaction, while the onlookers stood agape, astonished by the man before them. Is he insane? Shoo, don't speak carelessly. That man is the ancestor of the Huzhou Long family, a third-tier master. He could crush you with a single finger. How am I being careless? You're the delusional one. Half an hour later, Mu Rong returned with a sorrowful expression. Mo Jianxue following closely behind. Brother Mu Rong, Brother Chu money. Mu Rong, filled with despair, lamented, Brother Chu, don't you care about me at all? After all this time of friendship, I considered you a dear friend, yet you have disappointed me gravely. Chu Hie's expression darkened. Brother Mu Rong, let us speak properly. Stealing a glance back, Mu Rong noticed Mo Jianxue curiously surveying the surroundings. Her attention diverted from him. He leaned closer and whispered, I need a favor. What kind of favor? That woman. Chu Hie's demeanor grew stern. To kill her? No, we cannot kill her. Then what? Find a way to imprison her for 10 days. If you can accomplish this, I shall reward you with 100,000 gold. No repayment required. The wealth of a scion from a prestigious family astonished the young master of the celestial sect, who had spent years accumulating his modest savings. This fellow casually offered a fortune of 100,000 gold. I shall consider you a steadfast friend, Brother Chu, deal? Mu Rong turned with a charming smile. Montak Yiangsua, do you cover my body? Dream on. Once 10 days pass, even if I am reluctantly captured back to Yunzhou, the engagement cannot be finalized without you. Chapter 40. The Qiqiao Festival. Lili lay on his bed, a screen before him displaying scenes from the challenge space. This muscular old man has some skills. It is no wonder he is far ahead of everyone else. Faced with monsters, Long Jean confronted them with brute force, unyielding against turtles and unfazed by spiders. When encountering mental challenges, he persevered, trying repeatedly, learning from each failure, and continuing on. Let us set aside other matters for the moment. The dedication and perseverance displayed here far surpass that of anyone else in the establishment. Moreover, the descendants of the Long family mirror Long Jean, navigating challenges with remarkable success through imitation. Thus, this challenge space serves as a test of one's endurance. The revenue is soaring rapidly. Customers from the three great sects are utterly captivated by the 8th fragment. Time swiftly passes, and before long, it is closing time. Boss, I shall take my leave now. Very well. Yu Rui gazes at Li Li's retreating figure. After a brief contemplation, she inquires, Boss, today marks the annual Qiqiao festival. The city will be bustling tonight. Would you care to join me for a stroll? Yu Rui has always sensed a certain solitude enveloping the boss. Although he occasionally engages in casual conversations with others, they remain superficial exchanges. Most often, he spends his time alone upstairs. Today, being a festive occasion and having enjoyed a clear afternoon after the rain, she whimsically poses the question. Qiqiao Festival, also known as the Lovers' Festival. This evening draws many young couples together to express their feelings through lanterns and make wishes beneath the moonlight. Having lived over 20 years without ever having a girlfriend, let alone celebrating Valentine's Day, Lili silently chuckles to himself. All right, such an opportunity is rare. Let's go and see. Yu Rui, taken aback by the boss's agreement, beams with delight. Boss, you're sure to enjoy it. Xiaoqing awaits at the carriage outside, momentarily stunned to see Lili emerge, realizing that even the boss possesses a penchant for leisure. As night descends upon Qingyang City after being captured, Wang Yin, he was meant to be sent to the capital for sentencing. However, in an unexpected turn, the martial emperor issued an order for his execution at the border to showcase the might of the Wu dynasty. As the supervising executioner, Feng Tianqian remained stationed in Qingyang City to prevent the Feng Kingdom from attempting a rescue, for at this moment, Wang Yin, he was confined within the courthouse's prison. Master? A middle-aged man knocks and enters. Feng Tianqian, who had been meditating in a cross-legged posture, suddenly opens his eyes. Did you succeed in the mission? I have fulfilled my duty. The middle-aged man produces a stack of scratch cards from outside. Indeed, the lottery tickets. Excellent, distribute them all. Inform everyone that those who uncover the 8th fragment will be rewarded with 2 mystical grade artifacts. Suddenly, Feng Tianqian's gaze sharpens, and in the blink of an eye, he vanishes from his original position, reappearing outside in the courtyard. He calls out, since you have arrived, why conceal yourself? In the inky night sky, a shadow flits by. A figure appears atop the roof, leaning upon a crane-headed cane, his stooped frame and wrinkled face adorned with a sly grin. Feng Tianqian looks up, scoffing, you old specter. You, it is you. The figure atop the roof cackles. Ah, Master National Teacher, it has been a while. You still exude your charm. Oomph. Has the court run out of capable individuals, resorting to sending a decrepit old fool like you? A glint of coldness flashes in Yue's eyes. In the midst of a gusty wind, Feng Tianchun, your words remain as piercing as ever. As the sound faded, two formidable presences surged forth with a thunderous force. The wind howled fiercely. During the Qiqiao festival, Qingyang City buzzed with vibrant activity. By the time Li and his companions arrived, the streets were already teeming with countless young men and women. This is beautiful, yet so mundane. With a lantern in hand, Mu Rongyi's expression shifted from joy to dismay. Mo Jianxue, you truly lack any charm. What man would ever take a liking to you? Umph. In response, she received a frigid glare. Mu Rongyi recoiled slightly, adhering to the adage that a gentleman should not quarrel with a lady, and hastily made his way towards the crowd. That tomboy. The only way I would marry her is over my dead body. A figure wearing a bamboo hat seized him. Chu, my friend, there are too many people here. Lead her to another place. My associates are already prepared. Mu Rongyi exclaimed excitedly. All right, Chu, I entrust my happiness to you. Such a scene, illuminated by splendid lanterns, had been depicted in dramas before, but experiencing it firsthand was a novel delight for Li. Observing the lively and beautiful figures on the street filled him with an involuntary smile. Lantern riddles. Young girls adore festivities and lovely things, and Yu Rui is no exception. Along with Xia Qing, they wandered through the night market, their eyes sparkling with joy. Young lady, if you answer 3 lantern riddles correctly, you will receive the largest lantern from my stall for free. Xia Qing replied confidently. Is that so? Come on, merchant, pose your riddle. Listen closely. 1 person, 1 heart. 1 mouth, guess the character. 1 person, 1 heart. Xia Qing pondered for a long while, but could not decipher the clue. Her fondness for martial arts had left her somewhat lacking in literary knowledge. The answer is Jia. Yu Rui quietly provided the solution. The middle-aged vendor chuckled and nodded. This young lady is correct. It is indeed Xia. Xia Qing's cheeks flushed with excitement. Let us continue. I'm certain I can guess the second one. Li crossed his arms, observing them. This otherworldly realm was indeed vibrant and colorful. Yet, as a newcomer, he felt a certain lack of belonging. At least, that was how he felt at present. Outside the main thoroughfare of the city center, the other streets of Qingyang City were shrouded in darkness. Murongyi, I wonder where you can hide. Suddenly, a shadow descended from the rooftop. Mo Jianxue instinctively struck out with her palm, her sword already drawn. Foundation Establishment Realm. Who are you? Where is Mu Rongyi? Her brows furrowed as she sensed another presence approaching from behind. There are more. 2 individuals at the Foundation Establishment Realm. Her sword trembled lightly, its cold radiance transforming into a soaring dragon that darted forth, startling the black-clad figure in front of her, who swiftly attempted to deflect the attack. Seizing the opportunity, the second black-clad figure unleashed a powerful wave of spiritual energy, stirring up a tempest. Mo Jianxue countered with a diagonal flash of her sword, effortlessly slicing through the palm wind. The black-clad figure, unable to evade, suffered a cut to the arm. At that moment, a beam of golden light surged from the side. Mo Jianxue's expression changed dramatically. A top-tier artifact. In the next moment, darkness enveloped her as she collapsed to the ground. From the shadows emerged an individual who removed his conical hat. As Chu, he stored the golden talisman in his storage ring. Find her. At the Feng Tianxun's office in Qingyang City, he held an artifact in his hand, forming hand seals as a black and white array materialized behind him, rapidly expanding. The yin-yang array. A dual polarity formation. The old monster, Yoha, slightly altered his countenance, raising his crane-headed staff and sweeping it skyward, summoning a tremendous surge of spiritual energy. It transformed into a colossal spiritual crane. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook violently. The rampant spiritual energy surged like an uncontrollable torrent, sweeping in all directions. Yoha, how dare you intrude into my Wujiao realm? You shall pay dearly. Another resounding explosion followed as the yin-yang array descended, obliterating the spiritual crane into ashes. Yoha spat out a mouthful of blood, his wrinkled face turning pale. He let out a sinister laugh, truly worthy of being the national master of Wujiao, Feng Tianchun. I shall remember this grudge. With a flick of his sleeve, he vanished from the spot. Feng Tianchun's pupils constricted sharply. This is bad, the prison. Chapter 41. The Chaos in Qingyang City. At the entrance of the office, the ground was littered with corpses, including the miscellaneous soldiers and those brought over by Feng Tianchen from Qiqian Palace. Inside the prison, Wang Yan clung to life, suspended by his depleted cultivation. The prison door was smashed open. A figure clad in black entered, swiftly hoisting him onto his back and dashing out of the prison. Just as they exited, a spiritual palm struck towards them. With a thunderous boom, the black-clad figure narrowly evaded in midair, turning his gaze to see a burly middle-aged man clad in gleaming silver armor. Liang Yuan, how dare you leave the Boyang border? The man snorted coldly. Why should I not? You fear that I will meet with the national master and complicate the rescue mission, deliberately choosing to act in Xinjiang City. Coincidentally, I received a sacred order yesterday and arrived early in Xinjiang City today, ready to catch you all in a trap. As his words fell, he tossed out a corpse. It was the severely injured Yoha from earlier. The black-clad figure's pupils constricted. With a sinister smile, he shouted into the void, "What are you waiting for? Why not come out?" As his voice echoed, a figure emerged from the shadows, bearing a proud demeanor and a cruel smile at the corners of his mouth. It was Amu Luo, who had appeared at Fengming Mountain days prior. Beside him stood a pallid old man, his hands hidden within his long sleeves, his eyes slightly closed. Liang Yuan's expression darkened. The age-old enmity between the human and demon races is truly despicable. As he spoke, a blood-red spear materialized in his hands. "Block him," the black-clad figure shouted. But the old man beside Amu Luo had already made his move. The old man sprouted wings that elongated, resembling two sharp blades, obstructing Liang Yuan's advance. In the blink of an eye, the black-clad figure had vanished from the scene. Amo Luo soared into the sky, seamlessly merging with the night. He licked his lips, remarking on the bustling festivities of a human race's Qiqiao festival. Alas, this city was destined to become a hellish abyss. Behind him, a familiar teleportation array materialized, accompanied by the earth-shattering roars of ferocious beasts. The once vibrant streets fell abruptly into silence. Did you hear that sound? It seems to be the roar of beasts. From the rooftops, a shadow with bared fangs leapt down, howling at the heavens. The beasts of the demon race had arrived. Recognizing the monstrous entities, chaos erupted in Xinjiang City. "Run!" A horde of beasts emerged from all directions, charging toward the terrified populace. The air filled with screams of despair and terror. The sudden turn of events extinguished Li Li's earlier elation. "Boss, there are so many beasts." Yu Rui trembled uncontrollably, seeking solace by clinging to Li Li. Meanwhile, Xiaqing, resolute and undeterred, brandished her long sword and advanced toward the approaching beasts. At the opposite end of the street, a group clad in uniform attire emerged. It was the city guards of Qingyang, led by the city lord, Lu Renjia, who raised his arm commandingly. "Obey my orders. Slay the beasts and defend Qingyang City." In that instant, the guards and cultivators united, standing firm against the external threat. The city of Qingyang was engulfed in turmoil. Amidst the crowd, Xia Yanchang sent a beast flying with a powerful strike, followed closely by Shangguan Ru. Rui, mother, I am here." Upon seeing Yu Rui safe and sound, Shangguan Ru's anxiety subsided, and she rushed toward her daughter. Suddenly, a beast leaped down from the rooftop with ferocity. Yu Rui's expression shifted dramatically as she let out a terrified scream. "Mother!" Xiao Ru, Xia Yanchang, driven by fury, cleaved through the beast in front of him and hurried toward them. However, the beast's speed was evidently superior, closing in rapidly. With a resounding crash, just as the beast's razor-sharp teeth aimed for Shangguan Ru's head, it suddenly transformed into a translucent apparition and vanished into thin air. Emerging from her shock, Yu Rui turned to the remarkably composed Li Li at her side. "It's the boss. Such an extraordinary maneuver could only be executed by him." "Thank you, boss. Thank you." Xia Yanchang, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing that familiar figure, felt a surge of joy. "The boss is here. How wonderful." The chaotic and bloody streets caused Li Li to furrow his brow slightly. So this is what the beasts of another world look like, truly repulsive. With light footsteps, he centered himself, and a faint luminescent barrier unfurled around him. In an instant, all beasts within a 50-meter radius became immobilized, and in the next heartbeat, they disintegrated into ashes. The streets fell silent. In an underground space, a voice cried out, "Let me out. Such despicable tactics. Have the courage to face me head-on." Thud, thud. Thud! The ground trembled violently, as if expressing its inner fury. "Murong, your fiancé is rather formidable. At this rate, it will be difficult to last even 3 days." let alone 10. Morong easily chuckled bitterly. Mo Jinshue is merely 23 years old and has already entered the core formation realm. With such exceptional talent, how could she not be formidable? He felt a jolt of surprise. He himself was also of exceptional talent, having reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank at the age of 20 and anticipated breaking into the core formation realm in 2 to 3 years. It was precisely due to this talent that he had distinguished himself in the Haoyue Xianzong and become the sect's holy son. Exceptional talent is a rare gem among the 3 great immortal sections. Rumor has it that the fairy Miaoyin possesses even greater superior talent, having formed her core at the age of 20, a feat unmatched by anyone in the past few centuries. Why would you not cherish such a woman and instead choose to deliberately distance yourself? Morong sighed. Chu, although my talent does not match yours, I'm a few years your senior. You are still young and do not understand the complexities of romantic relationships. To me, Mo Jinshue is merely a comrade, and she, devoted to her cultivation, knows little of such matters. It is merely a familial obligation for her. If we were to marry, it would be unfair to both her and me. Chu Hie's lips twitched, casting a scornful glance at Morong. You constantly surround yourself with 2 maidens. It is evident you are an experienced man of the world, indeed unworthy of Mo Jinshue. Disdainful of you, holy son. You keep your voice down. What is happening outside? It's so noisy. Magical beasts are attacking. The entire Qingyang city has fallen. Chu He and Morong stood up simultaneously. What? Chu Hie's expression changed drastically as he looked at Morong, handing him a pill. Morong, the situation has changed. This breaking seal pill can unlock your fiancée's sealed spiritual power. You must either hide or take her and leave the city quickly. Let us first assess the situation outside. All right, be cautious. After Chu He left, Morong hesitated for a long time, gritted his teeth, and entered the basement. Morong, are you all right? That's wonderful. Upon hearing this, Morong felt a tremor in his heart. He had not expected Mo Jinshue's first words to be of concern for him. Why did he feel a tinge of guilt? This is not right, Morong. Marriage is a matter of a lifetime and cannot be compromised. It's all right. I'm here to rescue you. Mo Jinshue asked in confusion. You are merely at the initial stage of the 7th rank. How did you manage to come in here with those 2 at the core formation realm? A large number of magical beasts suddenly appeared in the city. I took the opportunity while they were entangled with the beasts to barge in. Mo Jinshue's face flushed at his words. So, you have been following them. Thank you. Morong's expression darkened. Was this truly the time for such discussions? The focus should be on the magical beasts. Chapter 42. Do not advance further. My spiritual power is currently sealed. You mentioned magical beasts in Xingyang City. Venturing outside now might be Mo Jinshu as words trailed off, as Morong had already stuffed the breaking seal pill into her mouth. This pill was given to me during my travels earlier. Mu Rongi casually brushed off the conversation, and Mo Jinshu did not inquire further. In the blink of an eye, a powerful aura surged forth. In Xingyang City, the chaos continued as magical beasts attacked the populace. Yet an unusual scene unfolded on the main street. A young man sat leisurely in a chair, surrounded by a throng of people. The once dark street now shone brightly as if it were day. Over here, it's safe. Lu Muqing shouted to those fleeing in panic. Not long ago, the Lu Ensure families had escaped their residence, fortuitously discovering that Li Li was also in Xingyang City. Elated, they rushed over seeking protection. As more individuals discerned the situation, this peculiar tableau emerged. The entire street was deserted, everyone crammed into one spot. Boom! Demonic scum, do not be so brazen. In the sky, two figures appeared, their immense spiritual power sweeping across the surroundings, causing tiles to fly and structures to collapse. Liang Yuan wielded his spear like a dragon, sweeping, prodding, and thrusting with ferocious vigor. The elder from the demon clan flapped his sword-like wings, each strike accompanied by a gale. They had engaged in combat for hundreds of rounds, yet neither had gained the upper hand. The demon is formidable at the 3rd rank. We cannot assist, sighed Xia Yanchang. Everyone turned their eyes to Li Li, wondering if he would take action. Unexpectedly, he remained as still as a mountain, his gaze seemingly infused with a hint of pleasure and enjoyment of the spectacle. How delightful! Li Li watched with rapt attention. The clash between the 3rd-rank masters was far more captivating than the recent battle between Xia Yanchang and Yang Zhidao. In another part of the street, Chu He and his 2 companions were encircled by a dozen magical beasts, engaged in fierce combat. Chu wielded a golden spiritual talisman in his left hand and a 3-foot spiritual sword in his right, his feet adorned with wind-patterned boots, while a glowing hexagonal spirit shield stood before him. 2 nascent soul experts flanked him, providing protection. Quickly eliminate these beasts and assist elsewhere. Understood. Chu raised his hand and hurled the golden talisman, striking one beast. As it staggered in confusion, a long blade followed with precision, severing the beast's head. The other companion, armed with a black spear, rolled and maneuvered, dispatching the advancing beasts. The trio demonstrated remarkable synergy, Chu relying on his powerful artifacts. Alongside his 2 nascent soul companions, swiftly eradicated the magical beasts. How intriguing! There are even 3 hidden rats here. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Chu looked up to see a face marked by arrogance. Amo Luo's gaze fell upon the golden talisman in Chu's hand, and he let out a light gasp. A low-grade artifact. You must be a core disciple of some sect, young man. Ha ha. I particularly favor core disciples of the human race. As his words lingered, the aura of a peak 4th rank being instantly radiated forth, causing the expressions of the 2 nascent soul experts to change dramatically. The demon is too formidable. We stand no chance. Holy Son, flee quickly. We shall hold him off. Chu, fully aware of Amaro's might, gritted his teeth and made a hasty retreat. Just a lot? Insects. 2 cultivators of the core formation stage unleashed their artifacts towards the demon beast, but in the blink of an eye, Amaro closed the distance between them. A surge of demonic energy erupted, lifting the 2 men off the ground, and within mere moments, their lifeless forms lay sprawled on the earth. Chu fled in panic. But not far into his escape, Amaro's aura locked onto him. Just now, those 2 fools referred to you as the Holy Son. Could it be you hail from one of the 3 great immortal sects? Ha ha! I fancy a Holy Son from the 3 great immortal sects. Amaro licked his lips, a more intense bloodthirst evident on his frenzied visage. Let me go. Chu was entirely lifted by Amaro, thrashing desperately, his complexion paling instantly. The demonic energy slowly infiltrated his body, and he sensed the approach of death. What to do? I'm going to perish here? I refuse to accept this. Suddenly, a thought struck him. With a tremor of his palm, a boxed item materialized. He ignited it with great effort. Instantly, a blinding white light burst forth. Amaro, taken aback, retreated several steps. Who dares? Beneath the radiance, a youthful voice rang out. Big brother, would you like to buy my matches? Amaro bellowed, what matches? Get lost. If you do not wish to buy my matches, then so be it, the child's voice tinged with disappointment. But in the next moment, it morphed into madness. Since you will not purchase my matches, I shall send you to your demise. The white light dissipated, revealing a shadowy figure. Amaro focused his gaze and beheld a ragged, diminutive girl cradling a dark, spherical object with a spark-emitting fuse. The girl's expression was frenzied. She chuckled and uttered a single word. Boom! With a thunderous explosion. The blast force obliterated buildings in every direction, transforming the street into a wasteland. Chu stood in a daze from afar. Huh? As the white light faded, the little girl vanished. 20 meters away, a bloodied figure was struggling to rise. Curse it, how infuriating! Chu gasped in shock. This fiend was still alive. He needed to flee at once. Despite the demon's injuries, he was not one to underestimate. The strength of a demon's physical form is well known. Once he regained his composure, Chu would undoubtedly face his doom. The items in the shop are truly formidable. Just the other day, he lamented purchasing that little box. And today, it saved his life. When comparing 10,000 gold to 1's life, the latter is certainly more valuable. A wise purchase indeed. It is said that it was produced from smashing golden eggs. I shall have to try smashing golden eggs too. Who knows what treasures may emerge, potentially saving my life in a critical moment. Chu ran swiftly, soon encountering Mu Rongyi and Mo Jinxue. The long sword in Mo Jinxue's hand dripped with fresh blood, and Mu Rongyi's attire was somewhat disheveled, clearly indicating that the two had just endured a fierce battle. Chu, how are you? Don't mention it. I nearly perished upon encountering a 4th-tier demon. Mu Rongyi gasped, 4th tier? How did you manage to escape? Thanks to the boss. The boss? We shall discuss this later. We must leave this place first. Why are you two running so fast? Chu turned around in confusion, his expression shifting drastically. Damn it. They say the demon race possesses abnormal physiques, but this is beyond anything I imagined. The creature, its body a grotesque mess of flesh and blood, was already on its feet, far too swiftly. What a disloyal creature, and it didn't even give a warning. Muron, wait for me. Shui ran desperately. Ahead, Murongi suddenly paused. Why has the sky begun to brighten from here? Am I mistaken? Is that not the boss? When did he arrive? In Qingyang City. Muron. Help! Turning back, he saw Chu He, pale-faced, with the blood-soaked Amoluo looming behind him. Amoluo roared menacingly. Aunt, I shall have your life. Although Amoluo's physical form had recovered, his aura was noticeably weaker than before. Amoluo, do not advance any further. An ancient voice from the horizon halted him. Immediately afterward, demonic wings sliced through the air, creating a wind blade that struck the ground, carving a deep chasm. Chapter 43. The Small Stool, an Old Actor. Chu-He stumbled and fell to the ground, utterly exhausted from fleeing, his spiritual energy at its limit. Suddenly, he noticed a flicker of white light beneath him, a strange, invisible ripple passing swiftly. What is that? He thought, bewildered. Amoluo was momentarily taken aback, looking skyward and asking, why? Liang Yuan was entangled with the elder demon, who hastily replied, if you wish to live. Heed my words. Why? Because he had observed for quite some time that ahead lay a barrier set by an unknown expert. Those who entered would be reduced to ashes. At that moment, a ferocious beast lunged from the side. Chu-He jolted, struggling to rise and flee. Yet behind him came a chilling roar from the beast. Glancing back, he saw the hideous head of the demon beast vanish as it crossed that eerie boundary, as if erased from existence. It must be the boss. This feeling is so familiar. Chu-He rejoiced. Stop your howling and come watch the show. Chu-He turned to look. In the distance, Murongi sat leisurely on a small stool, munching on sunflower seeds while observing the battle between the two figures in the sky. How relaxed he appeared. The familiar faces nearby each occupied a small stool, while the unfamiliar ones sat on the ground. A small stool, seasoned actors indeed. Among the crowd, he could vaguely discern a familiar handsome face. Chu-He's lips twitched. Indeed, it was the boss. Only the boss possesses such a peculiar sense of humor. However, it seems to be safe now. He slowly approached the crowd, as day turned into night. A remarkable sight. Without regard for his image, he sat down on the ground after pouring half a bag of sunflower seeds from Murongi's hands. Hello, boss, he nodded at him. What is going on? Doing leaguing me. Murongi shook his head, saying, how would I know? Let us just enjoy the show. Amoluo stood rooted in place, staring intently at the ground ahead. A boundary? Why is there a boundary here? And such a terrifying one at that. If I pursued just now, would I have ended up like that foolish creature? A wave of dread washed over Amoluo, and cold sweat trickled down as he contemplated. Looking at the group of humans leisurely watching the spectacle, could the one who set the boundary be among them? No, this place is perilous. I must leave. Cold old demon, take care of yourself. Meanwhile, the demon elder entangled in a fierce struggle with Liang Yuan had long desired to escape. Yet he could not. He had already sensed something amiss. Suddenly, it had grown bright, which was quite bizarre. Just as he prepared to flee, he found himself trapped, unable to escape. As for why he was unharmed, perhaps the master of the boundary simply did not wish to kill him yet. The demon elder's speculation was not unfounded. He was already within the domain, capable of being annihilated at Li's whim. But if he were to kill him, where would he find amusement? Liang Yuan was equally bewildered. As a fellow third-tier master, how could he not realize he was ensnared within a perplexing boundary? But who was this person? And what were their intentions? If they were a human expert, why did they not assist him? If they were a demon master, why did they not aid the other side? The battle between the human and the demon had persisted for quite some time, without pause, and both began to feel the strain. Liang Yuan, is there a human master hiding here? If so, they could strike directly. Why the torment? The demon elder could no longer endure the relentless suffering, feeling utterly exhausted. Death would be more merciful. Unexpectedly, with a sweep of his spear, Liang Yuan coldly retorted, nonsense. The enmity between humans and demons is profound. Had a human master been present, you would have been reduced to ashes long ago. But I wish to inquire. I have heard recently that the Rakshasa appeared at Foaming Mountain. Is he the one toying with me from behind? Do not hide and shrink away. Come forth and fight. The demon elder was taken aback. Impossible. I can sense the aura of the Rakshasa Supreme. If he were here, you would not be alive now. The two, caught in this exchange, were both perplexed. Perhaps only the patrons within the establishment understood the true reason. Of course, since Li remained silent, they would not utter a word. After all, who doesn't enjoy a spectacle? As long as they were near the boss, they felt secure. A group, not of human origin? The demon elder pushed Liang Yuan away with a palm, drenched in sweat. Wait! Both the human and the demon halted simultaneously. The atmosphere here is eerie. Your spiritual energy is nearly depleted, and my magical power is likewise dwindling. If this continues, both of us shall meet our demise. Liang Yuan chuckled coldly. What is there to fear in death? Before I perish, I shall take you down with me. It is no loss. You, a renowned commander, toyed with like a puppet. Would you accept such an end? Do you not yearn to uncover the identity of the one pulling the strings? Liang Yuan raised his head defiantly and proclaimed, Let it be said that I have stumbled into the domain of a mighty being. I care not for the identity of the orchestrator. I only know that today, you shall meet your end here. Lili listened in astonishment, exclaiming, This man is truly deranged. The elder of the demon clan darkened his expression. This fellow is utterly insane. Everyone here is merely trying to make a living. Why must it escalate to this? Is it not challenging enough to reach the third-tier cultivation? If that is the case, shall we take a brief respite before resuming? Liang Yuan paused momentarily. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed past him, erasing his fatigue and restoring his spiritual power to its zenith. The demon elder experienced the same phenomenon. All negative states vanished, and he felt invigorated. Ha, let us battle. Liang Yuan laughed heartily, thrusting his spear forward. The demon elder gritted his teeth, bracing for the attack. What in the world is happening? Can someone enlighten me? This is madness. Below, a crowd of familiar faces turned to the proprietor, who possesses the ability to restore a third-tier warrior to full strength in an instant, treating them like mere toys. Only the proprietor can achieve such a feat. The lengths he goes to for entertainment are truly astonishing. Such absurd maneuvers, one after another, leave spectators bewildered. Thus, the clash between man and demon raged from nightfall until dawn. They briefly regained their strength in the midst of battle. At the city gates, a figure descended gracefully, carrying an unknown individual in a precarious state. It was Feng Tianqian. He gazed upon a ravaged Qingyang city and sighed deeply. The sounds of combat persisted. A whole night had passed. Had the demon clan not yet departed? Surely, Liang Yuan is unharmed. After their encounter at the government office last night, he had pursued Wan Yanyi. Liang Yuan, the border's war god, with mid-tier, third-tier cultivation, brave and fierce, is one of the few martial talents of the Wu dynasty. He must not come to harm. With this thought, Feng Tianqian swiftly flew towards the inner city, quickly spotting two figures locked in battle in the sky. Stay back. Liang Yuan also noticed Feng Tianqian and hastily warned him to avoid entering the strange domain. Feng Tianqian hesitated. At such a critical moment, you still cling to notions of fair combat? This is the demon clan. There is no need for such restraint. Liang Yuan, though commendable in many respects, is stubborn. Particularly in one-on-one confrontations, he dislikes interference. I have said, stay back. This place holds mysteries. Ignoring Liang Yuan's warning, Feng Tianqian unleashed a palm strike towards the demon. However, as he approached, his body froze mid-air, like an ice sculpture suspended in space. Liang Yuan's expression darkened. I told you not to come over. Are you foolish? Chapter 44. The eighth fragment of the map. Feng Tianqian's emotions shifted from a state of stupor to fear, and upon realizing that he seemed to be unharmed aside from his inability to move, he ultimately wore a perplexed expression. What on earth is happening? Liang Yuan cast him a sidelong glance, bearing an expression that suggested he should stay put, uninterested in providing an explanation. It was only then that Feng Tianqian found the opportunity to glance downward. His pupils widened in shock. There are still so many people left in Qingyang City? Wait, why does it look like they're merely spectators? Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. The boss. Feng Tianqian instantly had an epiphany. It must be the boss's doing. Below, some individuals had begun to doze off. Yu Rui and her son, Shangguan Ru, had already leaned against each other and fallen asleep, while Xia Yin rested his head, nodding like a chick pecking at grains. Having watched for too long, Lily also felt a bit weary. He stood up and stretched. All the regulars in the shop followed suit. Boss, are you finished having fun? Shi Longyin asked with a sycophantic demeanor, the wrinkles on his face enough to squash a mosquito. Lili Shuklat, time to catch up on sleep. We'll reopen in the afternoon. So don't come too early. Understood, boss. Lili cast a glance at the battle scene overhead and snapped his fingers. A flash of white light illuminated the area as the barrier was lifted. In the next instant, he had vanished from his location. Those unfamiliar with Lili finally grasped that this bizarre occurrence was orchestrated by the young man. Last night, It was this very young man who had saved their lives. Thank you, Senior. Everyone bowed in reverence to the void. Feng Tianchun regained his freedom of movement. Evil sorcerer, meet your end. The elder of the demon clan's eyes flickered. The barrier has been lifted? If I do not flee now, when will I? Do not escape. Yin-yang disc, infinite formation, suppress them. Black and white beams of light materialized from thin air, intertwining to form a powerful array that descended forcefully. Frenzied shot, thunderstrike. Liang Yuan thrust his spear into the void, and a bolt of purple thunder erupted from its tip, transforming into a thunder dragon that crackled forward. The elder of the demon clan fled in disarray. This barrier was lifted neither too early nor too late, only after you two had converged. How can it not appear as if you human beings were toying with me? Feng Tianxin and Liang Yuan, 2 against 1, effortlessly overwhelmed the elder of the demon clan. We are indeed toying with you. Prepare to die. Lily returned to the shop and collapsed in his sleep. When he awoke, it was already noon. The rainy weather had passed, and the day was fine, which significantly improved his mood. Outside the courtyard, there was a clamor. Lily opened the door to find that the construction team had already begun working on building houses. How industrious. On the left side of the courtyard was the Sher Family S construction team, while on the right side was the Liu Family S team. The two seemed to have reached some sort of agreement, working side by side without interference. Boss, you're up. Sher Pingyang approached. We are preparing to relocate the entire family, and soon you will be our neighbor, dear boss. Moving here, in this desolate wilderness. Wouldn't it be better for you to stay in the city? Originally, Sher Longyin had mentioned establishing an inn. With a sigh, Sher Pingyang remarked, after last night's events, half of the houses and streets in Qingyang City have been devastated. It is indeed a time of reconstruction. We anticipate frequent visits to your establishment, and, considering we need to build a nearby, we might as well move here entirely. While this is true, there's another reason. Following the incident last night, they feel a sense of security being closer to the boss. Lily didn't dwell on it much. The more, the merrier. Notably, there are also construction activities taking place across the street. Who is that? Oh, Mr. Xia is planning to erect several buildings over there. Isn't that delightful for the young lady here? Lily nodded in agreement. It is indeed more convenient. Once someone takes the initiative, more will surely follow suit in constructing homes nearby. It seems this area will evolve into a new commercial street. The enhancement of surrounding infrastructure is also a means to boost business within the establishment. There is an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Boss. Yu Rui entered the shop, appearing more vibrant today compared to yesterday. It seems that the ancient tome's breathing technique has been beneficial for her. Today, we will introduce a new scratch card. I'll briefly explain the rules, and you can inform the customers later. Yu Rui nodded earnestly. Have you eaten? Yes, I have. Lily said no more, heading into the kitchen to prepare a meal before retreating upstairs to rest. In the afternoon, customers gradually returned. Ji Linglong and the enchanting fairy Miaoyin entered simultaneously, while Chui conversed with Ma Songnan about something. Likely, it pertained to the incident involving the demon clan in Qingyang City last night. There a missing number 8 in the scratch card? You didn't find it either? No, all fragments are accounted for, except for number 8. Upon further inquiry, it became evident that everyone shared the same concern, the absence of the number 8 fragment. Brother Morong, regarding last night's matter, should we consider another binding? Chui cautiously suggested, as it was initially set for 10 days, but unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Let go, Morong sighed. Ultimately, it won't address the root cause. Mo Jianxue is a good person. I've decided to have a proper conversation with her at some point. Well, Chu He, who was financially constrained, cleared his throat, hesitating to speak. Unexpectedly, Murong generously handed him 100,000 gold coins, saying, consider it a personal favor owed to me. Chu He's heart leaped with joy. How magnanimous. What will you do with the money? Buy scratch cards, of course. The number 8 fragment must appear today. Just as he was about to purchase a card, a voice nearby jolted him from his thoughts. Hey kid, help your father check if this is number 8. Shi Longyin trembled as he yanked Shi Pingfeng's ear to bring him closer. Shi Pingfeng winced while rubbing his ear, focused on the object. Goodness, father, you've struck luck. Is it really number 8? I didn't misjudge, did I? Yes, father. Shi Longyin suddenly stood up, hands on his hips, laughing heartily towards the heavens. The ancestral grave of the Shi family is emitting green smoke. Instantly, the gazes of everyone in the courtyard converged upon him, particularly those of Ji Linglong, the enchanting fairy Miaoyin, and the elders and peak masters of the celestial sect. What are you all doing? A throng of individuals suddenly materialized before Shi Longyan, each possessing a cultivation level superior to his own. As he instinctively shrank back in fear, he deftly tucked the winning scratch card into his trousers. Fairy Meowing's lips twitched. This person is truly repulsive. Old Shi, show us what this 8th fragment looks like. Rest assured, no one here would dare to snatch it. Indeed, our curiosity is purely innocent. It was only then that Shi Longyan regained his composure. Realizing he was on the territory of the boss, what was there to fear? He cleared his throat a few times, straightened his posture, and the anxiety etched on his face transformed into pride. Slowly retrieving the scratch card from his trousers, he raised it for all to see. Let us broaden our horizons. Wait. Everyone involuntarily stepped back a few paces. Ji Linglong and Fairy Meowing turned away, covering their noses. No need to come so close. We can see it. Indeed, the odor is quite potent. Shi Longyan was taken aback. Is there? There is, father. Glancing sideways, he noticed his 2 foolish sons had retreated farther than anyone else. Impossible. I just bathed last month. Ugh. Chapter 45. A brazen theft? By heavens, old man, you are truly revolting. No wonder the smell is so overpowering. The moment Shi Longyan produced the scratch card, everyone leaped back in alarm. Fairy Meowing and several female cultivators covered their faces and departed hastily. Perhaps it is best not to look at the 8th fragment. Hey, what odor? Old man, I see your jealousy. Shi Longyan straightened his back, determined to maintain his bravado. The crowd dispersed in a frenzy. They had confirmed the authenticity of the 8th fragment in Shi Longyan's possession and dispelled their doubts accumulated over the past few days. It turned out there was indeed one. They simply had not drawn it yet. With this sentiment, the enthusiasm of all the customers for scratching cards reached its zenith. Feng Tianqian entered the small courtyard, followed closely by Liang Yuan. The elder from the demon clan had been vanquished by the 2 in Qingyang City, and they intended to transport the corpse of Wan Yin to Boyang City that afternoon. Upon hearing that the peculiar barrier from last night had been established by a certain boss, Liang Yuan thought it prudent to accompany Feng Tianqian to meet such a remarkable figure, a rarity in this world. Although he had been outwitted last night, the barrier being lifted only upon Feng Tianqian's return could be seen as assistance. After all, Liang Yuan alone could not easily defeat that elder from the demon clan, who would likely have escaped. Meanwhile, Feng Tianqian's purpose was to purchase cards. The journey to Boyang City would take at least 3 days, and time must not be squandered. What? Someone has scratched out the 8th fragment? The buzz of conversation upon entering caught Feng Tianqian's attention. Who? Who is it? Lu Muqing gestured dismissively to the side, the one with the strongest odor. Feng Tianqian, guided by an acute sense, swiftly identified his target and approached Shi Longyan without hesitation. Grasping him firmly, is the 8th fragment for sale? Shi Longyan was taken aback. Although unaware of Feng Tianqian's true identity, he could infer that his recent encounter with formidable adversaries from the demon clan was anything but ordinary. Besides, in this establishment, aside from Lu Muqing and his family, he dared not offend anyone. Senior, I truly do not wish to sell. He protested. 2 pieces of profound grade artifacts, or even 3, along with an additional 5 million gold. If that doesn't suffice, would inferior grade artifacts suffice? Feng Tianqian, agitated, recognized the critical importance of the life essence liquid. However, Shi Longyan remained unyielding, fully aware of the value of the 8th fragment map. Having fortuitously unearthed one, he understood that such luck might not come again. While the allure of profound and inferior grade artifacts was tempting, in his current situation, he found it difficult to acquiesce. Senior, I truly do not wish to sell. What? Feng Tianqian exclaimed, exasperated. At your age, only reaching the peak of the 8th rank reveals your lack of talent. Even if you consume the life essence liquid to extend your lifespan by a century, you would still be unable to form a Dan. If you were to exchange for a quality liquid to enhance your cultivation aptitude, without the support of a longer lifespan, would that not be a waste? Shi Longyan's lips twitched. Though it was the truth, the words unsettled him nonetheless. He was aware of his own circumstances and indeed desired to exchange for the quality liquid, but not for himself. Rather, for his son, not the 2 foolish sons beside him, but his second son, Shipingen, the most gifted in cultivation within the Shijia family. If Shipingen could elevate his profound grade cultivation talent to another level with the quality liquid, it would provide the Shijia family with a pillar of strength and potentially lead to even greater prosperity. You infuriate me. Feng Tianqian gritted his teeth. inadvertently unleashing a surge of formidable power. Shalongian was startled, nearly jumping out of his skin. By the heavens, is this old fool attempting a brazen robbery? All eyes turned towards them, astonished. Had this old man lost his mind? Did he not fear being struck down by the owner? Chapter 46, A New Endeavor. Feng Tianqian, evidently bereft of reason, disregarded the astonished gazes of onlookers and seized Shalongian. Do not compel me. Shalongian gulped nervously, his eyes darting towards the second floor. Senior, please do not force me. I truly do not wish to sell. Refusing a toast only to have to drink a forfeit, Feng Tianqian's eyes reddened, his terrifying aura causing a tempest to rage within the courtyard, the peach tree in the corner swaying violently. Meanwhile, Siyu, who had been in seclusion, opened his eyes in shock, slipping and crashing to the ground, flailing about. Suddenly, an unparalleled aura erupted from the second floor, enveloping Feng Tianqian in an instant. Feng Tianqian felt as though his soul and body were being torn apart simultaneously, collapsing to the ground in agony, trembling uncontrollably. Old boss, spare me. Beside him, Liang Yuan was horrified. He raised his gaze and met a cold, indifferent stare from the second floor. A tremor coursed through him. This individual was unfathomable. Feng Tianqian lay prostrate on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head and wailing in anguish. This esteemed proprietor, Brother Feng, acted rashly. I beseech your forgiveness. Lily cast a glance his way. Oh, is it not, Brother Lizzie? I harbor no objections to the secondary trading of items within the establishment, provided both parties consent. However, once you step outside, if you resort to force or threats, it is beyond my purview. But do remember, no disturbances are permitted within the premises. This is the house rule, which I trust you all recall. Lily surveyed the courtyard, with a heartbeat of every individual quickened. We understand, boss. Sure, Longyan's expression shifted. Indeed, what would happen once they exited? Would that old fellow by dang resort to violence against him? No, that cannot be. Yet, the allure of the incomplete map, no. 8 was too great to forsake. With resolve, he muttered, curse it for the future of the Sure family. If it must be, then so be it. He hastily arranged for the exchange of the qualification liquid, sending word for his second to return immediately to settle matters swiftly. Without the map number 8. Surely that old man would cease his pursuit. After all, he was quite a renowned figure. If I were to intercede on his behalf. Sure, Longyan's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he dramatically knelt, the sound of his knees colliding with the ground echoing throughout the courtyard. All present heard it distinctly. Boss, this esteemed elder did not intend any malice. I implore you, spare him. Lily's Zwisha. How could he not understand the ulterior motives of that old man? Since you, the concerned party, are also advocating for him. Very well. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and Feng Tianqian swayed, collapsing to the ground. Elder, are you all right? Sure, Longyan hurriedly moved to Feng Tianqian's side, concern etched on his face as he helped him up. Feng Tianqian waved his hand, offering a wry smile. It was my own folly. Rest assured, if I unearth a second map number 8, I shall sell it to you. With that, Feng Tianqian rose and departed the courtyard alone. Liang Yuan sighed deeply and approached the counter, purchasing 50 scratch-off tickets before following suit. Attention, everyone! A new project has been launched in the store. Yu Rui emerged from the lottery shop holding a small wooden board. She had crafted it herself, clearly inscribing the new gameplay rules upon it. Furthermore, the lottery for the 3 digits would occur daily, serving as a means to announce the winning numbers. A remarkably astute girl. What new project? Curious onlookers gathered, but upon reading the rules, disappointment washed over them. The prizes were merely gold coins. This group, who had previously aspired for celestial artifacts and life liquid, now found their expectations dashed. Chapter 47. My fate is mine to command. Yu Rui patiently elucidated, in truth. The 3-digit lottery does not require the time consumption of scratch-offs. Spend merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea to select your numbers, and then await the drawing the following day. Moreover, each ticket costs only 20 gold. If 10 tickets win, that amounts to 200,000 gold, a substantial sum indeed. The esteemed predecessors, recognizing the satisfaction derived from their expenditures in the establishment, wholeheartedly recommend that everyone tries their luck with the 3-digit lottery. Upon hearing this, Chu Hie's eyes sparkled with understanding. He could relate profoundly to this sentiment. Having ventured out with a fortune exceeding 100,000 gold, he now found himself relying on the benevolence of others, and yet had not attained his desired goals. If this continued, his funds would inevitably dwindle. Who knows when fortune might smile upon him? Although the prize for the three-digit lottery appeared modest, a mere 1,000 gold, it was appealing for its simplicity, as it required no time-consuming vigilance. The words of Miss Rui resonated with him. He decided, give me 1 ticket, no, make that 10. With a radiant smile, Rui noted that her suggestion had garnered approval. Very well, young Master Chu, which number shall you choose? You may select multiple combinations as well. He was momentarily taken aback by the prospect of choosing numbers. How was one to decide? Having never engaged in such a pastime before. Observing his contemplative expression, Rui continued, young Master Chu, the proprietor is aware that many are novices, thus for the sake of convenience and time efficiency, he has recommended a particular method of number selection. What method is that? Chu inquired. Rui then produced a small iron box from behind her, which bore a screen. Displayed upon the screen were 3 digits. With a gentle press of a red button beside it, the digits began to dance. The owner refers to this as a random selection. This little iron box, a curious contraption of the proprietor, was indeed fascinating. This method seemed quite efficient. A mere tap to select a number, then pay and await the draw. What a time saver. Indeed, it does sound convenient. Chu, he affirmed, handing over 200 gold. I shall give it a try. After receiving the payment, Rui gestured for him to begin. Chu pressed the red button, and the numbers leaped. 390. If you're not satisfied, young Master Chu, you may change a number. For instance, if you wish to replace the 3, you may select another. No need. I will stick with this. It is all a matter of luck, after all. I'll leave it to fate. Chu, he swiftly finalized 10 sets of numbers. Next, it's my turn. I want to use random selection. I'll choose 8, 1, 8, my birth date. I prefer to take control of my destiny. I'll have 5 tickets. I, too, will participate. I find it cumbersome, so I'll opt for 5 tickets selected at random. I shall take 10 tickets through random selection. In a short span, the number of participants surged, and the simplicity of the game ensured that the selection process concluded swiftly. The 3-digit lottery, which held a draw the following day, thrived on its straightforwardness and efficiency. Owner, Lily descended the stairs. Shi Longyan approached, presenting a completed image formed from 12 fragments. It revealed a picturesque landscape. Fortune smiles upon you. Ha ha ha. Thank you, proprietor. What would you like to exchange? The essence liquid. Lily raised his hand, and a small jade vial appeared in his palm, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the establishment. Lu Muqing's expression darkened. Cursed be this old rascal who had won once. But no, it was not a victory. There remained an opportunity. Come here, father. I always knew you had my best interests at heart. Shi Pingyang trembled as he approached. What nonsense are you thinking? Beside him, Shi Pingfing's eyes sparkled with intensity. What? Is it for me? No, it is not for you. The brilliance faded, leaving only a clear foolishness. Send someone to inform your second brother to return swiftly. Upon hearing this, the Shi brothers suddenly realized it was intended for the second sibling. Yet, it made sense. The second brother possessed the finest talent in the Shi family. Sigh, we share the same father. Yet how can the disparity be so vast? My fate is determined by myself, not by the heavens. In the past, I had no choice, but now I have encountered a master. The brothers exchanged a glance, each recognizing the resolve in the other's expression. We must defy destiny. Ouch. That hurts. Father, please stop. Shi Longyan, fuming, furiously chastised his 2 foolish sons. Defy? You 2 rotten eggs haven't even scraped together a vial of cleansing liquid yet. Have you lost your minds? Chapter 48, Xiaoju. The Shi brothers scurried away in panic. Aren't you going? Hurry up. Third brother, why are you following? Come back and scrape cards. If you don't produce cleansing liquid today, I will break your legs. Shi Pingfeng felt utterly wronged. The Shi family, a lively bunch, serve as the atmosphere's harmonizers in the shop. With their commotion, the oppressive feeling brought by Feng Tianshun dissipated instantly. As the afternoon approached closing time, many customers left with armfuls of scratch cards, particularly the 3 great sections. The Miaoyin Fairy, Ji Linglong, and Ma Sangnan each took away 200 or 300 cards, significantly contributing to the shop sales, and half the day had already passed. At the Haoyue sect, on the back mountain, Xiaoju, draped in a plain robe exuding an ethereal aura, slowly emerged from his cave. After 5 years of seclusion, he had finally reached the 3rd-tier high realm. Standing atop the mountain, his robes billowed with the wind as he gazed down at the sect's landscape. He could faintly see disciples seated cross-legged, focused and silent, as steady as ancient pines. Such is the demeanor of a grand sect. It seems junior brother Ma has educated the disciples well. A faint smile curved Xiao Ju's lips, filling him with satisfaction. Before his retreat, he had specifically instructed Ma Songnan to lead the disciples in breathing exercises for 2 hours daily, harnessing the earthly spiritual energy to refine their bodies. Only in this way could a solid foundation be laid. They have done exceedingly well. To avoid disturbing the disciples, he gently landed in the sect square, unnoticed by anyone. A gust of wind sent a card flying, striking his face. He gently removed the card, without giving it much thought, and walked towards the disciples in the back row. "Little girl, do not bother me. I am busy." The round-faced disciple did not even turn around, impatiently tossing out a remark before continuing to fidget with her hands. Xiao Ju was taken aback. This was not meditation. What was she doing? "Elder, could you please move a little further away? My luck is already poor." The plump-faced female disciple turned around, her expression one of disdain. Her name was Luo Qian, a newcomer from last year, unfamiliar with the sect leader who had secluded himself 5 years prior. Xiao Ju remained frozen in place. "What on earth is the number 8? Do you not have any cultivation to practice?" Cultivation? Scraping cards is the cultivation, far more engaging than breathing exercises. And there are rewards involved. Elder Ma stated that anyone who scrapes out an 8 would be rewarded with a profound grade magical weapon. "Oh, dear Elder, please hurry along. Do not disturb me." Xiao Ju straightened up, gazing at the other disciples in the square. Each one kept their heads bowed, their hands moving rhythmically back and forth, mirroring the posture of the round-faced disciple. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through. In the square, countless cards were lifted into the air, with the southern wind blowing. Xiao Ju stood directly in its path. The cards rained down upon him like a storm of sand, striking his face with a sharp crack. He clenched his fists, his expression darkening. "Ma Songnan, come out here at once." Within a cave dwelling, Ma Songnan lay unfazed upon a stone bed, his left hand pressing down on a scratch card while his right held a gold coin. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Not again. Rubbing his sore arms, he maintained his unwavering determination. Once more, suddenly, a voice thundered through the heavens. "What the heck? The sect leader has emerged from seclusion. Run!" Amidst whispers, the figure transformed into a streak of light, darting out of the cave. Oh no! But in the next instant, he crashed into a transparent barrier of spiritual energy, rebounding back. Xiao Ju appeared with a cold expression. "Makanyanese maut twitched. Forsi no ashipishmide." "Brother sect leader, let me explain. Explanation is permissible, but first, taste my sword." "What the heck, Xiao Ju? Have you lost your mind? Throwing the Haoyue cauldron at me?" "Brother, please let me explain." The cries echoed throughout the sect, a mournful chorus. In the square, the disciples exchanged glances. "Elder Ma, it seems the sect leader has emerged from seclusion. What should we do? The disputes of these elders have nothing to do with us. Let us continue scraping cards." Indeed, indeed. Chapter 49, Enhancing Qualifications. In the Xiantian immortal sect, an elderly man with black hair sat at a table, flanked by Miao Yin and Lin Yuan. Before him stood a middle-aged man, his face flushed with anger. "Brother sect leader, since Lin Shiji and Miao Yin Shimi returned from Qingzhou, they have not come down from the peak for several days, nor have they participated in the Council of Elders. The disciples beneath the peak have completely disregarded the sect's rules, neglecting their tasks. It is said that the disciples of Lin Yuan Peak and Miao Yin Peak spend their days hiding within, scraping cards, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Brother sect leader, you must take action." The accuser was Tang Zhan, the peak master of the Sword Chi Peak and also the head of the sect's task hall. Lin Yuan and Miao Yin were deeply favored by sect leader Yun Yi, particularly Miao Yin, the exceptionally gifted junior sister. Tang Zhan felt a surge of dissatisfaction. It was one thing for the master to be indulgent, but for you, as a senior brother, to behave so was intolerable. Miao Yin cast a glance at him and said, "Brother Tang, do not speak so lightly. My Miao Yin Peak has no disciples, so how can you speak of chaos? How can you still have the audacity to say such things? The master has long instructed you to establish a peak and recruit disciples to expand our sect. Yet, you have had your peak for over 20 years and have not taken in a single disciple." The sect leader, Uni, also cast a helpless gaze. "Little junior sister, sometimes our expectations should not be so lofty. Not everyone possesses your extraordinary talent." Miao Yin smiled gently and replied, "Brother master, I believe in the significance of fate when taking disciples. The time for it has simply not arrived." Upon hearing this, Uni sighed. Tang Zhan was about to continue his complaints when he raised his hand to stop him. "All right, have you not spoken long enough? Let's sit down." Yuni poured each of his 3 junior brothers and sisters a cup of tea. Now, tell me, what is this card that has captivated both of you so? Tang Zhan also turned his curious gaze toward the 2 women. Lin Yuan chuckled, Brother Master. I recall your cultivation card has been stuck at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank for many years, hasn't it? Yinzhou was taken aback. Why bring this up all of a sudden? What if I told you there's an opportunity for you to break through to the high stage of the 3rd rank? Piu Miao Xinzhou, a breaking boundary pill? Ling Long, do not jest with your senior sister. Surely there is no shortcut to breaking through merely by relying on a pill. Senior sister, though I have yet to see such a pill with my own eyes, that mysterious owner gives me the impression that it may not be false. The beautiful woman with flowing hair smiled slightly. In our brief conversation of merely half a cup of tea, you have mentioned this enigmatic owner several times. Junior sister, could it be? Upon hearing this, Ji Linglong's expression flickered with a hint of panic. Senior sister, that owner possesses extraordinary abilities. Do not speak carelessly. What? Is our Piao Miao Xinzong so close to Qingzhou, just 800 miles away, that we must fear it reaching his ears? Senior sister, the middle-aged beauty rose with a smile. All right, let us assume this breaking boundary pill is real. You should not have your disciples assist you in scraping cards in the teaching hall. It is utterly improper. Also, where is junior sister Mo? Why have I not seen her? Ji Linglong's complexion changed, and she stammered, unable to articulate a response. The beautiful woman's expression darkened. Has she gone to Qingzhou again? Beneath the azure sky and white clouds, a crane shimmering with ethereal light descended, only to vanish upon landing. A piece of paper floated in midair. The beautiful woman pointed at it, and the paper unfolded, revealing lines of text. In Boqing, the military is approaching. War is imminent. At the same time, Zuanshan Sanzong and Haoyue Xianzong also received a message. Following the events at Fengming Mountain, Qingzhou was about to become lively once more. Good morning, little sparrow. Yesterday, Yu Rui was tidying the courtyard when she discovered a small red bird perched on the peach tree, so she approached to touch it. To her surprise, the little red bird spoke, Little girl, do not come too close. Be cautious lest I harm you. The talking bird delighted Yu Rui immensely. You are so small, yet you refer to yourself as this seat. How amusing. Siyu's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Human, enough. I am a 4th-grade demon. How dare you underestimate me? Yu Rui then seized him, cradling him in her hands and toying with him for an extended period. She explored every inch, both appropriate and inappropriate, inciting a fit of rage in Siyu. Yet, he dared not retaliate against this human female, for she was the proprietor's associate. Thus, Yu Rui unilaterally forged an unconventional friendship, leaving Siyu in a state of vexation for the entire evening. Here we go again? Siyu shut his eyes tightly, feigning death. His comical demeanor sent Yu Rui into fits of laughter, finding the situation increasingly amusing. Just then, the door swung open, and Shi Longyan burst in, urgently scanning for anyone trailing behind. The handsome middle-aged man following him sighed in resignation. Father, was that necessary? You were so sneaky all the way here. You know nothing. Are you unaware of the dangers of possessing something valuable? Shi Pingyan surveyed the small courtyard, remarking, Is this the place you and my elder brother mentioned? It certainly seems intriguing. I'll examine it more closely later. For now, I must consume the essence liquid to avoid any unforeseen complications. Very well. Shi Pingyan accepted the small jade vial, harboring some skepticism, yet trusting his father and brothers who spoke of it with such reverence. He drank it down in one gulp. How does it taste? Shi Longyan asked, unconsciously swallowing hard. It has no flavor. How do you feel? Nothing yet. Oh, it's coming. Shi Pingyan felt an extraordinary warmth coursing through his limbs, traversing every vein and acupoint, making him feel as though he were floating in a celestial realm. Suddenly, however, he was seized by a searing pain. He cried out, hunched over, clutching his head and emitting low, pained groans. It hurts so much. Father, you haven't given me poison, have you? Nonsense. How could I administer poison to you? Shi Longyan expressed unwavering trust in his employer. To break free from the cocoon, one must first endure hardship and temper the body. Suffer through it. With gritted teeth, Shi Pingyan bore the pain, sitting cross-legged to meditate. Gradually, his aura began to shift. Moments later, with a furious roar, his energy surged significantly. Shi Pingyan felt a lightness envelop him, experiencing an unprecedented clarity and comfort. Have I succeeded? Father, this elixir truly works. My aptitude has ascended to the earth grade. At the courtyard's entrance, a crowd had gathered, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Incredible. It truly enhances aptitude. They exclaimed in disbelief. Divine elixir, divine elixir. Yin Yi, Xiao Ju, and Yin Shi, three elders of the immortal sect, stood in stunned silence, realizing that such a potion truly existed. Ugh, it stinks, Shi Long Yin complained, pinching his nose before giving Shi Pingfeng a swift kick to the rear. Find a place to cleanse yourself of your filth. Do not contaminate the master's courtyard, and leave at once. With a swift motion, Shi Pingyin scrambled to his feet, his face flushing crimson upon noticing the crowd gathered nearby. He hastily fled. Number 8. I desire number 8. Heaven above, grant me a number 8. I would willingly exchange 30 years of my brother Zhao Erga's lifespan for it. Curse you, Lu Sandao, I shall slay you. Chun Jin covered his face, wishing fervently to expel these two from the Lia Shop Eye. Chapter 50. The Lottery Draw. As Chu He entered, the courtyard buzzed with discussions regarding the elevation of the Shi family's second son as qualifications. He clenched his fists tightly. Why not me? I yearn for it as well. Ever since arriving at the master's place, I have played the slot machines, explored secret realms, and scratched lottery tickets, yet I have lost all my money. But to no avail. As a proud disciple of the celestial sect, should I not be destined for greatness? I refuse to accept this. He strode directly to the counter. Miss Rui, bring me 10,000 gold worth of scratch cards. Chui resolved to stake everything on this chance. This time, I must obtain number 8. 10,000 is equivalent to 100 tickets. Just as he finished collecting them, and before he could stow them away, the scratch cards vanished from the table in a flash. Chui's expression changed dramatically. Who? Which rascal has stolen my lifeline? Ouch! Who struck me? He turned around quickly, stunned. Master? You have emerged from seclusion. Xiao Ju's face was dark with displeasure. Rascal, I shall smite you, rebellious disciple. With that, he raised his hand once more. No, Master, I did not realize it was you. Humph. Xiao Ju scoffed coldly. Consider these scratch cards a lesson for your disrespect. They are confiscated. Chui was still processing the situation when Xiao Ju had already vanished from sight. Moments later, in a corner of the courtyard. Morong brother, lend me some money. Morong Ruai looked astonished. Chu brother, has it only been a few days, and you've lost 10,000? Tears streamed down Chui's face. It's hard to explain, but I have very little left. Chui felt darkness closing in, his body weakening. What is the meaning of living like this? Que broder? Allah. Morong Ruai, feeling some pity, glanced at Mo Jianxue, who was scratching cards nearby. Do you have any money? Yes. How much? Mo Jianxue lifted her head. I seldom spend money. I have saved several 100,000 over the years. Gold. Chu He sprang up, his gaze fervent as he looked at Mo Jianxue. Of course not gold. Is it silver? Mo Jianxue shot Chu He a disdainful glance before looking back at Morong Ruai. Do you wish to borrow money? Not me, him. Him? Not lending. Mo Jianxue's refusal was particularly resolute. Please, Miss Mo, consider that I am also a disciple of the celestial sect. Grant me a little favor. At the tender age of 10, Elder Chio of the ethereal immortal sect sought to take me as his direct disciple. However, my mother, unwilling to part with me, refused his offer. What significance does the sect as holy heir hold for me? Why should I grant you any favor? Chui stood dumbfounded. This girl possessed a celestial talent, yet even prodigies could be proud for the sake of wealth. I endured. Brother Morong, could you lend a hand? Morong easily sighed in resignation, about to speak, when unexpectedly, Mo Jianxue tossed a storage ring to him. Within this ring lies 200,000 gold. It is yours to borrow as you wish. The decision rests with you. Morong was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? We are on the brink of marriage. Chu-He nudged Murong's shoulder playfully, a glint of mischief in his eyes, urging him to accept. Taking a deep breath, Murong pushed the ring back. Chu-He stood frozen in place. Mo Jinshue's hand trembled slightly as she retrieved the storage ring, falling silent thereafter. Rising, Murong exited the courtyard. Brother Chu, I apologize. It's nothing, I understand. I was too forward. Chu-He patted his shoulder. I can see that Miss Mo harbors feelings for you. Why do you persist in evading it? Do you truly feel nothing for her? Murong's body quivered slightly, rendered speechless. At that moment, a voice from within the courtyard broke the silence. The lottery for the 3-digit game is about to commence. Chu-He's eyes sparkled with excitement. The last glimmer of hope. He dashed into the courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, a new machine had appeared. The lottery machine. In his previous life, the draw took place at night, but Lily found it too late, affecting store hours, hence it was scheduled for noon. Everyone produced their tickets. Scrutinizing them closely, "Miss Rui, we are ready." A throng of customers gathered around the machine, while Xiao Ju and others, newcomers for the day, looked on with curiosity. This shop has an abundance of peculiar items. Yu Rui gently pressed a button on the machine, and the digits on the screen began to shift. An involuntary pause in breath ensued. The exhilarating sensation of surrendering to fate was truly tantalizing. The hundreds digit, 6. The tens digit, 9. The units digit, 2. The first draw for the 3-digit lottery yields the numbers 6, 9, 2. Congratulations to the lucky winners. In that instant, everyone checked their tickets against the revealed numbers. Damn, not a single match. I got one right. All 3 of my numbers are present, just in the wrong order. Is there a prize for that? Brother, are you dreaming? Chewy clutched 10 tickets. The first was a miss, the second incorrect, and the third was also knotted. Upon reaching the last ticket, he exclaimed, I've won. I've won. 692692. Chuhi leaped with uncontainable excitement. Once a proud, holy heir, he was now utterly consumed by the ecstasy of a mere 1,000 gold. No, what he relishes is the sensation of enduring hardships before savoring the sweetness of victory. Certainly not due to the mere 3 silver coins that remain in his pocket. 1,000 gold coins may not seem excessive, but with a few fortunate draws in the lottery, he could turn his fortunes around. Chuhi glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Disciple, how much did you win? A familiar voice echoed in his ear. Chuhi jolted, his entire body springing backward as he hastily concealed the winning ticket in his trousers. Old dang, you wouldn't spare 1,000 gold coins either? Shout Ju's expression darkened. You little brat, lacking respect, do you dare to provoke me? If you dare raise your hand. Be wary of the boss smiting you. Prior to his arrival, he had been cautioned by his junior brother Ma to refrain from causing disturbances in the establishment, lest the consequences be dire. Although he harbored skepticism, a leader of a third-tier sect held his own pride, and prudence was essential. Having lived for several centuries is no trivial matter. Humph, you little rascal, once you step out of this courtyard, I shall flay your skin. Chewy shuddered. Old Dang was utterly intolerable. In Boyong City, while past noon, a lifeless body dangled from the towering city walls, grown cold. Heavily armed guards manned the battlements. Before the walls, a colossal yin-yang formation hovered in the air, radiating immense spiritual energy. Several miles away, numerous armored soldiers of the Feng nation stood ready. A dark-faced general positioned himself at the forefront of the army, flanked by a cloaked figure whose face remained obscured. With a sudden cry from Boyong City, the air was filled with shouts of kill, kill, reverberating across 100 miles. What? To the borders? Old Dang. No, master, you can't be seeking revenge on me. Xiao Ju cast an exasperated glance at Chu He. Yesterday, I received a missive from the martial emperor. Afternoon today, a great battle is certain to commence. The 3 sects and the court have stood together for a millennium, and the Feng dynasty approaches with formidable force, with sects and even demonic factions intervening. We must assist. Master, as a peak 7th tier, I would be of no use there. Fear not. Each sect has an elder leading the charge. This time, the Haoyue Immortal Sect is represented by your Uncle Yin and Uncle Jin. As the Holy Son, it is your duty to take the lead and set an example for the other disciples. Consider this an opportunity for growth. Go forth. Chu Hie's lips twitched at the mention of Uncle Yin, painful memories surfacing. All right, I shall go, but he faltered, his countenance dimming. The He brothers perished in Qingyang City. That is precisely why you must go. They fell to the hands of the demonic race. Chu He regarded Xiao Ju earnestly. What I mean is, if I go to the borders unprotected, will you not offer any assurances? Xiao Ju erupted in a tirade. Get lost, you brat. I secluded myself for 5 years, and you pilfered those artifacts from my cave, thinking I was unaware, and you dare to speak? Alas, alas, the gentleman uses words. Not fists, old Deng, do not. The scene of the master's kindness and the disciple's filial piety left the patrons in a state of trepidation. Chapter 51, The Oil Matter. I have summoned the core disciples of the sect to gather in Qingyang City. You shall accompany Ling Long to the border. Your composed demeanor gives me reassurance. Yes, senior sister, leave that child Xianyuan to me. There is no need for concern. Yi Xianyuan gazed longingly at the departing figure of Mo Linxian. Yinshi gently ruffled her hair, smiling. Xianyuan, how has your cultivation been of late? Have you encountered any difficulties? None, Uncle Master. I have already reached the initial stage of the 8th rank. The mention of the 8th rank sent a jolt through Yinshi's heart. This girl had only entered the ranks 2 months prior. Her progress was astonishingly rapid. Although she possessed heavenly talent, such a pace of advancement was quite extraordinary. Xianyuan, have you experienced any fortuitous encounters? Yi Xianyuan replied with innocence, not at all. I have merely followed master, and aside from this wretched establishment, I have not ventured elsewhere. Yinshi pondered upon her words. In the courtyard, Lin Yuan was scratching a card when Yunyi approached. Brother Master, there's been an outbreak of war at the border. The sects of Feng Chao and the Demon Clan have intervened. You and Miaoyin should make the necessary preparations. Understood, Brother Master. What is this? Yi inquired, glancing at the floral-shaped object in Lin Yuan's hand, which was silver and exquisitely crafted, resembling a piece of art. I do not know. I simply found it appealing and purchased it from a minor sect disciple. He produced it from a golden egg. Yunyi took it, examining it for quite some time, only to find no trace of spiritual energy emanating from it, aside from its delicate craftsmanship. It is indeed beautiful. Perhaps it is merely a decorative piece? Precisely. I intend to take it back to the sect and place it at the foot of my bed as an ornament. Yunyi chuckled. You and Miaoyin have always had a fondness for pretty trinkets since childhood. It seems that has not changed, although they referred to each other as brothers and sisters. Yunyi was considerably older than Lin Yuan and Miaoyin. The two had joined the sect at a young age, and with their master often occupied, they spent most of their time under the care of this elder brother, thus forging a deep bond among the three. Be cautious at the border. If you encounter formidable foes, do not overexert yourselves. Understood, brother. With the outbreak of war at the border, by afternoon, the shop had grown considerably quieter. Among the three great sects, only 3 masters remained within the establishment. Disciples from the smaller sects of Qingzhou had rushed to the border to lend their support. For if the Boyan border were breached, Qingyang City would be the first to suffer. This journey was tantamount to safeguarding their homeland. The Shi family and other minor clans refrained from joining the fray, as their cultivation levels were too low. Shi Pingyan intended to go, but was halted by Shi Longyan, who feared the loss of the family's future pillar on the battlefield. The construction of an outside progressed swiftly. The two families had invested substantial sums to hire numerous workers, and a preliminary structure was already visible. Within a few days, a batch could be completed. To build an inn in such desolate wilderness? Have these people lost their minds? A man with a gaunt face staggered onto the scene. He was short, with sloping shoulders, and his ill-fitting brocade robe hung loosely on his frame, a stray lock of hair falling across his right eye. Young master, over here. The young man turned sideways and noticed a courtyard he had overlooked earlier. The young servant beside him smirked, remarking that it was no wonder he failed to see it with his attention elsewhere. The man, fanning himself, stepped into the courtyard. Inside, only a few individuals were present, crouched on the ground, preoccupied with some task. Upon a closer look, a stunning young lady rested her chin on the table, seemingly lost in thought. The man's eyes sparkled with delight. A celestial beauty. He approached swiftly, clearing his throat and attempting a formal greeting. Fair maiden, what is your esteemed surname? Yu Rui was momentarily taken aback. She had never encountered someone so unattractive in her life. Stunned into silence, she could only gawk at him. The man flashed a confident grin, believing he had once again captivated a lady's heart. Ah, being handsome is indeed a burden. Yu Rui instinctively considered calling her boss for assistance, but quickly reminded herself that her job was to attend to guests, no matter how peculiar they might be. She could not disappoint her employer. Taking a deep breath, she forced a radiant smile onto her face. Hello, this must be your first visit. Allow me to introduce our offerings. The man leaned in closer, a charming smirk adorning his face as he spoke with a playful tone. My dear lady, I can hear your heart racing. Heart racing indeed. Yu Rui had never encountered anyone so intimidating. Unconsciously retreating a step, she felt her nerves getting the better of her, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The man flicked his hair back, grinning mischievously. Ah, you're blushing. It's my irresistible charm at work. What do you sell here? He inquired. Lottery tickets, she replied. How do you sell them? 50-50 gold for each ticket. The man leaned in even closer, his smile growing exaggerated. I'll take them all. Yu Rui was momentarily stunned. Are you certain? Of course. In this desolate place, it's rare to meet someone as formidable as myself. Indeed, she managed. Could you perhaps refrain from speaking in such a manner? Lowering her gaze, she found his appearance quite unsettling, especially as he drew nearer. His peculiar manner of speaking overwhelming her senses. The man chuckled. Ah, such a shy little lady. It's all my fault for being so exceptional. I may not possess much, but I certainly have wealth. Once I make a promise, it's unbreakable. I'll take everything your establishment offers. With a grand gesture, He commanded her to begin preparing the tickets. Remembering her boss's advice to act swiftly when faced with an eager customer, Yurui hurriedly turned to fulfill his request. Her movements became a blur, as she usually handled tickets individually, but now she bundled them in her arms, gathering dozens at a time. As she worked, perspiration began to bead on her forehead. Initially, the awkwardly handsome man was unfazed, but soon he began to sense something amiss, wondering why this transaction seemed endless. Before the enchanting beauty, one must not lose face. Thus he persevered. The anxious servant beside him gestured desperately, yet he remained unmoved, responding with a gaze that conveyed, "Everything is under my control." The servant, feeling helpless, glanced at the counter while counting the coins in his storage bag, and with each count, the sweat on his brow increased. Finally, gritting his teeth, he muttered, "What a waste. Let all perish. I am exhausted." Yurui continued to carry items outside, occasionally shaking her sore hands but pausing only for a brief moment before eagerly resuming her task. The man's eyes began to display signs of panic as he cleared his throat and inquired, "Miss, have you not finished moving yet?" "Not yet. Surely, you wouldn't go back on your word." Upon hearing this, the man thought, "Can this little girl really look down upon me?" He retorted, "Nonsense. A gentleman's word is his bond. Continue moving." Lily descended the stairs, utterly bewildered. What is happening here? At the counter, the scratch-off tickets had piled up like a mountain, completely obscuring the view of the courtyard, blocking out all light. "Rui, who are you speaking to?" A hideously grotesque face emerged from the mountain of scratch-off tickets before Lili. "Where did such a peculiar person come from?" "Boss, this customer wishes to purchase all the scratch-off tickets in the store." "Lili spirits, sorat. Such good fortune. Let me assist." The young servant outside could no longer contain himself. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? What business is this of yours?" Chapter 52. Young Master. "We do not have enough money. I am the owner here." "Owner?" The servant gazed at Lili, who was precariously balancing a stack of scratch-off tickets, utterly astonished. "Are you performing acrobatics?" "Stop! Stop! This is madness." He hurriedly called for a halt, panic evident in his voice. "What kind of bizarre establishment is this? It looks small at the counter, yet you keep pulling out an endless supply. Customer, you wouldn't go back on your word, would you?" Yurui turned to the pallid-faced man, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her delicate features flushed with a hint of pink. Resembling a water lily emerging from the pond, her breath coming in gentle heaves. The man was entranced. "How beautiful!" The servant face-palmed in exasperation. "For goodness sake, can you be more alert? Stop. We do not want any more of what is coming." At last, Lili and Yurui ceased their efforts. Though the ground still had space left, the servant sighed in relief, though impatience crept into his voice. "How much for all of this?" "Calculate it quickly." Yurui moved swiftly. Moments later, the servant exclaimed, "Customer, the total amounts to 1,650 tickets, each priced at 50 gold, totaling 165 million gold." "What?" The servant's voice reached a pitch that echoed throughout the courtyard. 165 million? Are you robbing us?" "Indeed," Yurui patiently replied. "This is the total amount. All items in our store are clearly priced." The servant swallowed hard, glancing sideways at the infatuated young master. "How fortunate the master is to have a son like you." Young master, what is it?" "These amount to 1,650,000 gold coins." The man with a bland expression casually responded with an indifferent "Oh." "Give it to her." He leaned over a stack of scratch-off tickets, wearing a foolish grin and staring intently at Yurui. Though she felt quite unsettled, the spirit of a diligent employee urged her to remain strong. The servant, feeling helpless, leaned closer to the man with a bland face and shouted, "Young master, 1,650,000. We don't have enough money." Startled, the man jumped in shock. "Are you trying to get us killed?" The servant contemplated quitting, thinking, who would want to serve such a divine being? "I've had enough." Yet, recalling the master's life-saving grace, he decided to endure a little longer. "Oh, the misfortune." With a numb expression, he repeated, "Young master, 1,650,000 gold coins. We are lacking funds." "What on earth costs 1,650,000? These cards?" "What?" A sharp scream nearly pierced the heavens. The man with the bland face appeared confused. "Is there really that much?" Yurui smiled gently. "Customers are welcome to count for themselves." Her smile left the man even more bewildered. "No need. This young master trusts the lady." Sensing the foolish young man was about to fall deeper into his infatuation, the servant quickly interjected. "Trusting is one thing, but my lady, we genuinely did not anticipate you having such inventory." Perhaps you could let us return some? Yu Rui replied earnestly, that is not permissible. Items taken from the storage cannot be exchanged. This is our store's policy. Policies are established by people and can be amended. Unfazed, Yu Rui maintained her composure. Her employer had taught her that rules must be adhered to, even if the king himself came to change them. My lady, this situation is rather sudden. How about? That is not possible. My lady, enough. The man with the bland face waved his sleeve impatiently. Is it merely 1,650,000 gold coins? If you lack the funds, go back to the capital and ask my mother for it. Why must you pester this young lady? The young servant was left speechless, closing his eyes in despair. My mindset is breaking. Chapter 53. The Innate Sword Body. Lily approached with a beaming smile. The amount is indeed substantial. If the two of you did not bring enough on your journey, perhaps as this young gentleman suggested, one could remain here while the other retrieves the funds. What do you think? The servant's expression darkened as he looked at Li. Do you even know who my master is? Not at all, nor do I wish to know. I am merely a businessman, bound by the rules of trade. Suddenly, a surge of energy burst forth from the servant's fingertips, coalescing into an invisible sword intent. A playful smile appeared on Li's face. It appears that an unremarkable servant in his 20s is, in fact, a prodigy at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment and possesses the rare innate sword body. Quite intriguing. Outside the courtyard, the three sect leaders of the celestial sect stood in unison. The young servant, named Su Xianzhou, was an orphan adopted by the Duke of Dingyuan when he was 6. Gifted from a young age, he entered the ranks at 12 and awakened his innate sword body. After a decade of honing his skills, he is now 22, possessing 30% of sword intent. The Duke, having a son in his later years, is the man with a pockmarked face, named Yushu Bao. Su Xianzhou is a year older than him, and the two grew up together. Though outwardly he appears to be merely a servant, he is, in truth, a bodyguard placed beside the Duke's only son. At this moment, Su Xianzhou was taken aback, as he realized that his proud sword intent dissipated like air upon encountering his superior, devoid of any ripple. The innate sword body is a rarity in this world. One should not squander such talent foolishly. With a nonchalant remark, Su Xianzhou felt an overwhelming aura crashing upon him. He was hurled out of the lottery shop and crashed heavily against the courtyard wall. Gasping, he spat out blood. Xianzhou, the pockmarked man exclaimed in shock, rushing over to help him up. Though they addressed each other as master and servant, their bond was genuine, forged through years of playful camaraderie. Are you all right? I'm fine. Su Xianzhou wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling injured but not gravely so. His face was filled with terror as he glanced towards the lottery shop, sensing that if the young proprietor had wished to end his life moments ago, it could have been accomplished with a mere snap of his fingers. Inside the courtyard, the customers, including Shi Longyan and others were scratching cards, were drawn by the commotion. Another troublemaker in the shop? Upon recognizing Shu Bao's face, they were all taken aback. Oh my, what a peculiar little thing. Lily appeared in the courtyard in an instant, a small punishment to serve as a warning. As I mentioned earlier, the shop has its own rules. If funds are insufficient, one must remain behind while the other seeks a solution, with 3 days as the deadline. If the total is not met, the consequences shall be borne by you. Su Xianzhou took a deep breath. Thank you for your mercy. Within 3 days, I shall return. He handed over part of the 60,000 gold as a down payment, pleading with the proprietor not to trouble his young master during this time. Lily raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the substantial sum. With a flick of his hand, the gold coins from his storage ring vanished into thin air, and he then swirled away, disappearing from sight. Su Xianzhou was astonished. The storage ring had not left his hand, yet the gold had disappeared. Such a method. My young master, this person possesses terrifying strength. During my absence, please do not provoke him, Su Xianzhou warned, his expression anxious. I'm a bit frightened. Do you think my father would be furious if he found out I sneaked out and traveled this far? Yushu Bao's face was filled with worry. Su Xianzhou twitched the corner of his mouth. Goodness, can you listen to me for a moment? I am speaking of this enigmatic proprietor, who is far more formidable than our lord. While you were just indulging in your infatuation, did you not lament the lack of funds to return to the capital? Where has that bold and generous spirit gone? Now are you fearful? Moreover, do you believe your esteemed family is unaware of your whereabouts? I have already informed them. Or else could we have ventured out of the capital together? Rest assured, your guardians dote on you and shall not impose any hardships upon you. Su Xianzhou felt reassured for a moment, and Yushu Bao ultimately found solace. Do return swiftly and do ensure to bring additional funds. Su Xianzhou, young brother. At that moment, three figures approached, and Su Xuanzhou's expression turned to one of astonishment. The earlier gentleman exuded an intangible aura, elusive and enigmatic, while these three radiated a remarkably robust presence. Esteemed Signor, Xiao Zhu smiled gently. Young brother, do you hail from the capital? Indeed, esteemed senior. The elder continued, I am the head of the Haoyue immortal sect. Would you care to join my sect? I could take you as my direct disciple. You possess a natural affinity for the sword, and I believe it would be most fitting for you to cultivate the Xiantian sword art within my Xiantian immortal sect. In the future, you shall surely carve out a place among the world sword masters. Alas, being a male, you cannot enter the Miao immortal sect. Su Xianzhou stood there, astonished. Three major immortal sects, and their leaders, no less. What brings such esteemed individuals to this location? Just accompanying the young master on a leisurely trip to Qingzhou, only to inadvertently encounter these legendary figures. Young friend? Su Xianzhou snapped back to reality, glancing at the bewildered Yu Shubao beside him. I'm grateful for your kind offer, esteemed senior, but I must respectfully decline. Xiao Zhu sighed. The path of the sword lies in one's heart. Your sword is meant for protection. Very well. I shall not force you. The three departed. Su Xianzhou rose and solemnly declared, Young master, wait for me. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Boyang City, a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues danced in the air. Spiritual energy surged as blades clashed and swords gleamed on the ground. The sounds of battle, the shouts of slaughter, roars of fury, and the thunder of conflict filled the atmosphere. The relentless tide of murderous intent surged forth, the crimson hue staining the earth, proclaiming the brutality of the battlefield. Yin and Yang, in a state of flux, reversed. On the city ramparts, Feng Tianxian formed hand seals as a colossal black and white magical array spun, gradually enlarging to cover the entire battlefield. With a commanding shout from Feng Tianxian, dual-colored radiance descended. The entire army of Wu dynasty felt an overwhelming surge of strength, their morale soaring. Kill! Kill! In stark contrast, the opposing Feng dynasty forces found their bodies suddenly heavy and sluggish, causing them to retreat in disarray. Suddenly, a long sword sliced through the void, heading straight for the Yin-Yang array. Boom! Feng Tianxian felt a surge of blood energy, his face paling as the seal he held distorted, causing the heavenly Yin-Yang array to dissipate. Feng Tianxian come forth to battle, a figure wielding a sword soared through the air, exuding a formidable presence. As thunder crashed, a long spear flew from the Boyang City ramparts. Huyan Xiao, your opponent is me. The spear danced like a dragon amidst a myriad of sword shadows, transforming the heavens and earth. Chapter 54. Yu Shubao. A billowing black mist surged forth from the ranks of the Defeng army. Amal Yuo's wings howled as he laughed maniacally, exuding an aura of bloodthirsty malevolence. Ah, how rich the vitality is. Just perfect for nourishing the beasts of my demonic kin. With a flick of his hand, a crimson teleportation array materialized, accompanied by the frenzied roars of beasts. They were monsters. The ground trembled, and Chu Hie's expression shifted drastically. Beware, Brother Moron. A flash of silver struck forth as a figure cleaved the approaching beast in twain, shielding Murong Yu behind him. Thank you. Murong Yu gasped, his expression fraught with complexity. He had underestimated the battlefield's madness. If not for the protection of Chu He and the other disciples of Haoyue Xianzong, as well as Mo Jinshu, he might have perished already. A lack of strength was indeed a significant flaw. Meanwhile, Chu He, relying on his array of magical artifacts, wreaked havoc across the battlefield. However, as the monstrous tide surged forth, he too began to falter. It was not just him. The entire Wu dynasty army began to show signs of despair. At this moment, several figures of the demon clan emerged, each emanating a profound aura, their demonic energy staggering. Such immense vitality confirmed that the battlefield was indeed a grand feast for the demon race. Ha ha, my friends, indulge in the delicacies. An endless wave of demonic energy swept across the battlefield, causing countless casualties among the Wu dynasty army, their life force spiraling upwards, devoured by gaping maws. On the city walls, Feng Tianxian wore a grim expression. The demon clan has made its move. Everyone, I entrust this to you. The three great celestial sects sent forth 6 elders, pressing towards the rampaging demons in the sky. Inside the shop, Yu Shubao sat at the entrance of a lottery store. His eyes fixated on Yu Rui, a foolish grin plastered on his face. This girl becomes more enchanting the longer I look. Yurui felt an unbearable itch, like insects crawling over her, and longed for the end of her shift. Miss Rui, would you care to join me for dinner tonight? Oh no. I'm not hungry tonight. Yurui hastily waved her hands. What about tomorrow? Still not hungry. The day after? I don't enjoy dining. Outside the courtyard. Shi Longyan chuckled derisively. Young man, you're truly persistent. Yu Shubao ignored him, furrowing his brow. It shouldn't be. Wasn't she captivated by my charm earlier? Why this sudden coldness? After a moment of contemplation, his eyes brightened. Ah, the art of pursuit. Women, you certainly know how to play this game. Yurui could no longer bear it. Young master, if you truly have nothing to do, why not try your hand at this scratch card? Yu Shubao smirked. If I play, will you accompany me for dinner? Yurui's lips twitched. Forget I said anything. Ah, my dear lady, you have successfully captured my attention. Since it was your suggestion, I shall indeed give it a try. According to the shop's rules, Lily had already accepted 600,000 gold, and half of the pile of scratch cards now belonged to Yu Shubao. My dear sir, you may scratch these. As for the remaining half, it can only be returned to you by your servant after settling the balance. Yu Shubao paid no heed to this. To this day, he remained oblivious to the essence of scratch cards, perceiving them merely as a frivolous game, a source of amusement. Why purchase them? Simply for the sake of bringing a smile to the beautiful maiden. He leisurely picked up a scratch card and mischievously winked at Yurui. My dear Rui, I implore you. Yurui felt utterly flummoxed. Heavens! Earth! Who will come to my rescue? How can such an eccentric exist in this world? A few patrons outside, no longer interested in scratching cards, were doubled over with laughter. This fellow was simply too amusing. Ignoring the chuckles from the onlookers, Yu Shubao's gaze remained fixated upon Yurui. Let be, my lord. Our boss forbids me from playing. Yurui tactfully referenced her employer to decline. What? Your boss? Yu Shubao shivered, suddenly recalling the earlier scene and Su Xuanzhou's admonitions upon departing. Huh, your boss is quite impressive. He hunched his shoulders and began scratching the card with a mischievous glint in his eyes. What is this? Nothing at all. My dear Rui, what does number 9 signify? Only then did Yurui realize that this peculiar fellow had no comprehension of the purpose of scratch cards. She proceeded to deliver a detailed explanation, which stirred an exhilarating wave within Yu Shubao. How patiently you explain, my dear Rui. Surely, you must harbor some interest in me. Chapter 55, Dancing Amidst the Battlefield. Yurui observed Yu Shubao's lewd grin, causing her to shudder. What strange thoughts is this fellow concocting now? My lord, you may entertain yourself. Yu Shubao's lips curled into a smile. Thank you, dear Rui, for enlightening me. The days ahead are long. I doubt you can resist my charm. Lily surveyed the courtyard, where a few kittens frolicked, his brow furrowing slightly. The ongoing border skirmishes had drastically diminished the business, leaving him uncertain when peace would be restored. A gaze fell upon him, and he turned to see 2 elderly men and a beautiful woman. Nodding in acknowledgement, he received a smile in return. This proprietor appeared to be an ordinary mortal, and he exuded an inscrutable aura. Do not probe too deeply. Be wary of courting disaster. And she remarked suddenly. This prompted Xiao Ju to bristle. Do you not know how to speak? Do I need your reminders? Old fool. Why raise your voice at my simple words? Was that a kind word? I perceive you wish for my demise. Yen Shi rose, her expression icy, while Xiao Ju stood his ground, the 2 locking eyes in a standoff that crackled with tension. In the midst of this, Yun Yi helplessly covered his forehead. Enough. You two. Let us not forget where we are. What happened to our promised caution? If you continue this quarrel, I will not intervene. Oomph. Both Xiao Ju and Yin Shi simultaneously huffed, turning their backs to one another. Yun Yi helplessly shook his head. The discord between these 2 individuals stemmed from a minor personal grievance in their youth, which over the centuries had morphed into an exaggerated and absurd tale of animosity. Both stubborn figures refused to come forward to clarify or explain, resulting in rumors evolving from a mere personal dispute into a profound enmity, now widely recognized across the realm. Everyone believed there existed a deep-seated hatred between the mysterious celestial sect and the radiant moon sect. At noon, the results for the latest lottery draw were announced. The number of customers was sparse, as most of those who had purchased tickets yesterday had ventured to the borders. A new electronic bulletin board had been installed on the wall, piquing the curiosity of Yurui, who lingered nearby to observe it for some time. The proprietor indicated that future winning numbers would be displayed there, organized sequentially by draw. Even if customers were absent on the day of the announcement, they could check for their winnings at any other time. However, the redemption period was limited to just 1 month, after which any unclaimed tickets will become void. The winning numbers for the second draw were 1, 9, 9. Xiao Ju noticed that he had won on his first attempt, feeling his luck was no less favorable than that of his rebellious disciple. With nothing better to do, he randomly selected a 20th ticket. As dusk approached, Yu Rui prepared to close the shop. Suddenly, a throng of people burst in. Despite their weary appearances, excitement gleamed in their eyes. I want to smash the golden egg. No one dare compete with me. I entered first, so step aside. Don't crowd, for heaven's sake. The uproar bewildered everyone in the courtyard. Silence. Xiao Ju's voice pierced through the noise, an invisible aura emanating from him that caused all heads to bow in immediate quiet. What has happened? Senior, we have just returned from the battlefield at the borders. A middle-aged man began to explain, recounting the events that had unfolded. It turned out that 2 hours prior, the demon clan had joined a fray at the borders, infused with vitality and blood. They could not only utilize this life force to continuously heal their injuries, but also enhance their own strength. The battlefield was rife with such life energy. And as time passed, the forces of the martial dynasty began to falter. Elder Lin Yuan and the enchanting Maiden Miao Yin found themselves besieged by 4 elite demons. Elder Lin Yuan's protective artifacts had been destroyed, placing her in dire peril. At the critical moment, a beam of white light erupted from her, instantly obliterating one of the demon elites and slaying a multitude of beasts behind her. Everyone was taken aback, their gazes drawn upward. It was a white lotus. The flower floated in the air, blooming resplendently, radiating a spectrum of colors reminiscent of ancient Buddhist temples. Yet, regrettably, the lotus vanished shortly after its magnificent display. Lin Yuan herself was left utterly dumbfounded. That white lotus was merely a decorative item she had purchased for several hundred gold. To think it could autonomously protect its owner in a moment of crisis and unleash such formidable power. News of this extraordinary event spread rapidly across the battlefield, bringing great joy to a crowd of customers who had visited the lottery shop. Each individual sought the peculiar items previously acquired from the lottery shop, hurling them towards the enemy with fervor. Among the assorted objects, coins, wooden plaques, water bottles, and glass marbles, there existed a singular item of profound significance, a smooth, exquisite disc that clearly did not belong to this realm. Were Li Li present, he would instantly recognize it as a compact disc. As the disc soared through the air, it fortuitously found its way into the maw of a fearsome beast. For a brief moment, the creature stood motionless, but then it was suddenly enveloped in radiant light, pulsating vibrantly while accompanied by an exhilarating melody. The heart raced, ignited by the flames of love. Startled, the beast bolted across the battlefield in sheer panic, careening wildly. This unrestrained flight had unforeseen consequences. Wherever the luminous glow touched, foes appeared to be ensnared by some unseen force, prompting them to dance uncontrollably, reveling in a state of blissful abandon. The forces of foam were left utterly dumbfounded. What sorcery had Wu Zhao unleashed? Such an embarrassing tactic was beyond comprehension. Seizing the moment, the Wu Zhao army, undeterred by the bizarre events, charged forward, taking advantage of the entranced foam soldiers, like lambs awaiting slaughter. They watched helplessly as their heads were severed, tears streaming down their faces. In death, they found solace. Such humiliation was unbearable. In an instant, the morale of the Wu Zhao troops surged. They swiftly summoned the National Master and Lord Chong to dispel the enchantment. The Foam Commander, witnessing the bizarre spectacle, was struck with panic and urgently called for assistance. The Foam National Master, a distinguished middle-aged female Taoist with a striking presence and a distinctive birthmark, possessed commendable features. Lord Chong, a formidable figure from the demonic realm, bore an aquiline nose and a dark complexion, draped in a hooded cloak. They quickly discerned the source of the chaos, the frenzied beast, which, if slain, would quell the disturbance. However, despite their concerted efforts, this seemingly ordinary creature proved impervious to their attacks, for the radiant glow it emitted consumed their strikes entirely. Fortunately, just as the foam troops were at their wits' end, the beast met its demise. The light dissipated, the music ceased, and the dancing foam soldiers halted their shameful gyrations. As dusk approached, both armies paused to regroup. The phrases lottery shop, owner, and smashing golden eggs rapidly spread among the Wu Zhao ranks. A throng of individuals hurriedly gathered, eager to witness the phenomenon of smashing golden eggs, where a mere handful of coins could yield such treasures. Do not scatter. Form a line. Remember, once you enter, adherence to the rules is paramount. Understood. We shall queue properly. The shop was soon bustling with newcomers, while waves of patrons continued to arrive outside. As the moonlight cast its glow, Miss Rui furrowed her brow slightly. While an influx of customers was advantageous, the shop was nearing closing time. Miss Rui, we have come to smash the golden eggs. Apologies, but the closing time of our establishment has arrived. What? My dear, surely you jest? It is still early, and to close the doors just as patrons arrive is quite unreasonable. A first-time visitor, brimming with excitement to witness the wonders within, is disheartened by the abrupt closure. Chapter 59, The Homeless Treasure. The once tranquil courtyard became a cacophony once more. I sincerely apologize, everyone, Rui exclaimed, but this is the rule of the shop. If you seek something, please return tomorrow. A burly man stepped forward. We have no time during the day. With the forces of the Feng army and the demonic clan attacking, we have come here precisely because we heard that this shop possesses treasures to combat them. Indeed, times have changed. A war between two dynasties has commenced. We, as citizens of the martial dynasty, deserve better than this. Xiao Zhu and his companions exchanged glances at the second floor, silently shaking their heads as they exited the small courtyard. The proprietor was an enigma. Confronting these individuals would only provoke his ire. I advise you to leave promptly. With that, the three departed, closely followed by Shi Longyan and his group. Rui, what time is it? Why have you not closed yet? On the second floor, Lili frowned, peering outside. Boss, they refused to leave. The burly man bowed respectfully to Lili. Senior, we mean no offense. We simply do not wish to have made this journey in vain. Withdraw. Return tomorrow. Senior. The man tried to plead further, but suddenly, an unseen force surged forth, propelling them away. They felt a darkness envelop them, and when they reappeared, they found themselves in a familiar location, the territory of Xiushui River, with Boyang City ahead. The crowd was taken aback, and the burly man sighed. It seems we have been escorted a distance. Such prowess indicates the shopkeeper's true capabilities. We have no choice but to return. We shall find another time to come. This was their only recourse. As for the conflict between the martial and Feng armies, Lili had no interest in the outcome. As a traveler from another realm, he felt no ties here. Should Boyang City fall, Qingyang City would surely be next. Yet what of it? Even if the martial dynasty were to collapse, he could ensure the safety of his lottery shop, which was sufficient for him. Everything else was of little consequence. Rules are rules, and should not be easily broken. Young master? Yu Shubao pondered, perplexed. The shop is closed. Where shall I go now? Xianzhou has provided all the funds to the proprietor. Miss Rui, you're home. Before he could finish, Rui interjected. There's none. Huh? He was to remain in the courtyard while Rui returned home. A voice emanated from the second floor, and Rui exhaled in relief. The boss had spoken, granting her the freedom to close the doors without burden. Yu Shubao gazed at the empty courtyard and called up, Boss, where shall I sleep? After a lengthy pause, there was no reply. Using the heavens as a blanket and the earth as a bed, Yu Shubao found a corner to sit in. Fortunately, the temperature within the shop was moderate, neither too cold nor too warm. As night descended, the courtyard was enveloped in darkness. He curled his body into a tight ball, embracing his small self. Xianzhou, please come back soon. The following day, Chuhi was the first to arrive at the shop, closely followed by Mu Rongyi and Mo Jinxue. Just a few days prior in Qingyang City, I had witnessed the incredible phenomenon of smashing golden eggs, which could indeed yield precious treasures, capable of inflicting severe injuries even on fourth-tier experts. Why Haven Tea, I heard you mention this before. You've seen that item. It's merely a small box. Mu Rongyi paused to recollect. Oh right, the one you bought from the Lai Shaopai disciples. Exactly. What makes it extraordinary? Chuyi scratched his head. I'm not sure how to describe it. A little girl was holding a pitch-black ball that could explode. Mu Rongyi couldn't help but smirk. Why are the results of such endeavors always so outrageous? Regardless, as long as it's useful. Chapter 60. The shop opens. Chuyi eagerly approached the lottery shop, ready to inquire about purchasing more chances to smash the golden eggs, when he noticed the display screen beside him. What a splendid mirror, it even glows. Moon Rui clarified, this is not a mirror. The owner refers to it as a display screen, used to announce and record the results of the 3 arrangement lottery. 3 arrangement. Chuyi quickly retrieved yesterday's lottery tickets. There were still 10. While mumbling to himself, he began to check the numbers, and suddenly his eyes lit up. 199, I've won again. Morongi approached, astonished. Chu, you've won in 2 consecutive rounds. Impressive. Chu, he beamed with delight. Ha ha ha. So my luck is indeed here. after failing at the slot machines and scratch cards. He regained his confidence with the 3 arrangement. This time I'll double my bets. Miss Rui, please give me 10 random tickets, and for each ticket, I'll wager double. Additionally, I'd like 50 more hammers for smashing the golden eggs. After exchanging for gold, he continued to buy tickets for the current round of 3 arrangement, clutching a small golden hammer as he made his way to the egg-smashing area. Unfortunately, Murongi did not share Chu Hie's fortune. He did not win in the 3 arrangement, and, after completing his current tickets, began to smash the golden eggs. One hammer after another, filled with fervent hope, yet tragically, nothing emerged. At the entrance, visitors arrived, all cultivators who had hurried from Boyang City, eager to smash the golden eggs. However, only 3 people could participate at once, necessitating a queue. As noon approached, Su Xianzhou hurried back. In the corner, Yu Shubao, unnoticed by anyone, had spent the entire night awake and now appeared exhausted. Upon seeing Su Xianzhou, he felt a wave of grievance and nearly burst into tears. Yet, thinking of how a proper gentleman should not weep in front of Miss Rui, he swallowed his emotions. Young master, you've suffered. Xianzhou, did you manage to get the money? Rest assured, young master, I have it. Yu Shubao's eyes sparkled with joy. You got it from my mother, right? I knew she loves me most, but did my father find out? Su Xianzhou contemplated for a moment and decided to speak the truth. Young master, the money is provided by the master. What? Yu Shubao stood up, trembling. My father didn't say anything, did he? The master will arrive in Qingzhou this afternoon. Damn! Without hesitation, Yu Shubao darted out of the courtyard like an arrow. Su Xianzhou shook his head, unable to articulate that the Marquis was currently preoccupied with a royal mandate to lead troops to the border for battlefield support. He approached the counter. Miss, here is the remaining money. After accepting half of the lottery ticket, he hurriedly departed. Inside the shop, more and more people arrived, all rushing from the border to participate in the golden egg smashing. Warfare between armies is not a matter of a day or two. It inevitably requires pauses for rest and recuperation. A long line formed in the courtyard, and the suddenly popular golden egg area became exceptionally crowded. Ding! Sales target achieved. Rewards distributed. Area expanded to 100 square meters. Golden egg project upgraded. Fixed area transformed into a foldable space, capable of accommodating 100 people simultaneously. First stage of total sales completed. The shop is now open. As the continuous system notifications sounded, Lily became invigorated. A shop, what a new venture. System. Open a shop. Before him, a 2x2 meter display screen appeared. It was blank and empty, save for one item in the first row. A smartphone. Lily was overjoyed. Is it the phone I envisioned? System. This phone currently features only 2 apps. The first, Digital Lottery, allows customers to purchase digital lottery tickets and claim prizes online anytime, anywhere. The second, Weibo, enables the host to promote new products effortlessly and facilitates customer interaction regarding lottery insights, enhancing visibility. Lily's lips wisha. Is that all? No? Entertainment features? Chapter 61, the smartphone. System. None for now, but more will be added in the future. Each time you complete a sales target, an additional app will be introduced. So host, continue your efforts to earn gold. Lily's face fell. The system was indeed laboring tirelessly for the lottery shop as profits, even initiating online sales. He glanced at the price of the phone, 10,000 gold. This price might be easily accepted by powerful figures from large factions, but for ordinary cultivators, it was exorbitant. The Golden Egg Project upgrade might alleviate the current bustling situation in the courtyard, accommodating 100 people at once in a foldable space, which sounded quite mystical. The new stage sales target was 10 million, including the smartphone sales. Downstairs, the smashing was in full swing. Brother, you've used up your chances. It's my turn. After 20 strikes, only 2 gold coins emerged. Was it really as miraculous as they claimed? 20 strikes are nothing. Just a few days ago, I smashed for half a day and only got a common weapon. Good items are never easily obtained. Hey, move faster. Are you not hungry? Why doesn't he, the boss, set up more areas for everyone to smash together? It would be so much quicker. The sound of the golden egg being smashed echoed in the air, accompanied by the incessant urging of those waiting in line, reminiscent of the hustle and bustle of a cafeteria queue. At this moment, Lili descended the stairs and approached the golden egg area, where familiar patrons greeted him with respect. With a mere flick of his hand, an intricate and profound array materialized, enveloping the golden egg area in a cascade of radiant layers that shimmered with brilliance, only to vanish moments later. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Was it an array? It seemed extraordinarily powerful. What was the purpose of the boss casting an array here? Lily met the eager gazes of the crowd and smiled. I have upgraded the golden egg area, allowing multiple participants to engage simultaneously. Confusion spread among them. Boss, there doesn't seem to be any change. Suddenly, Chuhi gasped. Could it be a spatial array? Just as the boss had made his move, there had indeed been an aura of spatial formation, one he was somewhat familiar with. As Xiao Ju had also studied spatial arrays, albeit not in depth, Chuhi had witnessed it firsthand. Indeed, it is a multi-layered spatial array capable of accommodating 100 individuals. 100, Chuhi exclaimed. 100 means 30 layers of space if 3 can fit in one layer. The boss had managed to stack 30 layers of spatial formation with a mere gesture. Such an astonishing feat. You may give it a try. Simply approach this area, and with a slight thought, you will be able to enter a designated space for smashing golden eggs until it reaches capacity. Should you wish to exit midway, you may do so at any time. As Lily spoke, he pointed in the air, and a digital panel appeared, displaying the number 100. This panel indicated the availability of spaces within the spatial barrier, allowing everyone to monitor it at their convenience. After hearing this, the crowd stood in stunned silence. The cultivation levels of these individuals were not particularly high. Otherwise, they would not have come specifically to smash golden eggs for life-saving treasures. Their perspectives were quite ordinary, with only Chu He and Mu Rui being slightly stronger. They had never before encountered such an intricate array. I'll give it a try. The first to step forward was the burly man in black from the previous day. He took a few steps closer, focused his thoughts, and in the next moment, disappeared from sight. The digital panel above reflected a change, dropping from 100 to 99. In the next instant, he reappeared. It really works. Excitement surged through the crowd. This is fantastic. The boss must have noticed our agonizing wait and decided to assist us. The boss is truly magnanimous. Thank you, boss. Lily chuckled lightly. There's no need for thanks. Each layer of the array contains 3 golden hammers. I wish you all success in obtaining what you desire. Poor souls. The array was not designed for your benefit, but rather to expedite your loss. Lily glanced at the counter at the entrance of the lottery shop, which was made of solid wood, and with a wave of his hand, transformed it into a transparent glass display. Boss, what is this? This contraption is called a mobile phone. Lily handed a smartphone to Yu Rui, who received it with both hands, carefully examining it from side to side. How exquisite and beautiful it is, with meticulous craftsmanship and a delightful tactile experience. The smartphone comes in both black and white, fitting snugly in the palm of one's hand, featuring a touchscreen that is both slim and textured. Boss, what is this for? Lily smiled as he introduced the functions of the phone, leaving Yu Rui increasingly astonished. You can buy lottery tickets online and even claim your winnings online. Isn't that utterly preposterous? Here, boss, please don't let me damage such a precious item. Yu Rui gently handed the phone back to Lily. No need for that. This smartphone is a gift for you, a token of your employee benefits. But boss, this is too extravagant. I cannot accept it. With a wave of his hand, the glass counter became neatly lined with phones, both black and white, with price tags displaying 10,000 gold. Not overly precious. I can procure as many as I desire. And furthermore, we will begin external sales soon. I have just explained the functions to you. If customers inquire, you may introduce it to them. Surprised and honored, Yu Rui cradled the phone in her arms, saying, Certainly, boss. Thank you, boss. Such a splendid gift. I must work even harder to live up to your expectations. Kulme, let me teach you how to power it on. Starting and shutting down are straightforward, with only 2 apps. Weibo. First, you should register an account, and you can share updates about the shop or personal insights, whatever you wish. Yu Rui listened, somewhat bewildered, struggling to grasp this high-tech product. With more use, you will become proficient. The expansive 2-story lottery shop, filled with numerous appliances, could still function without electricity. The smartphone, too, required no charging. The system is indeed all-powerful. In the courtyard, the 100 slots for the golden egg smashing were instantly filled. The number of people waiting had decreased significantly, yet some remained in line. At that moment, Xiao Ju and Yun entered the courtyard, without Yanxi accompanying them. Oh, the rest still a line. They noticed the brightly illuminated digital screen above the egg-smashing area. Xiao Ju frowned. What is that? For those from another world, such electronic screens seemed exceedingly avant-garde. Elder, it is as follows. Someone explained to the two, their expressions gradually shifting to astonishment. A 30-layer spatial formation, yet there's not a hint of its aura. Boss, this is truly remarkable. Lily's image in their minds was elevated once more. The two entered the lottery shop. Miss Rui, Please give me some scratch cards. Certainly, Elder. Wait. This wasn't the case yesterday. It has changed today. What is this? A diligent employee, Yurui, quickly began to explain, leaving Xiao Ju and Yun exchanging glances. Such astonishing things exist in this world. Only 10,000 gold. Shall we each acquire one? Excellent. With a sense of curiosity, the two leaders each purchased a phone, one black and one white. Under the meticulous tutelage of Yurui, the two swiftly grasped the usage of this remarkable creation. How amusing indeed! Such a wondrous artifact seems beyond the capabilities of even the renowned forging family, the Zhuge clan. In Chapter 62, we find Xiao Ju and Yun delighting in their smartphones, thoroughly enchanted. They opened a digital lottery application, which at present only featured a single game, the three-number arrangement. After registering, they encountered fields for their names and balance, with options beneath for recharging and withdrawing funds. Fortunately, the touchscreen allowed for handwritten input. Otherwise, these inhabitants from another realm would have to learn Pinyin. With nimble fingers, Xiao Ju registered an account under the name Xiao Ju, master of How USC sect. He inquired of Rui, "How do I recharge?" The elder replied, "There are two methods. One is to place gold coins on the screen for automatic recharging, and the other is to rest your storage ring against the side of the phone, which will display your savings for you to select the amount to recharge." Xiao Ju's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly that miraculous? Indeed it is. Following her instructions, he placed a gold coin on the screen, and in a flash of light, the coin vanished. The app panel reflected a shift in balance from 0 to 1. What is the principle behind this? Rui shrugged, indicating her own bewilderment. Still in shock, Xiao Ju continued to recharge. This time, he took out his storage ring and placed it against the phone's side. As expected, a series of numbers appeared on the screen, even detailing the exact amount in copper coins. He was left dumbfounded. Two seemingly unrelated objects could connect information merely by proximity. Overwhelmed, he opened the Weibo application, preparing to register once more. Perhaps due to the novelty, he filled in the same information without complaint. The screen displayed a blank slate, save for some information in the upper left corner. An account field was empty, accompanied by a prompt to set a profile picture. Curiously, he clicked it, and to his surprise, his own face materialized on the screen, shifting with his expressions. Below his visage was a black circle with a gentle tap. His face was frozen in place. A confirmation option appeared beside it. Thus, an image of his face, so close that it overwhelmed the frame, was uploaded. Next to the profile picture was a posting option, which piqued his curiosity once more. He tapped it again, resulting in yet another close-up photo being shared. The previously empty area was now filled with a new image message. New Weibo post from Xiao Ju, master of How USC sect, visible to all. Xiao Ju expressed his confusion, but was undeniably charmed by this intricate device. Meanwhile, Yun under the guidance of Yurui, proceeded step by step through the process. As they entered Weibo, Xiao Ju heard Yun burst into laughter. "Xiao, old man, are you trying to make me laugh myself to death?" Puzzled, Xiao Ju replied, "What do you mean, Yun, old man?" "Oh, nothing, just laughing." Xiao Ju cast him a glance, bewildered. Meanwhile, Lily upstairs was fiddling with a white smartphone. Although there was little in the way of entertainment, it was certainly preferable to dozing off in a stupor. To his surprise, he discovered he was not the first to register on Weibo. Someone had already posted the inaugural image. Quick to grasp the interface, he paused for a moment. Laughter erupted from above, accompanied by the sound of someone thumping the floor. This old man is quite the character. A quick like seemed in order. Downstairs, a notification chimed. Xiao Ju quickly picked up the phone. "The bosses like your post." Enlightenment washed over him. It dawned on him that others could indeed see what he had shared. Intrigued, he snapped a couple more photos in the store, capturing the approach of Chu He. "Old dang, what are you doing?" Chu He exclaimed, "Get lost, you little brat." Ignoring him, Xiao Ju directly uploaded the image, posting yet another picture devoid of text, just a youth striding with an exaggerated gait. "Yin, he has liked your post. The boss has liked your post. The boss's employee, Yurui, has liked your post." A broad grin spread across Xiao Ju's face. How delightful! He proceeded to wander around the courtyard, snapping one image after another, sharing them as swiftly as he could. Lily upstairs was left dumbfounded. Has this old man gone mad? The phone incessantly chimed, prompting him to silence it. Xiao Ju focused intently on the screen when suddenly a message popped up. From the boss's employee, Yurui. It featured a yellow, smiley emoji followed by the words, "Hello everyone." So, one can also send text. The old man discovered yet another new frontier. After a brief exploration, he composed a message. "Hello everyone, I am Xiao Ju, the leader of the How You Are Immortal sect. accompanied by a facepalm emoji, laughing with tears. Lily couldn't contain his laughter. It had been ages since he had found something so amusing. He sent Xiao Ju a like. "Old dang, where you up to?" Chui shrugged. "Just give me some money." Yu Rui passionately introduced herself, and in that moment, Chui was consumed with excitement. Unfortunately, his pockets were empty. Having just won 2 rounds of the lottery, he had squandered the winnings, leaving him with only a bottle of Sprite, which was utterly useless. "Get lost. If you don't give me money, I'll sell your magic tool," Xiao Ju, furious, swatted at him, but Chui deftly dodged. "Don't push me. I can do it." "You wouldn't dare." "I don't care. I want to buy a phone." At that moment, Chui resembled a true brat. Ultimately, after Chui relentlessly pestered him for half an hour, Xiao Ju relented and purchased him a black smartphone. Moments later, the most dashing holy son of the sect sent a Weibo message. "I am sincerely selling high-quality magical items. The coiling dragon rope, heart-protecting mirror, and cunning talisman. Interested parties, please contact me. Rebellious disciple, I shall strike you down." "Calm down, old dang. I'm in desperate need of money." "Ouch, it hurts." The most handsome disciple of the immortal sect sent out a second Weibo post. "The ruthless master cruelly punishes his obedient apprentice. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline of morality?" Accompanied by a smiling emoticon. In the courtyard, at the golden egg smashing area, Mu Rongyi just emerged and spotted a pig-headed figure standing there, an expression of deep sorrow etched in his eyes. Hesitantly, he spoke. "Chu, is that you?" "Mu Rong, it truly is you. How did you end up like this?" "It's a long story. First, lend me some money." Mu Rongyi's expression solidified, and he turned to leave. "Can't you come to me for something other than borrowing money? It's been ages since I last returned home. I barely have a few coins left." Increasingly, people discovered the new smartphone, gathering in throngs outside the rehearsal shop. Some boldly purchased it, while others gazed through the glass, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation, silently vowing to buy one next time. It turns out that following allows for chatting. Indeed, it's even better than sound transmission talismans. 1,000 gold, well worth it. Customers clutched their smartphones, exploring every feature, chatting excitedly, their faces alight with joy. In just half a day, the number of Weibo registrations surged into the hundreds. The news on Weibo was abuzz, almost at a rate of 1 post per second. Some posted pictures of people, others of trees, some of the courtyard, and others of empty air. In short, an array of trivial information filled the platform. Lily had grown weary of it. However, it did add a splash of color to the monotony of life. Chapter 63, The Duke of Dingyuan. The news of the smartphone spread like wildfire. The sale scene gradually became bustling. With the upgrade of the golden egg smashing area, the shop welcomed its highest number of customers since opening. The recently expanded courtyard seemed to crowd once more. Revenue soared correspondingly. Inside the shop, Ji Linglong approached the peach tree, adjusted her angle, and with a click, a stunning photo of her veiled beauty emerged. She uploaded it to Weibo without a caption, yet the likes surged rapidly, and praises flooded in below. "Fairy Linglong truly possesses grace. Though her face was unseen, I'm certain she is as breathtaking as Fairy Miaoyin. No, I feel she possesses even more of an ethereal beauty and an air of mystery than Fairy Miaoyin." "I wholeheartedly agree." Ji Linglong perused the comments on her phone, her lips curving into a smile beneath her veil. She played with the device, completely enchanted. By the peach tree, Fairy Miaoyin, clad in flowing white, observed the Weibo comments with a slight frown. After a moment of contemplation, she stepped beneath the peach tree. Holding her phone, she captured a stunning image of her exquisite face, her cool demeanor shining through. As soon as it was uploaded, the comment section erupted. She cast a discreet glance at Ji Linglong, a fleeting smile gracing her otherwise serene face. Suddenly, a notification pinged, signaling a new like. "The boss has praised your work." Consequently, the comments section has erupted with fervor. The image that the boss projects to customers is one of mystery and grandeur, seemingly belonging to a realm far beyond theirs. Yet, unexpectedly, such an esteemed figure enjoys stealthily admiring beauty. The enchanting fairy cast a glance at the windowsill on the second floor, turned away, and smiled radiantly. Ji Linglong felt an inexplicable surge of annoyance, as the boss had not acknowledged the photo she posted. Thus, she sought another angle beside the peach tree and captured another image to upload on Weibo. However, after a long wait, the boss still did not bestow a like, leaving her in a sullen mood for the remainder of the afternoon. Little did she know that at that moment, Lily had merely slipped and unintentionally clicked like, oblivious to the rapid refresh of information. With two celestial beings from the cultivation realm checking in, the peach tree transformed into a sensational hotspot for photography within the establishment. At this moment, a throng of people surrounded the tree, customers striking various poses and experimenting with different angles, incessantly shifting positions to capture the perfect shot. Waves of excitement surged. Perched upon the tree, CU appeared despondent, drooping its head, devoid of spirit. The frenzy of humanity was overwhelming. Could they not spare a moment for its cultivation? At this rate, when would the great demon be able to regain its peak state? Oh, there's a little bird in the tree. Indeed, it was well hidden from view. Its vibrant red plumage was delightful. Little bird, come and take a picture with me. As it reached out with its claw, CU trembled in fright and attempted to take flight, only to be intercepted mid-air by a large hand. Looking up, it found itself in the grasp of a burly man. Little creature, why are you running? Are you shy? Consequently, CU was forcibly cradled in his hands for a photograph, embarking on an unexpected journey of companionship in posing. It found itself perched on shoulders, hands, chests, and faces. CU lamented, life as a bird is exceedingly challenging. After discovering the private messaging feature, Chu-He and Mu-Rongi eagerly followed each other and began to chat. The most handsome holy son of the celestial sect. Brother Mu-Rong, can you see me? Yinzhou Mu-Rongi. Yes, I can see you. The most handsome holy son of the celestial sect. Could you lend me some money? Chu-He stared at the screen, waiting for a response from Mu-Rongi that never came. The most handsome holy son of the celestial sect. Brother Mu-Rong, are you there? You have been blocked by the other party. Message sending failed. Chu-He was taken aback. Such a feature exists? In the golden egg smashing area, there had never been an available spot among the 100 positions. As soon as one vacated, another would immediately take their place. Naturally, the rewards obtained were diverse and plentiful, with an array of items of uncertain utility, but it sufficed to gather them for future use on the battlefield. As dusk approached, customers reluctantly departed. Just as Yurui locked the door and stepped out of the shop, a message arrived on her phone from the boss, requesting her to purchase some vegetables and daily necessities when she came in tomorrow. How convenient indeed. That evening, within a courtyard in Qingyang City, a man in his 50s stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority, clad in a brocade robe, with strands of white at his temples. He was Lord Yu Hongshan of the Wu dynasty. Before him knelt two individuals, Yu Shubao and Su Xianzhou. Father, are you not bound for the border? Yu Shubao stammered, his gaze evasive. It is all Xuanzhou's fault. He said you would head directly from the capital to the border. Yet who would have thought you would stop at Qingyang City, just in time to catch him? I traveled all day with the Yuning army and took a night's rest in Qingyang City. What is improper about that? Yu Hongshan replied nonchalantly. Indeed, it is quite proper. Yu Hongshan continued. I have heard you squandered 165,000 on a pile of paper slips. Not merely paper, father. I heard it said that if one assembles them into a complete picture, one could acquire various resources, Yu Shubao insisted. Xianzhou, explain it to my father. Yu Shubao had always been forgetful about matters that did not interest him. Esteemed lord, it is said that assembling the complete picture can be exchanged for elixirs that enhance one's aptitude, liquids that extend lifespan, and pills that help break through cultivation barriers. Among other things. Precisely, those are the items. Yu Shubao affirmed. Yu Hongshan snorted derisively. Preposterous. Such treasures, based on mere slips of paper? Su Xianzhou scratched his head. We have only heard of it, having never seen it ourselves, so we are uncertain of its authenticity. In this vast Wu dynasty, such an absurd scam exists in this remote place. And the most baffling part is that you still believe it. Yu Hongshan remarked. Yu Shubao mumbled. There is nothing we can do. That proprietor is quite formidable, and many fear him. Once I return triumphantly from the border, I shall personally investigate this matter. Now rise. Yu Hongshan regarded Yu Shubao with a quiet sigh. A child born late in life, he had been doted upon by his mother since childhood. Though he possessed a kind disposition, he was rather feeble. Lacking even the strength to bind a chicken, his cultivation talent was mediocre, and he showed no inclination for improvement. Having reached the age of 19 with his cultivation still lingering at the mid-level of the 9th rank, Yu Hongshan harbored deep concerns for his future. Each time he reflected on this, he felt a sense of unease. Father, what troubles you? Yu Hongshan waved his hand and sighed gently. Today, Prince Qi has hosted a banquet in honor of your father. You should accompany me. In the largest tavern of Qingyang City, Xia Yinchang and his daughter, Yu Rui, were gathered with several officials. Rui, what are you playing with? Xia Qing did not come to the shop today. Due to the ongoing war, Xia Yinchang, as a prince of the court, had been preoccupied with the situation at the border. It was only after the ceasefire that they returned to Qingyang City today. It's a mobile phone, a new treasure from the shop. Both Xiaqing and Xia Yinchang leaned in closer. What is that? Yu Rui laughed mischievously. Come a little closer. Let's take a picture together. What is a picture? The father and daughter were baffled, but complied nonetheless. Closer now, look this way. Xia Yinchang scrutinized the screen and was taken aback as he noticed that the three of them appeared to be moving within it. Click! The sound of the shutter startled both father and daughter. Rui, what kind of treasure is this? How are we in it? Yu Rui chuckled and patiently explained, and soon, the father and daughter were left in astonishment, their eyes wide open. In this world, there exists such a remarkable artifact. Xia Yinchang, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Messages can be transmitted anytime and anywhere, far more convenient than message talismans, and it can be used infinitely. If this treasure were utilized by the court, His Majesty would have instant clarity on information from all corners of the realm. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Yu Rui chuckled. Not only that, but it also offers insight into the affairs of various sections. Uncle, look here. Some are sharing their daily lives, while others are posting items for sale, particularly magical artifacts. It is truly fascinating. One can grasp information from all over without stepping outside. Xia Yinchang, blushing, leaned closer and immediately noticed a post by Chu He regarding the sale of magical artifacts. Below it, there was a comment by Xiao Ju. You wretched thing. That is my artifact. Do you dare? Chu He replied, Old Deng, if you don't pay me, just see if I dare. Xia Yinchang couldn't help but smile. Indeed, this was quite convenient. Yu Rui covered her mouth, laughing. This young master has been out all day and has yet to sell a single item. Who would dare buy the artifact of the head of the Haoyue immortal sect? Chapter 64. The Duke of Dingyuan purchases a mobile phone. Xiaqing, linking arms with Yu Rui, gazed at the new invention with great anticipation. Rui, how much does this mobile phone cost? Is there need to scramble for it? Not at all. You merely need to pay. The proprietor assured us that he has an abundance of stock, as much as one desires. Xia Yinchang gasped. Such a treasure was available in unlimited quantities. He could envision that if mobile phones became widespread throughout the 9 provinces, the entire Wuchao would experience a significant enhancement. Rui, what is the price of a mobile phone? 10,000 gold. Such a precious item only costs 10,000 gold? Indeed. Xia Yinchang resolved to purchase a mobile phone at the quickest possible speed and send it to the capital. Given the turmoil at the borders, His Majesty was always concerned, and military reports took half a day to reach the capital. With a mobile phone, real-time communication would be possible. Just then, someone ascended the stairs, prompting everyone in the hall to stand. My lord, my lord. At the banquet in the official circles, Yu Shubao had never been particularly fond of the festivities. He casually made his way upstairs, and, upon glancing up, his eyes lit up instantly. Miss Rui, who would have thought he would encounter her again after leaving that shop? What a stroke of fate. Yu Rui felt a familiar gaze sweep over her, causing her heart to skip a beat. No way. She turned to the side and was taken aback. How could this peculiar individual be everywhere? Your Highness, I apologize for the wait. Ha ha ha, my lord. You've traveled such a distance. It must have been arduous. Please take a seat. The Duke of Dingyuan was a first-class marquis, yet in terms of status, he could not compare to Xia Yinchang, a prince. At 52 years of age, the Duke had fought on the battlefield against the Eastern Yamato when Xia Yinchang was merely a teenager, and he had once served as a vanguard before the Duke Estant. Thus, Xia Yinchang held great respect for Yu Hongshan, particularly since Yu Hongshan was a formidable 4th-tier cultivator. Miss Rui, Xiaqing stood beside Xia Yinchang, while Yu Rui was next to Xiaqing, leaving Yu Rui's right side unoccupied. Yu Shubao sat excitedly beside her, flipping his bangs with a flourish. He raised his eyebrows and said, Miss Rui, what a coincidence to meet you again. Yu Rui felt her body stiffen, desperately wishing to escape. Yes, it is quite a coincidence, she replied, nudging Xiaqing with her elbow, who instantly understood. The two exchanged seats. Xiaqing placed the sword forcefully on the table, startling Yu Shubao. King, how can you be so rude, placing a sword on the banquet table? It's nothing, really, Yu Hongshan replied with a broad smile, as several officials toasted, sipping tea while discussing the border situation. Yu Shubao's gaze was fixated on Yu Rui, despite Xiaqing sitting between them, his eyes occasionally drifting towards her. When Yu Rui inadvertently met his gaze, Yu Shubao gave a greasy wink, nearly causing her to spit out the morsel she had just taken. She pulled out her phone and snapped a photo, feeling disheartened as she posted on Weibo. The picture showcased the lavish dishes on the table, with the caption, "Bland banquet and eccentric people truly eager to escape." The boss has liked your post. The most handsome saint of the immortal sect has liked your post. Yinzhou Mu Rongi has liked your post. The most handsome saint of the immortal sect. Miss Rui, are you in Qingyang City? Come out and play. Yinzhou Mu Rongi. Don't go out. He has no money for meals and was held back by the restaurant owner. He just asked me to lend him some, but I didn't. The most handsome saint of the immortal sect. Brother Mu Rong, you have changed. Smiling emoji. Yinzhou Mu Rongi. Smiling emoji. Xiao Ju, the sect master of the Haoyue immortal sect. What a disgraceful wretch. The most handsome saint of the immortal sect, Xiao Ju, said, Lao Deng, let's cut to the chase. I need help. Frantic emoji. Xiao Ju, the sect master of the Haoyue immortal sect. Get lost. Picking nose emoji. Shilongyan, everyone seems to be having a great time chatting. I'm almost asleep. Lu Muqing to Shilongyan. You can sleep when you're dead. Get up and enjoy. Shilongyan to Lu Muqing. Cursing emoji. A smile curved at the corners of Yu Rui's lips. How delightful. Scrolling through the Weibo comments lifted her spirits considerably. Your Highness, is it true that collecting all the cards can redeem those rare treasures? Indeed, to be frank, I witnessed that individual consume the quality liquid. Their aptitude truly elevated from Xian grade to D grade. Yu Hongshan's expression was one of astonishment. Such miraculous medicine exists in the world, utterly unheard of. Yes, at first, I couldn't believe it either, but that boss consistently expands everyone's understanding. And this device, Rui, introduced that mobile phone to Lord Ho. Oh, certainly. Yu Rui elaborated once more on the phone's features, leaving Yu Hongshan's mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. After a long while, he finally regained his composure and suddenly turned to Yu Shubao. Have you collected all those cards? And no, I haven't really scratched them much. You spend your days in idleness. What are you doing? Yu Shi shrank his head. Did you not ask me yesterday to burn those scraps of paper? Starting tomorrow, you must scrape diligently. If you can assemble a complete picture, your father will gift you your most cherished Xuejuan horse. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongshan was filled with ecstatic joy. Is that true, father? Rest assured, I shall scrape with fervor. As the banquet concluded, the night had grown late, and the guests departed. The following morning, Yu Rui ventured to the market, purchasing an abundance of vegetables and daily necessities. Uncle, you are out early. Not too early today. Your uncle is personally escorting you. Yu Rui chuckled. I believe you can hardly wait to buy a mobile phone. Ha ha, indeed, I hardly slept a wink last night, eagerly anticipating today's outing. Outside the shop, the construction crew had begun their work early, and the rows of inns were nearing completion. In a few days, they would be ready to open for business. By the time Yu Rui arrived, a number of people had already gathered at the entrance. Many unfamiliar faces were present, all drawn by last night's announcement regarding the mobile phone sale. Queue up, queue up. Don't rush. There is plenty of stock. Xia Yanchang was the first to receive his phone. 4 units in total, 1 for Xia Qing, 1 for Yu Rui's mother, and 1 for His Majesty, all in white. Only he opted for a sleek black model, delighting in the exquisite feel of the device. YISNT it lighting up. Rui's phone is quite bright. Turning around, he noticed Yu Rui was busily occupied, with no time to assist him. Chu he entered the shop, looking rather lackluster. But Xia Yanchang's eyes lit up as he rushed over. Could you teach me how to use this device, young Master Chu? Oh, that is simple. Xia Yanchang possessed a keen intellect, and with Yu Rui's brief introduction from the previous day, he quickly grasped the functionality. He swiftly opened the Weibo app, registered an account, and began following acquaintances one by one. Such a treasure. I shall personally deliver this back to the capital for His Majesty. Yu Hongshan and Yu Shubao arrived shortly thereafter, with Su Xianzhou trailing behind. With so many people, this shop must indeed be exceptional. After the astonishment from yesterday, Yu Hongshan's impression of the lottery shop had undergone a complete transformation. My lord, we must queue. Noticing Yu Hongshan moving forward, Su Xianzhou quickly intervened. I understand. I merely wish to meet the proprietor. Father, do not be hasty. I have heard the owner typically rises at noon. Yu Hongshan paused momentarily. Very well. The 3 stood at the end of the line, and soon, another wave of customers arrived, lengthening the queue until it spilled over the threshold. Chapter 65, Saving Grandfather. Half an hour later, Yu Hongshan and his son acquired their phones, and they also purchased one for Su Xianzhou to keep him updated on Yu Shubao's news. Once they understood how to use the devices, the Duke of Dingyuan set off for the border. As the dark aura enveloping Boyang City threatened to ignite another great battle at any moment. Before departing, He repeatedly instructed Yu Shubao to scrape the cards promptly, and to contact him immediately upon completing the picture. After acquiring a mobile phone, Yu Shubao eagerly registered for Weibo, promptly following Yu Rui and inundating her with a barrage of messages. Handsome Bao. Miss Rui, I wish to purchase a piece of land from you. Yu Rui found this perplexing and was initially inclined to ignore him, yet felt compelled to respond due to his status as a customer. What land? Handsome Bao, your unwavering heart. Stunned, Yu Rui stood frozen for considerable time, a shiver running down her spine. Observing her lack of further response, Yu Shubao smirked. Convinced that he had rendered her shy, he knew women were susceptible to his charms. Handsome Bao. Miss Rui, do you know the difference between you and the stars? Sensing that he was about to unleash another round of flirtation, she resolved not to reply, believing that silence would shield her from his advances. However, Yu Shubao answered his own question. The difference is that the stars are in the sky, while you reside in my heart. Clenching her teeth and fists, Yu Rui took a deep breath, reminding herself to endure. He was a customer, and she must not lose her temper. Subsequently, Yu Shubao's syrupy declarations of affection bombarded her like artillery fire. Handsome Bao, I apologize. I have erred. Do not inquire about my mistake. My love for you leaves me bewildered. Handsome Bao, do you realize we are both excessive? You are excessively captivated, and I am excessively yearning for you. Handsome Bao, do you know which wine is the most intoxicating? It is the everlasting bond with you. As her Weibo inbox chimed incessantly, she lacked the courage to look, silencing her phone and setting it aside. An hour later, she blocked Yu Shubao. The world felt serene again. Yu Shubao, oblivious to the implications of being blocked, misunderstood the notification as merely an additional message. He continued to send messages, delighting in the process, his smile exaggeratedly broad. What a peculiar sight, exclaimed Li as he descended the stairs. The lottery for the 3-digit game was about to be drawn when Chu-He sprinted over, skillfully retrieving yesterday's ticket to check the numbers. The day before, he had exhausted all his coins on the 3-digit lottery, ultimately finding himself penniless at the restaurant, forced to subdue the owner with a magical artifact to escape. He had left with the declaration, "This holy sun does not dine and dash. Upon winning tomorrow, I shall return to repay double." He had randomly selected 10 tickets, each with a 100-fold bet, dreaming of instant fortune, emboldened by his previous successes. Yet, as he compared ticket after ticket, his expression grew increasingly grim until he collapsed onto the ground. Lily observed him with a knowing shake of his head. Risking everything in hopes of a miraculous turnaround, such individuals often met with misfortune in their past lives. Soon after, a new Weibo message appeared. From the most handsome son of the immortal sect. Rare artifacts for sale, up to 70 off. Don't miss this opportunity. The head of Haoyue Immortal Sect, Xiao Ju, commented, rebellious disciple. With a curse emoji, dark energies swirled at the borders. Early the following morning, a thunderous clamor erupted outside the city of Boyang as the forces of Fengzhou drew near, their overwhelming demonic aura darkening the sky. The stage for battle was set once more. The army of Wu Zhao formed a formidable front, accompanied by disciples from various sects and independent cultivators. In contrast to the disciplined military ranks, these individuals appeared rather disorganized, their eyes gleaming with anticipation and excitement. Each held peculiar items in their hands, small vials, lighters, batteries from Nanfu, spicy strips from Weilong, and more. As the Feng troops and the demonic horde approached, they hurled their possessions indiscriminately. The object struck the faces of Feng soldiers, causing them to pause in confusion. What is this? Who has the audacity to litter? Damn, this is useless. What the hell? This is also useless, and now I have oil all over my hand, but it does smell quite nice. One soldier licked his fingers, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Let me have a go. A red brick was launched, crashing down upon a Feng soldier's head. It shattered. Indeed, it was merely an ordinary brick. Feng soldiers were enraged. We're in the midst of a battle, and you dare to throw bricks at me? Do you hold us in such contempt? Suddenly, a blinding flash of golden light erupted, drawing everyone's gaze upward, where a towering figure, clad in hues of red and white, emerged. A pulsating signal light was embedded in its chest. With a resonating roar that seemed to shake the heavens, the colossal figure crossed its fingers, unleashing a white beam of light that turned everything in its path to ash. "My goodness, how incredible!" exclaimed a middle-aged cultivator, his excitement palpable. "This giant was summoned by that little stick I threw. Haha, giant, go forth and slay." However, to his dismay, the signal light on the giant's chest began to beep an alarm before it ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight. The middle-aged cultivator's laughter abruptly ceased. What? It withdrew after just one strike? What do you expect? That single blow must have claimed at least 10,000 lives among the Feng troops. Damn, you were lucky. Let me try again. I refuse to believe this. He tossed a thumb-sized object, complete with a small circular ring. If Li Li were present, he would immediately recognize it as a keychain. Alongside the ring dangled a small gourd. Upon hitting the ground, the gourd expanded and burst apart, revealing a rotund, 2 or 3 meter tall figure emerging, balancing the gourd atop its head. Grandpa! The cultivator was taken aback. I haven't even acknowledged you as family yet. So refrain from such exclamations. The stout figure seized a nearby beast as it charged forth. Let go, you demon! Return my grandpa! The beast roared and struggled fiercely, but the child's strength was astounding, as if forged from solid iron, rendering the creature's efforts futile. Demon, release my grandpa. Immediately, the rotund boy staged a scene of barehandedly tearing apart a beast, a sight most gruesome. Where's my grandfather? I demand my grandfather. It must be you who have taken him. The boy bellowed, transforming into 7 identical, plump figures, each adorned in vibrant hues. Save grandpa! Save grandpa! The 7 stout boys charged valiantly towards the soldiers of the Feng army and the demonic horde, displaying unmatched courage. They breathed fire, spewed water, ripped beasts apart with their bare hands, and severed magical artifacts as if they were mere trinkets, launching surprise attacks like phantoms. Most terrifying among them was the purple boy, who, with a flourish of his chubby hand, summoned a magical gourd that exuded a powerful suction, drawing large swathes of troops into its depths. The 7 stout boys rampaged through the battlefield, fighting fiercely while incessantly chattering about rescuing their grandfather. The Feng soldiers were left bewildered. Who the hell has taken their grandfather? Hand him over at once. Despite their valor, the 7 stout boys' onslaught was short-lived, vanishing as quickly as it had begun. Just as one wave subsided, another emerged. A cultivator hurled a thumb-sized stick towards the Feng army. Upon impact, the stick radiated brilliance, revealing 5 resplendent golden characters. Rui Jingu Bang. The stick began to expand, growing thicker and longer, seemingly reaching towards the heavens. At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated through the void. Receive a blow from me, old son. With that declaration, a colossal staff descended. Boom! Countless Feng soldiers were crushed into a pulp, their cries of agony echoing in the air. The commander of the Feng army was nearly paralyzed with fear. The Wu dynasty had actually deployed a top-tier magical artifact. Retreat, retreat. All troops withdraw. A series of inexplicable assaults led to catastrophic losses for the Feng army, their morale plummeting. In this battle, the Wu dynasty emerged with resounding victory. On the walls of Boyang City, Liang Yuan and Feng Tianchun were left in a daze, having witnessed the tumult on the battlefield. Or those occurrences. They had prepared for a fierce battle, yet the victory came with such ease. Nearby, Yu Hongshan pondered for a moment before voicing his speculation. While waiting in line to buy a phone, he had overheard discussions about a golden egg and border defense. Boss, you were aware of this too? Feng Tianchun suddenly understood. If that is the case, it all makes sense. The goods in the boss's shop were always extraordinary. Yu Hongshan pulled out his phone, turned his back to the city wall, smiled, and flashed a peace sign, capturing a selfie with the battlefield in the background. He uploaded it to Weibo with the caption, "How dare the diminutive Feng dynasty invade our mighty Wu?" Thumbs up emoji. Chapter 66. The Kuei clan. Not only Yu Hongshan, but cultivators with phones also began uploading battlefield photos. In an instant, Weibo was flooded with countless outrageous images, grotesque corpses juxtaposed with grinning faces. What on earth is this? It looks rather intriguing, doesn't it? Brother, you're not a local, are you? You guessed correctly. I hail from Luzhou, having rushed to the border to lend a hand. As the cultivator spoke, his attention remained fixated on his phone, a clear indication of his keen interest. The local cultivator from Qingzhou chuckled softly. My friend, this marvelous device is called a mobile phone. There exists a quaint little shop 30 miles south of Qingyang City, where one can procure such treasures. As he elaborated enthusiastically, the cultivator's gaze intensified. He promptly drew his flying sword, ready to embark on his journey. Hold your horses. The shop is already closed for the day. It would be wise to visit tomorrow. Thank you, brother, for the information. Such scenes were plentiful, with inquisitive cultivators, under the guidance of their local counterparts, eagerly anticipating their visit. The lottery shop's fame surged exponentially. Our martial dynasty secured a decisive victory with ease. The Feng'an fell in less than half a day. It is said that the treasures unearthed from the golden eggs played a pivotal role. The proprietor truly possesses remarkable prowess, casually dictating the course of the battlefield between two nations. The Fengjin will not concede so easily. I propose we pursue them relentlessly, leaving no survivors. I believe it is not yet the right moment. They have the demon clans on their side, notorious for their cunning and treachery. Caution is advisable. On Weibo, comments beneath various posts surged as cultivators engaged in discussions about the battle, analyzed the situation, and shared their own treasures unearthed from the shop, creating a lively atmosphere. The Weibo app had undoubtedly become an indispensable platform for communication among cultivators. The shop's revenue skyrocketed, surpassing half of the previous total. The following morning, a throng gathered outside, eagerly awaiting the shop's opening, with a number of cultivators far exceeding the previous day. Countless cultivators flocked to the scene. Business flourished within the shop, and Yu Rui was elated, for she was a dedicated employee, unfazed by the fatigue. One individual burst into the shop, exclaiming, "Number 8. I have drawn number 8. It was Murong Baichuan. Although he had not visited the shop in recent days, he had periodically sent Murong Chong to fetch a batch of scratch-off tickets back to Yinzhou. Fortune smiled upon him last night as he finally revealed number 8, completing the entire pattern. "Young lady, I am here to claim my prize." Yu Rui apologized, "Elder. Please wait in line." Outside the lottery shop, a serpentine queue formed for purchasing mobile phones. An attempt to cut in line proved futile. "Old man, do you understand the concept of first come, first served? Please proceed to the end of the line." "Hush. That man is the ancestral figure of the Murong clan in Yunzhou, a third-tier powerhouse. Can he defeat the proprietor? Certainly not. Then why is he so arrogant? He could effortlessly crush you if he chose to leave this courtyard." The cultivator suddenly awakened to reality. "Elder, please allow me to assist you. I will go to the back of the line." Murong Baichuan's face flushed with embarrassment. These young ones speak such truths. While it is true that he could not best the proprietor, who among the living could? There is no need. I will wait in line myself. Murong Baichuan understood the shop's rules. His earlier excitement had merely led him astray. As he took his place at the end of the line, he felt a rush of exhilaration, already pondering the purchase of a mobile phone after claiming his prize. The previous day, Murong Chong had brought back a phone, which had whetted his appetite, prompting him to commandeer it for an entire night, leveraging his status. Had it not been for his fondness of the color white, Murong Chong's mobile phone would have long since changed hands. After half an hour, it was finally his turn. As the grand prize of the establishment, Li personally made an appearance. Having met the proprietor, Murong Chong proclaimed, "I have gathered 12 fragments of the map. I humbly ask for your assistance in redeeming my prize." Li rolled up the 12 fragments in his hand and nodded, inquiring, "What would you like to exchange for?" "The vitality elixir." With a wave of his hand, a jade vial landed in Murong Baichuan's grasp. "This vitality elixir can only be consumed once in a lifetime." "Thank you, esteemed proprietor." Murong Baichuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, his body trembling slightly. The act of prolonging one's lifespan was indeed an extraordinary feat, with each instance being a rarity in the world, priceless yet unattainable. Now it lay before him, his own. How could he not be exhilarated? He uncorked the vial and downed its contents in one gulp. Instantly, a warm current surged through his limbs and veins, enveloping his entire being. Green tendrils of light flowed gently around him, as if mending the wounds inflicted by time. His once aged visage began to regain a rosy hue, the creases on his skin smoothing slightly, and his head of white hair gradually transformed into strands of black, leaving him feeling rejuvenated by a decade or more. Experiencing the revitalizing energy coursing through him, Murong Baichuan erupted into hearty laughter. He turned once more to Li, bowing deeply in gratitude. "There is no need for such formality. Your collection of the 12 fragments is your own fortune." Murong Baichuan then acquired another mobile phone, this one in white. Having spent the previous night familiarizing himself with social media through Murong Chong's device, he registered for Weibo and logged in. Raising his phone, he snapped a selfie. A photo emerged wherein he appeared a decade younger than before. Once resembling an octogenarian, he now looked no older than 50. Accompanying his image was the caption, "A visage of determination." Xiao Ju was the first to like and comment. "Wow, is this not the infamous Murong? How have you grown so youthful?" The leader of the Xiantian immortal sect, Yin Yi, remarked, "Brother Murong, have you acquired some celestial treasure?" Murong Yin easily interjected, "Grandfather, have you completed your redemption?" "Splendid." The leader of the Haoyue immortal sect, Xiao Ju, expressed shock. Shocked emoji. Could it be the vitality elixir? With a sense of pride, Murong Baichuan replied, "No need for envy, dear friends. I simply had a stroke of good fortune. You too can achieve this." Xiaoju responded with a frantic emoji. Below, a flurry of congratulatory comments for the elder poured in, as Murong Baichuan leisurely scrolled through them, laughing heartily. At the entrance, a towering figure appeared. "Ah, old dragon, it has been quite some time. What have you been up to lately?" Long Zhan appeared somewhat weary. He replied in a deep voice, "Do not mention it. A few days ago, a younger member of my clan went missing. I enlisted the help of the Tianjizong to investigate, and Tianjizi divined that it was related to the Kuei clan. In a fit of rage, I stormed alone to the Yunding Snow Mountain. And then, at this point, Long Zhan abruptly paused for a moment. Murong Baichuan, how have you grown youthful? Have you, perchance, consumed the vitality elixir?" Murong Baichuan chuckled softly. "What luck! I inadvertently struck number 8. By the heavens, this world is truly unfair. I narrowly escaped death on the cloud-top Snow Mountain. Yet this old fellow has won the grand prize. Wait a moment. Narrowly escaped death? Indeed, as soon as I set foot on cloud-top Snow Mountain, I sensed an aura of the supreme realm, which frightened me into fleeing." Murong Baichuan's expression shifted. "The old wretch of the Kuei clan has awakened? It cannot be that old fool's aura. I'm certain he has not stirred. Otherwise, I would not dare to venture onto the snow-capped mountain alone. Are you suggesting that the Kuei clan has produced a new second grade? How is that even possible? Recently, there have been no signs of the fourth Nine Thunder Tribulation on the continent." Long Zhan sighed. "Who knows? But that aura cannot deceive." Their conversation was overheard clearly by Siyu, who was perched on the peach tree. The Kuei clan and the Demon clan both reside in the northern territories of the continent, and for centuries, they have been bitter enemies vying for dominion over the untamed lands of the north. 200 years ago, the two clans engaged in a fierce battle, and their supreme ancestors were both gravely wounded and fell into slumber. For years, the two clans have maintained a facade of peace, as their strengths were evenly matched. However, if the Kuei clan has indeed given rise to a new second grade, it would spell calamity for the Demon clan. Chapter 67, The Fire Phoenix Queen. Though this matter remains unverified, the emergence of a second grade supreme is exceedingly rare. The previous elder of Fengming Mountain, Jiutian, met with utter destruction as a consequence. Still, better to be cautious than to be caught unawares. The Kuei clan is treacherous. If this is true, the Demon clan is doomed. He resolved to swiftly inform his kin. At present, his strength had returned to the 6th grade, and he attempted to summon Ning Yuyu on the 2nd floor through his spiritual energy, but was thwarted by an invisible street barrier. That woman, Ning Yuyu, lounged on the 2nd floor, leaving him no choice but to return to the Beast God Mountain alone. Within the establishment, the atmosphere was particularly lively. Long Zhan held a phone, the screen resembling a scene where O'Neill was handling a bottle of mineral water. His thick fingers slid across the screen, his heavy brows knitted together. After a flurry of operations, he was met only with typos, causing him to tug at his hair in frustration. "This thing is far too small. It's quite the hassle." "Then don't play with it. Who told you to be so large?" At this moment, Murong Baichuan was engaged in a private conversation with several prominent figures of the sect, the topic revolving around the 2nd grade of the Kuei clan. Numerous chat boxes were being toggled back and forth, their activity relentless. "Ancestor, what are you so busy with? Mind your own business, child. Let adults handle their affairs." Murong Chong retorted, "Ancestor, I'll be 50 next year. And what of it? In my eyes, you're still a mere child." Murong Chong found himself at a loss for words. "Ancestor, switching between chats is too cumbersome. Why not create a micro-chat group?" "Micro-chat group? What is that?" "It's simply a group where people converse together and everyone can see the discussion." Murong Baichuan's interest was piqued. "There is such a feature?" "Indeed. It was discovered by Air and the others. You could try it too." "How does one go about it?" With a simple click on the Discovery tab and a brief scroll down, a new Weibo group chat materialized. While Xiaoju was leisurely browsing through comments, a private message caught his eye. The invitation to join the chat came from the venerable Murong ancestor, a name that elicited a smirk from him. What exactly is a group chat? Curiosity piqued, Xiaoju clicked to enter, followed closely by Yun Yi and Yin Shi, who were also drawn into the conversation. Moments later, Yun Yi invited another participant, the name straightforward and clear, Wu Huang. Just a few hours prior, Xiao Yinchang had rushed back to the capital, delivering a mobile phone to Wu Huang and patiently instructing him on its use. "Xiao brother, shall we invite more people? The younger generation can be left out." The old friends haven't even purchased phones or visited the owner's shop. It seems to be just us. Indeed, the fewer second-grade Supreme Realm Juniors involved, the better. What about inviting the owner? In response to Muron Baichuan's suggestion, the group fell into contemplative silence. Finally, Xiao Ju attempted to invite Li Li, and to their surprise, he accepted after a few moments. The group erupted in joy. Welcome, boss. Li Li entered the group, looking somewhat bewildered, punctuating his confusion with a question mark. Xiao Ju responded with a smiley face, but soon the chat fell into a quiet lull, with an air of awkwardness hanging over it. You all carry on. I won't intrude, Li Li remarked, sensing their serious discussion. He chose not to leave the group, as life could be rather dull, and the excitement was worth observing. After all, they were the ones who had invited him, and he was keen on witnessing the unfolding drama. With a prompt from Muron Baichuan, the conversation turned towards the topic of the Kuei tribe. Li Li listened intently. Terms like Kuei tribe, Kuei beasts, and demon race were all novel to him. After a thorough discussion, the conclusion drawn by Muron Baichuan and the others was to remain vigilant towards the northern border and watch for developments. Regardless of whether the Kuei tribe had genuinely promoted a new second-grade Supreme, they dared not provoke the Wu dynasty, especially with four formidable second-grade Supreme beings safeguarding it. Moreover, should the Kuei tribe decide to stir trouble, their first target would undoubtedly be the demon race. The relationship between the Beast God Mountain and the Wu dynasty was devoid of enmity, yet it lacked substantial camaraderie. In the dead of night, a crimson demonic light surged from a small courtyard, transforming into a blazing firebird soaring northward. The sixth-grade realms see you could maintain her peak form for a considerable duration. 2 hours later, deep within the northern Beast God Mountain, a beautiful woman clad in red opened her eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing her pale face. Yuya. In an instant, she vanished from her spot. Mother. The exhausted Cu reverted to her avian form, weakly fluttering into a warm embrace. Mother has missed you dearly. Mother, I have missed you as well. Tears welled in the woman's eyes as she cradled the little red bird in her hands, and with a wave of her sleeve, they returned to the cave dwelling. Mother, how is your injury? The gentle smile of the beautiful woman radiated warmth. There is no serious harm. With a little more rest, I shall be well. The mother and son, having been apart for quite some time, exchanged heartfelt sentiments of longing. Apart from the old Beast King in seclusion, the highest cultivators in Beast God Mountain were the 3 clan leaders, the Dragon King of the Jiao Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Queen of the Fiery Wing Clan, and the Tiger Lord of the Tsang Tiger Clan. Unintentionally injured by a lightning tribulation, Siyu was taken in by a skilled master, a fact known to the Phoenix Queen. Your wounds have not fully healed. Why did you rush back to Beast God Mountain in the dead of night? Siyu looked at his mother, earnestly declaring, I hastily returned to deliver significant news. What news could be of such import to you? It is suspected that the Kuei clan has produced a second-grade Supreme. The Phoenix Queen paused, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled lightly. You are now a 4th-grade Great Demon. You should know that to ascend to second-grade Supreme, one must undergo the baptism of lightning tribulation. Not to mention the Northern Realm. The entire continent has not witnessed a lightning tribulation recently. This matter may simply be a false alarm. Siyu shook his head. I am aware. But this information was conveyed directly by a 3rd-grade human expert. Better to be cautious. I believe Beast God Mountain must remain vigilant. The Phoenix Queen gently caressed Siyu's head. I understand your concerns, my child. I shall inform the 2 clan leaders and the high priest about this matter. The mother and son continued their conversation, with most of Siyu recounting amusing anecdotes from the shop, which captivated the Phoenix Queen, igniting her interest in the lottery shop. Mother, I believe it would be beneficial for the younger generation of Beast God Mountain to visit the shop. They might find something of value. The Phoenix Queen nodded, smiling. You make a valid point, Such a marvelous place has piqued even my curiosity. Once I recover, I shall visit the shop, and you will be my host. Indeed, I look forward to that day. As dawn approached, Siyu said, Mother, I must take my leave. The peach tree in the courtyard is more effective than the spirit array of Beast God Mountain. Once I restore my cultivation, I shall return. A fleeting look of reluctance crossed the Phoenix Queen's face, but she did not insist on keeping Siyu. My child, travel safely. In the small courtyard, a gentle breeze wafted through as Li Li woke from his slumber, realizing it was already noon. The shop was still bustling with activity. Looking out the window, he saw a group of people gathered, animatedly discussing something with smiles on their faces. The topic appeared to be how to accurately predict the numbers for the latest lottery draw. The excitement stemmed from the recent announcement of a new winning ticket. With one individual striking it rich, 500 times the stake, a single bet, a life-changing win of 500,000 gold. In the midst of the crowd, a plum man, beaming with pride and boasting with his hands on his hips, was the fortunate winner. Chapter 68. The Transformation of the Giant Mushroom. Lili listanatin tanli, astunisha. The discussions about number elimination, golden numbers, and tail numbers were being expounded by the man, who had seemingly developed an entire lexicon on the subject without a mentor. His explanations were so articulate that his audience, including Chu He and others, nodded in agreement. Lili couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The arrangement of the lottery game, known as three arrangement, is fundamentally devoid of rules, relying purely on chance. Even if there were any guidelines, one would need to analyze the trends for previous draws. For instance, the regular patrons at the lottery shop would often spend long hours seated, armed with a piece of paper and a pen. Although the establishment boasts an electronic version of the trend charts, it has only produced 5 draws thus far. What can one possibly deduce from that? The portly gentleman's success is merely a stroke of luck. However, the ambience created by such individuals is beneficial. The lottery shop thrives on their enthusiasm, which in turn heightens the customer's desire to purchase tickets. Downstairs, a diligent attendant named Yu Rui was at the counter, assisting a familiar customer, Yi Xianer, a young girl far too engrossed in her mobile device for her age, which did not bode well for her future. Feeling the weight of Li Li's scrutinizing gaze, Yi Xuan quickly shrank behind Montak Lingxian. What mischief could the boss be concocting now? Where has the little red bird gone? It was just here yesterday. The peach tree has become a popular photo spot for the shop, and it is worth noting that since the time travel event, this once ordinary tree has flourished remarkably. The absence of the bird was palpable. Hearing commotion from outside, Lili furrowed his brows and stepped out to investigate, only to find no trace of the little creature. His demeanor darkened immediately. Who has stolen my bird? Nearby customers felt a surge of anxiety. Who would dare to steal from you, boss? That would be courting death. We would never. Perhaps it simply ventured out to play and hasn't returned yet. It is certainly possible. Small creatures often indulge in playful escapades, and it may very well return after a time. Lili considered this notion, reasoning that it could be quite dull for the bird to remain perched in the tree all day. He understood that the little bird, like the small snake, was a mystical beast, but as a flying creature, it yearned for freedom and the open sky. He had previously stated that he would not impede its departure if it chose to leave. Once Lili exita. The gathered crowd released their pent-up apprehension and began snapping photographs. Wen Tianqin and Liang Yuan entered, greeting Li Li at the entrance of the lottery shop. Miss Rui, 2 mobile phones, please. Certainly, esteemed seniors. What colors do you desire? I would like white. I shall have the same. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared near the peach tree, revealing a burly figure holding a large, spotted mushroom, one that was larger than his own face. Long Zhan relished the challenge of secret realms, frequently plunging into them to enhance both his agility and his most deficient skill, intellect. The gifts awarded for conquering these secret realms are randomly distributed by the system, eliminating the need for Li Li's intervention. Early that morning, Long Zhan had arrived and, after a morning of diligent effort, successfully passed the 4th level, earning a reward. In his hand lay a peculiar mushroom, the purpose of which eluded him, prompting him to seek clarification from the proprietor. Old Dragon, what is this? I have no idea. I was just about to inquire with the boss. At that moment, Lili emerged, and both Feng Tianqin and Air Duo, curious, joined them. Boss, is there something amiss? Dragon Zhan, with an endearing smile, presented the mushroom. Boss, this is the reward I received for conquering the challenge in the secret realm. Could you enlighten me on its utility? Lili took it, observing its rather unsightly appearance, immediately suspecting its toxicity. Yet, it felt eerily familiar. Suddenly struck by realization, he exclaimed, Isn't this the mushroom from the sewer that can cause one to grow in size? Indeed, host. This mushroom not only enlarges the consumer, but also temporarily enhances their physical strength for a duration of half an hour. By how much? It varies per individual. For the person before you, who is at the 3rd rank of the harmonized realm, it should elevate him by 2 minor realms to the pinnacle of the 3rd rank, albeit solely in physical strength. Lili understood. An enhancement of 2 minor realms was indeed formidable. In the path of cultivation, the disparity between each minor realm at higher tiers is colossal. If Dragon Zhan, the stout and robust man, consumed the mushroom, he would easily overpower Feng Tianqin and Air Duo beside him. Meeting Dragon Zhan's eager gaze, Lili tossed him the mushroom and recounted the system's words. At the mention of the 3rd rank pinnacle, Dragon John and the others instinctively swallowed hard. Wouldn't that mean they could easily best Old Moro? Below the third rank. They would be invincible. Though time was limited, this item could undoubtedly be a lifesaver in critical moments. Ignoring the curious looks of Feng Tianxian and Air Duo, Dragon John gleefully stowed the mushroom in his storage ring. Thank you for the clarification, boss. By the way, it is advisable to use it in a more spacious area. Just as he was about to leave, Li Li's voice called from behind. Why is that? Because consuming the mushroom will cause your body to enlarge. By how much? Quite significantly. Li Li had no way of knowing the extent, having never consumed it himself. The trio approached the peach tree, intrigued by the mushroom. Feng Tianxian and Liang Yuan also developed an interest in the challenge of the secret realm. The three swiped their cards to enter. Chui strolled leisurely to the lottery shop's entrance, hands clasped behind his back, feigning interest in a lottery trend chart displayed on the wall, muttering to himself incomprehensibly. Miss Rui, hand me a piece of paper and a pen. Yu Rui, handing over the items, jested, it seems the Holy Sun's artifact has been sold. Chui smirked defiantly, tossing out 10 gold coins while simultaneously passing over a freshly written note. 5 bets. What a joke. No one has inquired on Weibo, and, privately, no one dares to ask. Surely, old Deng has warned them. Absolutely. The once illustrious Holy Sun had fallen to such depths. Clutching the lottery ticket, he gritted his teeth. Returning from the Master's tutelage, this time, I shall surely turn the tables. As dusk approached, the little red bird had yet to return. Lily gently caressed the smooth head of the little snake. O little snake, the bird, yearning for freedom, has departed. Do you not miss home? Ning Yokyo Bauset, raising her head as the snake hissed. Boss, did that scruffy bird leave? Indeed, it has yet to return. I fear it may not come back, Lily mused. That shouldn't be the case. Its cultivation has not yet been restored. How could the scruffy bird leave? Is there any place more suitable for recuperation than here? I hope nothing has happened to it. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out from outside. Help! Help! It drew Li Li's attention, as well as that of all the patrons within. What is going on? Who is calling for help? In a flash, a figure burst through the door. It was an elderly man with hair as white as snow, and perched atop his head was a small red bird, panting heavily. The boss's bird has returned. What has happened? Abruptly, a chill ran through everyone's hearts as they sensed a terrifying aura of malice approaching from outside. It was the Chi tribe. Chapter 69, The Lizard Man. The crowd peered outside, and the source of the murderous intent came into view, a figure cloaked in black, entirely shrouded. Yet, the lizard tail trailing behind confirmed his identity as a member of the Chi tribe, also known as the Chi beasts. The Chi tribe members resembled humans, yet their pupils were striking green, their bodies adorned with scales from head to toe, with a lizard tail protruding from their backs, making them easily distinguishable. They were truly humanoid lizard monsters, hence the name lizard men. Step by step, he approached, exuding a palpable aura of death. A 4th-grade expert. Some recognized his level. Yet there was no cause for alarm. After all, the boss was inside, and there were several 3rd-grade masters present. However, Feng Tianxian and Liang Yuan seemed embroiled in a challenge within the secret realm, continuously cursing as they had yet to emerge. The elderly man appeared frantic, glancing anxiously at those in the courtyard. Little bird, is this what you call reinforcements? Their cultivation is even lower than mine. Old man, quickly retreat inside. Trust me. See you flapped her wings, attempting to leap from the old man's head, but appearing gravely injured, she fell back to the ground, her head down. Behind them, the Chi expert sneered coldly, a hint of bloodlust flashing in his emerald eyes. The blood of human cultivators is purer than that of mere mortals. His sinister gaze sent shivers through everyone present. This fellow intended to slaughter them all. Wait, what are we afraid of? This is the boss's territory. Chui scoffed derisively, beckoning the Chi tribesman with a wave of his hand. Come over here. The elderly man, having managed to stand, twitched the corner of his mouth. Goodness, this group looks utterly unreliable. And you, young one, without even a completed Dan, what right do you have to be so arrogant? Anxiously, he turned around, searching for an alternate exit, knowing that remaining here would surely lead to his demise. A figure approached slowly, clad in azure attire, bearing an expression of tranquility, with an admirable physique and extraordinary demeanor. Yet, there was no discernible aura of spiritual energy, merely a mundane individual. You little wretch, you have brought about my ruin. Suddenly, an overwhelming presence surged from outside, as a member of the Kuwait tribe unleashed a violent punch, unleashing a torrent of force that surged toward the courtyard, akin to a tidal wave. Goodness, he is not entering. How cunning. Everyone summoned their magical artifacts to defend themselves as the ferocious gust approached, only to vanish moments before reaching the entrance, seemingly devoured into thin air. Little one, when did you manage to escape? You look quite disheveled. A light, airy voice rang out. The proprietor had intervened. A wave of relief washed over the onlookers as they discreetly retreated, clearing a path. Familiar patrons, like Chu-Hee, swiftly retrieved small stools, preparing for the spectacle. New customers appeared utterly bewildered, marveling at their proficiency. Shall we have one? Thank you, my friend. My surname is Sure, not Xia. This angle offers a splendid view. I shall sit here. The disheveled Siyu was cradled in Li Li's hands. Boss, this lizard man bullied me. I nearly didn't make it back. His tone was laced with indignation and a hint of grievance. After failing to land a blow, the Kuei tribesman, with his scaly visage momentarily stunned, caught sight of Li Li at the entrance. Peering in with spiritual sight revealed only an empty void, devoid of any spiritual energy. Just a mere mortal? Yet, suddenly, a terrifying vortex of abyss materialized within that void, resembling a colossal maw capable of devouring heaven and earth. He felt his soul being uncontrollably drawn in, incessantly tugged, distorted, and torn apart. The Kuei tribesman howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, trembling, his already grotesque features contorting further. Have you discerned my true nature? Li Li, gently stroking the soft feathers of the little bird, stood there with a mocking smile playing at his lips, as calm as a gentle breeze. Who are you? The Kuei tribesman rasped, struggling to lift his head, his emerald eyes filled with terror. He had never encountered such a fearsome being. His soul, being tugged and twisted, yet never consumed, was a torment beyond measure. He yearned for a swift end to his suffering, yet he found himself powerless, unable even to self-destruct. Meanwhile, the elderly man amidst the crowd stood in stunned silence. Was this truly immortal? He was nothing short of divine. Once he regained his composure, tears of joy streamed down his face. You little bird, you are indeed an honest creature. Could you kindly inquire with your master whether we have need of assistance in the shop? Elder, why do you remain standing? The old man looked down as a disciple on his left handed him a small stool, which he accepted, while another on his right offered a handful of watermelon seeds. Now, tell me what transpired. The little bird began its tale with a leisurely demeanor. Upon returning from Beast God Mountain, Siyu encountered the Kuei clan while passing through Hezhou. The Kuei clan was engaged in the gruesome act of draining the lifeblood of mortals and wandering cultivators. Although Siyu harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the Kuei, his own powers were not yet restored, and he wisely refrained from provoking trouble. However, as he departed, the Kuei clan discovered his presence and pursued him relentlessly. Ultimately, Siyu, drained of his spiritual energy, transformed into a small bird and fortuitously collided with an elderly human cultivator. This elder, also a wandering practitioner, was not spared by the Kuei clan. Fortunately, despite being merely at the 5th rank of the Purple Mansion realm, he had mastered an array of escape techniques. Thus, the pair, a human and a bird, fled together. Perhaps the Kuei clan wished to conceal their actions, intent on silencing witnesses, as they had no intention of declaring war against the martial dynasty just yet. Their relentless pursuit led them all the way to Qingzhou. Li tapped the small bird's head with his finger. So you've returned home. I thought someone had taken you away. My apologies, boss. I didn't have time to speak with you while you were resting last night. It's all right. It's not as if anything nefarious was afoot. Returning home is a wonderful thing. Having a home is a blessing. Li gradually turned and walked into the courtyard. For reasons unknown, at that moment, Siyu sensed a tinge of melancholy and solitude emanating from him. Boss, where's your home? My home is in a far-off place. Then, can't you return home? Perhaps I cannot go back anymore. The customers exchanged glances, sensing the boss's low spirits. Didn't he hear that? Missing home. Where do you suppose the boss's home is? No matter how distant, with his abilities, he could traverse the entire continent. That is true. After a brief silence, Chui suddenly spoke. What if the boss's home isn't on the Tianqing continent? Everyone fell silent, taken aback. If it's not on the Tianqing continent, then where could it be? Are there other continents in this world? Chui smiled mysteriously and gestured towards the sky. The celestial realm. Gasp. The group was struck as if thunder had echoed in their ears, turning to glimpse Li Li, who was amusing the bird in the courtyard. Clad in azure robes, he exuded an ethereal aura, with features untainted by the mundane world, reminiscent of a transcendent being. Is there truly a celestial realm? Who knows? There probably is. Sure. Let us not discuss it here. Let us chat in the group later. Indeed, let us disperse. What about this lizard man? Forget it. He is doomed anyway. I'll watch a little longer. I've only heard of the Kuei clan before, but I've never seen one. I'll stay a bit too. For some reason, the louder it screams, the more exhilarated I feel. Goodness, you pervert. Chapter 70, The Grand Opening. Lily placed the small bird back on a branch of the peach tree and gently patted its head. From now on, if you wish to return home, just let me know. Thank you, boss. C was deeply moved. The boss had saved him twice. Had it not been for his refuge during the Thunder Tribulation, he would have faced certain death in those dire circumstances. Today was yet another act of kindness. Truly, the boss is a remarkable person. After Lily departed, he began to close his eyes, absorbing the ethereal energies of the universe. Fortunately, having narrowly escaped death, his injuries were not grave. However, the depletion of his internal spiritual power was significant. The audacity of the Kuei clan to consume human essence was astonishing. Perhaps the demon clan was also engaged in similar practices. He harbored a persistent suspicion that the Kuei clan was orchestrating some nefarious plot, compelling him to hasten his recovery to confront any impending threats. Cursed Kuei clan, if it were not for my lack of restored strength, how could I be fleeing from you today? What is the situation? Upon exiting the secret realm, Long Zhan and Feng Tianchun were greeted by the sight of a gathering at the courtyard entrance. The Kuei clan? I had merely entered the secret realm for a brief moment, and yet a lizard man has appeared at the entrance, kneeling. How outrageous! The Kuei clan has the audacity to venture here. Huzhou belongs to the northern borders and is the closest martial state to the Kuei clan, with many connections between the Long family and the Kuei clan. Not long ago, a disciple of our clan was slain by them. Furious, Long Zhan approached the lizard man. You scoundrel! His fist, as formidable as a cooking pot, was about to descend, only to be swiftly halted by Shi Longyan. Predecessor, do not act impulsively. What? Are you defending this hideous creature? Shi Longyan stood firm. How could I, predecessor? This fiend has harmed many in Huzhou. It would be a mercy for him to perish swiftly. How so? Predecessor, look. Long Zhan lowered his gaze to the lizard man, observing its body twitch uncontrollably, its expression shifting from blankness to terror, to madness, then back to a dazed state. It seemed to endure endless torment and fear, unable to escape, trapped in a cycle of suffering. This is the method of our master. Is not a fate worse than death a more fitting punishment for this abominable creature? Long Zhan shuddered inwardly. Master, quite ingenious. Suddenly recalling something, he exclaimed, Wait, you mentioned this lizard man has been tormenting mortals and rogue cultivators in Huzhou? Indeed, predecessor. The news was brought back by our master's little bird. Upon hearing this, Long Zhan's eyes blazed with fury. Damn it, this pack of wretches is truly courting death. Old Feng, he called out, summoning Feng Tianchun. What is it? This lizard man is but one of many tormenting the populace in Huzhou. I suspect there is a deeper conspiracy at play. Feng Tianchun raised an eyebrow, amused. Well, your wooden head can still ponder these matters. Long Zhan glared fiercely. Indeed, this is not something I would typically articulate. Ha! The challenge of the secret realm has evidently sharpened my wits. Old Feng, we must relay this matter to the martial emperor post-haste. I have already informed a group. What group? Our group, of course. Our master is also part of it. We? Feng Tianchun suddenly froze. Cursing, I forgot to add this fellow. Long Zhan approached and firmly grasped his collar. Old fellow, are you forming cliques behind my back and speaking ill of me in the group? Feng Tianchun chuckled awkwardly. I forgot. It was a simple oversight. I'll add you right away. That's more like it. In the courtyard, the old man in gray was curiously surveying his surroundings. What were these people up to? Were those little paper slips capable of producing flowers? A golden egg. His eyes lit up as he leaned in closer. To his dismay, it was merely a facade, coated in a layer of gold paint. Ha! I can guarantee this is undoubtedly a treasure. Look at the craftsmanship. TSK. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere, holding a square, exquisite object, bursting into laughter. Oh my, you startle me, old man. The elder, astonished, inquired, Young brother, where did you just come from? Noting the man's surprised expression, the cultivator explained, It's your first time here. Let me introduce you. This is called smashing the golden egg, and there is a spatial overlay array set by the boss, consisting of 33 layers. Over here, this is called a slot card. You must be referring to the scratch-off ticket. It's quite entertaining but relies heavily on luck. The cultivator guided the elder through the various offerings within the establishment, leaving the old man utterly astounded. Is this still the Tianqing continent? It feels as though I've inadvertently stepped into a foreign realm. Every item is unheard of. Heavenly-grade artifacts, essence liquids, vitality fluids, and even treasures capable of dominating the battlefield. Everything was simply extraordinary. Old man, you can try it for yourself. I assure you will enjoy it here. I am Li Dowie. Thank you, young brother, for your clarification. No need for thanks, elder. All who come here are friends. The inns surrounding the establishment had been completed. Not only inns, but there were also taverns. The two establishments were in competition, with one building a tavern. Shi Longyin and Lu Muqing sought out Li Li, hoping he would support their opening with a shared meal. Li Li did not refuse, as it was merely a few steps away. Across the street, Qi Wang Xia Yanchang had set a precedent by constructing a sizable courtyard. Many cultivators, witnessing this, were inspired to purchase land in Qingyang City to build their own residences. This did not conflict with the inns, as the inns catered to ordinary cultivators or outsiders, while those constructing homes were affluent and powerful cultivators. The following day, the Shi and Lu families intentionally chose noon for their opening, knowing the owner would typically rise around that time. As soon as Li Li made his appearance, a flurry of festive firecrackers erupted, creating quite the spectacle. The two taverns flanked a small courtyard, intentionally leaving a large area in the center to avoid the need for future expansion. In addition to the third and fourth tier experts, familiar patrons were present. Nearly every sect within Qingzhou sent representatives to celebrate. Together with Yinzhou S. Mu Rui and the holy Sun Chu He, the Shi and Lu families garnered significant prestige. Certainly, the focal point of the gathering was none other than the esteemed Li Yi, the proprietor. His mere presence commanded attention, securing him the most honored seat at the table. The toasts flowed incessantly, and rather than being displeased, Li Yi found himself quite moved. It had been a considerable time since he had dined in such company, evoking memories of festive celebrations and New Year visits from a past life. A sumptuous lunch and dinner had been prearranged between the Shi and Lu families. On the streets, the beleaguered members of the Kuei tribe, having struggled for an entire day and night, finally met their demise. Far in the depths of the northern realm, amidst the towering peaks of the Xuan Mountain, a crimson hue stained the air, and an eerie magical formation was inscribed upon the ground. In the center sat a figure, as the blood surged ominously around him. With a sudden opening of his eyes, emerald orbs radiated a piercing brilliance. The blood sacrifice was complete. Chapter 71, Master Chun. On the borders of Hezhou, in the city of Mianyang, under a starlit night, a heavily armored battalion took residence. The Sifong Pavilion, divided into the four realms of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow, was a unique institution under the aegis of the martial dynasty, responding solely to the edicts of the emperor. Although the number of personnel in each pavilion was limited, each was of no less than 6th rank in strength. The heavenly and mysterious pavilions safeguarded the western territories against the demonic entities of the endless ocean, while the yellow pavilion was stationed in the capital. The earth pavilion, on this occasion, had been dispatched to Hezhou to monitor the movements of the Kuei tribe. Then, operated by the Shi and Lu families, opened its doors, and on the very first evening, it was fully booked. Guests were spared the inconvenience of traveling back and forth to the lottery shop. When the Moon Rui opened its doors in the morning, the throng gathered outside far exceeded any previous day. To avoid disrupting business, the bodies of the Kuei tribe scattered across the streets had been incinerated and cleared by the Shi family. By noon, as Li Yi descended the stairs, the courtyard was abuzz with activity. Every area was teeming with customers, and the peach tree remained a favored spot for photographs. Outside the lottery shop, a crowd had gathered, with the foremost figure being a portly man named Chun Jioga, whose name was somewhat comical. To prevent him from taking advantage, the patrons had humorously nicknamed him Master Chun. This was in light of his spectacular win the previous day, securing a grand prize of 500,000 with a single ticket, thus gaining fame overnight. Chun Jioga took great pride in this moniker, perceiving it as a validation of his prowess. At this moment, he stood with his arms crossed, head held high, exuding an air of confidence. His earlier analysis and various number predictions had culminated in a few recommended numbers that he shared with fellow customers, many of whom chose to follow his lead. Let be noted, this master merely recommends numbers. They are not guaranteed to win, but they surely enhance the chances of success. As you are aware, the lottery is a creation of the proprietor, who can truly comprehend such a character. Chun-Jyoga was astute in preemptively covering his bases, bringing up the proprietor's elusive nature, ensuring that if he ultimately failed to predict the numbers accurately, he would have a graceful exit. Nevertheless, he maintained a degree of confidence, as he had merely selected 4 numbers within a range of 10 or 100. Should even 1 or 2 prove correct, it would affirm the validity of his analytical methods. As for the numbers that did not win, well, he would simply apologize, asserting that such a figure as the proprietor was beyond his comprehension. The master displayed humility, and we have faith in his insights. Following the master's recommendations from yesterday, I selected 5 sets of numbers, each wagered at 50 times the stake. In contrast, I opted for 5 sets at 100 times. Having exhausted my resources in recent days, eagerly anticipating this opportunity for a turnaround, I invested all my savings, determined to make a significant bet. I hope to achieve a stroke of luck akin to the master's yesterday, striking gold with a single attempt. Observing the excited faces of the customers, Chun-Jyoga felt an inexplicable sense of anxiety. The pressure was mounting. Why are you all risking so much? Betting everything you have is reckless. One of those risking it all was Chu-Hee, who had been enduring hardship lately and desperately needed a win. Finally, the time for the lottery draw arrived. The numbers on the machine began to change, and after a brief moment, the first digit appeared. The hundreds place, 3. Yes. The master's recommendation included a 3 in the hundreds place. All 3 of my tickets have a 3 in the hundreds place. What a triumph. Chun-Jyoga breathed a sigh of relief. Lili observed from a distance, aware that the numbers drawn in this otherworldly lottery were beyond his control. He had inquired with the system, which asserted that the outcome was entirely random, left to fate. The second digit, the tens place, was revealed. It was also 3. Same number, same number. The master is remarkable. His recommended numbers are accurate once again. Regrettably, I did not purchase the same number. Alas, a combination of 3 threes. I have that one. The third number must be 6 for my 20,000 gold. I also have the same number, but my last digit is 5. I would gladly trade 10 years of my brother Liu Sandow's life for a last digit of 5. Zhao Ergu, I curse your ancestors. A few customers were exhilarated, showering Chun-Jyoga with gratitude. Lili's expression shifted. This hefty fellow possesses some skill. He truly hit the mark. With the recommendation hitting 2 in a row, Chun-Jyoga felt increasingly confident. He flashed an enigmatic smile at the crowd. No need to rush. The third number will be revealed shortly. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the machine's display. The third number emerged. 1. The previously vibrant atmosphere froze in an instant. How could it be a 1? Why not a 5? The master's recommendations never included a 1. Damn, it was so close. Several customers, having narrowly missed the grand prize, were filled with despair, as if they had lost billions. Observing the dazed figure of the hefty man, Lili scoffed and turned away. What analysis of the numbers? Utter nonsense. Fate has a way of playing tricks just when you believe success is within reach. A group of naive souls. Ahem, I have previously stated that I cannot guarantee a win, but it is certainly better than your random selections. At least everyone saw a glimmer of hope. The gap is already minimal, just a step away. Do not give up. I believe the next time will surely bring success. As Chun-Jyoga spoke these words, he remained confident, for his recommended numbers had indeed brought several customers tantalizingly close to winning the jackpot. Let him embark on the journey of exploring numerical lotteries with renewed determination and confidence. Although the customers did not achieve their desired outcomes, their disappointment was palpable. Yet, it is undeniable that Master Chun possesses remarkable insight. At the very least, he has eliminated a significant portion of potential numbers. The master is indeed correct. We have glimpsed hope, and surely next time will yield success. The master's precision far surpasses our own attempts at purchasing tickets. Darn it, I've lost everything. This cannot stand. I refuse to accept defeat. Master, please analyze tomorrow's trends swiftly. I shall borrow money to invest. Master, we place our trust in you. Chun-Jyoga, with hands clasped behind him, responded with a light chuckle. Thank you all for your faith in me. I shall commence my analysis shortly, and we shall battle again tomorrow. Excellent. The customers echoed in unison, their confidence unwavering and their anticipation brimming. This fervent atmosphere momentarily transported Lili back to a previous life. It grew ever more intriguing. Good. What troubles you? As Mu Rongi entered, he was greeted by Chu-Hee's expression of despair. Chu-Hee had selected a single number from Chun-Jyoga's recommended picks. But alas, none of the numbers came through. This misfortune only compounded his already dire financial situation. He cast a pitiful glance at Mu Rongi, whose pupils widened in shock. Oh no, it seems this fellow is about to request a loan again. However, this time, Mu Rongi did not refuse. Instead, he generously handed over 50,000 gold. Kuh. You are invited to the wedding of Jian Shui and me in 2 days. Shuhi was taken aback. Mu Rongi, have you truly reconciled with life? Mu Rongi chuckled lightly. I have merely come to understand certain truths. In the recent border conflicts, Mu Rongi had participated, and in the heat of battle, Mo Jianxue had always safeguarded him, even sustaining injuries. He realized that his childhood friend genuinely cared for him, and he gradually began to comprehend his own feelings. At the moment Mo Jianxue was injured, his concern surpassed that of anyone else, leading him to choose not to evade his emotions any longer. Congratulations. Chuhi offered no further words, only blessings. The union of lovers is one of the most beautiful occurrences in the world. The wedding of Mu Rongyi and Mo Jianxue had invited numerous familiar patrons from the shop, including the Shi and Lu families. Logically, such a small family would never have the opportunity to connect with the prestigious Murong clan of Yinzhou. Yet, through the lottery shop, they forged bonds of familiarity. Naturally, Lili found himself on the guest list. Initially, Mu Rongyi worried whether such a distinguished figure would deign to attend. To his surprise, Lili readily accepted the invitation. Chapter 72. The Wedding. Attending a wedding banquet, particularly as a traveler from another world, is an extraordinary experience. Since acquiring the life-giving liquid, Murong Baichuan frequently boasted in the group chat, igniting envy among the others. The leaders of the three great immortal sects, along with Feng Tianshun, would each leave the shop with substantial quantities of scratch-off tickets, causing the store's revenue to soar. Beast God Mountain. Within the expansive cavern, 3 beast kings had gathered: the stern-faced Dragon King, the brawny Tiger Mountain Lord, and the enchanting Phoenix Queen. A hunched figure appeared, with the visage of a rabbit and the body of a man, draped in a dark robe, clutching a circular, mirror-like artifact in his hand. He was the sage of Beast God Mountain, the high priest Yuhi. Once a beast reaches the harmonization realm, it can assume a human form. Evidently, his cultivation had yet to attain the 3rd grade realm. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth from the mirror, casting a dazzling glow upon the ground, swiftly forming a mystical array that spun and illuminated the surroundings in crimson hues. As the blood-red light flickered, Yuhi trembled violently, spitting forth a mouthful of blood, his murky eyes betraying his terror. The expressions of the 3 beast kings shifted drastically. What has befallen the high priest? Inquired Qian He, his voice hoarse. I cannot ascertain. All I witnessed was a sea of blood. It seems that calamity looms over Beast God Mountain. Could it be that the Kuei clan has indeed produced a 2nd-grade being? Questioned Hu Shanjun in a resonant tone. Absolutely impossible. The entire Tianqing continent has not witnessed a heavenly tribulation of late. How could a 2nd-grade being manifest out of thin air? The high priest's ability to discern fortune from misfortune has never faltered. Given that this news originates from the human realm, I suspect it cannot be mere fabrication, replied the Jiaolong king with a solemn nod. Sister Huoluan speaks wisely. It is better to err on the side of belief than skepticism. Henceforth, Beast God Mountain shall activate the 10,000 beasts array, remaining ever vigilant to the movements of the Cloud Peak Snow Mountain. In the courtyard, Master Chun sat upon a small stool, his belly compressed into a round mass, his robe wrinkled and unkempt, presenting a somewhat comical sight from a distance. Before him stood a small table, about half a meter in height, equipped with all the necessary writing implements. A throng of onlookers surrounded him. Master Chun grasped his brush, at times deep in thought, at others inscribing numbers or tracing incomprehensible curves. TSK, 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 a true master indeed. His expertise is unparalleled. Look at the line Master has drawn. It converges at a singular point. The central number of this point is likely to be the winning number for tomorrow. Master has yet to affirm this. Let's not disturb him, merely observe in silence. Li Li, upon exiting, nearly burst into laughter at the sight. Goodness, is this fellow preparing to start selling lessons soon? He certainly looks the part. As dusk approached, Master Chen wiped the fine sweat from his brow, seemingly drained of considerable energy, then stood, shaking the paper in his hand. It is done. A throng surged forward. The master is about to announce the recommended numbers. Based on Master Chen's recommendations, customers selected their combinations, purchasing tickets for the lottery, departing with hope before the shop closed. It must be said that the Shi and Lu families possess a keen knack for seizing business opportunities. Following the opening of their inn and restaurant, they began contemplating other ventures, planning to establish a commercial street. In recent days, the time spent at the shop had diminished, as they busied themselves traversing Qingyang City. For Mu Rongyi's wedding, Li Li, being present, ensured that a gift was inevitable. Lacking possessions, and with only a modest sum of money, he thus sought assistance from the system for items befitting his status. Qingzhou lies quite distant from Yinzhou, which is reputed to be the wealthiest province outside of the capital. Li Li was able to arrive on the day of the wedding, but seizing this opportunity, he, who rarely ventured out, decided to go ahead and witness the splendor of Yinzhou. Boss, are you heading to Yinzhou? Could you kindly take a gift for young Master Moreau? Li Li smiled at her. You receive an invitation to the wedding as well? Yu Rui replied earnestly, yes. But I have already informed young Master Moreau that I cannot attend, as I must tend to the shop. Such dedication, truly a chosen worker. However, your insistence makes me, as your employer, seem rather inconsiderate, not granting you a single day off. No need. You should accompany me. We'll close the shop for the day. Boss, I'm fine. The business is thriving. Closing for a day would be a loss. Li Li chuckled. It's not your loss. Why are you so anxious? But boss. No buts. I am the boss, and my word is final. All right then. At that moment, a small bird flew over and perched on Li Li's shoulder. Boss, what? Do you wish to join me as well? Today, I have been quite restless and wish to return to Beast God Mountain. Of course, as I mentioned, you are free to return any time. The little snake can join too. Just call her upstairs. Li Li gently stroked the soft feathers of the bird, a flash of white light flickering at his fingertips. Thank you, boss. Let us go, Rui. It's time for us to leave. They departed in the afternoon, accompanied by the 3 clever members of the Sure family and the carriage driver, making a total of 5. Originally, several guards were to accompany them, but upon hearing that the boss was going with them, they decided to stay behind. After all, with the boss present, danger was unlikely. As they traveled, they admired the scenery along the way. This was the first time they had ventured far since their arrival, and it felt distinctly different. When they reached Yinzhou, dusk had already fallen. In Muyun City, the night enveloped the town, every household ablaze with light, wide streets bustling with vehicles, shops lining the sidewalks, and pedestrians crowding the thoroughfares. Despite the darkness, the lively calls of vendors echoed throughout, a testament to the city's vibrancy. Indeed, it was far more prosperous than Qingyang City. Meanwhile, at Beast God Mountain, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility. In the depths of the mountain, a massive tiger leapt towards the sky, crashing against the wavering barrier of the royal formation. With another resounding boom, the formation shattered and the giant tiger fell to the ground with a pained roar. Tiger King! The Dragon King swiftly transformed into his true form, catching the giant tiger. Instantly, the entire Beast God Mountain was shrouded in terror, countless beasts trembling as they gazed skyward. What was that? A blood-red formation hung ominously in the night sky, mysterious blood energy cascading downwards. Beasts that came into contact with this blood energy froze instantly, their essence being drawn upwards, leaving behind only withered husks. It hurts. Save me. In an instant, the mountain was filled with wretched cries. What kind of formation was that? Fear darkened Qian He's murky eyes. A crimson mass surged from the ground, unfurling its wings in the air, transforming into a colossal bird wreathed in flames. The giant bird let out a piercing shriek and violently collided with the blood-red formation. Suddenly, several blood-colored chains emerged from within the array, ensnaring the flaming giant bird and rendering it motionless in midair. Presumptuous fool! A voice echoed from the void, revealing a figure above the blood formation. It was the Fire Phoenix Maiden. The Dragon King gritted his teeth and roared at the heavens. Does the cunning Kuai clan wish to perish alongside my beastly mountain? Perish alongside? Do you truly believe you are worthy? The figure of the infamous Kuai clan spread its arms, gazing down upon the entire Beast God Mountain with a maniacal laugh. Ha ha! With the essence blood of these myriad beasts, my clan can summon another second grade supreme. Essence blood, breaking through. These 2 phrases sent chills down Yuhia's spine. Countless strands of blood, like silken threads, ascended, feeding into the bizarre formation in the sky. The entire Beast God Mountain was shrouded in a crimson haze. The formation pulsated, and the blood-like threads surged northward toward the cloud-top Snow Mountain. Atop the snow-capped peak, amidst the swirling crimson, a figure sat majestically, the strange aura surrounding him escalating with the influx of blood energy. Break the blood formation, or the Beast God Mountain shall face utter annihilation. Yui bellowed, directing a mirror-like artifact towards the sky's blood formation. The Kwai figure scoffed derisively, effortlessly repelling the artifact, causing Yuhi to recoil from the backlash. Blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Umph, a trifling waste yet to reach the third grade. How deluded. The Dragon King and the Tiger Mountain Lord transformed into their 100-foot forms, charging simultaneously at the blood formation. With a roar of dragons and a growl of tigers, the giant tiger's claws struck the formation, unleashing a burst of bloodlight as an immense and eerie force sent the Tiger Mountain Lord flying. Ha ha! Do you think you can breach the blood sacrifice formation laid by Lord Xianyi? A torrent of ice enveloped the sky, solidifying into a barrier, with the Dragon King's massive body coiled at its center. Amidst the entangled blood energy, the sound of phoenix cries emerged, and the Fire Phoenix Queen suddenly broke free from her shackles, soaring forth in a flurry of crimson feathers. The fiery plumage, sharp as blades, severed all blood ties, allowing the beasts of the Beast God Mountain, drained of their essence blood, to gasp for breath. Tiger King, lead all your kin away from the Beast God Mountain, echoed the voice of the Fire Phoenix Queen. The Tiger Mountain Lord let out a reluctant roar towards the heavens as countless beasts began to flee in a frenzy, chaos erupting all around. The Kwai figure above the blood formation coldly remarked, "Does Lord Xianyi allow your escape? Such foolish aspirations." As the words fell, a massive hand materialized above the blood formation, crashing down with thunderous force. The Dragon King exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible! That aura cannot belong to a second grade." Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the icy barrier shattered, accompanied by a heart-wrenching dragon's roar, the colossal form plummeting towards the ground. The Fire Phoenix Queen shrieked in fury, flames engulfing 100 miles, the red of the fire intermingling with the eerie crimson, casting an otherworldly pallor over the darkened sky, resembling a hellish battlefield. The expression of the cunning solitary changed to one of intrigue. The burning demon Dan, "O Fire Phoenix, you truly have no regard for your life. But what of it? Today, not a single creature shall escape from the Beast God Mountain." Amidst the raging flames, a colossal hand descended once more, its overwhelming aura causing the Fire Phoenix Queen to tremble all over, her blood-red pupils filled with a resolute acceptance of her fate. As the giant hand approached, she closed her eyes. "Phoenix," a familiar voice echoed, and she looked down to see a figure clad in red rushing towards her. "You better run." Siyu's eyes blazed with fervor as she recklessly charged towards the terrifying giant hand. "No one is allowed to harm my mother. Beware." The Fire Phoenix Queen cried out in despair, her wings swiftly igniting in flames, transforming into a colossal sword that surged towards the blood array. The cunning solitary sneered disdainfully. "An arrogant insect." A thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The countenance of the cunning solitary drastically shifted as he beheld the cracks forming in the blood array beneath him. Boom! Lord Xianyi's blood array shattered. Impossible, impossible. Why is this happening? What's gone awry? The cunning solitary stood suspended in the void, unable to regain his composure. Beware! The Fire Phoenix Queen dashed into the blood mist and spotted a familiar silhouette, her heart soaring in joy. Yet, her aura suddenly waned, her body swaying as she plummeted towards the ground. "Mother!" At that moment, the colossal figure of the Dragon King appeared to catch her. "Quickly, depart from the Beast God Mountain with me." Above the cloud-peaked snow mountain, the figure within the blood mist suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, raising its head to reveal a pair of ferocious, sinister eyes. "Do not let a single one escape." The raspy voice reached the ears of the cunning solitary, snapping him back to reality as he vanished into thin air. The bustling scene of Muyu City opened Li Li's eyes to a new world. In the martial dynasty, there was no concept of a curfew. The nights were exceptionally lively, illuminated by bright lights. Li Li encountered many peculiar items he had never seen before, while Yu Rui, like a curious child, gazed around, purchasing numerous items with glee. Li Li also discovered several cooking condiments absent in Qingyang City and promptly bought them all. The crowd was dense, yet chaotic. Along the way, he had already spotted several pickpockets. Naturally, there were also those with ill intent, especially since he was accompanied by a remarkably beautiful young lady. At this moment, the two were halted by a young gentleman adorned in gold and silver, flanked by attendants. "I am Bai Chun of the Bai family. May I ask how to address the young lady?" The young gentleman gracefully fanned himself, slightly bowing in a courteous manner, yet his eyes betrayed a lascivious intent. "I do not know you." Yu Rui leaned closer to Li Li, her eyes filled with disdain. The young gentleman glanced at Li and chuckled lightly. And this gentleman is... Scram! Bold! Li glared fiercely, causing several guards to momentarily freeze. In the next breath, they collapsed to the ground as if they had merely fallen asleep, but in truth, they would never awaken. The young gentleman kicked the lifeless body on the ground, only to find it utterly motionless. His expression turned ashen. Why you? Lily did not spare a glance at the young master, and slowly turned away. How can one have the audacity to live when unable to articulate their thoughts? The enthusiasm had waned. Rui, let us return. Rui nodded in agreement. On the street, the young master hurriedly departed, only to be halted mid-stride, his eyes widening in shock. Brother, do you realize you're blocking my way? Make way, make way. The standing young master collapsed heavily to the ground. Hey, is this a scam? Everyone saw. I merely tapped him. It's not my concern. Youth has its advantages. One can simply fall asleep. Over there, a few others lay in deep slumber. Do you think it's possible they passed away? Passed away? Goodness, how ominous. Dead bodies. Dead bodies. The street, suddenly chaotic, was now littered with several lifeless forms. Upon returning to the inn, Lily washed up and rested. Upon awakening, he found Rui waiting outside. What time is it? She lamented, Boss, it's just noon. Lily was taken aback. It was already 11 o'clock. His biological clock was yet to adjust. Surely, the wedding had not commenced already. Nevertheless, if all else failed, he could simply present a gift and leave. At that very moment, the Murong household was alive with celebration. The streets were adorned with red silk, bustling with activity from one end to the other. Inside the venue, there were numerous tables set for a feast. However, it was peculiar that despite it being noon, the dishes had yet to be served. Not only were the dishes absent, but the auspicious hour had passed, and the bride and groom had not yet paid their respects. What does it mean that the Murong family has missed the auspicious hour and left us waiting here? Who do you think you are? Those important figures inside are still waiting. What is happening? Does anyone know? I've heard they are awaiting an esteemed guest. To have all the prominent families, sects, and even guests from the celestial sect kept waiting for so long, especially when the matrimonial hour has elapsed. Who could this significant figure be? Who knows? The guests were divided into the inner and outer courtyards. Those in the outer courtyard were from smaller clans that could not afford to offend the Murong family. Thus they whispered amongst themselves, their dissatisfaction palpable, yet they dared not leave their seats. However, the atmosphere in the inner courtyard was decidedly more peculiar. Chapter 74. A hall full of guests waiting for one. Murong Yi and his wife, Li Ru, occupied the main seats, flanked by Mo Kuan, the head of the Mo family, and his wife, Xiao Yu. They were all dressed in particularly festive attire. Murong Yi and Mo Jinshua had been betrothed since childhood. Their families united in business. Thus the marriage was a double celebration. Yet, the expressions on their faces were far from uniform. Mo Kuan appeared indifferent. Xiao Yu wore a sullen expression. Li Ru was anxious, while Murong Chong occasionally glanced toward the inner room. Inside, two elderly men with graying hair were engaged in conversation. Murong Baichuan, the venerable ancestor of the Murong family, and Mo Zhenghu, the patriarch of the Mo family. Murong, is this esteemed guest truly, as you say, a second-tier supreme? Murong Baichuan chuckled lightly. Old friend Mo, we have known each other for centuries. Have I ever deceived you? Not merely second-tier, but even beyond. Mo Zhenghu inhaled sharply, astonished, and exclaimed, I never imagined that such a formidable being roams freely in this world. It is simply inconceivable. Murong, do you have any knowledge of this esteemed elder's origins? I do not, came the reply. It is as if he materialized out of thin air. Mo Zhenghu nodded thoughtfully. It is indeed understandable that a being of such strength, having lived for a millennium, would remain shrouded in mystery. However, he cast a glance at the guests outside, sighed, and continued, Murong, if this elder does not arrive today, shall we be left waiting indefinitely? Murong Baichuan furrowed his brow. The master has promised to return. Let's be patient. The mightier the individual, the more they value their reputation. We cannot afford to offend him. Ah, you speak wisely. My friend, but what about the guests outside? In truth, Murong Baichuan had contemplated sending a private message to the master via Weibo, but ultimately refrained. If the master wished to come, such a message would feel like a nudge. If he did not wish to come, a private message could be perceived as a form of coercion. After much contemplation, he resolved to wait in silence. Inside the hall, a voice emerged, Murong Chong. It appears that the eminent figure you spoke of has yet to arrive. Perhaps he will not come at all. The guests had been waiting for nearly 2 hours, and even the auspicious hour for the wedding had passed. No matter how significant the individual, they should have shown courtesy. With a loud bang, a table was struck, and all eyes turned to an elder with a stern expression who slowly spoke. Murong Chong, might I inquire as to the identity of this esteemed individual you have mentioned? Murong Chong stood and clasped his hands in apology. Elder 6, I sincerely regret that the ancestor has forbidden me from revealing such information. Murong Baichuan's reluctance to disclose the master's identity stemmed from 2 reasons. Firstly, out of respect, and secondly, because the master had never publicly declared his identity since establishing the shop. To speak thoughtlessly might provoke his ire and invite unnecessary calamity. The temperament and methods of such experts are inscrutable. After all, which eminent being would choose to open a shop in a desolate wilderness and sell an assortment of peculiar items? The elder who had spoken hails from the Valley of the Medicine King, serving as its 6th elder and holds the highest status among the guests present. The Valley of the Medicine King is renowned for its benevolence and is second only to the 3 great sections. Apart from the Valley Master, there are 7 venerable elders. The representatives from the 3 great sects were merely a handful of stewards. Among them was the young saint from Xua. Yet he was still inexperienced and engrossed in scrolling through Weibo on his phone, utterly inconspicuous. As for contacting the master, although he was young and occasionally lost in thought, he was not foolish. This was not his domain, and he would not seek to stir trouble. This 6th elder happened to be in Yinzhou, hence he had come to represent the Valley of the Medicine King for the celebrations. But to his dismay, after waiting for over an hour, the wedding still had not commenced. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he consumed several jugs of wine, yet his patience began to wane. Today I shall see who this esteemed figure is that warrants the attention of hundreds of guests. Murong Chong awkwardly sat down, offering a nervous smile. Nearby, Li Ru produced a white mobile phone. I will contact the boss via my mobile phone. How can we endure such a wait on this joyous occasion without any word? Murong Chong hastily grasped Li Ru's hand. Hush, my lady. The elder has specifically instructed us not to rush or fret. We must continue to wait patiently. Shall you? Her face cold, interjected, a hall full of guests awaits one individual. The auspicious hour has passed, yet the wedding feast has not commenced. After today, the Mu family shall undoubtedly face public censure. Your Murong family must provide an explanation. Murong Chong silently lamented. What a predicament this is. Boss, will you come or not? If not, at least send a message. This indecisiveness leaves us in a quandary. How shall we conclude this? Outside the courtyard, Li Li and Yu Rui finally arrived. The exterior was eerily quiet. Although the celebratory red silk had yet to be removed, not a soul entered or exited. It appears the ceremony has already concluded. Yu Rui remarked wistfully. Li Li forced an awkward smile. Let us leave the congratulatory gift and depart. At that moment, a servant hurriedly approached. May I inquire who you are? Li Li produced a gift box and presented it. I apologize for our tardiness. Please convey our regards to your master. We shall not intrude. After speaking, he prepared to leave. Wait, are you the boss? The servant, trembling with trepidation, called out to Li Li. The master has been eagerly anticipating your arrival. This esteemed individual appears quite young, perhaps in his 20s. Li Li paused in surprise and nodded slightly. Indeed. The servant, elated, urged, predecessor, please come in quickly. The wedding has yet to commence, and we have awaited your presence. Wait for me for what? Li Li was taken aback. Yes, quickly follow me into the inner courtyard. The elder master and all the guests have been waiting for quite some time. What the heck? Why must I be the one they wait for? You all should follow the established procedures. With so many people awaiting him, it was imperative he enter. Thus, he could do naught but follow the servant inside. Along the way, countless gazes trailed after him, a wave of embarrassment washing over him. Yu Rui, visibly anxious, leaned closer to Li Li. Boss, this is so humiliating. Li Li feigned composure. Do not panic. I shall handle everything. As they traversed the outer courtyard to the inner one, silence enveloped the space. All eyes fixated upon him, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and even ire. Boss. Murong Chong hurried over, finally breathing a sigh of relief. I apologize. I was unaware you were awaiting me. Why did no one send me a private message? A rare hint of regret graced Li Li's face. Murong Chong laughed heartily. The esteemed one has many affairs. We did not wish to intrude. Your presence today is a blessing for our Murong family. Please take a seat. Li Li was assigned to the main table alongside Li Ru and Mo Zhenglong, with Yu Rui sitting beside him. Why does he seem ordinary apart from his impressive appearance? Do I know this person? I have never seen him before. His aura is akin to that of a mere mortal. Yet, how could the Morone family hold him in such high regard if he were truly an ordinary person? He must be concealing his true prowess. But he is so young. In this world, the mightiest can retain youthful appearances while their essence remains hidden. What is so remarkable about that? Lily was somewhat uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the crowd, yet he refrained from obstructing their gaze, knowing well that on such a joyous day, one must not provoke any discord. However, among those eyes, one gaze bore an air of scrutiny, even a hint of coldness. When Lily turned his head, he found an elderly man, who merely nodded in acknowledgement, his expression as frosty as the winter chill. Initially, the sixth elder had presumed that the awaited guest was a personage of great renown from a celestial sect or the imperial family, yet to his surprise, it turned out to be an obscure young man. Why did he have to sit at the head table? A surge of anger welled up within him. "Boss, your presence graces us, illuminating the Morone residence," exclaimed Morone Baichuan, who approached with Mo Zhenghu. Lily nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your patience. The auspicious moment has just arrived, ha ha ha." With a grand gesture, he declared the wedding ceremony to commence. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Had not the auspicious hour already passed? Little did they know that, in Morone Baichuan's eyes, the moment the boss appeared was indeed the propitious time. As the ceremony unfolded, the atmosphere was electrified, with the sound of suona and other instruments heralding the joyous occasion. "Boss, allow me to introduce you," Morone Baichuan said, taking a seat beside Li and presenting the guests at the head table. "Senior, this is the junior, Mo Zhenghu." Mo Zhenghu stood, humbly raising a toast, and Li smiled, downing the drink in one go. "Stand and toast," Mo Zhenghu proclaimed, and after finishing his drink, he nudged the chair of Mo Kuan beside him, prompting the latter to rise hurriedly. "Senior, I toast to you." Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's expression flickered with confusion as she discreetly observed Li. He appeared unremarkable, yet the two elders treated him with such reverence. "Yuya, this esteemed senior, I too will raise a glass in your honor." Despite her lingering doubts and a tinge of dissatisfaction, she dared not defy the elder's command. Li Ruteni, accustomed to hearing her ancestor and husband speak of the boss's formidable prowess, now found herself momentarily dazed upon meeting him, for he appeared to be of a similar age to her own son. At the prompting of Morone Chong, she too offered a toast to Li. In no time, amidst the celebratory ambience, the bride and groom made their entrance, leading to the ceremonial bowing to heaven and earth. With a beaming smile, Morone Baichuan rose, facing Li, and bowed deeply, extending his hand. "Boss, please." Li felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "What do you mean by dragging me into this? This is rather inappropriate." Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned towards him, once again centering on Li. "It is entirely fitting. No one is more suitable than you, esteemed boss," Morone Baichuan insisted, forcibly leading Li towards the center of the stage, flanked by Morone Baichuan and Mo Zhenghu on either side, while Li Ru and Xiao Yu stood beside them. He found himself positioned directly in the middle. "Now bow to the high hall." Li's mouth twitched as he reluctantly complied, feeling the weight of the bow press down upon him, before accepting the tea offered by the newlyweds. With a resigned sigh, he drank, pondering the irony that at the tender age of 20, he was consuming tea presented by youths of a similar age, honoring him as their elder. "Boss, could you say a few words?" "What should I say? I lack the experience." Thus, he exchanged the original gifts in the gift box, allowing the system to place 2 new items within, which he presented to the 2 newcomers. With a light cough, he uttered 4 words. "May you have 100 years of harmony." "Thank you, boss," Morong Yang and Mo Jinshu knelt in gratitude. However, Morong Baichuan paid little heed to what Li had said, his gaze fixed intently on the gift box. "Quick, open it." Morong Yang opened the box to reveal 2 items, a small jade vial and a piece of jade silk. "Essence liquid," Morong Baichuan exclaimed, his familiarity with the small jade vial evident. "What? Essence liquid?" Morong stood up abruptly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The essence liquid, a priceless treasure. It was said that one would need immense luck to acquire it in the boss's shop, yet this gift was of such weighty significance. Morong Yang's face also lit up with astonishment. "Thank you, boss, thank you." Li smiled gently. "Since you have bowed to me, there is no need for such formality. Initially, I intended to give something trivial, but having found myself in this position, the gifts must align with the occasion." The guests from various esteemed families and sects were left in bewilderment. May I inquire, Ancestor Morong, what is this small jade vial? Someone curiously asked, instantly drawing the attention of all towards Murong Baichuan. Murong Baichuan laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits. Essence liquid, as its name suggests, enhances one's cultivation aptitude, and it is indeed invaluable. This proclamation left the crowd in astonishment. Enhancing aptitude, how can this be? Cultivation aptitude is innate. I have never heard of it being improved by any elixir. Doubts circulated among the attendees. Elder Liu, as a senior from the Medicine King Valley, have you ever heard of such a thing? A scornful voice pierced through the crowd. Murong Baichuan's expression darkened immediately. Zhao Qingda, cease your nonsensical talk. Elder Liu replied, unyielding. Our Medicine King Valley has existed for generations, and I have never heard of aptitude being enhanced by external forces. Ancestor Murong, I advise you not to be deceived by this man. Murong Baichuan stepped forward, his third-tier pressure manifesting instantaneously. Your inability to concoct it is due to your lack of skill. Should you speak further disrespect, I shall not be gentle. Zhao Qingda's face paled. He had not anticipated Murong Baichuan would so blatantly disregard the Medicine King Valley's reputation, using his pressure as a warning. The Medicine King Valley specializes in alchemy, and everyone within is of similar cultivation level. As merely a fifth-tier Purple Mansion cultivator, he could hardly withstand the immense pressure emanating from Murong Baichuan's third-tier strength. Elder Murong, please do not act impulsively. Several elders from the Celestial Sect hurriedly intervened. I advise you not to stir up trouble. A pair of eyes, almost piercing through the screen of a mobile phone, spoke up in a low voice. Holy Son, I shall remind you just once. The stewards of the Haoyue Immortal Sect exchanged glances and obediently took their seats. The other stewards from the two sects, witnessing this, ceased their objections. Zhao Qingda's complexion was pale, his eyes filled with malice. As an elder of the Medicine King Valley, he was renowned and respected, yet today he faced repeated humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Murong Baichuan, is this how the Murong clan treats their guests? Even as I come to offer congratulations? Murong Baichuan snorted coldly, withdrawing his oppressive aura. Today was a day of great joy for Ear. Guests were to be treated with courtesy. The old man was reluctant to resort to violence. But should anyone speak recklessly again, he would not show mercy. The reputation of the Medicine King Valley was indeed formidable, yet it paled in comparison to that of the host. Elder Six, I apologize on behalf of my ancestor. Today is a day of celebration for my son. Let's not be angered. Murong Chong timely intervened to mediate. Zhao Qingda waved his sleeve in disdain and fell silent. Ear, since our esteemed guests remain skeptical, you shall consume the aptitude liquid here to enlighten them. Yes, ancestor. Despite Murong Baichuan's outward display of bravado, his heart was clear as day. He had unconditionally believed in the efficacy of the aptitude liquid, having previously consumed the vitality liquid himself. If Ear were to take it on the spot and enhance his aptitude, it would serve as a testament to the efficacy of their product, thereby further endearing the host to the audience. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the host's intention was precisely to encourage him to do so. It must be so. Murong eased swiftly down the aptitude liquid. Moments later, a brilliant light radiated from his body, and his aura surged exponentially. He let out a low shout. He had broken through. Sixth grade realm. The hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After a long pause, someone recalled, if I remember correctly, this lad from the Murong family possessed an earth grade talent, right? Indeed, I remember it clearly. It was earth grade. Yet in that fleeting moment, the essence gleamed with the brilliance of a heaven grade aptitude. Could it be? An attendant from the immortal sect affirmed. No need to guess. This child's talent has indeed risen by a grade. The aptitude liquid is genuinely effective. This is beyond belief. Such miraculous medicine actually exists in the world. Ecstasy. After the shock subsided, all guests turned their fervent gazes towards Li Li, their eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Chapter 76. Help. Boss, it's me, Xiaohong. Murong Baichuan waved his sleeve, a wisp of spiritual energy cleansing the impurities that had emerged from Murong Yi. Good. Although a heaven-grade aptitude may not rival that of the exceptional talent of Jian Shui, it is still of superior quality. The Murong clan has successors. Ha. Murong Yi was equally thrilled. One of the reasons he had previously avoided facing Mo Jianxue was his aptitude. Montauk Yiangsu possessed extraordinary talent. While he himself had merely mediocre aptitude, the disparity was insurmountable, and the path of cultivation would only diverge further in the future. After resolving his inner turmoil, he diligently scraped cards in the shop each day, yet he had not managed to collect all 12 fragments needed to exchange for the aptitude elixir. He understood the challenge, but had never contemplated surrendering. On this day, the day of his grand wedding, he unexpectedly found his wish fulfilled. Taking a step forward, he felt a newfound confidence in his journey of cultivation. A small hand grasped his, and he instinctively held it tightly in return. Lily observed this with a gentle intake of breath, a smile unconsciously playing at the corners of his mouth. "How shall I address you?" he inquired. "Simply call me boss," Lily replied with a slight smile. "Boss, do you possess any divine elixirs for enhancing aptitude? If you do, we are willing to pay a handsome sum. Just name your price." "Indeed, we can sell it whatever the cost," came the eager chorus from the crowd, transforming the hall into a cacophony of excitement. At that moment, Zhao Chengde stood frozen, lost in thought, muttering to himself incessantly. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a potion exist in this world?" The Apothecary Valley had been renowned for centuries, known for its life-saving remedies and unparalleled skills in alchemy on the Tianqian continent. They had previously attempted to create elixirs to enhance talent, yet had always met with failure. Ultimately, they had to concede, believing that one's aptitude was inherent and immutable. To force a change was akin to defying the heavens. Yet today, the appearance of this aptitude elixir shattered Zhao Qingde's previous understanding. Could it truly be, as Murong Baichuan claimed, that the Apothecary Valley lacked the requisite skill? No one paid heed to Zhao Chengde's mental breakdown, for all eyes were fixed eagerly upon Li. Before Li could respond, Murong Baichuan interjected, "Everyone, please remain calm. The boss indeed has more of this elixir, but if you wish to acquire it, the path is different. After the banquet, I shall provide a detailed introduction." The crowd erupted in joy. "Thank you, Elder Murong." At that moment, Mo Zhenghu cast an anxious glance toward Mo Jinxue. "Xue, quickly see what that piece of jade silk is." Within Li's gift box were two congratulatory presents. One was the aptitude elixir for Murongi, and the other, the jade silk, was meant for Mo Jinxue. Mo Zhenghu's words instantly drew the attention of all the guests to the bride. With the aptitude elixir being such a treasure, it was only natural to assume that the jade silk was equally remarkable. The crowd shared this sentiment. Mo Jinxue picked up the jade silk and held it in her palm. Suddenly, a sound akin to a sword's whisper echoed in her ears. She felt herself become disoriented, as though drawn into an ethereal realm. Within this space, snowflakes danced through the air, and a shadow of a sword emerged, humming and glimmering, repeatedly slicing through the air with fierce brilliance. Ultimately, it descended from above, stirring waves of sword energy. Two words suddenly materialized in her mind: sword intent. Within this exquisite jade and silk, an astonishing sword intent lay hidden, guiding her towards profound comprehension. A fortuitous opportunity, an extraordinary stroke of luck. To grasp sword intent requires not only innate talent, but also serendipitous encounters. Mo Jinxue, enamored with the sword, understood the significance of sword intent to a swordsman. A practitioner possessing sword intent could effortlessly vanquish peers of the same realm. At that moment, everyone present sensed the transformation enveloping Mo Jinxue. Sword intent. This maiden had actually comprehended it. The sword aura manifested, truly a manifestation of sword intent. Could it be attributed to this jade and silk? To derive sword intent from such an object was indeed a monumental fortune for the Mo family. Montauk Zhenghu was instantly overjoyed. Truly, this piece of jade and silk was extraordinary. His eyes gleamed with fervor as he respectfully bowed to Li. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Mo Kuan and his wife followed suit, expressing their gratitude profusely. At this moment, Xiaoyu felt no trace of displeasure. The opportunity bestowed upon her daughter was worth the wait, even if it took a month. After a brief moment, Mo Jinxue opened her eyes. "Thank you, esteemed boss." Li smiled and waved his hand. "The falling snow sword intent suits your name beautifully. However, this jade and silk can only lead you to initially comprehend this sword intent. In the future, you must delve into its intricacies on your own." Montauk Yangsu respectfully replied. "The younger generation will heed your teachings, esteemed boss. Rise now. Today is a momentous occasion for both of you, and I shall not overshadow your celebration." Murong Baichuan laughed heartily. "The boss jests. Please take a seat." The wedding continued, with the couple exchanging vows. Guests settled down, and the feast commenced. Individuals approached to toast, as mingling with such powerful beings was advantageous. Li Li did not refuse. On such a joyous day, one must not dampen the spirits, and with his domain, he could not be intoxicated. It must be said, the beverages in this other world were rather mediocre, akin to being diluted with water. Not only was the taste unremarkable, but the alcohol content was also low. The lively atmosphere was uniquely delightful, with the celebratory ambience uplifting the spirits of all. Although it was the newlyweds who were the true protagonists, he inadvertently became the focal point of the gathering. Ruyan, do drink less. Suddenly noticing Yu Ruyan beside him, her face flushed, holding a cup of wine and giggling, clearly a bit tipsy. It's all right, boss. Today is a joyous occasion. Boss, Ruyan toasts you. Just as she raised her cup, her head plummeted onto the table. Lily shook his head in resignation. This girl was a typical example of being both inexperienced and playful. Yu Ruyan had never consumed alcohol growing up. Her past life was hardly that of a normal person, having struggled to walk even a few steps without gasping for breath, let alone drink. However, in recent times, her health had improved significantly, and she was genuinely delighted. Today, amidst the festivities, she was trying alcohol for the first time and found it rather enjoyable, leading her to indulge a bit too much. While the alcohol was low in content for Li Li, it was a different story for Yu Ruyan. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from outside, abruptly shattering the joyous atmosphere. What is happening outside? All the guests, filled with confusion, rose and exited the Murong residence. Above the city of Muyun, a colossal black dragon was fiercely engaged in combat with a figure cloaked in black. The dragon's massive body writhed in turmoil, unleashing its fiery breath, as it clashed repeatedly with the mysterious assailant, causing the very heavens to tremble. Behind the black dragon loomed a blazing bird, its feathers aglow with flames, alongside an ice-blue dragon that stretched dozens of feet in length. The condition of the black dragon was dire. It was bloodied and its spirit waned, yet it fiercely protected the two younger beings behind it. How audacious to dare trespass into our martial dynasty. Multiple figures soared through the air, revealing themselves as the city guards of Yanzhou. Begone, you blind fools! The black-cloaked figure roared, a formidable aura instantly casting the guards aside. Gu Jiao, a formidable expert of the third rank from the Kuei clan. After exchanging glances, Murong Baichuan and Mo Zhenghu found themselves suspended in the void. Gu Jiao, what are your intentions? Gu Jiao grinned malevolently. I seek the life of this old dragon. We do not meddle in the conflicts between the Demon Clan and the Kuei clan, but this is the territory of the martial dynasty. Depart at once, or do not blame me for being impolite. With that, Murong Baichuan and Mo Zhenghu's energies simultaneously locked onto Gu Jiao and the Black Dragon. Meanwhile, from the horizon, a figure descended through the air. Among the three prestigious families of Yanzhou, Murong, Mo, and Bai, the newcomer was none other than Bai Xiong, the patriarch of the Bai family. Upon his arrival, he wasted no time and swung his fist downwards. Gu Jiao's expression shifted as he raised his hand to conjure a swirl of dark energy to deflect the attack. Old fool, why the rage? Unexpectedly, Bai Xiong retaliated by summoning a spear, aiming it directly at the Dragon King. The Dragon King countered with a sweep of its tail. Boom! The already wounded Dragon King was sent hurtling back several dozen feet by the tremendous force. Bai Xiong's eyes glowed with bloodlust as he turned his gaze towards the fiery bird, resembling a frenzied lion. And Mo Zhenghu, puzzled, remarked, "What is with this old man today? Has he lost his mind?" Murong Baichuan scoffed, "Whether he has lost his mind or not, I know this old dog is ungrateful. On the day of great celebration for my Murong family, I extended an invitation for him to feast, yet he failed to appear." As Bai Xiong's ferocious assault approached, the fiery bird was taken aback and cried out, "Help, boss! It's me, Xiaohong." Chapter 77. I shall protect. After fleeing from the Beast God Mountain, Gu Jiao relentlessly pursued Siyu and his companions. With no refuge, no hiding place, and no one to assist them, the only thought that lingered was of one person, his boss. Siyu, aware that Li Li was attending a wedding in Yanzhou, hastened with the Dragon King and Ning Yuyu to seek help. The boss was their sole hope. A familiar voice descended from above, causing Li Li to momentarily freeze. It was the little bird, now transformed into a magnificent creature ablaze with fire. Could that ice dragon be a mere serpent? A furious shout accompanied by Xiong's spear, radiating lethal intent. Siyu felt his life hanging by a thread. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the air. A silhouette materialized out of thin air, standing before him. The long spear fell, and Bai Xiong felt a sudden weight in his hand, his entire being propelled back several yards. Boss. Siyu's eyes brimmed with tears, transforming into a little bird that alighted on Li Li's shoulder, pitifully nudging his face with its head. You little rascal! How did you get into such a predicament? And you come here? Li Li waved his hand gently, causing the ice dragon, which spanned more than 10 yards, to morph into a small blue snake that landed in his palm. Thank you, boss, came a weary voice, as if the speaker was on the verge of fainting. Li Li raised his hand to channel a stream of energy, and Ning Yu felt her injuries vanish in an instant. Murong Baichuan and Mo Zhenghu exchanged glances, bewildered by the involvement of the boss in this matter. They tacitly retreated several paces, resolutely choosing not to interfere. Li Li cast a glance at Gu Jiao and Bai Xiong. I have spared them. If you leave now, I shall not harm you. Gu Jiao sneered coldly. Were you? How dare you speak so boldly? It was Bai Xiong, his eyes bloodshot, glaring fiercely at Li Li, rage evident, his hands trembling as they gripped the spear tightly. Li Li furrowed his brow, perplexed by the old man's derangement. Do you know me? Last night, you killed my great-grandson. Bai Chun, did you not? Bai Chun, though a wayward youth, had been deeply cherished by Bai Xiong since childhood, a fact that had fostered his current disposition. Last night, he met an untimely death on the streets, and Bai Xiong, in a fit of fury, had conducted a thorough investigation using soul-searching techniques, confirming that his great-grandson had encountered a pair of young lovers prior to his demise, their faces vividly etched in his memory. The soul-searching technique allowed one to view the deceased's memories from no more than 6 hours before death. Despite scouring the city without success, he had not anticipated their appearance today. Bai Chun, after a few moments of contemplation, Li Li suddenly recalled. Oh, I remember now. He was that little rogue from last night. Bai Xiong bellowed, preposterous. You took my great-grandson's life. I demand retribution today. No wonder he had become a little rogue at such a young age. It was apparent he had an old rogue in the family who could not discern right from wrong. Seeking death, Bai Xiong swung his spear, which danced like a startled dragon, the spear tip glinting with frost, and an overwhelming aura of murder caused all beneath the sky to tremble in fear. Gu Jiao's emerald eyes flickered. I shall assist you. With that, a surge of dark energy erupted from him, his form transforming into a whirlwind that surged forth, following Bai Xiong's spear technique to strike at Li Li. Li Li stood in the void, motionless, exuding an air of calm indifference. Meanwhile, the crowd below grew anxious. Why isn't he moving? Is he frightened? He mustn't falter. I haven't yet obtained my talent liquid. The two third-tier powerhouses joining forces felt ominous. The crowd was not concerned for Li Li's life, but rather feared the loss of their precious talent liquid should he fail. They had never witnessed Li Li in action, merely perceiving him as a figure of mysterious origins, perhaps possessing considerable strength, yet his opponents were two formidable third-tier experts, which incited a sense of unease. Pray tell, what are you all so concerned about? A youth leisurely perched on a small stool, casually munching on sunflower seeds, interrupted the tension. Beside him sat two unfamiliar old men, each on their own stool, their expressions relaxed. Meanwhile, Shi Longyin and Lu Muqing, positioned in the outer courtyard during the banquet, remained oblivious to the events transpiring within. When the unusual phenomena appeared in the sky, they were filled with trepidation until the master intervened, bringing them a sense of security. The seasoned actors had taken their places, ready to observe the unfolding drama. Ahem, holy son, do mind your demeanor. Oh, it is merely a habit. Murong Chong and Murong Rong, father and son, also carried their own small stools. Had it not been for Li Ru and Mo Jianchue's timely intervention, they would have lost face. Li Ru silently rolled her eyes, pondering the origins of such distasteful habits. What do you mean by that, young sir? Curiously, Chu He pointed skyward. Look for yourselves. The crowd followed his gaze. They beheld the sky, seemingly frozen in time. The previously menacing Bai Xiong and Gu Jiao hung motionless in midair. Is it truly so sudden? Chu He shrugged. Indeed, it is as sudden as that. When the master makes his move, it is often with such serene nonchalance. His eyes gleamed with boundless admiration and a hint of envy. Truly impressive. Li Li gently stroked the soft feathers of a small bird, speaking softly, You all never heed advice. Thank you for your hospitality, head of the Murong family. I shall take my leave. Murong Baichuan declared with a booming voice. We bid farewell to our esteemed master. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept across the ground, lifting the moon Rui higher and higher, causing her to pale in fright. Oh, master, I fear heights. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from view. In the heavens, the two suspended figures erupted with a resounding boom, transforming into a spectacular display of fireworks, vibrant and resplendent, as if bestowing the most beautiful blessings upon a newlywed couple. The two third-tier masters had met their untimely demise, their deaths occurring so unexpectedly that it felt almost mundane. Is this truly a human? The effortless annihilation of two third-tier masters in a mere flick of the wrist was a display of terrifying power, undeniably indicative of a second-tier supreme realm. In a corner, Zhao Chengde was drenched in cold sweat, reflecting on his previous audacity to speak disrespectfully to such a formidable being. Thankfully, this great individual was magnanimous and chose not to retaliate. Trembling, he glanced around nervously, fearing the master might return. No, I must swiftly return to the Medicine King Valley. It is too perilous out here. Having witnessed the spectacle, it was time to depart. Odisson, the sect's direction is this way. Who said this holy son intends to return to the sect? I am heading back to Qingzhou. As Chui took a few steps, he turned back, slyly eyeing several elders of the Haoyue immortal sect. Have you any money? Bring some to spend. Rest assured, I shall ensure that the leader returns what is owed to you. Do you not trust me, nor the old man who leads? Moments later, Chu He, with satisfaction, extracted several thousand gold from a few stewards. Brother Morong, I wish you and Miss Mo a swift blessing of offspring. I shall take my leave now. We shall meet in Qingzhou. Li Li, with a pet on each shoulder and a dragon trailing behind, was accompanied by Yu Rui, who walked beside him, her eyes perpetually closed. The journey from Yinzhou to Qingzhou spans several hundred miles, yet they arrived in a mere half an hour. A brief respite in the afternoon, and we shall reopen tomorrow. Very well, boss. In Chapter 78, The Spirit of Iron Men, a courtyard opposite the shop was newly constructed for Prince Qi, and Yu Rui seized the afternoon to relocate. Sister Qing. A few carriages slowly appeared at the entrance, revealing Xia Qing and several attendants. Did you not return to the capital? Xia Qing replied with a smile. Yes, I brought some items back to the capital, and from now on, I shall stay here with you. Yu Rui was elated. Wonderful. With Sister Qing by my side, I shall not feel lonely. Not just I, but father and my aunt have also arrived, trailing behind. Mother has come as well. Yu Rui's small face flushed with excitement. For her, having the family together was the greatest joy. Soon, the attendants moved their belongings into the courtyard, and she officially settled in opposite the lottery shop. Within the courtyard, the pale-faced Dragon King stood respectfully before Li Li. Thank you for your rescue, boss. Li Li waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. It was merely incidental. A hint of embarrassment crossed the Dragon King's face, yet he felt fortunate that his daughter had managed to ally with the boss, for otherwise, the outcome might have been dire. The boss had saved him twice, and now his status in the Dragon King's heart had risen immeasurably. The Dragon King contemplated. If only I could. Noticing the Dragon King's distracted demeanor, Li Li furrowed his brow. It is nearly dark. Why do you linger? The Dragon King stammered. Old boss, do you still require assistance? No, I do not. With such a large and fearsome presence, you are ill-suited for the service industry. Li Li firmly declinat. Huh? The Dragon King stood rooted in disappointment. If there is ever a need for assistance in the future, please feel free to ask. I shall take my leave now. The Beast God Mountain has been occupied by the Kuei tribe, and returning is out of the question. For now, the best course is to head to Fengming Mountain, which is suitable for beasts and conveniently close to the boss. However, Fengming Mountain falls under the jurisdiction of the Martial Dynasty, requiring the Emperor's approval. As he exited the courtyard, a small white cat leaped into view. Tiger King, how is the Fire Phoenix sister's injury? The cat spoke human words, its voice resonating. The demonic core is damaged, and her realm has fallen. It may be quite difficult for her to recover. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King's expression turned cold. The Kuei tribe shall pay in blood for this grievance. I vow that the Beast God Mountain will exact its revenge in due time. You should lead your kin to Fengming Mountain, while I shall journey to the capital of the Martial Dynasty. Hushan Jun nodded lightly and vanished in an instant. The following day, as the door swung open, a throng of customers surged inside. The proprietor had finally opened a shop. The previous afternoon, he had been unable to scratch his ticket, his hands itching with anticipation. The tickets from yesterday had yet to be redeemed, so they hurried to claim their prizes. Good heavens! Brother, did you win? How much? 500. Fantastic. Before he could arrive, his rotund figure, Chun Jyoga, hastily approached the lottery shop's entrance, followed closely by several devoted companions from the three-arrangement lottery. Since the shop had closed early the day before, They had yet to redeem their tickets from the previous draw. What were the results of the last draw? 3, 6, 9. Darn it. Not a single win. Chun Jyoga was bewildered. How could every number he had recommended be wrong? He had calculated for a full 2 hours. This was simply not possible. Surely, someone must have orchestrated a scheme against him. Sensing the malicious gazes around him, Chun Jyoga shrank his neck and cleared his throat, saying, "A mistake, a mistake. Might you grant this master another chance?" After several consecutive draws, yielding no wins, doubts began to creep into the minds of the crowd. Could this hefty fellow truly deliver? A smiling practitioner patted Chun Jyoga on the shoulder. "Master Chun, there is still an hour until noon, and 1 hour from now, yesterday's results will be announced. You must act swiftly." A sudden shiver ran through Chun Jyoga. Though the fellow wore a smile, his tone was unmistakably threatening. "This master will do his utmost, I assure you." After saying this, he skillfully extracted a table, chairs, and writing materials from his storage bag, setting them up in the corner to begin his work. Why does it feel like there are so few people today? Usually, within a short incense stick's burn after opening, the shop would be packed. The border has erupted in conflict again. I hear this time. The sacred sect of the Feng Kingdom has joined the fray. So what? Are you foolish? The disciples of the sacred sect are not like those of the Feng soldiers or the lesser sects. They're all affluent, and this is an opportunity. The spending in the shop was substantial. Even this son of the immortal sect, Xiuha, could hardly bear it, let alone other practitioners. The Feng soldiers and ordinary sect disciples were often impoverished, while those from the sacred sect were entirely different. At that moment on the battlefield, the air was filled with shouts of battle. The two armies clashed, radiating brilliant light overhead, as a group of disciples clad in azure robes soared on swords, exuding great momentum. Form ranks. The azure-clad disciples simultaneously cast spiritual seals, conjuring a 5-colored magical formation that thundered down upon the forces of the Wu dynasty. On the city ramparts, Liang Yuan's expression shifted slightly. It is the 5 elements spirit formation of the Lu Yu sacred sect. El Dirma, please have the disciples of the Hao Yue immortal sect break the formation. Ma Tsangnan stroked his beard confidently and responded, "Rest assured, General Liang, Hao Yue immortal sect will handle it." Boom! Before he could finish his words, a tremendous sound erupted from the battlefield. Makanyan sterd in disbelief. What kind of creature is that? As he gazed towards the heavens, a red figure, like a shooting star, collided violently with the 5 elements spirit formation, producing a resounding impact. Which fellow Taoist is this? So fierce. Iron Man? Without a doubt. It must be some treasure procured from the boss. How remarkably impressive. A cultivator took out his mobile phone, skillfully forming a peace sign for a photograph before uploading it to Weibo. The Iron Man, adorned in a striking red and gold exterior, stood confidently before the 5 elements spirit array, supported by 2 beams of blue light emanating from his palms. On the second floor of the courtyard, Lily just happened to come across this Weibo post, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is that not Iron Man? Has Marvel made a cameo? No need to guess. This bizarre contraption surely emerged from the golden egg cracking at the store. Truly, this is absurdity personified, a ridiculous spectacle indeed. On the battlefield, 2 blue beams shot forth from Iron Man's palms, crashing into the 5 elements array. A thunderous boom resonated, sending ripples of spiritual energy in all directions. The leading cultivator of the Flowing Moon Holy Sect bellowed, "Who dares to challenge us alone?" Iron Man stood valiantly in the void, exuding an air of gallant confidence. A mechanical voice resonated, "I am your superior." Within the steel armor, Chun Jin's face flushed with excitement. Moments ago, he had taken out a small model obtained from the golden egg, intending to throw it outside, only for it to unexpectedly enlarge and adhere to him. With a mere stomp, he charged towards the 5 elements array, initially filled with trepidation, but upon colliding with the array, he emerged unscathed. Instantly, exhilaration surged within him. "Gulme, face me head on." Clad in armor, Chun Jin felt an unprecedented sense of confidence. My moment of glory has arrived. Arrogance filled the air. The disciples of the Flowing Moon Holy Sect, infuriated, swiftly formed seals to alter the array. The powers of the 5 elements converged. An immense column of spiritual energy hurled forth. "Ha ha! Let the battle commence." Chun Jin, unfazed within his armor, met the challenge head-on. With a thunderous crash, Iron Man fell like a kite severed from its string, plummeting towards the ground. The leading disciple of the Flowing Moon Holy Sect twitched his mouth in disbelief. Is this truly all? What was there to boast about? The valiant Iron Man had fallen, yet his spirit would forever accompany us. I shall call this the Iron Man spirit. Though the array was not breached, such an act of valor deserves to be remembered by the world. Farewell, fellow cultivator. Suddenly, a resounding tenor voice erupted. Where are you going? You few, come and assist me. Chapter 79, An Ordinary Punch. Chun-Jin felt a tearing pain throughout his body. Yet the iron armor had safeguarded his life. That wretched flowing moon-holy sect, how formidable their 5 elements array is. How infuriating. My moment of glory has barely begun and already met its end. Goodness, Iron Man is still alive. What Iron Man? That S-Chun, the leader of the flowing sand sect. Several rushed forward to catch the severely injured Chun-Jin. In the skies above, the 5 elements array continued to unleash colorful spiritual columns, crashing down like artillery shells, leaving the martial dynasty in distress. Ma Tsangnan regained his senses. The disciples of the Haoyue immortal sect received their orders. Break the formation. Several beams of light soared from the city tower, swords flashing and intertwining, their essence transforming into a spiritual force. A colossal net descended from the heavens, ensnaring the 5 elements spirit formation. With a furious shout, the immense net of spiritual energy radiated a blinding brilliance, instantly diminishing the aura of the 5 elements formation. The leading disciple of the Luiyue sacred sect sneered repeatedly, proclaiming, "Our sect's grand formation is not so easily dismantled. Raise the flags." With this command, several disciples of the Luiyue sacred sect simultaneously unfurled 5 small banners of various colors, placing them upon the 5 elements formation, arranged in 5 cardinal positions. 5 elements, Qian Kuan formation. Break! A thunderous roar echoed. The spirit formation trembled violently, and the colossal net of sword energy was shattered in an instant. Ma Tsangnan furrowed his brow. A double-layered formation. It is said that the Luiyue sacred sect's mastery of spirit formations is unparalleled in the world. Today, I witness that it is indeed deserving of its reputation. Beside him, Feng Tianqian replied nonchalantly, "It is merely a double-layered formation. I have heard that the layered formation within the master's courtyard possesses 33 tiers." Ma Kanyan retorted, "Now is not the time to extol the master's virtues. This formation, seamlessly integrating offense and defense, poses a formidable challenge for the disciples of the Haoyue immortal sect. National Master, it is time to take action." Feng Tianqian was unhesitant, revealing hands imbued with the dual colors of yin and yang. Yet at that moment, the battlefield shifted once more. Inside the courtyard, there is still time for an incense stick to burn. "Master Chen, how are we progressing?" Soon. Chen Jioga wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Surrounded by a throng of anxious individuals, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, akin to being held captive. Gritting his teeth, he passed a slip of paper. "This is the recommendation number for this round." As the crowd examined it, the recommendation numbers spanned 10 to hundreds, with each comprising 7 digits. How many combinations does that entail? 3 numbers have already been excluded. What good is it? It is utterly useless. Little did they know, after several rounds of failures, Chen Jioga was not only under immense pressure, but also lacked confidence. He felt that every number had a chance to appear. Helplessly, he had hesitated and eliminated the 3 numbers he found most unappealing. Sensing the disapproving gazes of the crowd, his round face quivered as he forced a smile, saying, "Let me take another look." Ultimately, each position's recommendation number was reduced to 3, satisfying the crowd. Quickly, buy the tickets. The draw is about to commence. A group of individuals hurriedly purchased their tickets, just in time. Moments later, the lottery for the 3-digit numbers began. They clutched their numbers, fixated on the screen of the lottery machine. Without a doubt, the most anxious among them was Chen Jioga, who stood at the back, drenched in sweat. His fists clenched tightly. "It must be a win. Even if I don't win, at least a few recommended numbers would restore my dignity." The first number arrived, 7. The second number, however, fell into an eerie silence. After a prolonged stillness, a voice rang out, "Blast it. You didn't T-win again, you damned fraud. Take him out and give him a beating. Not here in the courtyard." Moments later, a cacophony of wails echoed from outside the courtyard. Outside, a bruised and battered Chinjiuga gazed up at the azure sky, tears streaming down his cheeks. "This is intolerable," he silently vowed to himself. "One day, I shall make this group of individuals see me in a new light, proving that the 500,000 gold coins I won was not merely a stroke of luck, but a testament to the prowess of Chun Jioga." "Lady Rui, it has been a long time." The young man flicked a stray lock of hair from his right eye, a devilish smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing his voice, Yurui turned her gaze, nearly losing her composure. When did this fellow arrive? Why does he persistently haunt me like a specter? Taking a deep breath, Yurui managed to conjure a stiff smile. It has indeed been quite a while. Yu Shubao tossed his bangs aside, gesturing grandly. Bring me 1,000,000 in scratch cards. Of course, Yurui replied, hastily turning to fetch them. Observing her bustling figure, a look of appreciation crossed Yu Shubao's face. His mother was right. Industrious women possess the greatest allure. Lady Rui, might you honor me with your company for dinner at the adjacent Fragrant Pavilion? Fragrant Pavilion, the newly opened restaurant beside the lottery shop owned by the Sure family. Young master, I truly do not enjoy dining. Yu Shubao was taken aback. But I distinctly saw you having lunch there with Miss Xia just earlier. You must have misseen. Is that so? Indeed. Well, perhaps tea would suffice. Young master, the tickets are ready. On the battlefield, amidst the chaos, the 5-element celestial array shimmered brilliantly, trembling as if on the verge of shattering. The disciples of the Liu Yu sacred sect gritted their teeth, steadfastly maintaining the spiritual formation. Above the 5-element celestial array stood a green-haired warrior with a scar over his left eye, clad in warrior garb, with both hands wielding 3 blades. He relentlessly struck at the formation, his voice rising in a frenzy. On the opposite side of the spiritual array, a blue-haired girl with twin braids held a peculiar, elongated black tube, which continuously fired projectiles. Tot. Sparks flew. She cackled maniacally, resembling a lunatic. Upon the formation, a gleaming bald youth donned a snug yellow suit, a white cape draped around his neck, arms crossed, his gaze vacant. Suddenly, the bald youth sprang into action, delivering a seemingly ordinary punch. This strike appeared to gather immense power from the heavens and earth. Goodness, his fist is glowing. How cool. I must capture this moment. Click. The punch was swift, yet formidable. Boom. With a resounding blast, the 5-element celestial array finally succumbed. It shattered. The one-eyed green-haired warrior, the frenzied girl, and the ostentatious bald man vanished without a trace. All disciples of the Liu Yu sacred sect were left dumbfounded. The leading disciple erupted in fury. Who the hell can tell me where this band of lunatics came from? With the array broken, the morale of the Wu dynasty army surged, and the defending troops began to retreat in disarray. Charge! Do not let them escape. Amidst the chaos, several hundred cultivators, heedless of everything, fixated solely on the disciples of the Flowing Moon sect, ruthlessly surrounded them by exploiting their numerical superiority. Surrender your storage pouches, or else. The disciples of the Flowing Moon sect, while defending themselves, were bewildered. What on earth? In such a tense battlefield, is there really room for robbery? Fools, eliminate them. Their possessions shall be ours. That seems to make sense. Let's go for it. The Flowing Moon sect primarily specializes in formations, although they possess commendable combat skills. They are no match for a horde of attackers and were soon reduced to a state of disarray. Even more infuriating was the fact that this band of brigand-like cultivators not only assaulted them, but also engaged in idle chatter. This one's mine. Do not steal it from me. One of them even boasted 3 storage rings in his possession. What a windfall. It was nothing short of a great humiliation.